All right, let's go ahead and actually jump right on into this. Holy cow, I was trying to get things going. They already jumped into map selects over here.
Well,
We're going to be seeing Pearl up here first. What up, everybody? Welcome in from VCT EMEA. I hope everyone's having themselves a fantastic Tuesday. Pearl and then Lotus, huh?
Not surprised with the Haven ban, to be honest. I don't think you want to play against FUT on this map. And now Ascent gonna be the decider. That's
So Ascent is a decider. I can get with that.
From a few months ago.
Yeah, but back then, you know what kind of comp they played. It was kind of
we'll get there when we
crazy
get
if we
there.
get there. But, first of all, I'm looking forward to Pearl. I think it was a map where both still showed basic Valorant and a basic understanding of the game, which is totally okay, particularly for Heretics who have formed themselves not too long ago. But I want to see a step up because obviously this is a map where football is super slow.
Don't want that there.
And this could be something Heretics absolutely uses against them.
You know, also there was a stark contrast in the way that those two teams approached the agent select on PEL, because we have seen from footballers play the double controller, the Astra and Viper, combine that of course with Jet, because you need the mobility, you need to, like when you're attacking A side, you need to dash through the choke points, or when you go through art, it opens up a possible vertical play as well. Right. But then we had from Heretics, it was a breach.
So we have 4 matchups today, chat, that we're going to be hanging in with.
And denial at the same time when it comes to the utility.
We got 2 games, EMEA, VCT, and then we'll be switching over to NA Challengers.
Like, what I like about breach on this map, it allows you to get early control of art if you're pushing into that area with the stun, right? All double doors to create the space to deny the Killjoy alarm bot, for example. Aftershock comes in handy in that space as well.
All right, so our first 2 games we got
something that we're gonna have to
FUT Esports.
I'm not
what is
too certain
it,
about that.
last one?
I'm mainly saying that because, particularly their attacking side, I was just happy with them when they had their ults.
Someone in Vitality, right?
But I personally believe
Team Liquid and Team Vitality.
It needs to be a bit more diverse in their executes, because it seemed like they had 1 or 2 set pieces ready for lock-in. But other than that, it seemed
Team Liquid versus Team Vitality.
I mean, this is the thing, right? I know we shouldn't read too much into lock-in, given that both of these teams didn't get to show everything they wanted to show. But it does feel like it's a little bit more even than it seems. Because on paper, you're looking at a
what are our games for NA Challengers?
All these plays are over.
TSM Disguise, right?
But after yesterday, I don't know what's going to happen anymore. But similarly for FUT, a lot of people don't know these guys outside of Turkey, but they're here for a reason.
Yeah, TSM Disguise, Faze G2, okay.
And what is even more important is that I feel like Footballist is able to surprise the opposition more than the other way around. Like, you know what, even though Heretics is so flexible with the agent roles, and like you can never know if Mixer is going to play Viper or Killjoy this time, or maybe even something else that is more supportive, right?
We're posted
but
live
when you will
Discord.
see the agent select from and Footballist will make an assessment on how Heretics will play, they're going to be the easier one to read. So that's their upper hand right now.
And most importantly, right, you just mentioned it, they're here for a reason. I think we need to reiterate that they have just not been invited to EMEA. No, they have actually won the regional league previously, right? And that is a big title, considering to be the best of tier 2, so to say.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty impressive. And you know,
against Vitality.
Yeah.
I also think it's interesting because Mr. Fall in the off-season, you know, there was a lot of questions. Why are they not picking up Parlor players, Fireflugs, all these incredible Turkish players? And he said, we didn't do that because we believe that us 5 are the best Turkish players.
But the thing is, all of those voices were raised when something that we mentioned already on the desk is when the FUT was.
And if we go here, we start that, then I should be able to click this over.
Playing those 3 matches and also.
Ooh, did I forget to? Oh, it's in that file. That's fine.
Slip up against one team that was pretty unknown, and they just kind of just lost a best of 3.
Sorry, best of 5. That's there.
In that moment, but now after the lock-in show.
There, nice. We're running, we're rocking, we're rolling. We're about to be jumping into game number 1, chat.
You're leaning a little bit more towards FUT than Heretics here?
I would probably say, but Esports probably has a little bit better chances here.
Lothar, you underestimated the Spanish team yesterday, and look what happened.
Well, it presented us a very exciting match, though.
That's fair. That's fair.
I'm honestly also on the FUT side of things. If they added another level to their play and if added another structure to their play, I definitely believe that they're capable of taking this one home.
The problem is, so far, historically speaking, Turkish teams didn't present really good structures in Valorant overall, and that was one of the
structures as far as what? I wonder what he means. Does he mean as far as like running sets? Probably, right? Structure as far as consistent agent pools.
We know where we're going to go today. The players are also ready. I can hear that crowd getting riled.
They're getting pumped here, chat. Let's get it, man.
Everyone, and give a warm welcome to Heretics and FUT.
Let's get it, man.
Team Heretics.
I do wish we still got like the name announced when they came out, but we'll take the music. We take those. 100%.
FUT Esports.
Trying to push to the top of the pack, think I'd stop, yeah, I never that. Trying to get to the top of my game. I don't want to hear no talk from names. I don't want to do it if there's not no gain. Them man are lacking cause them man don't train. Hey, I can't accept one loss. Trying to be something I'm not. Trying to push to the top of the pack, think that I'd stop, nah, never that. I can't accept one loss. Trying to be something I'm not. Trying to push to the top of the pack, think that I'd stop, nah, never that.
What it do, Tim? How you doing, buddy? I was able to make it in on time. I technically started like as map selections were going on, but close enough.
Are looking to grab a win.
How you feeling, man? Happy Tuesday.
Now both of you have just you're leaning a little bit more towards FUT, but what are the
hopefully our games today
what they do to convince you
I think it's more
show a little bit more fight between the two teams. No, I mean, granted, we did have that one crazy ass overtime, so maybe that's not exactly fair to say. But I do know the game that I did not watch was also a sweep. I actually didn't see what the score of that was. Let me see here. Round differential was only +12, so I'm guessing probably not too crazy. Oh, nope, I lied. They beat that ass on Icebox. Fnatic won 13-3. 13-11 though on Ascent.
The thing about both teams for me is that they still have a basic fundamental understanding of Valorant, but there's not an extra level of, let's say, set piece, of room control, of mid-round room control. All of those things.
I just don't know if we've seen enough from these teams
for what is really important
on the big stage yet for that to be a fair statement.
Well, Kellogg's was perfect, but in the side
maybe a little bit more so for FUT, not so much for Team Heretics.
Oh, I'm gonna have to get used to this, guys. Bear with me. Agent select right now. We've seen both of these teams play this map, but are they gonna stick with the same comps?
I wonder if we see much more Gecko today either.
Well,
I didn't happen to actually. Can I see that on?
They use the Sky Harbor combo to utilize the flashes to its maximum.
It does show me that if I go on here.
And then
okay, so it doesn't look like Gecko was used by Fnatic nor Giants yesterday, but obviously we saw NAVI using it. Be curious to see if either of these teams bringing out the Gecko today. I mean, well, not just these two teams. We got 4 matchups today between EMEA, VCT, and then we'll be switching over to NA Challengers whenever the second matchup gets done. Or I might bounce between the two, honestly.
So that is quite crucial in my eyes to see that kind of swap around, as it has to mean something with the way footballist tries to make their main player.
As far as for NA Challengers,
because we talked about Kellogg's Jet against Jet, and here we go.
Hold on here.
But I do like to raise on Pell.
For the face-off, the first game starts at 4. So we'll probably still be watching Team Liquid versus Team Vitality.
Look, both of these
if this goes 3 games, that even might just then be starting too. So we will try and kind of bounce back and forth between the two if that's going to be the case. But obviously for now, we just got this one.
And I think this is Mr. Fallen's debut on Astra as well.
Hopefully everyone's having themselves a fantastic Tuesday.
Micromanagement, something he has mentioned in previous interviews, that he has to micromanage his team a lot. So maybe the perfect agent for
if we happen to have any Apex fans in the house, as we do watch obviously ALGS and VCT over here. Curious if y'all have seen the news that Ramboski is retiring from ALGS out of the NA region. Breaking as of like an hour ago.
Map where she needs to control the utility, and that gives the KO more agency.
And that is also interesting considering
I was
that
half
we see a change in the Sentinel on the
thinking
side of the
about
map.
how I
Not
could
putting
record and edit a
feels
video
like
about that
smart
before
over to Cypher, so the overall
going
information
live,
of the
but
map and avoiding things like lurks and late kind of goes can also be really well done here.
sounds
by
like
the
he has
Cypher
something
side.
lined up
All around
IRL
the
though,
map,
so
done
hopefully
by
all
Cypher base.
good
Just have a
wishes
quick
for him.
update. A couple of the players had to quickly go to the bathroom before we get into games, so we will be there shortly. But of course, just before I throw real quick, the IGL's here too.
They really had to call him out for needing to go to the bathroom, huh? Oh, we got Pansy and Hypoc. Let's
What would
go.
you like to see from him here?
From Zeke?
Yes.
I love
Absolute
Pansy and Hypoc
leadership
on the
that also
desk.
sees them in a proactive situation.
Well, I saw Pansy, how excited Pansy and Hypoc were there, so I'm going to throw this to them. By the way, they're actually sandwiched right now between the Spanish casters for Heretics and the Turkish casters for FUT. So I want to know, Pansy and Hypoc, where do your legions lie?
That's funny. Yo, you're between the
As
two
usual,
broadcasts,
we're
so
actually unbiased,
Yeah.
which is a rarity
Yeah.
in Valorant. But thank you so much. And yeah, we are indeed very excited to bring you this matchup because one of the main consistents here is Pearl. We've seen a lot of changes now outside of that with the agents.
these two
being
are
looked
probably
at
the
here.
best
There are
casters in
issues for
VCT,
Heretics. I think
hands
quite a
down.
poignant one.
Yeah,
Across
definitely.
any
Well, I
region.
mean, me over the Cynic. It's a big positive to see
Bring
a
it
comp
to me.
change coming out of this because it means they've actually utilised this time off,
Yes.
gone back and looked at some of the issues there. I'm going to call Zesh out a little bit.
Do it. Hit me.
I mean,
Hit me
Kellogg's
with it.
numerically delivered, yes, but the big
On
problems
paper.
lied in that space, and once again, which is something we've hit on.
Definitely
so
my
many
favorite.
times in whatever
I
iteration.
feel like a broken record,
Yeah,
but we want it to change.
Absolutely. One of the two things that needs to change is ultimately Heretics need to dial up to that level
Yes.
and match that pace, or they need to
Shuffle it backwards.
Yeah, honestly, rein him in a little bit.
Yeah.
So it's a big positive to me to see what I would classify as a composition overhaul. To be honest, this looks like it's going to be a totally different approach to the map.
Now, I think with that noted, though, we then have to kind of flip the script to the other side. And I'd say Heretics for most of us, you're looking when we came in.
I think what I really like about them
from
is
Absolutely, yeah.
their
the other side,
handoff
according
back
to
and
Football, is
forth,
actually a
especially
fabulous
in between
performance, even in
games
their
or like
losses.
during tech
This
pauses and
is the thing,
stuff.
I think it's a fair
Sounds
assessment to
so
say
much
that
like it's like
Pearl
it
is
gives you
very
that
low.
podcast
It
vibe,
was.
man.
It
Like it
was.
doesn't sound forced.
absolutely.
Go off
I-
results.
It's just
I
two
think
homies
that's-
sitting back and
it's
talking Valorant, which
definitely a
is
confidence booster for them to come out. Obviously,
so
with
hard to
loss,
find that
eventually being eliminated. There were lots of positives. straight
feeling
away.
fluid.
100%.
So it's not as if they, scraped.
I
through
love these two
versus,
on the desk together, man.
Rex Ragnum in
No,
the first series,
no.
and then kind of didn't bring much to the second. It was actually a huge positive for me on that stage to see them perform the way they did in that second series.
And kind of in a very parallel sense.
I'm
yes,
trying to
Kiwi
think
had
about
a
who
fantastic
Mitch is
game, but
normally
the
on the
system was
desk
there
with. Like they
behind
have
him.
pretty
He
good
was
synergy as
never
well.
completely alone in his work. He had
I don't know if he has a
support, he had
consistent
assist.
duo. He might not have a
Right,
consistent
to make
duo.
these concerns about Heretics, and then actually highlight on the side of FUT that actually they kind of have
They showed
worked
that.
on something a little bit of a curveball pick. Yes, he still could classify.
Plus, it's good to
that,
see
but
Pansy back on the
it was
desk
great in
'cause
terms of the bigger picture.
I know they were excited
It
about
was, and it was wonderful.
being
to
on the
watch.
grand
Obviously,
final
his
desk for
individual
lock-in, and then
skill
unfortunately
is
got COVID, like literally the
pretty
morning
high. I
of.
think we'd all noted Kiwi from those prior seasons and gone, okay, that is a player to watch out for. But it takes a lot to put it into a system, which is, again, what we're looking at here, especially between these two teams.
And we come back to the same question, which is, yes, the Turkish region has a lot of potential, but it's
Oh, always
always
has
that
been.
consistency. That's what's
Absolutely.
been lacking. And again, we referenced this yesterday. Coming to a longer format season here.
All right, so it looks like
that's
we're
what I
getting
wanna
ready.
see established from
See,
day
bro,
one.
this is
Yeah,
what I
and
love
think
about
that
the
can be
arena
done,
format,
and
man.
especially
Don't get me
what
wrong,
we
like the
saw
VCT,
not very long ago, obviously out in Brazil,
like
it was a
stage looked
fabulous
super
look there.
dope.
And as I said,
But I
think
love
we
when
have
you
been
got like the
waiting
fans
for the
around
Turkish
them.
team
I would
to
imagine they
one
try and
stage
put like
really shine.
each
Right,
team's
because we've
fans
all seen
behind
the
their own,
potential
like
early
their
on,
own team as
the
well.
infamous Turkish Jet conversation coming out, the individual capability of
Right
that
back,
region.
a Turkish super team to actually establish themselves as that.
Exactly. So again, it's never been the individuals that are the question. It's getting that kind of collective together, showing what they can do as a team, and we saw glimpses of it. Now, on the other side, though, a quiet performer of Over for me. Oh, again, at lock-in, went very quiet. And again, I am his biggest advocate when he was in his heyday.
Back in the day, Over was one of the most exciting players to watch. And
Nothing felt impossible.
It was never flashy, but it was always
No.
backs against the wall.
Yeah.
I wonder if
hard
maybe
and
Yes.
bailing
RKN would be
teams out.
willing to
it's
sit
so
down and
good
chat
to
some
see.
Apex, maybe.
It's been a long time since we've
Yes.
seen that of Over.
But there's been a couple of rollbacks, right? There's been a couple of teams already showed just yesterday some of these players reactivating, finding a new lease of life. I don't know what it is that's gone in, but Starzo, incredible performance just yesterday. So I'm looking at the team. I see Zeke out there. I see some of these players, some of these names that have been a little quiet,
Golden
a little
oldies
waiting. Exactly.
of the region.
Exactly. And I want to see them find that form again. And I think that's a fair assessment for a
Remind
lot
me,
of
when it
EMEA
came
fans
to
is, when does this
lock-in
work?
for
And
these
how
two
long do we give
teams.
Heretics for it to work? Because there's a lot of naysayers to this roster.
Yeah,
Vitality went out
I think
early,
that's,
right?
look at it on paper, you
Heretics
see
went out early because they
a lot
played
of
Evil
difference. What we've
Geniuses.
seen historically from some
Didn't
of
look
these
bad.
players,
Didn't
taking
look
it
bad
back
against
to,
them.
80, 90%
I think
of those
Vitality
operating
also went out
levels,
early, right?
Heretics are in a very
Oh
good
no, they had a good
position.
game against
Well,
Global
certainly a team to
Esports,
watch, dangerous,
but
and
then
same you said for both sides, because
lost to
let's talk about the
Leviathan.
expectations then of where we put these teams long form, right? Let's go outside of this game potentially. Just that. Okay, beyond this game, what do we want to see from these two teams? Let's start with Footballist here because I'm seeing them as building from Brazil, right? That is how I'm noting this. Is that they are on the way up. I want to see
Either
that
of these
continue.
guys play
What
this
are some
map?
Key markers you're going to look out for
Heretics
in this game
lost
from Footballist that
Pearl
really ticks the box
and
yes, they are
Ascent.
continuing to build.
Granted, it is
off of what
against
we
Evil
saw.
Geniuses.
I think at face value, you've got to say if Kiwi can maintain the performance.
Okay.
That's something that's definitely going to be a driving force. Call it a win condition, yes, but I think in terms of the tempo that FUT did display at lock-in, that's definitely a key indicator for how.
All right, so we tech paused, or we
obviously it then
ready to
requires the
go?
rest of the
Pistol
team to kind
rounds?
of build
Pow
it.
pow, let's get it.
There's questions potentially about the
Maybe?
six-man roster, how it's going to work. A lot relies on that prep factor.
It does.
So again, if there's a dynamic shift between some of these players slotting in for different maps and whatnot, that's something I've got my eye on for sure.
Okay, and I will come to you that question with Heretics, but I think we've kind of set the stage for map 1.
I would love for this to go 3, though. I am going to say that right off the bat,
I've got a
chat.
little bit of a sweet tooth on. I know we've got a couple more seconds until the game goes live, so once again,
They're
thank you for
counting
your
it down in the
patience.
arena. Let's
get it on, let's get into
go.
game. Heretics up again for
All right.
first, and again, we need
Time for game 1.
some form of performance here from Heretics, and I don't want it just to be Kellogg's. I want the whole roster to be on that stage.
I mean, sure, it'd be a positive if Carlos can once again deliver the numbers he did.
Yeah.
See if actually Heretics have addressed the rest of the system behind that. Early on, Kellogg's curious towards double doors. 3 players right now for FUT Esports, positioned towards B. Atta actually here.
So Pearl is Heretics pick. That
Hold on
makes
to
no
contact
sense,
here.
actually.
Poison Orb, just gonna slow things
Did
down.
not look
No
good on
contact
Pearl.
the back
I'm
of
guessing
the
they've been
lane,
scrimming
not
a lot.
capitalized on.
Or maybe you just want to show other teams with your first game.
TikTok got himself positioned very deep. Some decent damage there from Boo, but unable to convert anything to a kill.
No, and with all this mid control that has been gained, I'm looking to see where they try and eventually end towards. It looks like a drift back towards the A site, with the pop flash finding nothing though. Where do they take this? They could double pump back towards B.
I've always found like I don't know. I feel like if I had a judge like walking behind, like dead ass walking behind me while I was playing, I think I'd have an issue.
And now with the harbor wall coming up, smoke in, Galax taking back sight. It's safe. We know that they don't, so going through that protocol.
Like I feel like back when I used to do
Plant position as well.
some of the Halo stuff, it was granted a long time ago before lands got big.
And maybe hold on.
But
some control towards CT actually.
it's like just one person kind of like overseeing all 4. I don't know. I guess it is a bigger stage.
Looking for that first contact, and it's found. Kellogg's is down. And this could be the springboard. This should be the go signal, and it is. Vova going to find one, but Moj is there. Lovely retake coming out from Footballers here. Diffuse, comfortable for them.
That looked really good on the retake.
And
Pretty
they
smooth.
stayed poised, composed, and the second they got Kellogg's down, they burst on that.
A decent adjustment as well. Heretics.
Like a little patient at first, but then like very deliberately moving in quick.
Atta looking to make sure nobody slipped through in towards spawn. What a beautiful opener. Like I said, that's the catalyst here in this retake. Actually, the domino in.
Tell him, let's go!
Unable to really hold on to
Or something like that,
anything
probably.
on the side of Heretics. Positives, though. At least Heretics have the plan in place here for a slow default in the pistol. See if that does continue, and actually whether or not FUT Esports are going to challenge some of this space, trying to deny any of it.
I thought maybe we were going to see the Viper potentially challenge at door there in B, but they aren't.
Eventually, this one, not too worried about. We do see a couple of sheriffs.
Pushing through Art here.
Nothing too wild about it. Heretics, though, again, being given a fair amount of this mid space. Haven't had too many early fights. In
Makes
these very
sense
early
since
rounds.
obviously they're grouped up together more with the pistols versus
Given how
rifles
low
here.
towards Art, so let's see what Mr. Fallen does on the other side. You do have that hold from Pit coming in from Cracks.
Pushing down long would be kind of a death sentence here, right? Being at the rifle's disadvantage. Good job with that fragment there to be able to.
Immediately, the follow through is there. Kiwi with the cleanup. Just Boo left to find, and will retrieve.
It's a great job to prevent the push in there, honestly, from Art.
Get a consolation kill though.
Yeah, just a formality at this point.
And like snuck it just by the high tide too. So I think they
Stunning work,
overinvested the
kept
push in because I don't think they
composure
saw
on
it
the side,
land
didn't look
until it was too
threatened by
late.
that burst. Considering how close Heretics just got through on art, they were right up close there. Pop flash in. And the second that fragment went in there was no threat afterwards. Look,
Because
again, you had the support instantaneous from Kiwi coming through.
You also had the
This matchup now.
paint shells that push them forward a little bit too, right?
Behind that as well. So like I
Yep.
said, it separates Heretics, but also forces, I believe, Mixwell, the second player through there from Heretics into a position where he has to push forward, or he has to tank the damage.
Yeah. Logic G power-up round coming in now. Couple damage-dealing weapons, though, to note. Rifle. On Morge, we do still see the Bulldog with Kiwi, so that's going to be in play here. Obviously, on the other side, full purchase. An early orb collected, so trying to build up. Looks like contact is also noted towards B-Long now.
All right, we keep getting this delay on the audio, and I'm not going to lie, it kind of triggers me.
Heavy focus towards double doors initially from two players on the side of FUT Esports, but nobody there from Heretics to counter that. So Heretics do just funnel towards B-Long here. It's going to be a little concerning. Ati does have that wall as well to slow down any push towards site.
And it's the fact that they
No one should be tucked there, I don't think, right?
Yeah. Players on this side of the map.
I mean, Crack still has a flash as well, so they can.
I don't know why you would expect him tucked there. They've been pushing a couple little bit over on A.
Highly indicative of the hit. You can see them already.
You saw two of them at the end of B-Long, right?
Seconds. And they can't really hit much of a double pump on this because they have no information on the rest of the map now. That's been lost. But there is a crunch coming in. Boo could be a problem here. Could be a thorn in the side, a bit of a nuisance. 35 seconds now, the clock's getting a little later in the day. Kiwi already going to find Zeke, and it's now getting worrying. Cracks finds Kellogg's.
Nice, both of them flashed. That was well done.
And the flash was gorgeous, and they capitalize on it well. And now Boo,
that spike is
mid,
buried so deep.
On as well. This
Probably
is
just going to save.
Full control.
But he can't save.
To stop Heretics in their tracks.
Oh, don't push too far.
10 seconds left.
Did finally try and show some presence towards double doors, but was forced away. It's this position now where trying to hold on to this rifle.
Oh, nice.
Do that.
Look at the upgrades, Mike. They are loving it. That is rifles galore. That is the dream.
Very early boom to the economy here, and a chance for FUT
That's a
Esports
beautiful switch on the economy.
Quite a healthy lead.
It's like
they get the fourth online
between the two different feeds. I was gonna say there's definitely an audio delay just on the actual main broadcast.
It wasn't even a deep flash here. It was actually just Cracks looking to flash over on top of default, and perfect timing on the wall expiring as well. You can see Kellogg's trying to get over and above that. I believe it was Zeke behind that. Actually fell to the paint shell to force into a position where, once again, the placement of utility on the side of Kiwi
Man,
absolutely crucial.
So they did break the economy.
Maybe looking elsewhere on the map now.
Not even sure about this.
Oh,
I mean, the wall doesn't even block off the sightlines to the orb there.
I can tell what's going on with the audio. I just don't know exactly how to play it or how to say it.
Yeah, a little sloppy there. Zeke, the one to receive.
But like right there, it sounded like we were watching one view and then listening to the view that was right over his shoulder.
Again, right place for footballists. They are reading this game very well. I love the adjustment. Again, that Cypher shifting across. Cracks, no sweat. Finds Mixwell. Follow up. Yeah, he's just trying to farm here. Kellogg's will punish, and you do need to be a little careful with him. Don't let him get that hot hand going. Don't let him get confident in this. And he has been dealt with. Cracks and Kiwi,
Dude,
lovely again. Footballers.
FUT's looking really good here. I don't know if it's actually FUT or FUT, because Zephyr kept calling him FUT, but literally everyone else calls him FUT. So I'm assuming FUT, right?
3,900 here. This is what I was talking about.
I just never question Zephyr when it comes to EMEA teams for
maybe a comfort factor there. Zeke being on the harbor.
Oh, it's
a bit of a whiff on the.
I mean, TH is definitely a pretty solid squad. I don't think Team Heretics got to really show their strength in lock-in because they were playing against Evil Geniuses, which is a really, really strong squad.
But as a collective, they've been outdone every single time by Heretics. Their positioning has been one.
But I also think Vitality's looked pretty solid thus far this year. Granted, it was just lock-in and it was just two matchups, right? But
stacking 2 rounds in the correct place. The Cypher adjusted off the back. Really lovely early work. So hopefully,
I think that's one thing that's going to be really fun about EMEA this year.
They are struggling currently to really get this one going.
Is I think the middle of the pack is going to get very, very messy. Give us like that like any given Sunday type feel. You know what I mean? So.
You get some rounds on the board early on. It's the issues we're seeing with this default, at least in the first couple of rounds. come back in with a purchase here, so whether or not that's going to be the intention once again. It's always what we look for, though, what they're actually achieving off this early presence.
Oh, I said Vitality earlier. Who did FUT play at
really
lock-in?
A rotation in that previous buy round.
I definitely realized I got that twisted.
A little push at least initially here to retrieve that orb once again. Mixwell will have the Seekers online for this round.
Oh, then they lost to 100 Thieves.
Because now we have the Reckoning available. So maybe Heretics leaning towards a set piece here. Adjustment on the side of FUT Esports.
And then they beat Rex Regum from the Pacific region.
A couple of kill traps set up on site. Kiwi there.
They beat that ass on Lotus. Holy shit.
Cracks kind of floating in a similar position we've seen him before.
My goodness.
I do want to see if they try and maybe take that mid control they've been toying with a little bit further here. Looks like maybe just try and time a little 3-2 split towards A site.
Well, difference being is it's only.
I know Harbor's obviously no longer like the new agent now with Gecko being released, but I do like seeing more and more Harbor getting thrown into the mix of things.
Put in, but Kiwi still finds Kellogg. So again, the tip of the spear gets blunted. Yeah, Seekers will find Kiwi, but that's fine. Might buy a couple of seconds to deny this. Does get to post it in the end, finds very little for it, but Cracks is there, finds the frag. Kiwi swings out, and these positions are divine.
They're just hitting their shot. Oh my goodness. They're just hitting their like every shot,
Beautiful
bro.
round from him. Even does a chunk of damage on Boo. Yes, doesn't find anything, but the pressure coming through to him with the Seekers. Even finds that kill on Kellogg's ahead of that sight hit coming through.
All they're going to have this round here is going to be the Cosmic Divide.
Heretics to take away in terms of positives for this round. Kiwi looking sharp as hell. This is one where it can spiral out of control very, very quickly here. A 5-round lead. Heretics come back into this with nothing but, well, I'll say nothing but sheriffs. There is a Spectre here in the hands of Zeke. We can get anything done. Here initially, FUT Esports reading Zeke's utility is a massive indicator.
I am like half tempted on
Heretics.
Yeah, and it's high tempo, right? They're trying to build behind
refreshing my
build
stream
off
to
the
see if this is the
back
stream
of
that's
that
delayed
Harley
for some
utility,
reason,
falling
but
towards the B side. But again, looking at Mosh here, great positioning. Does he find anything? No, the Cove going to keep them safe, and Kellogg's on the back lines. That's what they needed. A little bit
Nice
of
use of
fire
the
in the
knives.
belly, taking some of that side control. But these retakes have been good. We've had a couple success stories.
honestly, Heretics has looked really solid on the retake. I'm kind of surprised they...
One rifle in the hands of Zeke now. This is going to be tough to break through, but did just hear the ult get popped on the other side. So Cracks looking to start it.
Nice.
Captain going to find Zeke. That's going to be one of the players on the backside removed. There's the
Nice.
second. Site now looking much more viable for Footballist.
Actually forced all players of Heretics back. It's one on Pillar here and two towards on top of B long here.
This plant's rough
yeah,
for
it's
long.
very rough.
Yeah,
There's smokes up, they're going to stick it.
Oh,
he
my
got pulled
God,
off
just
it.
taken away.
Got just enough.
And they
Yep.
held on to it. Mixwell does the damage,
Oh
but
my
timing was so
God.
fine. By hook or by crook, you'll
Why
take
am
it
I...
if you're
Are they switching
Heretics
this?
at this point, but man, that was way too close.
I mean, I didn't want to call it. I was thinking eventually we're going to get to the point there where somebody's got the spam on. Again, FUT Esports happy to just sit behind this Viper wall, wait for it to come back up, swarm back onto side. You get very
Filthy with
concerned.
this shit. I
That's
think
the point
Sheriff
from
and Guardians are probably
remaining
two of my
members
favorite when
Heretics,
you
a
see
four
like
front
just the
below.
one-shot tap.
That pillar position
It just
so
looks
difficult to find
so rewarding,
or
bro.
isolate
Like,
an engagement here. FUT Esports now, actually,
the one-shot, the
tempo
sound, the...
deny some of this space. As I said previously, big indicator on the side of FUT Esports has been where Zeke's early utility has been invested. And Heretics are happy to flood up right behind it. No real secrets about the approach.
No, back to a little bit more of, I guess, what we've been seeing up until that point. We do have that operator with Kellogg, so maybe
It's
trying to give
interesting
them a
to
little
see
time to
them
if anyone gets a little
still keeping
zealous in the peak.
I was going to
Careful
say,
now.
Kellogg's got to be careful there.
the Rays rotated so far over to A.
Towards elbow.
No, they've been
Not really
pushing
opportunity given.
quite a
I
bit
don't
of
know
B
if
when they've had
maybe
rifles.
Footballists are aware of the opportunity, or just
Well,
being diligent in approach.
Concern being they know nothing about this presence from Mr. Fallen here. No flash set up for the second time. Trailblazer
Trailblazer at least clears things.
Very early sign that Heretics have...
Yeah, a good flick also, too. When you throw the two together on one of those weapons, like a transfer from one to the next, ugh.
Not that Kiwi's had any problems at all in holding
Get
down
you
the
all
side
sorts of moist.
Up until now.
How you doing, Nuggy?
A little bit of a fake with the conflict divide as well.
But the camera's still going to be ahead of that, so they know there's no intention behind it. There's still 3 players dedicated towards the safe side, so a terrible surprise about to be awaiting, and Krax is ready for it. 2 big kills.
Nice.
Looks for a follow-up. Kiwi's going to have it away from him. And Footballist
Why do you keep walking through, though? Like, just seeing your friends dying.
Just aren't selling well enough. 10 more seconds. This is just dead air time at this point. Avova would love to keep that operator in play. So going to try and hold that as long as he can and just dip away as he does. 3 more seconds to try and wait.
All right, once this pops, I'm going to refresh my screen just to make sure.
Piece to get away from them. A couple more seconds, and I do think he's going to be able to keep.
Oh, that quick scope was kind of nasty, and I'm kind of mad that I refreshed right that second.
So that's still into play, but
my bad,
again,
chat. I'm pretty salty.
What a bizarre investment.
We'll get to look it back, right?
No. Outside A main.
Show it again, please.
This guy is going to be with the body, or at least the main body of Heretics in terms of where that hit's coming through. And there's nobody really to sell the fake behind the cosmic.
No,
all right, I'll take the blame on that, chat. That's my bad.
Outside from Lodge, just to confirm the lack of presence. So you almost think if you're getting a 5-man hit towards A, put the cosmic divide down there as well.
Not getting one they want. Sadly, Physique having a bit of a stinker of a game so far. And back to the basics. Now, a round like this with a bit of a mixed bag purchase actually worked out for Heretics. Able to hold from long with 3 remaining players, but this time Kiwi's on the case. Given the operator and wins it, Kellogg's put to bed. He goes for a second of over, going to pick up the mantle, and loses again. Kiwi, back-to-back perfection, and now they have very little access here.
I'll try to take a stab at this.
I feel it, fam. Well, if you need a chat, man, you know where I'm at. My DMs might be a little delayed, but
the problem being the timing of these splits.
I am down to make time.
Way offbeat from where contact is taken. Obviously, in this round, minimal investment, so not expecting miracles from Boot. Let's see, nearly gets a shot there underneath the one-way of Atta.
Can't use that.
I like this idea to go through Art here. They kind of need to make something happen.
Yeah, he's already in it. I was going to say, the safety net is in place.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, and he'll be able to call back the player.
So now you just need to push in and get the plant down, honestly.
So again, deep positioning. Started to toy with this in the prior rounds. And Captain's already dealt with the back line, but they do succeed.
Okay, so it is just the broadcast itself that's got the audio delay that we're just going to have to fight through, chat. I can't do nothing about that.
Now time's starting to dwindle. Kiwi's starting to get a little curious, and this is now starting to get into danger time. Still no plant and still no time. They're backing away.
Do you think if I go to the other broadcast, there's a chance that it's not as delayed, maybe?
Very, very limp-wristed here from Heretics. Again, this isn't the one where you expect miracles, but...
Like if I were to go to here?
Skip to beat, has he, that man?
Oh no, because this is where it does that thing where it puts it in a border.
Of how these rounds are playing out. The fact he's got an operator in his hand, getting closer and closer to that showstopper.
Although if it has the border and the sound's not delayed,
if somebody does
how are we feeling on that, chat?
Early on in a round, once that operator is shown, but very few positives here for Heretics.
No, it's been a very rough game for them.
And the one thing we said, obviously, if Kellogg's delivers numbers, yes, well, not Heretics can
catch up a score.
Yeah, but it's not happening here.
No, it's been quite absent, and you can see the frustration on one side as Heretics do pump the brakes. Now, just
FUT Esports is like, bro, we gotta get your head out of your ass.
A footballist fan, this was the choice of Heretics. So already. And we know that internationally Lotus worked very well for footballists. So that's something they have in their pocket.
I'm concerned with Kiwi's performance here that we go to Lotus next and then see him over on the Neon.
Exactly.
Again, that confidence booster, you hit that momentum, you carry that across to the second map where there's a comp change. Again, it's a completely different protocol list for Heretics to deal with. Kiwi's going to run rampant once again on that Neon.
That's fair. That's fair.
You have to argue it's going to happen.
No, it feels almost fated at that
Let's
point
go over and just see if it sounds delayed over there.
Well.
And then we'll make the call. Because it's kind of dumb sitting here debating what if we get over here and it's also delayed. You know what I mean?
Now, there is a purchase here for Heretics, so eyes on. We have the operator back into play. Yes, some light armor and some ultimates play with Boo with the lockdown. And we do have Seekers if ready. But Kiwi's feeling confident, and rightly so. This man has been a monster. First time we've seen them toy with this idea. But the flash...
Okay, so it's delayed over here as well. We'll switch over after this round.
I think this is great, though, reading that the contact comes through so late towards double doors. If they can actually isolate Boot early on, then it's an even bigger advantage. They know that Heretics have been funneling towards one side or the other. The Seekers in.
I wonder what's causing that.
Huge picture from where they're investing.
Because I would imagine the production's local. It's not like we're on an online thing. You have like EU production for an NA show or vice versa.
All it indicates that maybe there's a player rotating. It's not as if you can bank all in on this information.
And that knife just being committed towards A long as well.
Because it's only on the live feed too, right? Like it's not like when they're talking or on the replays. It's just literally on the live gameplay.
And be in a position to rotate early. At least here from where Modge and Kiwi are positioned, they're going to hear these steps early. Trailblazers confirm it. And the other big indicator being Zeke's utility.
Kiwi's here. This is what gets a little scary, and you just heard it. 30 seconds now.
They got to start making a push here soon.
Do they play it right? Can they find a chance with this? Kellogg's lets off a couple of shots, but finds no one on the other side of it. And the respect being given by football. It's not going to stick around too long here. Plant needs to come in soonish. Want to see that happen?
Yeah, I'm kind of.
Yeah,
I don't know why they
missed the timing on this.
Yeah, this could still be an issue.
Weren't able to get it down during the lockdown.
Down, again, they're running it so late. Zeke and Kellogg succeed, though. A 2-for-1 trade out, and they're overextending towards CT to try and take some safety.
Oh, he's gonna.
Fallen goes down, and now
oh, if he would have turned the opposite way with the showstopper, he would have been so Gucci.
So much in this round, the Heretics, but they need it. They desperately need it. Zeke coming alive a little here. Certainly going to help matters. As for footballers, they're cut off from this.
I mean, this has got to be unlosable for Heretics. Kellogg's got to take first contact here. Actually, finally, Kiwi comes through. Thank God Zeke seals the deal there. Finds his fourth and gives Heretics a second round. I was going to say, Kellogg's leaving it so late. And actually, the investment of the wall, perfect timing from Zeke, but there was a gap, an ability for FUT Esports to actually isolate one of these players on Heretics.
So I'm still confused as to why Heretics
when's the plant going to happen? Zeke's
would go lead off the season with a map that they lost the last time that they were live in league play. Can anyone give me any sort of insight on that, chat, that I'm not thinking of? Because I can't think of a reason.
And I'm pretty sure that was Zeke's first 4 kills.
Last time we saw Team Heretics was against Evil Geniuses.
But we do see an ult invested. That's going to be out of captain very early.
And they lost 13-8.
So it really makes it hard for them to find that late presence.
And then you start off your season leading with the pick that you lost on?
Lovely.
Beautiful setup here to deny mid.
Love seeing the versatility in this. A different look from Heretics as well, at least towards A for now.
I don't get it.
Yeah, this pit is actually crazy because they have to shift walk all the way through if they want to push art as well. It denies a split to both sides.
Makes it feel a little less you can pull a player. Now, it cracks going down to Zeke. Maybe it does. Maybe they have to hit the emergency button of we need you to get away from the Ox, we need some support on the side, or we play full retake. Now, actually, Mixwell just got caught there. So, once again, a 4v4.
Question is, do they throw into the divide to play the retake?
Shot goes in. Not looking like it's done a boatload of damage.
Probably not, right?
And there it is. Boo's going to find Modge. Pushing CT. Great trade, though, for Kiwi.
Oh, they already threw the divide in.
Kiwi actually going to clear dugout here.
Oh, there it is.
Did reposition. Unnoticed as of yet, he will be rewarded for it.
Up for a fight now. Zeke starting to warm into the game. A whole different look for him, but still.
What?
Oh, no. How the hell?
Oh, my God.
Thorns just found Zeke. And the defuse, plenty of time on it. That looked unlosable.
How have they fumbled that? I mean, a couple of kills come through from Zeke.
And so what? Heretics reset again, right?
Yep. Dig your heels in, guys. Hold on to sight. Commit to some of these angles. But
yeah, they're going to have to, what, Chico?
There's no ability for any of the players on Heretics to play off each other. I mean, how has Atta got off stairs here?
How's he gone to there?
I think that's the kill that really catches Heretics off guard, because that's the only crossfire that they can really hold. I mean, yeah, exactly. How? That's a tough blow, because it rocks the economy of Heretics as well.
This could have been a
destroyed
nice little gateway back into the game, right? This could have been a couple of stepping stones to get them back in force. Now,
yeah, I mean, if you win that and then get a little bit of momentum swing, maybe try and push for a 7-5, but
Kiwi patiently waiting, poised towards B long. It's going to be a captain to deal with all of that presence coming through. Working off the back of Zeke's utility. Flash goes in as well, notes nothing. They do need to be ready for this, but they will at least get to close quarters to an extent. But you can already see on the other side, Football is sitting a little bit deeper.
Oh, if they're all right there.
That could be a massive pain shell. A lot of chip damage, but they do mostly keep their life, apart from Zeke, who does go down, and now it starts to fall apart. The positioning was great. I was a little worried they'd be a bit too close, and maybe those frenzies could have found someone. But no, they shifted right
Rax
to the
did a
back of
good
the
job,
side.
though,
Perfect
of
readjustment.
not overcommitting to the
It was
rotate.
very telling when they were trying to work this way.
So some of these adjustments of Mod's utility have been so.
Dude,
on
does
point.
Phelan end up
In order
reading
for
this
them to
right and
come
going back
so
to
you have
Art?
to deal with that trap now. The information will be garnered on the side of FUT Esports anyway.
Oh, he's going back to door. Does he catch him on the
They
swing?
have no idea.
Oh,
He's
he got
many.
one.
Does get overrun by Kellogg's, and that's a rifle now in the hands. 30 seconds to make something happen with this. Avova, just the Sheriff still. Light armor for Kellogg's across his watch. Kiwi.
See,
sends
I
him
do
back
gotta
to
say the
Sheriff.
sound
Zero
delay
chance
kind
this
of
round
ruins
out.
those plays because you
With
can hear that
18
it's a
seconds,
successful
a
op shot before
1v4
before you see it.
near a
But it's fine. We'll deal with it.
would be needed, and Avova none the wiser. Doesn't even note the player on the side just yet. Can't even make it there.
Oh man, FUT
outclassing
Esports
Heretics.
rolling, bro.
Atta absolutely clapping. Heretics is something.
Hey, you know what though? If one of these series is quick, that's fine. It makes it easier for us to potentially catch more of NA challengers, you know?
Even in a 4v1.
Yeah. And one of the things we were really impressed with during Brazil, during lock-in, was the discipline we were seeing from footballists. That was something that we hadn't seen much of prior to that point, and seeing them still with this sort of look is fantastic. But maybe a small morsel of hope could be gained here for Heretics if they are able to get this. Get that third. Give yourself an opportunity of the back of potentially the pistol in the second. So they're going back to what had worked a couple of times. This B hit, trying to clear towards the back of the side, Fallen being a nuisance though, going to catch a little bit of damage towards Kellogg's, but keeping himself.
Oh, bro, I thought
finds
the
him.
Jet was
That's
actually going to
Fallen
step to the
gone
Nebula
outside
there
now, under Heretics' control.
and not clear him yet.
Pace change looking as if it might convert to Heretics obtaining a comfortable post-plant setup. Open plant this time around, so we'll be conscious. That wall is there, ready for the retake once again. Zeke, actually overstaying is welcome here. Cracks will punish that.
Yeah, not able to make it out.
Oh,
of
it's
sight. So all
Cracks?
the players now.
Okay.
Deep post plant. So if there's walls still in place and there's still position to be
Whoa.
had, this is where it gets dicey. Burning through that utility pretty early on, but they need to make a move here. Kel's gonna find one. Response is found. Kiwi's there. 3v3 now. Someone needs to get the pressure going though towards Long. Kiwi's gonna try and get that defuse started. Out of Captain, gonna push himself forward. Finds Mixwell en route, but couldn't get any further. Avova stops him. And time is running.
Oh,
Kiwi!
it's enough time.
The defuse is coming as
He was
well.
defusing behind him?
Gets ripped away from Heretics.
Absolutely mad. The FUT Esports
I thought when they flipped back over that he had gotten off.
A crucial
Pause.
kill.
I thought he had gotten off the
Finds
defuse.
Bladestorm headshot onto Cracks.
Wow,
Yeah.
At that point, you think maybe that's going to weaken the retake, but
that's insane.
again, FUT Esports happy to just barrel down and apply pressure to that backline after Mixwell falls. At that point, I mean, we noted how questionable that hold is. There's still numbers up on the side of FUT Esports. Again, side-by-side comparison, the adjustment here in this round
man.
for Esports is actually, yeah, okay, let's charge them down. Don't let them sit be long. At that point, you got to question Zeke's decision-making there because
To
Zeke
stick on site. I was a bit.
Talk
I
about
didn't know what to
pistols,
think.
man.
has to find 1 or 2 kills there, and it's a tall order.
Yeah, it's certainly not easy. But kind of talking through this half from the start, we kind of outlined some of those things we wanted to look at, Mike. It's a pretty telling picture scoreline-wise, but in the intricacies of it, was there anything you saw as a lifeline for potentially Heretics here, or is it the same issues still reappearing even with this agent change-up?
I mean, this is the part where I probably insert the motivational Kellogg speech, but that was absent.
Yes.
On this half where you'd argue that you hope they would have a lot more impact. Maybe there's an argument to be made. We'll get the operator online nice and early here. That's when we know that Kellogg's can be very impactful on the defensive half. But I mean, short of that, it's not feeling as if Heretics going to have the confidence to kind of carry across.
That's so gross, bro.
To the defense here.
Yes, I'm a little worried. Now
That's
again,
so risky with this deficit as well. To come away from that, you have to almost be level pegging or have some kind of buffer zone, because if that falls apart in 1 or 2 rounds, this is done. This is done and wrapped.
I think if we talk about it in a very realistic way, when you have someone like Kiwi having these sort of rounds, he can convert you maybe 1 or 2. So you're hoping you get at least a buffer of that.
I'm gonna
right?
sit down,
They
Chad.
don't have that right now. I was kind of hoping
I'm in
they'd
for a
get that
long
first,
day. My
maybe
legs are
build
already
off
kind
a
of
bit
tired. I
more,
think I'm gonna sit
try
for a
and
bit.
build the economy behind them. You get a couple rounds for Kellogg's to feel it out, but
Well,
there's just no room for this now.
And I guess the second concern to that is actually in terms of contingencies and how FUT Esports approach that. Synergy's just on point.
Yeah,
with
it
these
is.
players hitting shots, you don't want to be sending Kellogg's on a solo mission to desperately find an opener on the defense, because FUT Esports...
I think we're just gonna
play like
vibe like this, baby.
Yeah, and I just feel like everything I'm about to say is just adding salt to the wound. But I mean, Zeke ended that top fragging after being, I think,
Yeah,
almost
how?
James Bond.
How?
Yeah, it's quite telling. So this is just an out-performance from start to finish, at least on this half. Look, we've seen actual bigger comebacks. From
Yo,
this,
Chad,
but
appreciate
I
y'all
haven't
big
seen
vibing with
the
your boy,
spark
man.
that made me believe it could happen yet. That's what I'm waiting for.
A lot of different
Just
places
wanna
y'all
see
could be
it
watching
activate.
some VCT
Again, when I look at the
EMEA.
players, the
Appreciate y'all for
caliber,
vibing here, man.
The
Means a
pedigree
lot.
that is on Heretics, it's begging the question, where the hell are they?
Especially because I know it's like
Earlier about if you're getting back
dead
to
in the middle of the day.
80%
You know what I'm
of their
saying?
Performance levels. I feel like we're barely touching 50.
Yeah.
So
This is
appreciate y'all, for real, for real.
very, very absent from the side of Heretics. Remain open-minded for the second half
Absolutely.
and get the ball rolling nice and early. It's looking as if actually that proactive approach will be present here in the pistol round. Now, Boo has to play his part here and play his life, but unfortunately, FUT Esports are going to find themselves onto site so early that this three-man flank, with how early the plant's coming through,
They're gonna be
could
well
concerning.
expecting.
And actually, Avova's been punished.
What?
Look at where that kill's come through.
What? How the hell did that even happen? And there's just so much map control.
So they should
so
be
much
more
so
than
telling.
expecting this flank.
There's no presence
Yep.
elsewhere. No one in mid, no one pressuring through from CT. They've got to know about this flank so early on. So yes, Footballers will just escape back towards the side. They want to get some control somewhere. They get it for free almost. Boo gets deleted. So now it just looks like a flip of the script again. It's Heretics back on the attacking side. That didn't look great for him. So now let's do it with a time limit. What have you got for us? 3 of them working back in. Zeke's already gone. This is a trap.
This is all over, bro. Like, FUT just came out here and put their foot all up in
Yeah,
that.
respect Heretics taking
behind,
the
bro.
On the other side of things, from a fundamental standpoint, the decision making here from FUT Esports is on point. There's very little that Heretics can do once FUT Esports aren't positioned outside.
Do you force here, chat?
You cannot convert this three-man flank into anything.
If you're
As soon as
Heretics?
actually the penny drops, this kill comes through, and when Modge feels nothing else to connector, it's like, okay, cool, we find contact on B-Long, push and kill that guy because he's...
I almost feel like you
Don't
force
get
here
that
just to
kill
try and
now.
catch them
And
off,
then
right?
Like you said,
'Cause they're gonna
the roles
expect you with the
reverse at that
pistols?
point, and they can cement that site hole.
Got a couple
We
of
are gonna
stingers
see
in
a
hand.
Stinger or two. Sheriffs as well. This is a desperate attempt from Heretics. And I feel like they have to do this, but you can
Yep.
already see the rifles. We've got a Bulldog out for cracks. 2 rifles as well. Moj and Kiwi going to go towards that, and it looks like a flash is getting ready to be invested. High flash towards site, and allows Kiwi to try and get towards position. Already though, Kiwi now down. Zeke going to show his hand a little, but he's not alone in this, or at least hopefully he's not alone.
Oh my goodness!
To their grave, 2 back-to-back kills. Cuts them in
HP though.
half. And you're right, barely breathing after that. Oh god, there's so many lovely playing in unison. Kellogg's and Boo, good work there.
There you go.
1v3.
He threw the rifle up.
Housework.
I love it.
For one of the rifles. And as soon as the cage drops, Kellogg's is there. Lifeline garnered. How many rifles do they get out of this? A Spectre, Bulldog, okay.
All right.
It is. Boo's found one as
Decent-
well. So they
decent
do
in,
walk away with a decent amount of weaponry.
Decent artillery
So
change
actually,
for Heretics
some kind
there.
of team fight.
I mean, it's still obviously
Carries
a
out of the round
desperate
where FUT Esports
cry
are throwing bodies on the
from
line.
being in a good
Unfortunately,
position to pull off the comeback,
this
but
placement of the wall
you probably
from
feel a little bit
Zeke
better about
allows
that.
us to line up. Double peek the same angles, and FUT Esports desperate to convert, I guess on the utility timings, convert that presence towards site control.
Okay. Hey, look, it's given something the crowd to cheer for. I appreciate the Heretics fans.
Ear.
Please,
Something.
just give us a couple more. Let's see what they can achieve now. Finally having a little bit of money in the pocket.
You do got to be a little concerned for Team Heretics, though, knowing that they're going on to Lotus with how good FUT Esports looked on Lotus,
There it is, quite telling of positioning.
and they've looked this bad thus far. Yeah.
Wrap all the way around back towards B here. Zeke overwhelmed, Fallen flies in. Okay, and now it comes down to Kellogg's. This is where it gets a little scary, doesn't it? Because now Kellogg's is a little far away. Yes, he has support en route from Mixwell, but for a second or two, he is alone.
It's
Ooh,
tough
they
there.
paused.
Because they get a big upgrade, so now FUT Esports can slow this round down. There's no second peak coming through from anybody. So once Zeke falls, it's question marks for Heretics. Flash will confirm presence, but doesn't tell them too much.
No, and they're all sitting so deep, Mike. I mean, you've got, yes.
But they have to respect this rifle now.
Yep. So it does allow footballists to get to the door. Now there's a whole lot of utility set up this way, though.
30 seconds left.
Plenty for Boo to play with. You're going to see Avova, the supporting act to this. Paint shell, posted. Here we go. Utility now going to come into play. Here we're going to get...
Got a little bit of still 4v4 here.
But mostly keeping 15 seconds now. Heretics finally pulling the trigger. Boo's going to fight. Fallen's the one to find Avova. And now Boo's in danger.
What?
Overwhelmed. It's a 3v2.
How did this get turned around, bro?
Spike's now down. And okay, Mixwell barrels in. Takes down one by Pig. He gets traded. And now Kellogg's in the 1v2. He's got the rifle. Surely. But the timing, look at the position from Fallen. He's already trying to play with his timing. Will they just put him in there? Yes, Fallen going to check on this. A tap on the spot.
Oh!
Kellogg's is down.
Wow.
It's a thrifty round. They don't even need the rifles to do it.
Damn, man.
Take it to 12 with so little.
And this is another example where you look at the difference in fundamentals, right? Zeke's positioning, a one and done, as best as he can do there. Well, there's nothing he can do to kind of counteract. Even if he goes 1-for-1 there's an upgrade and ability for FUT Esports to slow this round down.
That's
and they absolutely
dirty.
punish Heretics for that. And then when contact
map point here for FUT Esports, man. After 15 rounds, bro.
They are
golly.
You are seeing a full 5-man squad. There is no messing around with that. Heretics are looking a little bit too individual. Kellogg's, though.
Nice entry, or nice first pick. Not an entry, I'm an idiot.
They do get a man advantage early on. Patient play now. See if footballers can find the equalizer here. Looks like they're eyeing up that B site, but again, there is presence. There are players here. Luckily, Boo does have a rifle. Obviously, for Zeke, only down to that Sheriff. But adjustments being made. They're just going to leave one player posted here. So they are accepting the player disadvantage to build with. A fake committed. But look at the difference here, Mike. They've got Anna Captain behind it. That is what you were looking to see and see if it draws the attention.
Somebody to sell this, honestly.
Cage triggered.
You've got to look for Zeke and Boo to find something here. Now actually find that kill at the time they have.
He sees him?
Avova's still going to have confirmation on the other side of things. Modge will fall.
Yeah, Avova stayed alive. Hell presence kept the site somewhat.
They don't expect Avova, right? Because they know where Kellogg's is?
Need mistakes from Heretics. It's so hard to make this happen for yourself. So little safety here as well.
Right?
See the map just becoming smaller and smaller. Avova is pretty low now, 2 HP.
I would have figured Avova would have...
Ooh, it's messy, but it gets the job done. Okay, just one more player
gotten cleared.
This could be 4 for Heretics.
There it is.
He's going to get started. Cracks. I don't think he can find
Nah, you don't push it.
Fuse is very safe right now.
Ain't no sense. You might as well keep your rifle.
For Heretics again found here.
Here.
4 standing, an early pick, converted into success.
4 on the board now for Heretics, but again, another rifle lost out here will force out a repurchase. Kellogg's one off the Blade Storm, so something to offset the economy slightly in one of these rounds, but again, it hasn't really been an awful lot of success on his side at least, so not something that Heretics want to rely on.
So you got the Seekers available to you if you're Heretics here.
Actually, FUT Esports will throw back investment here.
Kellogg's could potentially...
Yeah, kind of strange purchase, actually.
Yeah, look at the commitment.
Pick up knives up off of a single pick here.
Just basically deathmatch as soon as they crest that corner, if they crest that corner. It looks like the fight's about to happen. Yeah, Boombot going to come in, trade out of utility.
Kellogg's might be able to get one at...
Kellogg's, careful now. Seeker's going to come through. All of this utility is still blind. Unconfirmed damage potentially.
Honestly, that was a really good
Kellogg's a little bit, but top step
paint shit.
Kiwi. Oh, what? He gets bailed out on it. The trades are good for football.
Wow.
Fallen is popping off. 3 big kills, and they win the brawl. They win the fight, and they leave Heretics with just 2.
How?
I don't think Zeke's going to have a say in this ahead of the spike being planted either. Poison Orb comes up. Very difficult for him to commit to pushing through this now. And actually, the pit's going to go down.
Oh, dude. It's over.
Sight here, but Zeke's slipping into it. Cracks has found him, though.
He knew what he wanted. He knew the objective was to try
Pit's
and
down.
That Viper on the site. And now
Turn this thing into a parking lot. It's over.
feels disastrous here for Heretics. And a celebration for Footballists, but let's see if Boo can do anything. No one giving him chance. So difficult to pry these players out of position.
Sheesh, bro.
And there's
Too
the
easy.
first fight, and it's
17 rounds, also 13-4.
Fantastic here. Heretics, though, bit of a shadow of their former selves.
Yeah, they're looking very.
Chat, I said it earlier though about Heretics, right?
Away from this performance, like I said, so many rounds that are the, characteristic-wise, the ones that we talk about concerns for teams.
Like, why would you lose?
From a fundamental standpoint, looking absolutely on point.
Pearl
Atta and Mr. Fallen
at lock-in,
so sharp in so
and then
many situations
start
to bail FUT Esports
your
out,
season on Pearl.
Things spiral out of control for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think when we talked about kind of
Yeah,
carrying on from Brazil and how he felt about it, yes, one of the two sides has very much gone in the right direction.
I don't understand it.
There was some positives.
Is there anybody who can help me understand it?
Gone away and completely overhauled the way they approach.
Feel free to throw out your thoughts.
More time, this might look a little bit better, but we definitely haven't seen that in map one.
Only thing I can think is you thought that maybe you could try and put up a better performance and tell people that your weakness is now your strength, maybe, but they just did not look good. Like, they did not look organized. I don't think it was a case where like FUT was like more organized than them. Like, they just did not seem in control at all from the word go, you know? Gecko got hit with a small nerf today. Was it to the wingman or what? Little Chicken Little? I know it's not actually his name, but I love calling him Chicken Little. Sounds so cute. By the way, chat, while we're in between games here, man, if y'all are watching over on YouTube, if y'all can help me out, do me a favor. If y'all haven't already hit that like button, seems to be helping out with the algorithm. And when we get a bit more likes, we get more people stopping through the streams, especially after the fact. If y'all are watching on Kick, since we are multi-streaming over on Kick, man, we're going to be doing a lot of watch parties over here, Valorant and ALGS. If y'all are esports fans like your boy, do me a favor, hit that follow button, man. Let's see if we can rush up to 75. All right? Maybe. That's a good point, Tim. Maybe just a bad first day out the gates. Again, just strange for me that it just seems like they led with the weakness, and I don't. Because now, if I am playing against Team Heretics, if you do not ban that map first, I am picking Pearl. Until you show me otherwise. Unless my team's like dog shit on Pearl, but you see Pearl picked a lot. You know what I mean? Y'all appreciate you. Boogie boogie. Bro, the music always slaps on VCT. That's just a big facts. FAX. I gotta figure out when I'm gonna find some time to edit down, or I shouldn't say edit down, but edit this interview with John from Leave No Witness yesterday. We had a really good chat. Just another long one, kind of like with Loopy, which I don't mind. Like, I feel like the talks have been really good. I just feel bad because I don't really want to put that much B-roll over it. I also don't know if B-roll is not really necessary on a like podcast style interview thing. Also, I've been contemplating maybe getting to like a once a week doing like live interviews. I think would be kind of cool. We're still probably a little bit of ways from that yet. Yeah, but I mean, so especially with John sent me over some B-roll stuff that like I do want to use. It looks really, really clean. I just might mostly use it in the front half to kind of get people
What a
interested in
start
it,
for
and then once we're like
FUT, and
into the
also
meat of
fans
it,
Turkey, I know you
leave it
guys
up
are
kind of just
watching
raw,
right now.
you know?
They beat Heretics
I
in
know
a
that sounded
dominant
probably
fashion
really
on
cute,
Pearl.
but you know what I
You
mean.
can see when I'm back here with Vincent and Lothar, you guys were leaning a little bit towards FUT, but did you expect it to be that much heavy in their favor?
I didn't expect them putting their foot so hard down, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
I like it. I like that one.
I love it, really.
Yeah.
Talking about that, putting the foot down, pedal to the metal, it's absolutely what I love. I'll be honest about that.
Yeah, they put their
You
foot
need
in
to
that
cover it.
ass.
Look
Never
at that.
failed to amaze you with the car references. Well done, by the way.
Listen,
Well done.
they
Yeah.
were going left lane autobahn all the time, as it would be just your old.
Okay,
regional
one's
BMW
enough.
driver.
One per
Okay.
map. One per map.
I'll give it like that.
Yeah.
It was wonderful to see how FUT played, because their passiveness in that first half was exactly what I loved about them. This was the FUT that I knew.
But
They
I do
went-
feel like
they also
the
went
interviews
again
lately,
and won
like
whites
they don't
and
require
won
much
played.
editing. Like it's not.
That's very anti.
Maybe editing's the wrong word, but
Yeah.
that we typically watch. So that's
You know,
like
getting the-
it's like an antithesis of this region. But
screen part where it pulls down the topics, doing some B-roll stuff, and we're talking about results.
Kind of like yesterday on Icebox from Fnatic and Giants, it looked very similar to some degree, because what I didn't really like about the Heretics decision making there was during the attack, they had such a proactive composition with the hub of the sky who can initiate rounds, and yet I have never seen a round which was initiated with the ultimates and cascaded upon. So it's like there's many things that we should definitely talk about later in the stages, but as you can see in the fragging department,
Dude, still seeing and looking and seeing like
Hey,
the
listen, what did I say
Rambo
earlier? It was
announcement out of
always a good move
ALGS
to buy
is
an entire
sad,
roster
bro.
just to get him.
I was a
Keep
big
overall on the
Rambo
defensive
fan.
side, you know, you had a lot of
Still
moments
am. I mean, I'm still gonna be a
where it was
Rambo fan. I'm gonna
wonderful
keep
to
up with
watch.
him.
It
Hopefully,
was never that overly spectacular. I can't believe this is the play of the season, because he's just solid in what he does, which then +1 comes to the matter of fact that Heretics allowed him to have those easy kills. And if there's one man who can capitalize on that, it is Kiwi. But I would even go further, say there, Lothar, and would say it's not only Kiwi who did great. I would even say the entire team, maybe except Marsh, who always had to rotate last, was definitely doing a great job in the mid.
I wonder if he was just tired of like
don't really get a
the
lot of opportunities
like
unless your team is
up
not
and
doing
down of
He
looking
doesn't
for a
need to,
team
though.
and realizing that a lot of
Mr.
teams aren't
Fallon's
sticking around
taking on
Apex for a
Asher.
while.
I thought he looked really solid, and
Yeah.
I think a lot of this discipline that you guys talk about might come down to the IGL coaching, how they're kind of playing with the team. But Kiwi, let's take a look at some of the highlights on that map, because I feel like that was just his map. The Turkish Jet, you know, you were a fan of the Turkish Neon, Turkish Rays as well. What can't they do?
Let's start with Phoenix, but I would like to see a Euro. But either way, let's step away from that. I'm genuinely positively surprised in the sense of that he could repeat that performance again and again and again and again. And now as we're on the
All right,
stage
chat,
here
so that
for
last
Berlin,
game
it's even better to see that they start off in that
was,
fashion.
what,
And this is what I
13-5,
meant.
right?
I've never seen Kiwi make frags somewhere in the
13-4?
middle, somewhere with a lurk, somewhere aggressively going in with his satchels. And this is what I like
So
so
do we
much about him.
think
He can wait it
Lotus,
out and let the opponent run in.
knowing how
Simple
good
and
FUT
most effective.
Esports has looked on
we have seen
Lotus,
here the highlights package. There's a lot of kills with the operator when they
do we
just
think
someone
Lotus
dry peeks into him.
Exactly.
So
goes
not-
higher or
those are
lower
like
on
first
round
contact
count?
when you're holding out, when you're holding what
Or
is
the
other-
same?
the long on B, right? There has to be utility used to make sure that there's no.
I think I might
opponent
actually have to take the
holding
lower,
angle,
the
and
under,
that was just
the
not
over-under.
happening. So
I might have to take the under on that.
Just a fest of fragging over and over again, and also I really liked his grounded position on B from dugout. Like that was really tough to get him out of it, and we have seen like a lot of utility being used in that position, and then he just made one step back, and it's like still fine.
No chance to get him out there. It was his home ground, basically. But to get into that, what you said about the operator, if there's one man on Heretics that I find a great operator player, it's obviously Kellogg's. But he didn't even give him a chance for like an open, fair 1-versus-1 duel.
But that problem is that you mentioned that Kellogg's is expected to play the operator, but I was like, wait, round 7, I see Kellogg's on operator on attack. And that round was very big. It showcased the problem for the team, because on round 7 we had Jet operator not getting any action on long B. They had 30 seconds to go towards A, swap the guns with Avova, and then Jet just dashed on side, but it was already too late, too long. Everyone died before even Jet got there.
Well, let's talk about some of those problems a little bit more, because losing in this fashion against the team.
I don't know if
that
you
on
can
paper
call
maybe
for that
they are
rotate
expected
though,
to
right?
do.
If you don't necessarily
It
know,
doesn't feel right.
doesn't that end up leaving B wide open?
Players on this roster, they're not the people that lose.
If you take
like
the
that.
op off B?
Well, Zeke as well, the new IGL. What do you guys think was going on here?
I genuinely would like to say that probably one of the issues here, Lothar, and we could definitely discuss that, is that
Bro,
if
it's
you
already
don't
1
play
o'clock,
out
chat.
utility early against
Crazy,
this team,
man.
if you
And I know
don't
they
play
say
out
already,
anything,
even though it's
don't
only an
take
hour
around,
into this
they'll
into the stream, but
stay like they're
like-
made out of stone on the side, and if you try to come onto their side, they'll throw everything at you. And this is one of the issues we've seen with Heretics. They were not really on their attacking side trying anything that would throw them off guard.
I mean, even if they were using it, like Harbor on Zeke has the perfect opportunity to sell fakes, to like gather space in the first like seconds of the round with the cascade, like going from long B, blocking the players in backside B, but not a single time on the space was like
thinking about maybe
cascading.
rearranging
So we
my
didn't see any value from the ultimates. We didn't see a lot of value
workspace.
being bought with flashes, which is a problem when that's the main reason why you play this composition.
I'll just say higher. Why not?
Yes,
I mean,
the
to be
energy
fair,
felt a little bit lower, right?
higher's
It
a,
wasn't
it, like
as
if we're
high
talking
as
about
it's
gambling bets.
But as well, something is not going on. But it could just be a
Higher is
bad day,
definitely
it could
like
just
the
be a
better
bad
odds,
day.
you know?
The players are warming up right now in aim.
For
labs
instance,
as we head into the next map. We
That
have
Lotus
Kevin
map
and
that we
Blue here, of
ended
course,
the
who
day
was
with
the
yesterday,
IGL.
since I didn't
But
watch
today
Fnatic
he's
versus
not
Giants,
on
was
that
38
role.
rounds.
Do you think that's maybe
Just the one
affecting
map.
him, at all?
You know?
It's very hard to say. That's the problem that we have as the viewers have as well. We don't hear the comms from the team. We don't really know what was exact decision making behind swapping Boo and Zeke when it comes to the IGL role. So it's hard to say after just one map. We'll see what.
So he's doing Ascent
You know, it was just an
warm-up.
observation. We didn't hear the comms, but I personally believe on some attack rounds, it looked like they were not 100% certain what the plan was. When you go in like 30, 40 seconds left, you need to have one plan steady and to go. And if you're like, oh, we're going back. No, we're not going back. Do we actually go site? That sometimes look uncomfortable.
Well, the good news is,
Yeah, they did not look very decisive. That's actually a pretty good
which I believe
critique.
Is Lotus. This is gonna be
It
very,
looked like
very
they were kind of
interesting. We
like
saw that get played yesterday. As
questioning
well, but
every
unlike
push
the
almost.
First map, there's not so
Or
much
even retake.
footage on one of these teams.
Well, Heretics didn't play it even once, so there's absolutely no tape. You know?
No footage.
Ah, good one.
Thank you.
That was a. Oh, I missed that one. That's on
We
me.
did it. I looked at Vincent
I got
when I
it.
said it. Yeah.
I got it. No worries.
I was reading my notes.
No worries, old man. Go on.
Yeah, well, you cannot have any footage.
I got it.
From I
you
got it
can't
now.
go back and do it
From
again.
Heretics.
Stop.
Yeah.
Just
So that's gonna be a problem for FUT. It's a big advantage for Heretics because one, FUT will have to think about what kind of composition Heretics are choosing and how is the plan for them to execute that composition, and then they have to make it happen during the game. So they have everything, every challenge right now in front of them on this map. But it's their choice. So I have high expectations on of FUT right now on this map than in the previous one.
I mean, they looked great at lock-in. Everything they were doing, just what? They beat 100 Thieves.
That is exactly the point. Just to reiterate, 100 Thieves. Not just any NA team. They beat 100 Thieves on that map.
What's
and for
today?
Me personally, that's a big thing to do. 'cause
Today's
we're talking about
Tuesday,
one of the
right?
teams that we consider to be the best in that region. So for me personally,
Still trying
I have
to decide if
say
I'm going
it is
down
a
to
big
DC
surprise.
this
The
weekend,
first
chat.
nine,
Just so
wonderful
we're
attack side,
being
where
transparent
most
with y'all. I
of the
don't
time
know
finding great
if we are or
entries,
not yet.
But never like unsupervised.
Do you think, because for the viewers who don't
Otherwise, we'll be
yeah,
watching
we have seen
Valorant over here all weekend.
Exactly.
from FUT being played at lock-in, but the thing is,
Yes.
Since we have like a
Play
2-week
with
break
Neon.
from ALGS.
it becomes very apparent what is the plan. Like, how do you execute? How do you gather the space? And with Neon, a lot of it revolves around opening gambits during the barrier drop because you're capitalizing on the maximum speed of the Neon. So do you think that Heretics now have a little bit of an upper hand because they know how this composition should work?
Well, we'll see in due course because we're heading into Agent Select shortly. Again, you guys said we haven't seen Heretics play this. I'm looking forward to seeing what agents are going to be picking up. But as with you, Vincent, I liked.
You got a hater on your
I
short
don't wanna see
today?
it change.
No,
I liked it.
No, I don't want to see it change either. It looked
No worries, no worries.
absolutely rock solid. And as we're getting into that, let's see. Oh, there's already a little bit of an adaptation. As we
I was saying, I think I
never mind.
followed you on
Sorry,
the-
I'm
on
losing
the
myself.
kick,
I'm losing
right?
myself.
It is
I'm
the same,
losing
but
myself.
let's look at Heretics over here. Zeke has moved over to
that's the
Sage
Omen.
now, and
Yeah.
Avova on the Omen. This is more what we expected from Heretics, I guess.
Well, Sage?
Double Sage, actually.
On Lotus here, I understand the
I did
One
now.
thing I understand is like why you choose Sage
Yeah.
for this map, just kind of similar to Haven, when you just kind of use the wall to block one of the passages towards your side. But at the same time, we have seen him already on Harbor,
Yeah.
and Harbor is really good on this map. Feels like made for it.
Yo, appreciate you, bro.
Get so much value with the vision denial. So I'm wondering what is the thought process here?
You know, one thing I don't see on the Team Heretics side is that one particular agent that could really help.
Oh, I should probably go ahead. I'm trying to get better about chaptering these, like,
right? There would be a diversity.
as I go.
Think of breach would be one if you hit the right position, obviously. That's just one example that I would think of. So there's nothing particularly appealing.
Because I usually forget to go back and do it.
Well, as I said yesterday during the broadcast, I'm really not a fan of
And I don't know if it's very useful for people.
I feel like the value is just so
Or
not
people
there
will use
when you
them.
compare it to, like, KO.
But I mean, fuck them. If I'm putting up VODs, might as well.
You get immediate amount of
Yeah, I
value
mean.
from those agents. Why Sky has a problem because her ultimate is not always reliable. The heal is something that you need to get into the ground first. The proactivity
Might as
is
well.
a little bit, let's say, less flexible.
Right. No, I totally see your point. And
Yeah, I
really
saw that,
about
Oogie.
Lotus again,
I saw that.
I think the most important part is Kiwi again.
That would
He
be
dropped
dope.
30 kills, 100 thieves. He probably could do that again.
Well, let's see if he can, but Heretics, they have to win this map if they don't want to walk away with a loss on week 1. The Turkish casters are looking pretty happy. Let's check in with our casters. How are you doing, Pansy and Hypok?
Sue, we are filled with joy. Nothing like a one-sided map 1 and then hopes and prayers for map 2.
Yeah, dude. I honestly
I
hate
like
seeing
that.
one-sided
The
matchups. I hope this
unknown,
thing gets a little bit
Michael.
closer.
Always the optimist is what they say about you. But no, I'm worried here because this Neon pick coming out looked really good when we saw it before.
Yeah, tried and tested.
I think it works well.
The response is required on the side of Heretics, and unfortunately we didn't see anything in terms of,
Sure.
I guess, the planning and preparation executed correctly on Pearl. So you've got to
Show me
question
what you
that.
got.
Exactly, you've got to question
Show
that
me.
coming into something that FUT Esports looked exceptionally comfortable employing versus 100 Thieves. So concerns do continue, unfortunately, but we stay open-minded.
I will wait and see. I think that's the big thing for me, that this has been, as said, proven to be very solid for the side that just looked incredibly strong. So Heretics, I hope you've got a plan. I hope that man on your screen,
All right.
for example, has a great game.
Let's see if Heretics can have a better
Kiwi's been off to a belting
better
start.
Lotus
Could
here,
not ask
man.
any more
They did
from
not
him.
look good on Pearl.
Absolutely.
That was their map.
coming into
Again, I don't
this.
know why you pick a map
We're gonna
that
find
you
out as to
lost
why. Footballist up against Heretics.
in
map 1, forget about it.
the
Map 2, it's a
lock-in.
fresh start
just
here.
to start off your season, but I'm not going to
We
keep
just
beat a
have
dead
our fingers
horse.
crossed we get the Heretics we want to be seeing. Let's see how they look on this map after, again, Footballist tested up against international talent here and came out looking good.
Imagine we'll probably see a lot of C pushes here. It seems to be pretty popular on the map.
It's actually going to be a fairly fast see here.
Ooh, I like that.
I like-
But Krax is actually, Kellogg's follows through. Krax is going to find 3 kills.
But
It looked really good on paper, but in actuality, it kind of fell to
You're
pieces.
lunging
Nova
at
left
him,
with
though.
whatever is remaining.
he has his gun out and you do not. I don't know about that looking good.
Rid of that to Crack somehow, remaining
I think it looked good as soon as he got lifted up, and then
from all
the
of that interaction.
movement was
Oh, I
not.
like the wall idea.
Almost like the Paper X approach to playing Sage, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Oh,
Again,
that's
the
a good point,
execution
Oogie. If he
is
thought he
kind
hit
of
the headshot and then tried to move. Good point.
Questionable
Yeah.
in terms of the result. Obviously, to have 2 members of FUT Esports stacked there in that corner to punish it. Maybe not something that's anticipated by Heretics, but now I see the 2v5, and actually both players now tagged up 6 and 13 HP respectively.
Yeah, just a very slow and painful death at this point. Spike is still in
30
the hands of
seconds
Avova,
left.
but I don't think there's really anywhere to go at this point.
Do you just like turn around if you're a Vova and just like full send into B and hope for the best?
Novova's already been seen a couple of seconds ago anyway. We'll find a consolation, but it's another round where 4 remains. And again, that would be an interesting statistic to look at, even with the pistol round aside.
I really like how clean this new HUD is in between rounds, chat. Thoughts?
In their round victories.
Oogie, you watched quite a bit last split, right?
Kellogg stinks that first kill is going to come through, and he wants to capitalize.
I think it looks a lot cleaner.
Preemptively, has trust in his teammates.
Yeah.
It just doesn't happen.
No, it certainly didn't. So, shake it off. Maybe just a little unfortunate. Maybe not. Let's see what they've got in store with us now. I'm looking at maybe someone getting a little proactive. Lovely paranoia, quelling any early progress, and the smoke to follow. And the avenue of approach towards A gets somewhat quickly denied.
here ready with the wall this time around. Different setup once again for FUT Esports, and looking so fluid on the previous map in terms of constantly keeping Heretics guessing.
Bruh.
And really punishing Heretics.
They were already waiting for him in mid door.
And defense.
Smokes have been lovely so far, really putting Heretics on the back foot. But
So Smoke's going to force them back just a little bit, but it looks like they still might be looking to take a peek into B.
And just no opportunities being given here. Denied the full picture of the two players there off the back of the knife, but still noting one. A split towards mid, looking again quite
Could potentially still just be one person, because I don't think anybody knows that was 2 and B. So they haven't given away too much information, so push it back to C.
Kellogg's does get in, but does receive a bit of damage, and Ada not really scathed. No utility to force him out of position or make another.
No rifles advantage, just going to be so much here.
One by one they fall. Ada Captain just absolutely battering them.
Baby, they all fall down.
It's not really being given much to play with here.
That's just rewarded.
I think
the crowd want it.
The crowd are calling.
He definitely hears that. Gonna go forward for it. Not finding over. Will snatch it away at the last second. Mr. Fallen to seal the deal though. Comfortable start once again for FUT Esports. Opportunity here actually to spread the funds a little bit and maybe get themselves a comfortable purchase coming into round 3. Yeah, I think it's just anticipating the reposition from Ascent. It just doesn't come. You see.
Oh, brother. Not like this.
These are all just lovely confidence builders, aren't they? A couple of individuals now. Cracks in round 1. You've had Fallen having a lovely little couple of moments, and Ada Captain already starting to build up too.
Oh, Oogie, I found
like to see one of them start
was in Skirny's stream last night. And he was talking about how you can just dock like the kick chat in OBS. That made things so easy. So then I can just put my other YouTube chat popped out next to it.
Towards that C site. It is going to be Mosh on the other side. Now really tested. Overwhelmed in the end, and Zeke does get the site under control. Spike still not committed just yet, about to cross through. And there it is. Plant going to come in.
So yeah, I'm hoping Zeke did turn back for the plant there, because the Sage Wall just obscuring a little bit of default. Don't want any of those sight lines denied if Heretics do want to sit back and play towards Mound. See actually Mr. Foreign how far he can get here, because that alarm bot's still up. Boo was actually just about to push towards site, but it will protect his presence. Really nobody else from Heretics turning for it though, that's important.
Yeah, there's a flash from Cracks. No one actually going to get punished back. Nice timing on the paranoia.
Crack tried to enter in too soon.
Keep them at bay, and this is good so far. Hold on.
That's
any more damage, I get worried, because these are rifles, remember. This gets costly. That's down to just Zeke. And the round will be Heretics, but the damage
as I say, it's very costly.
Is unbelievable.
And Mr. Fallen actually gets the upgrade as well, so able to swap that Bulldog out and hold on to it.
Good round for them there.
Look at the funds on the left side of your screen here.
Freeze restroom real quick, chat.
Other than Atta, we had to get as close to actually Kiwi onto the operator very early on, round 4 for him.
Incredibly quick to get that. See how that changes the dynamic though.
I'm saying that's why it's key for nobody else actually to turn once that alarm bot takes contact. Things do look a little worrisome there, because Boo has no information on what's on the other side of the alarm bot. There's no real confirmation on backside of C to know exactly who's positioned there.
Ooh, I want to see if he commits to the challenge here, Kiwi. Yeah, he does. Sticks around for it, catches Boo. Big damage early. And they're going to adjust swiftly off the back of that, looking elsewhere. They don't fancy it, but again, when you are playing something like Neon, you can be so mobile.
Reposition here.
Nice.
He finds the opener. Kiwi looking for a blind shot through the smoke. You hear actually the dash coming through here. He's going to have to get away.
Oh, Kellogg's, what an adjustment, but being toyed with here. Kiwi trying to find a little bit of time to reset the tempo himself. Falls away, does get to keep his life, but player advantage sitting with Heretics. They now even have the spike down. This is big. Scrappy, sure, but you'll take what you can get. What can these two players do?
With Boo down, actually, Avova is looking this way. We'll hear the spam come through, actually. Avova happy to swing onto this. We'll find the first Atta next up on the chopping block. Able to escape, though, initially. Oh, repeats it.
He's called Avova. Okay, where are the others in? No, come on! It's suddenly looking a little bit more viable, but they have the operator. They didn't really fancy going for this too much. Maybe they had incredible success in that opening fight, playing it back in through middle, but...
Secondary objective here, though. They've done damage in a situation where actually they were just banking on saving the operator. I think both players looking to reposition to catch that retreat out of B, and Zeke actually fall into this. I mean, he does have 2K in the bank, but potentially an extra rifle to pass across to a teammate. With a few members of Heretics sat around 3,500.
Yeah.
You'd almost want that coming into this round.
Yeah, nice pivot though. Got to say, Zeke giving them the opportunity there, and somehow I don't know how Keloqz got that kill.
How did Kiwi get away from that?
What? I don't know.
Zeke doesn't know how he died either.
No, no, he's very confused by this. But I do want to see the money. So we did note, obviously, Zeke did go down, but they have been able to get a full. Oh, guys, come on, just rebrand.
We were doing so well.
We were having a great time. All right, well, hopefully that does get resolved quickly. I'm looking to see if I spot the issue.
I was going to say,
has someone dribbled on their keyboard?
Do we get the bingo card out already?
Oh, is it time?
No, not yet.
Not yet.
We don't know how long it's going to be yet.
True, true. Does seem as though it was an audio issue, but I still see like headsets on mostly. They're chatting away.
Yeah, this is a short one.
Oh, how dare you say that?
Oh, a technical pause.
I'm
confidence.
I've never been
brimming with
so
confidence.
upset with you.
Should be underway. Couple of seconds now.
All right, I'll leave you to fill this one because it should be easy.
I've actually got I've got something to do over
Oh,
here.
you've got somewhere to be.
Yeah. Oh,
All right.
that. Can hear a countdown.
All right, first technical pause of the day. Not too bad.
There we go. It was for just a mere couple of seconds. Your confidence was correctly placed, but a scrap from the beginning again.
Speaking of confidence, Kiwi, adjustment on the side of FUT Esports here, being they're going to post him up deep with the operator. Previously challenging outside C, but Heretics haven't explored this space outside A just yet.
You should run. Okay, there's that lockdown. Which is a nuisance. Oh God, fallen.
Yeah, he actually finds it blind there. Unfortunate not to.
Yeah, they do manage to get away from the site. Fallen. He's fine though.
Gets one, doesn't have to
threat
worry about
license
anything.
Points. The spike can go down.
Hmm.
And no attempt at a backline sort of be disrupted here either. It's all very much from CT. Sort of a split from B.
Rifles back in hands all the way around.
He's going to try and slip away, invests the slow.
5v5 on the retake.
Again, though, it's already Football starting to build. That's Fallen finding Zeke. That's the first step, but Keloqz is waiting patiently. No one aware of this yet, and Keloqz does strike. Cracks goes down. This time they're aware of it, though. Has to play it so carefully. It's perfect.
He almost turned and got two there.
Looking real good for Heretics. Yes, it's a 3v3, but tough to bring that operator in, and they're shutting it down. Footballist, time to back away here. They've been handling this so far.
Actually, whether or not Avova's going to try and chase this down, Punish for he will find the kill, but Heretics get their third on the board, and that's crucial. 2 survives, so again, the economy
And they keep their
once again, but
I mean, that's at least something, right?
A little more confident
I guess.
Heretics approach here on Lotus. Going to be a judge to offset this operator carried across. The first line of ultimates just about coming online for Esports.
Is Olympus really coming back for ranked on Apex? I'm seeing people post on the TL. Is that true?
Heretics have not addressed that side of the map at all.
That's got to be a bug, right?
That Heretics won't have a clue about.
Yeah.
I said actually, Mr. Fallen previously, I think, baiting out almost over faking the TP early on in the round just to kind of plant the seed of doubt. And Mr. Fallen's been taking that space behind it. I'm curious, and actually, whether or not this timeout will prompt a different approach here from FUT Esports altogether. I don't think things have spiraled out of control by any stretch.
No. But maybe just trying to get a grip on that C piece that has been coming in.
Yeah, even the previous one, you got to ride that off with the lockdown. It's one of those that's like you have to approach it completely differently unless somebody gives you a kill ahead of that lockdown being invested or ahead of the site being taken control.
Bro, the Heretics coach has his mouth, like, mic in his mouth. He's like, you listen here.
So apparently there is some adjustments to be had for Footballist.
But yes, addressing this C site here, that previous round isn't necessarily one you take into
No,
account
but there
until
were
that
ones-
lockdown is available once again.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be interested to see what they come up with if there is a new look here.
Here's the rubble approach.
Yeah, now the one bonus is, I guess, I say bonus, that's a weird way to say it, but Footballists only have Sheriff, so they're not going to be in the position to challenge in the same sort of way.
And that could be the actual green light for Heretics to address is actually on a round where they do feel a little more comfortable. Problem being, is that judge still in play? No, it's not. Mods did have it in hand. And that would have been problematic pushing into an area like Tree, but elsewhere, Atta's found Boo.
Okay. But sight shouldn't be an issue. I say with bated breath. Okay,
Oh, okay. Probably shouldn't have pushed through there. Let's be honest.
Players in towards heaven, but again, it should be okay. And Kellogg's creeping closer. It's all right. He's found out a captain. That's good. Does a little bit of a dance around it. Now he's in danger. Oh,
shut up.
Lucky to be alive at times, but they do manage to get the job done. As the operator found, Kellogg's going to get that into the pocket. Heretics trying to find a bit of fun here, but that was only a sheriff round with a little bit of that threat coming through from that additional weapon. But again, Heretics playing it well. Good call to hit that A site then.
Yeah. Beautiful timing to capitalize on it. And whilst we're saying there are concerns for Heretics not addressing this side of the map as well, FUT Esports haven't had to hold on to it just yet. So that's actually going to pull the emphasis in terms of the setup early on here. Looks like Mods might still just be tasked with holding on to it solo. Mr. Fawnin looking to rotate. Atta, you can feel him just heating up a little bit now. Comes Mike, catch him on the retreat, yep. Kellogg's actually shift walking into that slow orb just to pick up a deeper angle to punish on the retreat. Beautiful
When you get caught with a shoulder sticking out, like, bruv.
The operator has to be a sign of things slowing down a little bit for Heretics. They're able to work the pick nice and early.
Found one.
We are starting to see that test of the A site now. Hadn't seen much of it before. The knife did come through from the footballist trying to ensure no one was going towards C, but it is going to be this A hit. So Moj left on a bit of a platter. Yes, has the full setup in place, but it'll be hard to hold. Kellogg's lovely angle. This time going to get found though. Kellogg's falls. Now the side on the scrutiny.
Oh, no.
He's got support this time.
Okay, Rez coming in.
And we're going to see both sides trying to just get what they can, but it's a player advantage for Heretics.
Heretics, yeah, I was going to say, still
Kiwi and Cracks.
got the advantage here.
Any chances in this?
No command on the retake here, whether or not they do want to invest it. Maybe if they find a kill. Actually, no, ahead of this, so...
Right, the angle's back.
Deny any utility for this retake.
But Zeke's still on the side. They don't know about this just yet, and flying on in, Kiwi might...
He probably heard them, right?
Zeke just on the other side to this. He's going to hear all these steps. He does have Kellogg's there waiting to try and help him for the cross now. Zeke needs to play ahead of it, and he does. Good work, good spacing from
I thought he legit just turned around, snapped on that.
Make sure they found the player. And Heretics still holding on to this lead, 5-2 now.
Looking much...
I mean, it's an offensive sided map, though, right?
In terms of the fundamentals here for Heretics.
Yes.
The setups look much better in the post plant. Again, naturally, their ability to find these openers. Definitely a big contrast from map one.
One enemy remaining.
Stark contrast. It's just the way that we're actually seeing them kind of play as five. It felt map one, it was just 5 individuals.
Disjointed, yeah.
Yeah,
This
that's
is
true.
Much better. They've broken
That's true,
the back
Oogie.
of the money from footballers too, so really adding insult to injury. Kellogg's starting to, well, he was doing very well with this, but I am seeing Kiwi creeping.
Noted now, though. Kiwi's posted up pretty deep.
I just realized that the volume for some reason got a little bit lower, so I'm going to bump it up just a little bit. Let me know if the game volume ends up being too high. But it looked like it was a tad bit low.
At the bit.
Yeah, he'd love to get that, wouldn't he?
Heretics almost anticipating some sort of push from FUT Esports here. They will get, he's close enough to hear these steps.
Yeah, he absolutely is. Kiwi.
Oh, Kiwi.
Play behind them. This is perfect.
Does he catch boot?
Oh my
does!
God, that's stunning. That is huge amounts of damage. He's seen everything. They've got 3 players here now.
He can get the orb as well now.
That's the ult.
He's actually got the ult online.
Okay, this is starting to piss me off.
That could be a big curveball for FUT Esports in this round.
And now for Heretics, so they don't know what part of the map's been taken. They only have the safety that's in front of them. They could be behind the wire, and they're looking to fight their way back through. Zeke going to cut off that avenue of approach from the A side, maybe considering the stack, and rightly so.
That makes
Zeke,
sense.
Great positioning, beautiful. And maybe a double pump now. Actually going to go right back to it, but
they're walking into 2 players.
There wouldn't be a fight towards it. Kellogg's up for the battle, though. Walks away with both. And now just that judge in one, but the ult is there. Kiwi. Oh,
what is this?
Zeke is so unaware. And now
And lockdown.
as well. The upgrade's found. Moj, what can you do? The plant's not even down 10 seconds. Moj, what is the plan? The TP, he's out of there. Over to the
Oh, that's
C-side.
really smart.
Plant's gonna come in, and
That
it's
was
a
so smart to go to
mile
C.
away.
Mod just got to get back on this, but does he read the
He's heard it,
reposition? He's
heard
heard the
it.
step from mix roll.
Oh,
He's got the
it's a
kill.
1v1. Avova's 21 HP, but it's Avova. Roll back the years. Give me the vintage of Ova in this. Moj, though, stepping closer now. Avova, this is terrifying. Each other down, and they have no idea
got
how
the turret.
close they are. The turret comes in. And Avova slips away, smartly done. The angle now.
Nicely
Avova
done.
needs to be so careful of this.
Is he gonna wait for the
Mosh has
tap?
pushed his way towards the site, but now that final step, that final blow.
You expect him to tap it. Don't pull.
Does
Don't
Avova
pull.
check. He's so close to this.
Oh!
Rolls it back. Avova clutching out
Oh,
for Heretics. Desperately needed. Kindling some of that fire they once had.
A beautiful round from both sides as well. The TP
Lovely.
from Avova just in the nick of time to get away from the lockdown. But Modge definitely made it interesting.
The story of two
Frustration starting to
tails
show
right
on the
there.
faces
Oh,
of FUT
man.
Esports. Kiwi a big win condition on this map with that previous performance in mind. Just not here on the defense.
All right, so hear me out. FUT's got
Need to
2 ults this
mountains
round.
to make this realistic here.
Oh, Ratty.
Okay.
Oh dear.
Oh, that
Kiwi
worked!
adjusted for it.
Yeah, Kiwi was
What?
a second away, but gorgeous work. Had that up the sleeve for
That's
a little while. That was
insane.
the round they wanted it. And it actually takes away a lot from Kiwi here.
Don't have the res. Atta's making his way over towards C. And Heretics did peel away from this, so you don't want to see anybody else from FUT Esports fall here. Modge has to play his life.
He can't go down here. Needs to play, gives up the sight for it. Kind of has to. Smoker to go in, res comes out. They now know rotations are in, but Kellogg's wants it. Actually decides against it. Tempering that aggression that he's known for. But the spike now down, it's on their side. Mosh trying to catch one on the way out.
You'd have liked to at least get one.
Stays alive. Willing to defend now.
Now it's a 5v5 on the retake.
Through from doors, though. Could be problematic. Mixwell found one on
4v5 on the retake.
A little bit of spam through the
Watch the
smoke.
flank from Avova.
Yeah, but this is going to be manic. They're on the side. Mixwell, lovely with Kellogg's.
won't
Fallen
matter.
can't do it. Heretics looking so good here. And Kiwi dead again. Second time in the round. And it's flawless for Heretics. What a night and day look from map 1.
Definitely got the wind in their sails now. FUT Esports back
Now
down
I'm kind of
a
getting. Did they
broken
maybe
purchase if they
put
do
the
want to
map
throw
picks
anything into this.
backwards?
Looks like it might just be Sheriffs.
Although I wouldn't
Those
see
ultimates
why
now lacking.
Heretics would pick Lotus either, to be fair.
Beautiful cleanup.
It's just so strange to
towards
see the
end
teams
as well.
doing
Just the individuals starting to show some of that
significantly
potential
better on the
early.
other team's maps so far. You know what I mean?
Zeke having a much better game this time around. Even so, the numbers aren't vastly different, but consistency definitely there. Another round with these Sheriffs on the side of FUT Esports. That's when Heretics feel confident about taking rubble and challenging this A-side hold.
They've got a really good grip on the game as it stands. The economy management, they're understanding incredibly well. Mixwell going to get ult online.
True.
It's 3 to play with when they need it. Boo quite far off, having a very quiet game, but everyone else very much there. Avova, we noted when he used his to perfection before, so that's still being built back up. Again, got to be careful here. If you're Heretics, you don't want to walk into any of these stacks, which we very much know is...
Yeah, I still go back and forth on the last map that we saw, knowing that Heretics did not look good on Pearl.
A fair amount of presence, and yes, a quick pivot off the back.
And why you would start the season off with that.
Modge
Oh,
was forced out of even
pretty
having to
wall.
save towards B site once again. It's a number of times Heretics have been able to kind of catch some kind of advantage in the rotation here. The wall invested very deep, and that's problematic for FUT Esports. Nobody else can really challenge until this is dealt with. Kiwi's found an opener, though.
All right, but there's still 4 players with rifles sat watching these ways in. These choke points could be fatal.
Oh
and they
my
are. 3
goodness.
quick kills back to back, and Heretics are from that.
2v1.
Okay, that's now just 2. Avova is low by the time, and the utility 15 HP. This one
I was
should
gonna say,
be
is there
done,
even
and it
time?
is. Boom.
Yeah.
Farming up there a little, and Heretics finally getting into this game, really. We're starting to see them striding. Yes, still a little dangerous in those Shikos coming out against them, but they weather the storm. This is now so many rounds back to back.
Yeah, I mean, last time FUT Esports won one, it was the pistol and then round 2 conversion.
What's that sound?
Got to see them get
Oh
something
God, can we not listen to
in the
that?
last 2 rounds of the half here. Want to make any sort of attempt in the second, when we know how it went with that deficit in the first. Very little margin for error. And Ultimate still lacking. Mr. Fallen does have his. Heretics once again will probe towards C. And it's like
ahead.
Kiwi unnoted.
Oh.
He's good for 2.
Still crisp, but does get handled in the end. And success on the other side of the
Ooh.
map. First time we're really seeing this. Boost back on the feet.
Nice. If you can get to 8-4, it's manageable for FUT, right? Because 8-4 seems to be almost like the norm, or at least it did at Lotus, or it did at Lock-In, I feel like, right?
This wall once again. Zeke going to try and punish on the top of it. Flash is good, but now has to back away.
I really like that entry at that wall.
Really precarious hit. Lockdown going to come in.
Very deep investment of the lockdown.
Fallen. Oh, man. Boo. Good heads-up approach. Now a 3v3, making this far more comfortable. Motion one gets a little bit of a but the spray converts well enough. And now just the 1v1. Boo up against Cracks. Cracks position noted, and Boo trying to be patient, but his timing's being tested. Great work from Cracks there.
Now turn this into 3.
And Heretics not going to run away with this just yet.
Again, if they can get to 4, I mean, that seems to be managed very, very manageable on this map. So
Esports is the plant position. With the lockdown going in, I think they're still so paranoid of somebody looking for a cheeky kill ahead of that. Fully detaining anybody.
All right, last round and a half here.
They can't play Mound. It's a little more concerned, especially with this flank kill being picked up. I think Mr. Fallen TPing behind Mound here, but see Heretics have to commit to these close quarters engagements. Unfortunately, Boo's in a position where the plant's not good for him. He has to spam or make himself known by charging up.
I think I might have to be a grown adult today, chat, and make me some pizza rolls. I'm hungry.
Finding 2 openers like that. And yeah, right back to business for Kellogg's. Doesn't want to give them any quarter.
Thoughts?
Fall away, though.
Pizza rolls be busting, I'm just saying.
Rotation. Look to the other side of the map. They are getting proactive. So if Heretics do slow down the pace, could be an issue, but we have the turret there, so that should find contact pretty quickly. Be incredibly indicative of what's coming their way.
The 3 rifles remain. Kiwi obviously having that ultimate online. It's just a share.
Cracks is pushing up.
He's going to get aggressive. He's good for the first hit. Can he get back
Paranoia.
out, though?
Oh, he's got another!
That's the spike!
He's got a spike on his side! That's ridiculous! And yeah, the unorthodox position from Zeke.
Or not Cracks, McFallon. I'm an idiot. I read the completely wrong name.
But he's going to get it. Avova cuts off the support system. Kiwi's gone down, but there's a second player to this as well. It wasn't just Kiwi on his own. Cracks was there too. Spike still not in hand. And Fallen going for a second go at this. Another attempt. And again,
oh
the success.
My goodness.
One more and it's all his. Fallen wants it.
30 seconds left.
Zeke being hunted, spots one, doesn't get him. Mosh is there. It's a lifeline for FUT.
You got to 4.
Competitive.
You got to 4.
4 to 8, but Heretics, what a reminder of what this team can do.
Absolutely. A very different approach here and definitely finding success across the board. Kellogg's looking like he's online here, delivering for Heretics. But overall, the approach is totally different from what we saw on Pearl.
Night and day.
Yeah, much faster. Try and find these engagements, and like I said, Kellogg's, yes, being rewarded for it, but able to capitalize time and time again.
It's so refreshing seeing Heretics actually fight as 5. Seeing them with a little bit of synergy there, not too far ahead of each other, really playing well. Kind of some of those B hits felt so chaotic, but they had really good composure in them. The post plants were good. Love that little wall that was set up as well for Kellogg's. I love seeing these sort of things. This is what we've been wanting to see from this side.
And those are the things where really we step into the unknown in terms of not seeing Lotus just yet for Heretics. A couple of these little tricks make it evident they've made use of the downtime.
Oh yeah. Love to see that. And look, I was worried after seeing the start of it. I was worried we were back for another map 1, but absolutely not the case. Really, really rewarding. Zeke having a much better series as well. Map here, at least, should I say. Coming through. A little bit of a glimpse of the old Avova as well. Everyone kind of putting on a bit of a show, Mike.
Good to the old Mixwell as well. Yeah. Some of these rounds definitely look better as a team unit. Looking forwards, though, really puts the pressure back on FUT Esports, because this is the one you look at the veto and you think, yeah, actually, I'm feeling pretty comfortable about FUT Esports coming into this with what we saw at Lock-In. Yeah. At least in this half here, needs Kiwi to really double down and embrace this Neon pick and make it work on the attack. Same question then goes for Heretics. Is this cohesive unit carry across to the second half here, where unfortunately on the defense, you can't stack up, you can't play these strength in numbers sort of approaches to the rounds.
Gosh, and head to head, we were kind of discussing this at the very start of the day, or at least the desk was as well, was that kind of Kellogg's facing up against Kiwi, that kind of head-to-head battle that we could see coming down. Finally seeing Kellogg's kind of take, I'd say, the upper hand, at least in that half here.
Definitely.
Looking much better off.
But in the second half here, the key stakeholders become Avova and Boo.
This is one of those unfortunate things where it's like,
the site anchoring and
I just realized
down some of these fast hits.
my
Heretics
mic was not all the way up.
aren't actually positioned
I don't know
to
if that
take
affects anything. That's
3
my bad.
3, 4v4, like I said, it's very different to achieve what they've just done on the attack on the defense here.
Let me know if that
Potentially,
changes
yeah,
how anything sounds on my end.
I'm really interested.
Hopefully not.
Boo didn't have a great first. So a little quiet in that regard. Wonder if that becomes something that maybe they're looking towards.
It was only like a
exploit
small
as it's part
tap
of
on my
their plan,
mixer,
if they've
but-
got something in mind for that, or simply they stick to their actual game plan that they've come into this matchup with. Again, plenty left to be still.
I would
seen
love if
about
we have another
Lotus,
long
because,
Lotus
again,
map.
we
Lotus is
haven't
where we
seen
had
so much
the
of this
long
map
map
played out
yesterday,
yet,
right?
Even when we rolled our minds towards what we saw from FUT prior
And
to
Koi
this
versus
in
Navi?
Brazil. So this is very much still adding to that consideration of how good this map actually sits with them going forward. It's a long series, Mike.
Well, the interesting thing being as well, FUT Esports had a massive emphasis around that rubble control on their attack.
Yeah.
And their ability to really mix things up and catch 100 Thieves in particular off guard with how quickly they convert that rubble control towards actually hitting sight. Because usually teams kind of stall that out a little bit. They want to get control of the broken wall to be able to open up the possibilities of splitting B. I think at least initially here, look how quickly Kiwi.
Gotta find out when I can do my pick'ems for NA and Pacific this weekend.
In place as it stands, so if he does
That's just
continue,
Put them up on YouTube.
Adders in a hole.
What?
Come on,
What?
Finn. How did he turn that on Zeke? With a classic as well. Yeah, Avova eventually got him, but that should have been a clean fight. Now, actually, Kiwi's found. Now, that's huge. He was in a very unorthodox spot. Now, it does seem as though FUT have worked out that C-side. That is under their control. Spike is on way, but they are surrounded on most fronts here, and they don't have much comfort with this man advantage for Heretics. Shots from Kellogg's. And now down to 2.
He's at least got the upgrade here. Won't matter too much. Avova on the flank will come through. Cracks will shut that down now, but he's a 1v3 situation. Boo tagged up. The plant is good for him here. Finds the first one. The second as well.
Shut up! Oh my goodness!
Oh my word!
Wow.
I said it was doable. But Heretics just throw everything at removing him from that mound position. What was that, Lauren?
That is monstrous. Ah, come on. Lines him up, knocks him down. No sweat
was gross.
off the brow.
Actually
That guy
gross.
is unreal. Now, but prior to that ridiculous individual impact, that was going to be a Heretics round.
Yeah.
This could close the score line up. Don't forget the amount of impact that could have now.
I think this was off the rip what we saw from Heretics in the previous as well. They wanted to be proactive. There was immediate walks through to pressure the flank, the extremities of FUT Esports. Rewarded for it here. Even the spike noted, Atta somehow gets a kill in that scenario. I still don't understand how he managed that.
You have 2 different rifles bought up here on FUT. I think it goes to show you how important
Thing to happen, right?
they want to make sure they can keep momentum going on their side.
Slow approach here. No progress
Yeah.
made from the side of Heretics.
I mean, honestly, if they were to push into A, they have a lot of space.
FUT
Colin's
Esports.
heard this, though.
They've done enough to be able to get people to rotate over to C.
Actually spotted Cracks
There
on
it
the
is.
free peek.
Full send into
Feeling
A
himself
here.
after that pistol round.
Yeah, that could have been so much danger to that just because Kellogg's right. Snappy. Does anything? Nah, no sweat again for Cracks. This guy's good. Getting comfortable now. Ball's going to come in. And beyond that Marshall that was out, we actually only have that Sheriff with Boo, and that's about it. So unless some real errors happen for FUT.
Late investment at the wall as well, so they know FUT Esports know they're going to be pushed heavily towards spawn side.
There it is. First one found. And the readjusting for Kiwi's very nice.
Oh, that was from the Killjoy behind. I was so confused for a second.
Kiwi's hunting you down. Kiwi, that's a little bold. A little brave on that one to be diving on in, but hey, get that confidence flowing. It was going to be a round converted nonetheless. And the gap on that scoreline gets a little bit closer, up to 6.
Rifles round here for Heretics. Big round.
Actually gives them a very good opportunity to.
If you can shut them down here and reset your econ,
very early on in this half,
you're probably looking at a tie. And you're going to look at basically them needing to alternate rounds in the back half of the second half here, which is pretty tough to do on Lotus.
Half in general. 4 light shields here, obviously a little bit of investment in the previous prioritizing some of the utility coming into this. Rover caught with that flash actually heavily, and yeah.
Oh.
Nice.
Compliment this peak here. Yes, Kiwi gets tagged up. Heals
Big pick there for to start things off for FUT.
Atta's actually healed somebody else up already.
Like it,
yeah, it's on cooldown right now.
Yep.
Yeah, it must have been Modj actually. Yeah, he's the only one missing his shield.
They still held presence on the other side of the map, so even if Kellogg's does... Oh, no, that's
Spectre
nasty.
wins that?
How?
I think Kellogg's just taking a very early headshot in that engagement.
Yeah.
Oh,
man.
brother.
Try and equalize something, get a little bit of a favorable trade, but playing as 5 FUT are just going to pour
Oh, my goodness. They are rolling, chat. I just think they need to wake up a little bit here in game 2.
Potentially here.
They're snapping.
Nope, he's going to find it. It is back to
turning corners. There it is. So that's going to reset the econ.
Start for FUT Esports here in the second half, and
good. Look at that money, Mike.
it's going to turn 6 into 8 pretty quickly.
He was flawless coming across from that round 2 conversion. It's flawless in the bonus as well.
Told y'all 4 wasn't too bad.
6K, 5K behind this buy. Oh man.
Told y'all that 4 wasn't too bad, man.
They're touching max buy here as well. If they actually come out here, and this is as close to flawless as well. It's going to be Sheriffs on the board here for Heretics.
They've got to stop.
They have to do some damage. They've
got to. And no one's really had that ability to start off here. It's just been mad shot after mad shot. All favorable to FUT. Off the back of that pistol, remind yourself how he got almost now back to 8 apiece, which could be pretty much happening after this round. That pistol was everything. These Sheriffs better sing. Patience being displayed. Kellogg's does cop the first bit of damage though, back to 41 now. Slips away. And a lot of presence shown now. We are seeing this is the lighter of the split, 3-2 here, but really showing a lot behind it.
Zeke's it's a tall order to try and do some damage or to stop this push coming through. Boo preemptively going to rotate. Feels like it's a bit of a bait and switch here, but it's pulling Kellogg's as well.
It's so smart. Yeah, it's pulling Kellogg's over, and you're even pulling Avova up more towards middle, like defaulting towards B.
It's very deep. Avova's going to come back here, but it's only them. It'll be a
Barely.
5v2 here for FUT Esports.
Yeah, barely make it back. And the pop flash isn't bad, but Mixwell just gets eliminated so quickly. Avova, yeah, nothing. Footballist almost with that double pump, right? It looked so clear as a fake after a couple of seconds where there's no further commitment towards the site from that initial pressure coming through. And then that C being shown, you saw that little bit of a call from Zeke, but man, now making it their own on towards this A site. Yes, blood now drawn, Kiwi gone, but they still need to get past so many more bodies. Boo, doing what he can. Making it a 2v3. Kellogg's on the site now, 65 HP. Modj still alive,
or,
still
you know.
And the scoreline is
You just turn like that.
8
All right, so it's 8-8.
In the blink of an eye. FUT Esports right
One more
back
buy
into
round
this.
here for
That's the
Heretics,
edge,
and if
right?
you lose this,
Yes,
man, I think that's it,
the
bro.
score is tied up, but the economy definitely not tied up in that regard.
I would probably call a timeout before this round, if I'm being honest, chat. So I don't think they've used...
Even coming into the 5th
No,
round
Team Heretics used a
of the
timeout
second
earlier,
half.
didn't they?
Because it's been clean.
Yeah.
Heretics have been lacking that progress towards some of these ultimates.
It's Heretics. Maybe you wait until you lose this round.
Swing factors to throw at this. We'll see
Nope,
how.
yeah. Timeout for
the
Heretics.
land is,
Yep.
but Heretics going to call a timeout. Just to
Good call, Q.
Because this is a key buy round. Well, in terms of comebacks, this one almost becomes a very big pivot round in the second half.
It's essentially a must-win round because of momentum right now.
In this first ult cycle.
Because again, if they lose here, their bank account's broken.
You don't want to see who's got them and what to do with it, because you notice it even in that first half, that lockdown that came in, for example, that was just almost a guarantee that you...
Yeah, you
at
can
bare
throw that
minimum,
round away. Yeah.
exactly. So I'm curious to see what they have to play with here and what the plan is.
I wonder
from Heretics.
when
They
the
haven't really
coaches
had much
talk
to
to the
say
players, I'm
so
guessing
far.
their mics probably
Pretty much
also go
dictated
back to the
the
coach,
pace
right?
Coming out from FUT. Everything going right on their side.
You would imagine?
A little peek once we start things back up of where those ults actually lay. Who's got them to play with here? Okay, so we have 2 for FUT in play right now. Rez is there, and the lockdown for Crack. So, excuse me.
All right.
The ult for Crack.
Here we
so
go,
I'm
chat.
kind of waiting to see if that's what they depend upon, but maybe not an all, be-all and end-all ult, but curious. Oh, the aggression. Kiwi, come on. You're not meant to find Mixwell. You were so blind during that.
4 members of Heretics fighting tooth and nail for rubble control early on here.
Heretics pushed really far out in A, though.
Immediately, the audible is called here for FUT Esports. They're going to capitalize.
Yeah, Zeke can't challenge this. Zeke
Well, he
can't
does.
challenge as he tried to, but it just wasn't made for him. Mosh
It's over, chat.
delete him, and
I'm
now
pretty
they're
sure.
down 3, and it's in the blink of the eye. This round is so quick.
Oh my
It's over.
word.
Yeah.
Footballists are so powerful in how they're approaching this. Just unstoppable in the force. As soon as they saw all of that attention towards A, the pivot was
Is it Footballist Esports? Is that what it is?
Boo will find a consolation. Cracks though. I was going to say, maybe going to neutralize that, but Modge finally shuts him down.
Damn, man. I think it's over, chap.
Yes, 3 standing, but it didn't require any ultimate. So all in all, this is a very clean round for FUT Esports.
I mean, you
in
got
terms of
2
the bigger
ults on the
picture.
side of
Now we have
Heretics
a
here,
couple
but
of
just
ultimates
pistol round. You got 3
Kiwis one away.
Kiwis
ults
one away.
around on the side of
Another factor to
Heretics.
offset this economy.
Dude, it's
The flash
over,
is
bro.
beautiful. Kiwi actually catches ahead of Mixwell popping his flash. The pace shift here in this round is fantastic from FUT Esports. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, smiles all around.
Oh, you love to see that. That was actually a
Is this 7 rounds in a row? Yeah, 7 rounds in a row. That's crazy.
Money of Heretics. Oh god, it's starting to get really bad here for them. They need more than a silver lining, but they need something.
There's no Blade Storm yet. I mean, Kellogg's gonna try and take it.
There we go, okay.
Fallen nearly catching him inside the smoke there, but this is that sort of round once again. You almost have to write this one off if you're Heretics, unless FUT Esports give away a kill or 2 here.
And they're going just at the right time now. Going to take over the site, and there's going to be no challenge on this. They should get a free plant for it. See them trying to get ahead.
Oh.
Swing at the bit, yeah.
Nice wall.
Oh, it's nasty. Going to funnel them through CT, basically. What's the plan for that? Kiwi can just chill here.
It's a really
And
nice
even the
wall.
dog gets dealt with. And a captain, yes, they should still check the wall just in case. But what are you meant to do? Okay,
Blade's
Paranoid is
gone.
good, but the Blade Storm's gone. Boo. Still going to make that Sheriff work, but again, the trades, the positioning, it's good. Boo
2 on
again.
2?
Takes down Kiwi, going to pop the ult on the other side. Cracks. Going to do what he can to try and deal with this, but the lockdown's there. They need the diffuser. They need to get this one started. A tap on it for the smoke. Keeps them
Smoke's
guessing.
going to expire though.
There's not going to be anything to keep them safe here. And again, no commitment to this.
Oh, my goodness.
Running through this game now. It was an expensive as hell round, but it's got them up to 10.
And look at the difference as well. I know on the lockdown round from Heretics, they invested that wall a little deeper towards site instead of getting themselves up onto the default. But FUT Esports takes so much control away. Yeah. Mixwell's in a position, I think, yeah, you said it's going to funnel them into CT, but Mixwell has to make something happen in a 1v2 with a Sheriff pushing through that wall. Such a beautifully crafted round from FUT Esports there. Even here, yeah, Kiwi in a position to get that operator online, but does have the ultimate. Concerns continue. If you're a Heretics fan, Seeker's available now, over with that TP, but it's so late on in this half that they're just about touching that first ult cycle. A lockdown invested, obviously, previously. But almost desperation to try and get that retake into a successful position. Kellogg's got to be careful here because this A site hold is so deep that he doesn't really have any sort of support from his teammates.
He should be on red alert after that. Here we go. He's going to hear that pop for sure, so they know what's going their way. Pace is the name of the game for Kiwi. He's got to get there. Farsi! Still standing. The stun slowing Kiwi down himself, making it very
It's not
difficult.
awful there.
The 5v4 man advantage finally sitting with Heretics.
Mr. Fallen's got ahead of the wall here.
Oh, this could be ratty as hell, but do they even do they think about it? Do they consider it?
Avova's going to hard clear this.
30
They
seconds
should.
left.
Plant's going to come in, Vova, keep it
Oh.
cool. Oh, the ping. Disastrous at the same time as well, but still, Vova does find Fallen, and now 2 men to the good for Heretics. Yes, they have the plant. They're going to need 1 player to do something mythical like that. Mosh with 2 cracks. Going to follow up with a 3rd and brings it back to level.
Why would they all swing
2
like
players
that?
apiece. And the time on their side, and a captain takes out Zeke, and it's just Boo left in the 1v2. Plays through towards CT, but the timing's not on his side. Desperate for someone, anyone to swing
Man.
in. And it's going to be 11 foot.
It's over. It is over.
Heretics held on 8.
Another beautiful example of the discipline on display here from FUT Esports. In so many of these situations, you almost think, yeah, going to try and bait cracks in there, but he still commits to swing and trade that. Beautiful stuff here. I mean, Mod lines up 2 here, but like I said, cracks. You're almost expecting him to tuck in and just say, yeah, okay, expect the 3rd to drift in. Heretics unable to even make a blemish on this second half. Still held at 8
Wait,
rounds.
this is just
a broken purchase here. 2 Bulldog
Or again,
Sheriffs.
when we went into this, I wouldn't have been surprised. I told y'all I thought FUT was going to take it, but I thought it was going to be 3.
So much. At bare minimum, 3 players. They know how vulnerable Boo is. It's messy, but he stays alive. 5 HP, all it is, but it's enough. Has to back away here. Needs help.
You will not kill my allies.
Ooh, Modge a little ahead of the curve. We'll give away a rifle as well. So almost makes it doable here for Heretics to fight their way back through.
Choke points have been the death, though, of Heretics in the past. This time, still trying to fight the good fight for themselves, but 3 players against 3, and the rifle's overwhelming now. Favorable towards FUT. Kiwi still on the side, too, waiting for Boo to try and crest that CT side. Slow
They can
goes
turn.
in, he looks back towards middle. Big shot from Boo.
I thought Kiwi was going to maybe get one at least 2. Or get at least 1, maybe 2.
Sun comes in and it's not connecting. Good shot, though.
Oh!
Defuse was denied! And it's 12 for FUT.
Good idea to drop
Some of
down.
these attacking rounds are so beautiful.
Whoever that was, second to last, I think it was the Jet.
Sports
They didn't realize the
resilience
cross
in
angle was
taking
shooting
such
right
deep
in at
control. They
the...
forced Boo off, but look at this. They're so happy.
Yeah,
to
so
fight.
good call. They
Heretics
just didn't
ahead of
realize
Boo
that the
getting
Omen was
contact
still
on
outside
site.
to be
The
able to
rest of
shoot
the
in at
smoke
the
comes all the way
actual
deep there.
spike.
I mean, if Over actually
Damn,
has to
bro.
TP out of it to even set up a double swing.
Damn,
This is
dude.
absolutely textbook from FUT Esports. And
Really?
Heretics, after a few
Yeah.
positives from that, absolutely none here in the second half.
It might be pacey, Mike. Get yourself ready for this
Damn,
one,
dude.
Boo again on an island.
I guess Avova there with him this time, but the response is on the way. Lockdown's coming in. Make your mind up. Where do you go? Avova is waiting for it. Paranoia to hand. Sends it. Buying
they challenge
precious
this?
seconds. Kiwi finds Boo Avova with the trade. And now we look at what's remaining and where they are. The lockdown is in effect, so they have to get out of the site. Avova does get away. No harm, no foul. Wall can't go as deep this time. They don't have that timing on it here. They need that plant to have happened.
Yeah, it becomes a little worrying here if they can't commit to this plant just yet. Zeke's going to find Mr. Ballin. Second comes through with
here
third
we
as
go.
well.
That's what they needed.
Still alive is Moj. 1v4, a little bit of chip damage, but not much to write home
Imagine
about.
he took this and went the other way with it.
He's going to leave. Goes walking. That's one, needs another. It's
Nope.
not clean anymore. 30
Yep.
HP.
I think it would have been better if he would have tried
Two
to
players. Right place, right
scoop the
time in the
spike and
first round
rotate,
in a
but
while for Heretics.
as their first round on
Just wanna have
defense.
to cling to life. The opportunity to get a couple of these ultimates online. 2 off the lockdown, 1 off the Blade Storm. Do have that res available. Like I said, it just becomes so worrying if you can't get that plant whilst the lockdown is still in effect.
Damn,
I think
man.
that's actually on the back of Atta being the one to have to invest that wall still. He's still
yeah.
the one with the spike. I think you even noted it. Yeah, he had to make that split-second decision not to invest the wall as deep as previously planned.
Looks brawly. See if they commit off the back. How far do they go? Yeah, Kellogg's actually deciding.
Who's noted
Now's not the
there?
time.
Noted actually the jump past the smoke. Paranoia invested will force him off that position. But actually traded
The
off
question
Kellogg's
really
dash
becomes
there,
as
so
far
you
as on the
can't
side
play
of Heretics,
as
right?
aggressive as you'd usually
Looks like they're
expect
reading
to
the
keep
A
that
push.
in mind.
They're also going to be set up in just in case he pushes into B.
Over needs to
Nice.
help Zeke out here with
Zeke's
this
in
hold.
danger. He's in so much danger. He's done well against Moj there, but timing is just not on his side. He knows that pressure is eventually going to hit towards him. Has got some help from Avova, but utility going to start coming to play now. Does he get to keep his life? He wants Moj
Oh!
dead. He gets him dead. Follow-up not found. One trade up with the plant on their side. Good work from Avova. Holds a position, but 3 players still alive.
Except they're all back,
Plenty more to
like...
do.
Flank from Boo is everything. Atta's looking this way already. A little bit of time to find it. He will find the kill. Boo's down. It's a
How's he so
3v3
good?
now.
And the
Make
rest?
that 3v4.
The spam, okay, but they're all coming from the same place here. Fallen's going to see so many players.
Oh,
he's going to spot one. Does chip damage, but doesn't get
It's
the
one.
player down. Mixed
That's
well,
beautiful.
dazed and
They got
confused.
opposite angles going.
Kiwi, defuse is starting.
That's so
It's
well
happening.
done.
13
Wow.
to 9. FUT closing
It
out
really
the
did not
matchup
look good in the
before
first half there, but I think that goes to
dicey.
show how strong the attacker side is on Lotus.
A wonderful performance from them.
And man, FUT
It's
looked
so many
good on
different
offense there.
aspects as
Holy
well.
cow.
Yeah.
Talking about obviously establishing some of that consistency. Absolutely.
Like really, really
demonstrating
good.
that
I'm gonna go
here
see
on
my
Lotus.
ovens.
Yeah, Heretics had a fantastic first half, but showing
half doesn't win the game.
absolutely showing that form is still here for FUT Esports. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, super impressed what we've just seen from FUT there, if I'm honest. Kind of, I didn't know what to expect from them bigger picture, how well it would continue to look.
The question is now to send deeper into the map pool, obviously, or whether or not this is just maybe a quirk, early lifetime of the map, whether or not that's evident. Obviously, if we have a different data sample versus different teams and whatnot, that's where we can really start huffing the FUT Esports copium, but already big positives in my eyes.
I think it has hit the markers we've asked for, which is everything I can really hold them accountable for. Prime Gaming highlights to be just rolled out for you here. Let's have a little look back how this series went from start to end. Of course, map 1, not pretty. If you were a Heretics fan, it was very worrying, if anything.
Yeah, absolutely. I think actually those concerns did kind of carry across onto map 2 as well. Obviously, it's fantastic to see them come out and have success in that first half, but again, completely eliminated. There was absolutely nothing. One round to take away from the second. FUT Esports just absolutely ran away with it. It's down to some of these individual performances, honestly. Some of the usual suspects, but for me, Atta and Fallen even excelling above that standard in my eyes.
Yeah, they had an absolute series. Wonderful to watch. Now, again, this map certainly not as clean as I had expected. After seeing map 1 and then going, oh, but look at what we're coming into, they'd already proven how good this can be. Okay, a little bit of a better counter performance. If you look at Heretics coming through on this one, that first half looked way better. A couple of set pieces, a couple of nice looks, kind of giving me a little bit of hope for them in the future.
On the flip side of that, though, for esports, they weren't at all shook by that.
No,
they came in, the intention was there so early on in that second half, and they absolutely followed through with it.
Yeah, actually wonderful to witness. And there was the final one there coming through. And I guess we're left with a lot more questions once again with Heretics. It's just where do we see them
big
go
sweep
from here?
like
what do we see them work towards, because we're still
it's early on in the
potential
season
for this roster to really come together.
We are, yeah, because we're only seeing isolated rounds where it's really even evident.
But man, that did not look good for Heretics.
You are asking some of the more
Heretics later this week plays Karmine Corp, who plays tomorrow.
Because ultimately here,
so maybe we can kind of get an idea of how that matchup will go once tomorrow hits, right?
I think that is the question we're going to leave on, because we do have an interview lined up for you on the stage. So let's head down there.
And hi, Pog, that's right. I'm joined now by the IGL of FUT. It is Mr. Fallen. First of all, massive congratulations. I saw you play in Brazil. You were playing like this, and you're playing like this again here. How much do you feel like the experience of going to a big event like Brazil has helped you to be able to secure the win today?
Well, at Brazil, we lose 100 TVs so badly because of our mistakes, by the way. We're just gonna
Alright, so this is
know ourselves on the Brazil.
He's going to be heading over to Team Liquid versus Team Vitality next, chat. I would imagine we're going to have a little bit of a break here.
Because of that, we didn't change anything. We just make a lot of discipline on the right now. That's why we just win this game right now.
Well, you did change some things, because comp-wise, on Pearl, there was a couple of changes there. I've never seen you play Astra before. You moved to that role today. What was the reason behind that change?
Well, we are changing the comps. We just, I don't know, we're just playing comfortable on the character, you know. Atta Captain was not feeling Astra so well, so I just changed Astra. And because of that, we just changed a little bit, and we are just playing 6-player roster right now. You didn't see on third map. Yeah, if you're gonna play third map, it's gonna be different. Yeah, you will see, I think.
Oh, so Mooj would have stepped in?
Yeah.
Ah, okay. I won't ask you to reveal too much, but
so they're playing with a 6-person rotation.
But you're not playing like a Turkish team that you know maybe you used to, what other Turkish teams do, where it's like very aggressive and it's just kind of like a little bit crazy and can be a little bit messy. We saw a lot of discipline from you today. How did you manage as a team to develop that?
Well, I didn't know. We just played so disciplined. We just hold it because our play style is just like that. We just want to know what everyone is doing. It was a game plan. We just don't know how they play. Of course, we analyze that, but we just played our game. This is our game right now.
And last question, in Brazil, you know, you didn't experience too much of maybe a Turkish favored crowd, but today there was some people that was really, really cheering for you out there. So what was that like?
Well, that's pretty impressive, and I'm just thankful to everyone to come to support us right now. Just believe us.
I believe you, Mr. Fallen, I believe. Thank you very much for the interview, and we'll see you later on this week. Well, we're going to take a quick break here, but don't go anywhere, because after this, Team Liquid will be taking the stage against Team Vitality.
Do we want to go see if... What's going on with is Tiff still doing a EMEA scrims watch party? Oh, scrims are probably done, aren't they? No, scrims should still be going on. Nope. Well, never mind. Friggin' I said anything?
Distraction.
Yo, chat, I am so hungry right now, dog. Like, I'm thinking about these pizza rolls I'm about to demolish here shortly. It's gonna be great.
Red Bull gives you wings.
All right. I'm not going to say kind of disappointed. I'm extremely disappointed as far as how FUT went out there. But it is what it is. Or how Heretics went out there. Sorry, FUT looked really good. Vitality versus Team Liquid. Quick thoughts before they go live here, chat. I feel very weird saying that I'm expecting a 3-game series after saying that last game and it being very one-sided. No, I haven't, but I'm gonna have to try that now. Next time I do them. Huh. So you just put it on the top of it basically, like a base or something? Or like a sauce. So I'm gonna be honest, I'm lazy when it comes to food, which is why I eat a lot of unhealthy food. So extra steps sometimes worry me. Which I really need to get better about, but so Team Vitality versus Team Liquid. Team Liquid kind of surprised me at lock-in with how unprepared they looked against Team Secret. Now, it's not that so much I think that Team Secret I didn't have high hopes for Team Secret or anything. And I believe Team Secret even showed in their first week of EMEA that they're pretty solid. Or not EMEA, of Pacific. Let me double check that. Who Team Secret play? Oh, they beat Talent Esports, though. Talent Esports showed they're pretty decent in lock-in, too. I think I'm going to have to rock Team Vitality, though. Again, expecting it to be a rather close matchup, but realizing I said that last time. Well, we got a little break here, though, real quick, man. Chad, don't forget, I know y'all always see me wearing different glasses and stuff, whether it's the oranges, the purples, the reds. If your sleep sucks, or if you're like me, you suffer from headaches and stuff, especially being in front of screens all day, GamerAdvantage is the leader in impactful eyewear technology that has been proven to help you sleep better, focus more, all without distorting color or comfort. All right, relieves headaches and eye strain, all while fitting comfortably under a headset. So stay in the game longer with GamerAdvantage. Link's always going to be down in our descriptions here. Or I think you can just use exclamation point glasses over on YouTube. I don't think I've got any commands or anything set up on Kick, and I actually realized that there's not a website on that. There's not a website on that. Whatchamacallit? Command, so I'm gonna have to fix that later. But yeah, if y'all are watching on YouTube, man, if you haven't already done so, if y'all can help me out, seems to help as far as with the algorithm, get people both in while we're live, as well as once we're offline. Smack that like button down there at the bottom. Of course, feel free to hit that subscribe button if you're in here and y'all are enjoying the vibes and y'all haven't already done so. Because we are chasing down that first 200 over here. Closing in on that pretty quick. Y'all are wondering why else should I subscribe other than just the fact that I enjoy the vibes over here. We do some weekly Valorant news updates, stuff like that. We also do the same thing for ALGS. If you're over here on Kick, since we are multi-streaming, do me a favor, if y'all enjoying the vibes, man, feel free to slap that like button. We'll be doing a lot of watch parties over here. Your boy does some shoutcasting across multiple titles. And then as I was just talking about over on YouTube, we do some like journalistic style content. So we'll be doing watch parties for Valorant, Apex. Trying to kind of test the waters over here in the Kick realm, you know.
It is a first win for FUT in the season of VCT EMEA. They're on the board after taking down Team Heretics 2-0. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Zesht and Lothar. Again, that map, I felt like it was a similar story. I don't know if you guys believed in maybe the comeback after the halftime, but it felt like FUT, they just were in control after that.
You know what? When it was 8-4 and I saw it's a 3 versus 1 in this round, I was like, okay. So we're going to that 3, right? So there were some expectations that were broken at some point, but I'm really happy what FUT represented. I guess we're going to go into detail a little bit later.
Yeah, but first of all, I'm really happy about them as well. It makes me so thankful to finally see Turkey being on top of their game. Great start, but it still showed us also some room for improvement overall.
I mean, of course, but I also like the way that Mr. Farland kind of spoke about it, you know, in that post-match interview. They took a lot of experience in Brazil, a lot of learning from that, and you can see that they've been working hard since Brazil. They've had that preparation time, and Lothar, if they keep going like this every single week, I feel like they could be a real contender.
Yeah, so this is actually something that I would never expect myself to say, but I really like how FUT represent themselves right now, because we have watched how many years, how many seasons do we watch footballs play with different roster iterations and so on. But every time I was watching them, I was feeling like
should I put in when
team that overheats a lot, doesn't really rely on discipline, and they don't have really a set plan.
Where we
the set plan
where they do
still
like
requires a bit of work.
Breakdown? No, that's just after post-match interview.
Like any specific gambits during the defense, but then we go to attack and you see why the composition is being picked, because they have a specific plan that they execute and they do it really well.
What are they cheering?
Interesting for me about this right here was the matter of fact that they did not rely on Kiwi at all. He was doing great. He was doing individually great. He had awesome entry frags. But overall, it was not, oh my God.
I love that they're cheering something, but I cannot hear what they're cheering. I can't tell if it's from the teams that just played.
Well, you mentioned that pistol, Lothar. Let's take a look at it again, because if you were Heretics, you are kicking yourself right now that you didn't secure that.
And it's not even the fact that it's a 3v1
I can't hear.
End, but
I just pulled them out of
my
oven. I'm going to go put them on.
Executed pistol rounds from, this is actually, I think, that break. This is not the pistol round, right? Or is it?
It is 8-4.
Oh, it
it's
is
just the beginning of
yeah. Sorry. So yeah, the plan from FUT was actually very fun, because they went very early but didn't break the Killjoy the Killjoy allowable on B, so they were not confusing the defense. But then in the 3v1 at the end, the discipline was not met on the Heretics side, because the first player that peaked was isolated from the players in his team, so they couldn't trade. And even if the trade was coming, that was coming from the Killjoy, who was 1 HP. Instead of her picking first to be like the target, and then you trade on her, like the roles were reversed for Heretics. So they kinda Just let them win.
And it shows us one basic thing about this team. It shows us the kind of lack of simple principle understanding and each other being on the same page.
I'm gonna turn off my cam at least real quick while I eat, chat.
But you all need to do
just
the
because
same
I always
mistake
feel
and be like,
awkward
we're on the same page.
eating on cam.
You do indeed, but on the other side of this, you know,
Y'all don't want to see me nom-nomming, you know what I'm saying?
The new IGL, Mr. Farland on the other side, I think he had a great day, a great game.
I promise I'm still here.
Vincent, at what point do you feel like maybe they need to rethink about this swap? Is it too early to kind of judge?
It is, first of all, too early to kind of judge, but at the same time, it is something that I don't like to see. Because, you know, there's one thing that usually indicates trouble, and that is an IGL change. And a quite swift and drastic IGL change that never is usually giving you the idea like that is the best move. We've seen a few teams over the last 2 years doing this kind of, yeah, you IGL, then you IGL, hey, you IGL. And at the end of the day, it never paid off.
Yeah, I feel like we can't really judge that also like with like full certainty, but in this match it was very visible that Mr. Fallon was in full control of his team, while Heretics were kind of like double guessing themselves. The decision making was just not crisp, and it was not on point when it comes to...
I think I got these pizza rolls on point, champ.
As one unit.
They need time, I
like
think.
perfectly well done.
About how long Mr. Farland's been on this FUT roster, but I don't know if you guys can hear this, but I'm hearing a lot of singing, a lot of chanting in the studio, and I cannot wait to get
like the perfect
next
mix of
match kicked off.
hot
of course, it is Team Vitality versus Team Liquid.
And crunchy. Ugh.
Liquid is like a huge honor and dream. Liquid has been there ever since I can remember, like my first steps towards the competition.
Really interested to see what the roles really look like. So I think safe is going to be a big key.
I think it's shaping up pretty well, to be honest.
I think Liquid's one of those rosters that will progressively get better through the season.
It's honestly just like a good family vibe.
I think Redgar is great. I think he
I just think that Vitality, I gotta give the nod to
be stable.
He's
right now. You know, champ?
He likes to do the thinking.
I know that makes sense.
I think it's not also like calling and you are good. You also should have good individual, a good like.
I don't think that. I think that Team Liquid's probably got a higher ceiling, probably.
You can do this. You should do everything. That's why it's tough.
He still does that work for you, just to make it easier on everyone else.
It really helps us to kind of play better in a game as well. Because you've got a good environment outside the game, you're gonna have a better environment in the game as well.
Yeah, that was first experience for me when I played in front of the audience in Brazil. That was incredible.
If Liquid don't win, I will cry. You will see tears. You will see tears.
Yeah, unluckily we lost. It was a bit sad to lose in front
of
the audience.
I just, after the loss, trying to think a lot about why we lost. It's more
I mean, again, I do think Secret probably looks a little better early on compared to whereas this team has more growth potential.
I'm strong, I'm big, I'm Liquid, you know.
I think now we've gained a lot of knowledge from that event and we're going to use it in this split.
For Liquid, it's going to be a long process. The potential is there. It would be incorrect to not see it.
I think everyone has the same goals in terms of winning.
Definitely qualified to Tokyo Masters.
That Team Liquid that was in lock-in, that's not Team Liquid. Be ready, everyone.
Expect someone seeking revenge. Expect someone that wants to prove themselves, and that's the scariest person to go up against.
I am your culinary expert.
Okay. You know what?
Yes. I am from Germany.
I can get with that. Are we doing another one of these cooking streams?
Wonderful.
Oh, please not.
Of 10 different teams and 10 different foods. And you're asking yourself, this is not a cooking show. I have not tuned into this. Don't worry. We are cooking the liquid soup. You know, a lot of chefs and coaches have tried to cook this soup, but we're going to cook it in a very special way. So we have 5 beautiful ingredients here. So let's start with something. We obviously need a great base, something that is leading it. So how about a slight bit of Redgar that we're going to put in here? Let me just smell that for you. That smells like Russian disciplined IGLing.
He's literally putting all of it in there?
Beautiful. What else do we have? Of course, my special ingredient. It's called nuts. It is an international.
I've always
imported here to Berlin, and
they're really been a fan of these. You know what I'm saying?
That That's spicy. Ah, that is perfect. But all of this needs obviously a few classics, some liquid soup classics. So how about someone who plays operator on every agent? Ah, this is where we have Yumpy, one of my specialities, because you can try to see him on Sky. Ah, you can try to see him on Sky, Omen. You could probably put him even on Sage. He wouldn't play the operator. So let me, oh, that's a big chunk. Yes, put that in there. Oh, that is perfect. Ah, a lot of power is into this, I can tell you, but also a lot of throwing potential. What else?
A lot of throwing potential.
Look at this.
Oh my.
Of course, it is the British ingredient, and it smells. Oh, it smells like it's been here forever, but it brings in the right kind of certainty that this team needs. Whatever role this is to fill, it's going to give you the right spice. Oh, come on. Yes, even the last little bit has to get out of there. And last but not least, of course, a flexible one. Finest Swedish import, I can tell you that. And this is safe that we're going to put in, but as you know, oh, that's a lot of liquid. Come on. It doesn't want to get out here. just like liquids out of group stage.
Oh my goodness.
There it goes. That is perfect. But you know what they say? They thought this would taste great already. But I can tell you one thing. This doesn't taste great after it takes weeks and weeks of preparation. And you know what? There's a fine connoisseur that I'm going to invite for this, because this needs to cook with ML being the lid. Come on over here, Lofar. Try this fine soup that I have cooked.
Okay.
Look, do you want to give me a little stir? How does it smell for you?
Can I get...
Smells washed up.
Right, so the smell is exquisite. The recipe also has all the good ingredients.
Absolutely, right? That's what I thought as well.
Let's check the... The taste is quite awful.
Yeah, but you need to see, this takes
because it wasn't
time.
cooked.
This takes week, okay? This is now all needs to be mixed up, and we need to mix this up properly.
Does it require a lot of temperature?
It requires temperature, it requires time, and it requires patience. Give it time.
Beautiful.
Thank you very much,
All right, I don't know about all that.
and Lothar for that. They're cooking up some soup in this studio, but let's see what Team Vitality have been cooking up.
It's fine, chat. Let him cook. Let him cook.
Who starts? I can start. Wild. I think he takes the wildest timings. He takes the wildest peaks. And he does sometimes also say the wildest stuff in or outside of the game.
Wildest jokes.
Yes.
Genius. He's the brain of the team, makes the best calls. He let me take timings, so he's a great genius.
I'd say that I have comedic timings, but Twisten does say some like very funny stuff sometimes.
Yeah, I think I'm the funniest. Because I'm the only one who makes jokes in team. The wildest jokes.
The wildest joke.
You talking about the soup thing? Dude, they do that. They did another one of those like soup acts at VCT.
And he starts out.
Sorry, I'm not sure about
like
that.
this, you know, like crazy energy aura, like around
But
where you just, you know, like it's just.
It never goes well. Ever.
Into madness.
I don't know why they keep doing it.
Remember in Red, you go and start pushing heaven. Not even a single thought in my mind. I'm like, I'm following. I'm running through the smoke, following right behind you.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Bad habits.
No, it's good habits.
There are a lot of things, you know. I'm just thinking my brain is small.
Yeah.
It's not like I'm trying to find one good thing.
Yeah.
I would say his vibe. He's a really nice person to vibe with, you know. He's always friendly. He's anti-tilt proof. So, yeah.
I don't watch that much.
I watch a lot lately. I started watching a lot, especially Demon Slayer and some nice movies like Whiplash. It's a really nice movie. You should see it. The movie is about to push people to their maximum, to excellence. You know, I really like that movie. I've seen it a lot of TikTok, so I decided to watch it. And there are more movies on Netflix, so I'm watching now a lot.
I just watch Big Brother Finland, nothing else.
Yeah,
it's not even Netflix.
It's probably me.
Oh, Twisten. for sure.
I think I have good grip there, but probably me.
Or has to be you. No, I just have sweatpants and hoodies, nothing else. Boom.
Yeah, I'm like, next day I have blonde hair. For VCT Berlin, I will have pink hair, new earring, new tattoo, new clothes.
You look like a rap star when you, like, what is it? Like?
Men's not hot. Never hot.
You look like a look like a rock star.
Honestly, I didn't think I was going to find someone with better comedic timing than you after the cooking show, but Bone Cold wins.
He does. He absolutely does. I would like to know what he can cook.
Okay, maybe we can invite him next time. But Bone Cold and Twistin, two very familiar faces there, Vincent. Of course, they were also at Lock-In. And for me, this is one of the most slept-on teams, I think, in all of EMEA.
Yeah, I think they are pretty much slept on, you know, considering particularly that this team has built, you know, somewhat of a sleeper super team. I think that is fair to assume. Because this roster itself has a lot of promising individuals. Of course, we need to talk about Twistin, right? I got to talk about Twistin. Not surprised. Coming out of the GOP school, now getting here into high school.
Any opportunity.
Yeah, I had to. It is my job. It is my job.
It's 2 clicks away.
Exactly. But Twistin is obviously an individual that has learned at Big quite good how to be a proper duelist. This is where we're starting. Salah, the main coach, then brought in 2 fine gentlemen he knows from OG London United. Get a world-class IGL in form of Bone Cold, and tada, this looks very promising overall.
Well, you know, what's funny is that we talk about like this transformation, but when we already have seen OG play in the previous seasons, we were already impressed by it. So it's like a like a progress that.
I wanted to add some because as I was walking away, I heard them say this is one of the most slept-on teams in EMEA. While I think I can agree with that,
with the way that they play the game
at face value, I don't know if it's 100% true. And here's why. Because I think
I mean, you can see why this roster.
it's not so much that people think that they're bad. It's just no one's giving them credit for being like a top 3 team in EMEA, and I don't think they're there.
He was playing on a different team. He was consistently impressive.
Yeah. So typically, the lowest hanging fruit is always the duelist that performs.
I think there are other teams that are getting talked about a lot more in Vitality when you look in EMEA.
Like really consistent, but also
you know, teams like NAVI, Fnatic,
player is actually consistent one, right? In the 2 previous
probably even Liquid in a sense. Although Liquid's talk is in a good light.
Second best performance from the team right after Twistin with 150 ADR and 109
you know what I mean?
ADR. Like in both matches, that's kind of nuts when you think about it. That's 5 maps.
And you know, the most important thing about that is that they dedicated to this. Because previously, if we take a look at what Vitality have done previous to Lock-In, when we talk about G-Loot, for example, they have forced Twistin in this role of being also a supporter, like sometimes on KO, right? And he didn't seem really comfortable with that. And when you have such a star player who's capable of finding such amazing kills and such entries, you don't want to.
All right, I actually feel very satisfied after that.
We need someone else in that
after
role.
those pizza rolls, Chad.
That's a question as well. What if the meta game
Grown man
swaps to no duelists, right? We
had
had a moment in the game where that was a thing.
Well, I'm glad you guys mentioned Twistin. For you guys at home that don't know, Twistin is a guy that, how should I put it, likes shotguns. He has an affiliation to the guns that just goes bap. So we are going to introduce you guys a segment, an ongoing segment we're going to keep track of called Shorty Watch. And right now, these are the players that are currently leading of the most shorty kills in a single map. Something just signed to Paper X. He has 6. Twistin is joint 3rd with a bunch of other players, but if he can get 6, he's going to be in the joint record. And if he can get 7, then he can claim the title of the man that has the most shorty kills in a single map. And you guys know him. He was tweeting about this a lot. This is probably something that he really wants to achieve.
And also, it's kind of a meta right now to even go for it. So he is more inclined to perform well with the shorty. I'll be keeping track. I'll be noting it down every time it happens.
I'm sure you learned that at Big.
Anyway, yeah, you guys at home, keep track as well. Help us to know how many shorty kills Twistin is going to get today against Team Liquid. I don't think he's going to break the record today, but I feel like it's got to be one of those games that goes like maybe a best of 5. Oh no, it's per map.
It's per map, so it has to go overtime.
Like quadruple overtime. Yeah.
Sure. Yesterday, Starks was probably very close. I remember vividly that he got like at least 3.
Okay, I think he was close. He was close indeed. But today, obviously, we do have a second best of 3. Let's take a look at the map vetoes and see where we are going to go. We've seen both of these teams
map selection, chat.
Already, but I'm interested to see if they keep their lock-in bans out here.
Pearl,
yeah,
off the board.
I mean, particularly for
no Icebox. Love not seeing Icebox. Let's go.
But we see no Pearl and no Icebox.
They've let Haven through here. Okay, so for you guys at home that don't know, first of all, Vitality are very good at Haven. Second of all, out of all of the times the Haven has been out, Redgar and Nats have only ever played it 5 times. 5 in 3 years.
And you remember what one time Redgar played?
No,
he was Reyna.
3 times. Twice he played Reyna and the other one he played Jet.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy. So this is a very surprising pick. And
I wonder if they are just worried about
in the lineup from
Vitality's Icebox.
It's gonna be a big surprise because overall, they like Redgar and Nats never really liked the map, so it was about time that they maybe try something new here. Fracture's going to be particularly interesting because I was not necessarily too overall convinced by Liquid actually playing that map, and I have now picked it, so they must be convinced enough to once more try it.
Yeah, Lotus will be the decider, Lothar.
Yeah, I'm a fan of Lotus nowadays because every team is playing it differently, so I'm just really happy to see how those teams can actually play on this after learning so much from Lock-in, because there's so many tapes, different tapes from many different teams that one can learn from.
Yeah,
I love seeing the teams up in the stands, bro. That's so lit. I don't even care if it's just go people.
And now they are here at BBL Messe, just showing their support, chanting here. It's giving me like Brazil flashbacks of the Brazilian fans really supporting their teams too.
That's just awesome to watch. That's just we
wonderful.
Hear them so clearly.
Look at the banner. Oh my goodness.
We're just right behind this.
I love this,
we
dude.
We literally hear them right now. It's awesome to see that the fans have.
Oh yeah, Liquid. What you got? What you got, Team Liquid fans?
Resident sleeper.
Yeah, there we go. I spotted Reese in the crowd as well. He's with Liquid. I mean, I feel like this is as a team's game today.
I love this, bro.
Imagine you are fighting.
This is why live games are so cool, bro.
Look at how Twist is gonna be hyped up when he finds a clutch. That must be a wonderful feeling.
Dude,
and then as the season progresses and teams start getting more fans,
these guys are just gonna lose their mind.
They're gonna lose this. They're absolutely gonna lose their mind. But yeah, I think overall when we take a look at it, it's going to be particularly, the first map could be pretty much a decider of the momentum of this entire series, right? Because I have to be honest, there must be something that Liquid has prepared about Haven that must stun Vitality. And I think stunning Vitality is not that easy overall.
I'm gonna say something that you guys are both gonna really hate me for, but I would not mind the Redgar Reyna. I actually
you cannot just drop something like that.
For real.
Okay,
for real,
well, he doesn't play this map very often, and like I said, 5 times he beat Envy. So Optic, now NRG, on Reyna, and he top fragged.
I would make an assumption that if they are letting through the Haven, there has to be a reason that they prepped something for it, and the Reyna pick would be when they didn't prep, I would say.
Not according to her.
They beat.
You know what? Just to upset Lothar, I agree with you. I think it would be great.
They beat Optic on this. They have footage. There's proof that Redgar can do this. But having said that, though, I do feel like my theory, at least at Lock-in, is the reason they banned it is because maybe Redgar and Nats just weren't comfortable with it just yet. Maybe they haven't prepped it.
And a technical delay. Let's go.
On Haven Zesht, they gotta have something insane cooked up.
Yeah, I fully
Chat, before we get started, one more time, man, I appreciate everyone coming in here and hanging out with ya. Boy, while we got a technical delay going on here, man, just remember, if y'all are watching over here on the YouTube, and y'all haven't already done so, and hit that like button, help your boy out. It seems to help with the algorithm. We're trying to see if we can get our content in front of more people, man. If y'all haven't already done so, hit that subscribe button. If y'all are enjoying the vibes, we got a very, very, very busy week over here on the channel as far as for watch parties. It's EMEA Super Week. We've also got NA Challengers Faceoff going this week. So even after this game is done, we're only about halfway through our night because we got 2 more matchups. More than likely, the first matchup of NA Challengers is going to start by the time this thing gets finished. But I appreciate y'all coming in, hanging out, rocking. Also, man, I know y'all see me drinking a lot of soda and stuff because I haven't been able to re-up on my ulti. But if y'all are looking for a, good energy supplement that's actually good for you and stuff, UltiSubs has the only ingredient clinically tested and proven to increase performance in gamers, backed with a completely transparent label with properly dosed ingredients so you know exactly what you're putting in your body. Are they pulling them back? Looks like they're taking them out. Interesting. So you know exactly what you're putting into your body. And on the back of that label, you'll find nothing unhealthy and 0 sugars. All right. If you ask me, best blue raspberry in the market, that link, as always, also going to be down in the description below, just like that GamerAdvantage link. Make sure when y'all check out, though, 10% you get to save with code YoBoyQ. Also, if you're on Kick, by the way, and you're watching, because I do see we got some people that have been hanging out over here with your boy. We just recently started multi-streaming over here. Your boy does a lot of shoutcasting, so of course, naturally, I also like to watch esports when your boy isn't on a desk. We also make some long-form content over on YouTube. We're starting to do a little test streaming over here on Kick, man. If y'all enjoy the vibes and y'all haven't already done so, hit that like or that follow button. That way we can see we can try and get to 75 over here. Cool? Appreciate you. Unmute.
You showed
There
me
we go.
this.
Thanks.
Yeah. I've only seen it because you specifically showed it to me. I think, yeah, I have faith in you.
Yeah, I'll teach them.
It would be great to have a coach, like a dance coach, particularly listed on Wikipedia, who helps you with the workouts.
I wouldn't have thought Lothar would take that job, but I'm interested to see it.
Yeah, it would be wonderful to see. But you know, what? No,
it's
come
okay.
on.
Let's just cut it with this.
No. I'm enjoying this conversation. I'm enjoying it. We should do a poll. We make a whole hoo-ha out of it. You know, why not? Yeah, you
maybe.
got to cook. He gets to dance.
Let's do a casters walking at some point.
Oh,
A
that's
caster's walk?
Together?
Thing is, me and Kukuka will win that.
How?
Me and Kukuka will
How?
be the best caster walkout ever.
I'm
we would
sure
win
that me and Seth, we can do something.
No, we got that down. We've got that down.
How does that work? We're dancing together. We have like a coordinated set piece.
Do it now then.
No,
Let's go.
no, we have. I don't have.
Well, he said,
Let's go.
he said, do it. Go ahead, show us.
Do you think? I'm
No,
not showing
no.
my strats on match day 1. Like, come on, gotta save strats.
If Bayer was here, we would do it.
Sure.
We would actually just do
By
it
the way,
in
I believe
guys
you, yeah.
right now. Yeah, we would. Okay, right, let's talk about the game before we go into walk-in. Sorry, you wanted to say something? Liz?
Yeah, I wanted to say something about Haven, because this is going to be the first map that we're going to see. And Vitality, I would say they play with a composition typically in the past. That is...
I do like watching Haven.
Say standard. There's a breach...
For similar reasons, I like watching Lotus, although Lotus looks better.
So basically,
I don't really know as much about Lotus, but I love the 3
right? And also
points.
There's a support with the Killjoy, Omen, and Sova. So it's pretty
Means
standard.
defense,
Now,
there's
the
less
thing
room for
is,
mistakes.
It's very effective because typically you cannot really stand in open positions, which Liquid always liked to do in the previous iterations of the roster, like taking an open angle, TP out to safety with a chamber jet or whatever, right? So this has to be like a composition, I anticipate, that will try to counter the openings from Vitality.
Right,
Bro, the
thing is what I
Elgato
like so
stream
much
pedal
about
is down to
Vitality overall, their entire
$65
coaching
from
staff
90,
is
huh?
So diverse and so understanding of creating something new that I wouldn't be surprised if they come up with something that we don't expect at all. That is totally off meta. Say
You're
again?
talking about the team. They're playing against Team Liquid.
I understand that. Yeah, go on.
I feel like if it's anyone that's going to do that is Team Liquid.
Well, I do anticipate some odd odd choices here and there. Or maybe not odd, but like
It does. I
newer.
bet you my
I wouldn't
mic
be
was a little bit
surprised
soft
if we
before.
even see a double gecko here, although I don't
Do I sound a little bit more
Haven
boomy than I
to be
normally
his
do?
best
Or do I
map,
still sound
think,
alright?
Because it's on some parts.
Because I realized my mic
some parts of the map are gonna
button
be
got
hard to retrieve the
bumped at
utility
some
from.
point. I now bumped it back up. I just don't want it to be too much.
We're experiencing a little bit of a delay right now, but here's more content, and the ones Vitality fans will definitely enjoy. I'm not sure what's the content of the actual video, but here
Or
it
we
is.
can just, I guess, bump it down a little bit anyways. I guess would be the other thing we could do.
V for victory.
I don't know. Anyway, Sean, we'll be right back.
It's been great. We've been living in Berlin for quite a while now.
Everyone is being honest with each other. Like, if you see a problem, they just come to you and say to you, it's not like anything personal, it's most likely work related.
The main reason for that is that we're Eastern European.
That make us like kind of understand each other.
We don't hold any grudges. We keep everything honest and like friendly.
Overall, Team Vitality is great work. I feel like the best what I had for in my life.
13-6 to the scoreline. They have sent Global Esports home.
The experience from lock-in, I think for many of players in the team, it was like their first international like stage game.
Unfortunately, we didn't go too far through the tournament.
Death and demise, Vitality fall.
At least I feel good about our team currently.
Like our practice is super good for like a longer streak of games rather than trying to peak at like one tournament. So we're very down to playing here.
Vitality put up a marvelous game.
Absolutely.
Truly a team to be looked out for.
I sounded fine. Okay.
Expectations are
to be fair, it wasn't much. It's just
we feel like
I noticed earlier that my slider was down a little bit. I just didn't want it to be too boom. It sounds good where it's at now. I'll leave it where it's at.
Everybody on stage, like who's going to play against us. Like we're very excited to come and like just play in Berlin. I think we are doing really.
You'll learn I ask about my mic a lot because I'm freaking anal.
Probably they should expect like us in No Mercy. It's we're here to win, we're here to prove ourselves. Yeah, I mean, we're here to stay.
Very much thanks, and yes. I don't know. I'm so tired. Yeah, it's fine. Let a bit of Finnish bone cold get into the camera.
All right. Now we're ready? Did they realize that they didn't bring him out in true fashion? Is that why they had to do everything back? That can't be it, right? All right, let's go, chat. Team Vitality coming in. That's the team I'm expecting to come out on top. The question is, do they win in 2 or 3 games? I would like to say 3, although at the same time, I wouldn't mind seeing it end in 2.
The atmosphere in the pit is electric right now. Let's
simply because then we're switching over to NA Challengers a little bit sooner. Because Challengers starts here in an hour and a half. So
again, for Team Liquid, you guys, I don't think they've ever hit a low as they did at lock-in. They have to do better.
Significantly. I mean, you know, what we've witnessed there was a bit of a shocker, I would have said. You know, everyone is rating them to be at least like a top 4, top 8 contender. But right now, right here, it matters for them to start with a W, to finally let that be the past and show us that this recent version of Liquid is exactly worth the expectations.
Well, if we learned anything from the matches so far in this season, is that the big names are losing.
Fnatic?
Well, okay, Fnatic not expected. Okay, well, ruined by point. Jinsu. Anyway,
I'll take the blame. I'll take the blame.
But Liquid here is like we had insanely big expectations during lock-in, but now I think they're all tempered. So it's like I would like to be just happily surprised more than you know, disappointed again like during lock-in. But since the first map is Haven, I'm just happy to see the show. Happy to catch a ride here.
I mean, for Team Vitality though, they again we call them the team that's been kind of slept on. There's a few, thanks to Fnatic, we have an extra spot for Tokyo. And Vincent, you expect a team like Team Vitality to be the one to take that opportunity?
I absolutely believe that Vitality finally has to prove us that they're worth a victory. They didn't win 3
Let's start this thing up, baby.
in a row, and they're taking
Actually,
time
let's
and
stand
time
up
and
too
time.
for a little bit,
and
huh?
to be honest, for me, there's a bit of pressure on them that they finally have to perform this season. Best off starting with this game.
Well, we're into Agent Select now. Liquid, they let Haven through for a reason. Redgar and Nats have not played it since August, I believe, of last year, and before that, it was the year before. So Yumpy, Safe is now a Jet player. They've done a roll call here.
We're going to Omen, not on the Reyna, as you can see.
Oh, I'm a bit sad about that.
Yeah,
but yeah, they've done this top. You know, we saw Yumpy playing the duelist and lock-in, and now they've given that to Safe.
Maybe a bit more
rickety
the
rat.
map. You know, Safe is more than capable of playing the duelist, as we've witnessed time and time again throughout a variety of teams. But to be honest, it is very standard, you could say, Oliver. It doesn't feel like we have anything extraordinary, anything super special within that game.
Yeah, different
TL versus Vitality.
So essentially Sendo and Killjoy and Nats on the
Map
side.
1.
We have a mirror match.
All right.
I would say though that I really like the swap from Safe and Yumpy. I consider
also
Safe
chat
to be,
with
let's say
where we're starting this game at.
Then at Yumpy's is more
there is a chance that over the course of this game, towards the end of it, I'm gonna have to dip. I'm gonna leave it running. It's just I gotta run around the corner to pick up Little Man from school.
Safe is a little bit more calculated in this area, so I'm happy.
Kind of like we were doing during lock-in for those of you guys who were rocking with your boy during that. So
we don't know Nats can play that agent. Most importantly, it's just about how much they can actually stall Vitality when they get onto the side.
I would actually say that it's something else. the defense is not as important as the attack. Because what Nats is possible, what Nats has the possibility to do is to be more flexibility and freedom towards the attacking side, so he's able to get more space because if he plays Cypher, who's not latched on the utility range that Killjoy will be, and Sender because of that will be less expected to lurk and will be rather a flank-like catcher, you know, while Nats is expected to get a space while his team is doing pressure. So that's something that I would like to, let's say, point out to viewers to pay attention to the minimap, because many times Nats will be doing something on the attack that should be very impactful to the round.
I don't have as much to talk about as far as on this matchup, because I don't know much between, like, as far as between these two.
Often comes down to what the rest of his team is doing, though, right?
Of course, the pressure has to be
on Gambit, like,
course,
they
we'll
kind of enabled him to be the superstar.
Yeah, Yampi not on Duelist is kind of weird, huh?
We're going to be able to see that from
To be fair, though, they said there's going to be going,
well, I hope so,
or they had mentioned possibly going through some role changes, so
it is going to be a good supporter, but
maybe
success,
maybe their thought
has
is,
to be, as you said, enabled.
Actually, I don't even know what their thought is. I'm not even going to try and act like I do.
From the rest of the team, and that's why the attack side is going to be so important, because in defense, it's rather like how well can
maybe they hope he's going to play a little bit
But the
cleaner getting their info, maybe? I don't know.
When we talk about what they've done at lock-in, it is most importantly that they were not able to have simple, basic synergy. I know it is such a used word by now, but you have to really say that they had not the synergy that I would have expected from them. Maybe with now every single one of them being on the same page, they might be capable to do so.
Well, let's see if they can hear the fans. They are ready. We are also ready to get into game, and the only thing left for me to do is to throw this over to your casters. It is Pavlos and Ender.
I think it's fine to say that Pansy and Hypok were still in the building, and that's why we had some tech issues, obviously. Yeah. But now we're back.
We cleared them out, and we're going to be smooth sailing.
Exactly.
Fingers
They've gone to the hotel. They can now chill, watch the game, and now we can get on with the actual gameplay.
Oh, yeah. And this game is going to be an absolute banger. The crowd on both sides of the Coliseum have just been at war. You got the Golden Hornets cheering for Vitality on one side, the TL fans on the other. And I don't think, since the moment Vitality stepped out into the pit, the Golden Hearts haven't sat down. No. They've been hanging on the edge the entire time, getting chance going even through the delays.
I'm curious if that will be the case for the entirety of the match, because look, these two teams,
all right, let's go.
Throughout the history,
let's actually start this thing. Come on.
From them due to the lock-in performances, we know they're not at their strongest points due to the legacy that some of these players have. Right, we've got world champions, we've got players that have known the greatest of heights when it comes to competitive Valorant. But now it's safe to say that they're not hitting that stride. So we're looking to see how soon it will take for them to get to that point, if they can get to this point, and seeing how close these two teams could be matched, we could be seeing quite a banger today.
We know these teams have the talent. Now it's time to see them debut here. VCT EMEA. It's going to be Vitality kicking things off on the attack, and they don't want to bother any other site than C.
Pistol round, let's get it.
No Cypher util to stop them.
Yeah, it's a quickie. The side already, Nats forced to fall back from this, so they're going to handle this for the post plant. Vitality might be actually opting into the garage area.
I like how quick they moved in there, though.
TL to go for a massive flank with 3 players. They took very early control over A lobby.
Nat saw him, right?
They're doing clearing all their corners, though, to make sure they can't get shot in the back of the head.
Nats is well aware, and he's calling reinforcements. They're going to move into garage right away, and they're going to deal with Twisting quickly. Still, the rest of Vitality falling back to the side. That's important, but there's another pinch in the making. Have a look at Long. It's going to be Safe and Yampi moving in together. Red Guard taking it back, but still, Vitality playing the site.
They're doing good so far. Dart to clear out Sender in the back gets immediately destroyed. They have to clear this close angle with Destrian, and they're just getting kills with shocks inside the smoke.
Bonko with the first, but it's going to go into Vitality's favor. Safe all to himself, but it's not going to take long.
I'm not going to lie. I thought after Vitality dropped the one, they were going to be able to kind of pinch it both angles.
Very nice job there from
I kind of felt delayed between.
With the multi-flanks coming in. I believe Sender was able to escape from
it felt kind of delayed
from the rest of his teammates. And
delayed with the teams that are pushing up this way,
able to play down in numbers,
as well as from here.
Get some kills through the smokes. They got the
I felt like if they would have pushed that a little bit quicker, I think that would have been more.
Knowing the timing right before the smoke drops, you expect the player to be
a little bit cleaner for him.
That's when the shot start comes in.
I know they were worried about that short edge there for the Omen,
roll things back a bit.
Which you just need to move and like
have a look at how things have gone with Vitality. Obviously, They've had quite a simple endeavor at the start, you know, playing, you know, against that global esports squad. That looked stronger than anyone would have expected, but still able to take them down. Then Leviathan. That was a difficult endeavor for them.
Frenzy Gober.
Exceeding expectations. Team Liquid, on the other hand, were knocked out from their first ever match in Lock-in, right?
Yeah.
A 2-0 against Team Secret, something that no one would have thought possible.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really tough position to be in. I think that tournament sort of showed, like, you could fall instantly, and you only have that one game, that one day to really get a read off of them. So I think it's hard for me to take a lot of reads from TL in that lock-in tournament, and I'm definitely looking forward to see what they have to show here now that we have a league, now that we're going to see them multiple times for many, many weeks before potentially saying goodbye to them. Curiously enough, Vitality just ran into an open C site once again. With TL looking for the flank.
Are they going to see sender? Are they going to spec sender?
On the lighter buy rounds, or the save for Team Liquid, or if they are committing to a lobby control into flanking with multiple players, because it's something that I definitely love to see teams committing to on this map.
Why are they going that way?
We're seeing it, probably not with the entire.
Oh, well, now sender's fucked. Oh! He gets two?
Successful with 2 kills here. Safe. Actually, finding some damage. Maybe he's got a rifle. But look at that. There's guns in the play.
Yeah, there's no time to actually win this one out. So these two players need to die to the spike. Safe has the rifle, so he's going to clear away. Be just fine, making sure it doesn't go into the hands of the enemy, but fairly successful round there, you'd have to say, from Team Liquid.
And even though a Bulldog got picked up, they're already
I'm kind of confused at the push in the mid, because they should have been able to assume that that spike was on
heading into the second round was
C, right?
Both had 3 charges on their ultimates.
So why would you pinch through mid like
that? Either of those players were able to find multiple kills, get the spike down, something like this. They would have had
the long way, nonetheless. Like, you literally went from mid to, or from window to courtyard, back to bottom mid
because it went
to clear it
sideways, and Team Liquid knocked them down first. They're going to be quite a bit away from those big ultimates.
Yeah, as we step into a slight tech pause here, of course, we'll be entering the Logitech power-up round, right? So we're seeing guns in the play. Yeah, we know that looking at Team Liquid, there's a bit of a clash of ideologies, right? You've got a nice little core from Mech, previously known as Gambit. You've got the nice little core from Liquid.
Yeah, but I would even say that one rifle, I wouldn't have expected even someone to be that far pushed up.
There may be a bit of a clash in beliefs on how this game should be played.
Yeah, I think Tom was telling us backstage, actually, he had an interview he did with Safe, where Safe said basically heading into lock-in, didn't necessarily agree with how they wanted to play inside the server, and has been working with the team and Redguard to sort of play a little bit more on the fly in rounds, as opposed to planning out every little thing and flow charting their way through rounds. He likes to play a little bit more fast and loose, react to the information that's given to them. So I'm curious to see how much we actually see develop in their play today.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen teams, case in point, Heretics, right, that have been switching things up constantly, right? Obviously, Boo no longer being in that IGL position. You know, the individual roles switching up as well, who is playing the second smoker, the initiator and such. I wonder if these are things that these teams in particular are thinking of as well, right? Because it's not only the ideology, it's how these players fit within that thought process as well.
You know what I wonder? Did the Golden Hornet sit down? And the answer is absolutely not. I thought maybe a pause would be enough to get them to take a little bit of a break. No. They're still getting very loud, very rowdy inside the arena.
I think Team Liquid want to respond here, actually, the fans.
I love it. I just love that the fans, because we're in this sort of circular setup, the fans get
are like right across from each other. Yeah.
The team that they want to support, so it's kind of like this war, this battle going back and forth.
And it's close proximity, right? So
this is why I like the EMEA. I wonder how the NA stage is going to be. Has anybody seen any pictures offhand? I don't think they've released any early, but
I'm actually not sure if there's a
I'll be curious to see if they go more the Pacific stage style or.
That has the horse on the table down there. I forget where it ended up going, but I know they've got some plushies they're always hanging out with.
Yeah.
And look, I'll be honest, like, fan club plushies, like, either way, moral support, right?
Support, yeah.
You get first blooded, you instantly just go give that little guy a pet, and you're feeling way better.
Yeah, could make quite a difference.
Well, I just think,
I know that petting dogs makes a difference, right? There's a
stimulus there, but it does. I'm more of a cat guy.
You're a cat guy.
Yeah,
okay.
I'll be honest.
Dogs are best.
But hear me out, right?
Yeah.
Because, you know, pauses, they can sometimes be stressful, right? A lot of people running around trying to fix things. You know, we're
Bro, I remember, I think it was Saturday.
What if we just had like a dog or a cat?
It had to have been Saturday when I woke up for South American ALGS cast, and Pacific was playing. Their games went late.
Wrong guy to ask.
Okay, like,
fair enough. Golden Retriever,
and I think it was because they were having quite a few tech pauses.
Chihuahua, perhaps?
No.
No?
In the Coliseum, I think.
Chad, there's a good chance this week we'll probably watch some Pacific VCT as well.
Very hard to spot.
Because Friday night,
to be made. But it looks like we're ready to get into the game,
probably.
So let's put our voices together.
Oh, when am I gonna sleep Friday?
See how this one works out. Of course.
Friday I might be Friday after VCT we'll probably stay up and watch the ALGS or the Apex Souls event.
Half shields across the board. We've seen Fnatic do that.
That's out of the Pacific region.
In Locking, they've done that in Champions.
And then depending how we're feeling, we'll probably stay up and watch some Pacific VCT. I think maybe.
But it's time to rock and roll.
There's those Liquid fans. Absolutely love to see it. Now, right off the rip, Nats has a setup in Garage and in B. Through that
I'll have to wait and see kind of
a gamble camera almost.
How you boys feeling?
Playing C early, that one stays up for a long time and is really powerful in any situation. That's a nasty little tripwire.
Vitality, though, going into the C site very quickly and actually find Redgar. Without any trade, the side is theirs, and they can simply just take their post-plant positions.
Yeah, Team Liquid need to regroup because Safe is so far away from the rest of the team. You're not going to have a very quick retake attempt, which could cause some problems because there's situations where, okay, is there post-plant ability from Sender? Actually, the answer
Thoughts,
is no.
chat. This is either to you guys here on Kick or YouTube.
Doesn't have any in his back pocket to throw for a lineup, so it's going to be a late reflank into Garage, and the timing.
Do you think having the timeout heading into your first rifle round hurts you more than it helps you if you're Team Liquid?
That's trying to make his magic onto the site, but obviously greeted.
I can't help but imagine it make you like start overthinking things going into your first rifle round.
Look to walk into him. Nats just says no, won't be taken down so quickly. Obviously,
you know what I mean.
The clock running out, has to drop back, save that gun. But Vitality successful in winning up Team Liquid's first buy. Means that they'll be up 3-0.
Yeah, Team Liquid need to figure out something to solve this C site. That's 3 rounds in a row now.
Yeah,
they've been a little bit abused there. That was a different look from Vitality. This is the first time they really tried to split into the site. Even with the Jet getting caught by the tripwire in Garage, there was no one immediately playing off of that, I don't think. And again, with your defensive Jet playing all the way over on A, very hard to fight quickly into the site, which is something I do feel like you almost need to do with 3 players in C-Link. Will be another buy now for TL, and a new look for Vitality, playing a little bit more attention over towards the A site. You can see that Nats' setup has changed. There is a tripwire over on C. That's where absolutely everything is. But Garage is a little bit light in terms of util. There are options later in the round for Sender to find a good lurk timing.
All right.
And potentially if he creeps up early on, after you just embed Destrian down in sewers. I love.
Why did I think that they broke the economy? This is going to be a pistol round.
You can sort of pivot on
mostly because I'm an idiot. All right, cool. Thanks, chat.
Your lurkers and what info they grab.
Might be important as well to point out that Vitality up until this point very explosive
cool, appreciate
with
you.
their pushes. Now, do switch the pace up. With Aljorin, we'll figure out, yeah, okay, the B site's open, let's just move into it.
It's an easy B site take now. And again, because Destrian is in sewers, he hears this drone going down A long right now. The 8 players are actually walking on the rotation, so Destrian can't actually calm that these rotates are coming through. And the entire team actually just faked it out, really. They just tapped it, went back. This is odd because, again, I thought the call would be Destrian on the rotations making this read, but they're just making it even without the sound.
And now the question is within the players' head, was this the right call? Have we been able to lure them away from their positions? Bone call dangerously low, but still alive. That's the important part. Twisted on site. Everyone is blind. Whether that's a paranoia or a flash, no one can see a thing, which means no exchanges of fire has occurred. The A site fully under Vitality's control, and it's 3 left for Team Liquid. Look at the backline though. Redgar trying to push through. Sender with his bot out, can't deal with it.
So huge. Redgar gets that kill. All of a sudden,
now he's going to watch him on short.
He's going to run into 2 players down in the sewer. They're swinging him. Aggro. Destrian finds that, and TL.
Nice to play that aggressive there on the side of Vitality.
That's for sure. Vitality looking strong, even when the pace is slower, even when their decision-making comes in.
Easy decision to save here from Team Liquid. It's a boring decision, but it is the right decision, as unfortunate as it is, you know what I mean?
Utility overlay. Yeah, Twisted gets blinded by his own teammate, but everything was perfect to clear out the site and make sure there was no actual way that TL could get a shot against them. I think TL had the one opportunity when I believe it was Bone Cold was jumping out with the drone, and that kill didn't end up happening. That was the one weakness perhaps in the attack. But apart from that, Vitality looked fantastic. And I also think that Vitality throughout that round chose what information they were feeding to Liquid, which was really cool to see, because they were very quiet after the explosive, putting Destrian up over towards A. They were quiet into B, faked that site hit, and then walked on out. And it wasn't until they fully committed into the site that any util or any footsteps were actually made. Which is very cool how they were able to pivot throughout the round, and something you want to try to do on Haven is pull those rotations and punish as soon as players leave the site.
And what everyone is hearing right now is something these players haven't really dealt with too much of, right? Obviously, you've got experience in the international stages, but having a European crowd behind you, that's insane. Destrian, first blood in the bag as he pushes through short.
And that's after Liquid committed 4 players to fight for A. Sure, the breach wasn't there, but he was trying to concuss for the team, flash, and do everything.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's probably the case, 100%, as far as the break. I just realized I didn't answer that. I would say 100% though, right, Tim?
They gained early and back to 4v4.
It's exactly what you need to do, though. I think down in numbers is look for some kind of offensive play, try to catch Vitality in transition.
Now, they've done that, but the move towards B is imminent. And that one's clear. We're looking at a retake if that push commences.
Nats does have a retake camera. You can actually see inside the door over near C-Link. That he can click into. Actually, did that get destroyed? Didn't quite catch that one. I believe Vitality saw that, were able to break it, but TL are quick here on the retake.
What's important about this play is that Sender's got full control over their spawn, so no flank is
coming.
It's a good
The plant too, because it's for like the middle of B.
In the post plant, that's gross. Sender's a little far away to actually activate that one, but Breach ult can come in at any time.
This is super strong for Vitality. Team Liquid really need to bring out the heroics, really need to bring out the good gunplay to try and make this work. Otherwise, holding there will not work out. Destrian, first blood, putting more pressure onto Team Liquid. Flash has been thrown at them, nano swarms, everything. Even a lockdown to guarantee, and they still have Moses rolling.
Was the lockdown necessary there, though? It feels like kind of overkill, doesn't it?
And Vitality secure a 5th consecutive round. And
I mean, it gets you a 5th round.
There's nothing of theirs on the board.
This is crisp play out of Vitality. Their map choice looking very good on it. And still having all that utility in the post plant, from the paranoia to the breach concuss, the fault line, it's all in there. So far, the main 2 looks we've seen out of Vitality. It's the fast C hit, and it's the early A, fight, getting Destrian up there, and then pivoting back over towards B.
Bro, I don't understand how players play that close to their monitor. I don't think I could ever.
Like thematic openers in their comp, or in their playbook, really.
Use restroom real quick, chat, while we're in this timeout.
The more options you can show, the more confusion you give over to your opponents, the harder it is for them in a timeout to figure out how to play against that, right? This timeout, probably talking about things like this Omen working down short. We threw so much utility into it as TL. How did we not actually get the kill? That's going to be a big question. How do they maybe change their setup to punish these late B rotations? Will it be late re-aggression out of Garage? Is it trying to activate a fast flank? Something like this. They need something in the toolkit.
I guess you could also say it's a lot about tempo, right? I feel like Vitality have had a clear grasp of that. Team Liquid haven't been able to pace out the game like they would have wanted, always walking on eggshells. Vitality there, they're comfortable with this, and they've got an entire crowd behind them just shouting their name. Has to feel that much more confident,
It's a good spot to be in, that's for sure. So Safe is going to play aggressively up mid. And the question is, how far does he go, and does he actually post himself up underneath window? Because that's an angle, right, that could be very punishing for Vitality if they try to late play into B. But with Vitality setup, I think this is just the fast C hit that they went back for in the first 2 rounds.
They've tried slow and steady the past 2-3 rounds, but now they want to opt to switch things up again. Team Liquid taking some proactivity themselves and push towards mid to gain that info.
And these trips have to be played off of, though, because Jet can just go immediately straight off them. I like this ult from Yampi, but I don't think it found anything.
Yeah, not a thing. No info, no tags. So the site is clearly under control of Vitality. They even get a kill through the smoke.
Wow.
Nats is down and out, and already Team Liquid out of this advantageous position.
Mulsi has ultimate again in the post plant. Team Liquid, how do you get in? Double flashes on Soulcast. That's how you try to put something together.
Safe, it's time for the Yashine. Doesn't go with the commitment onto the dash rolling Thunder. Committed to, but that's to the back of the site. It seems that Soulcast might have sidestep it, but no. Jumpy into the fight, will be taken down. Vitality, full control of it. Not handing Team Liquid a piece of it. And Vitality just don't stop taking off of their opponents.
This is just brutal. It's save after save after save. Team Liquid can't do anything, right? Like, Nats falls in the middle of a smoke trying to get a spam kill off of his trips, but Vitality aren't even activating those. The entry into side has been perfect. I don't think Team Liquid are actually fighting on side at all. I think that's something that may have to change for them on C. If the kill trips aren't paying off, you have to do something. Otherwise, you're giving up C, and what's the option? Right? They're not activating flanks. They had mid control that time around, but Vitality are never in fear of turning around and dealing with any player from behind.
I was over into the makeup room and I bumped into Bone Cold, right? And he looked chill as ever, right? He was talking about, oh, I haven't figured out this signature. Like, what am I going to do? Am I going to draw a bone and an icicle or something to try and make up a signature? I haven't figured it out. My letters aren't nice either. But he was super chill. Didn't really feel too, you know, worried about the upcoming game. And this is exactly what I'm feeling from Vitality either way. This is fairly comfortable for them.
I mean, honestly, it doesn't feel like they're getting challenged. I think this is the third time now they've gone into the C site and just no one's been there. It's like, okay, I guess we're chilling. The fast retake, though, I like this from Safe.
Oh, he's in the smoke. Bone Cold goes aggressive. Speak of the devil, Sender pushing forward as well. Team Liquid not hitting their mark at all. No fight to be won from their end. And Vitality just takes it all home.
Straight round.
Solkos won't even be able to deliver against Bone Cold again.
Team flawless, bro.
7-0. This is running out of
Throw
hand.
the damn towel. Holy shit. Golly.
Fans still here in force. But man, every single player just lost their fight on this retake.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, though, Oogie, I think it's a mental thing, bruv.
Absolutely disgusting. Shutting it all down.
Yeah, even after the timeout, Team Liquid haven't been able to shake this off.
Vitality aren't having to go deep in the playbook either. Again, it's just 5 players.
Because, like, look even here. Like, why are you pushing middle
if it ain't broke, don't fix
on
it.
a flank? It's just so, like...
And it will be the triple flank. Just the light buys, it seems, that TL want to go for this route. And there's so many pieces of Killjoy info to be fully aware of what's happening. Still safe with knives in hands. It has to be him.
Sender doesn't get stunned, sidestep, but is shown from the recon. Flashes way, but still not being pressured as more is thrown towards Team Liquid's position. Now, flashes yet again, delaying them little by little, keeping them at bay. That's all they need. Carbus dropping, Sender delivering. That's the only player that could have done much. Safe had his plays out. No one else has a gun apart from pistols. And this is clean from Vitality. Nothing pressured. And they may be looking for yet another flawless round here.
Hey, got one!
Solid reactive play once again from from Vitality, rather.
Yeah.
But this has not been the opening Team Liquid have wanted whatsoever.
What's going on?
I mean, literally, Team Liquid are not fighting Vitality on the C hits. And that's been, I believe, 5 of 8 rounds, maybe
and
6
that's what
of
you're
8
talking
rounds.
about, Oogie.
And the other 2, it's been Destrian getting util to set him up to find a pick down A short. Like, Vitality have not reinvented the wheel. I think what they are doing is very clean. It's very crisp. They're playing very well. But it's not like they're being challenged to come up with a lot of different ways to start off these rounds. This is actually the first unique look, which has been more fighting for mid.
Exactly, and I feel like Team Liquid had a response for this.
Nah, and there's not like any mercy rule either, Tim, where they like end things early. It's just
again, but no,
just helps your round differential on the scoreboard.
Things up when it's vital. Good reading, good IGLing.
Now, interestingly enough, Twiston has the operator in hand because he has.
Imagine if a 13-0 counted as 2 maps. That'd be so sick.
On attack, great opener from Safe. Safe also with the operator, but can he get out?
Yeah, that's what he needed. Get one kill, get out. Now Team Liquid have got the advantage.
All the Cypher setup here too. I do believe that Sender should be able to hear the Cypher cam being tapped into from.
They gotta be careful leading with that op moving through C.
They want to get someone very far forward, up, down A short, now working over into C. But are they going to be ready for Redgar's forward position?
Oh, Redgar being a sneaky boy. Veteran, first of all, and he'll just keep on holding this angle.
And cleared the close angle first. He never cleared the long angle, though, which is interesting.
He might just do that, but instead, no, holds with a dark cover and repositions in case he gets pre-fired. But look at this, Twiston inside of the smoke with a shorty while the rest of the team move into A.
Yeah, Sender popped the trip over on A short, so Nats is completely aware there's a player here, and with Yampi making it up through mid, this round is falling apart for Liquid.
Yep, Yampi
eventually from Liquid,
being a saving grace for his team. Good telegraph play of what Vitality was trying to do.
Get their
Good
first
call
point
out
on the
from Matt
board.
to say that Sender's on the A site. They're going to try and rotate, and Team Liquid finally respond.
I was wondering if they're going to mess around and
There
go
they
double
are.
up after
Ninth
the
round,
one
Team
drop,
Liquid
but they
show
did
up.
not.
And how do they do it? It's with forward positions, aggressive positions, safe the operator finds the first pick. That's absolutely fantastic. But also, finally, we're seeing them fight aggressively forward down C long after they get the info of multiple players. Down C2, Yompi, clear space in mid, catches them in the rotations. And you see more of this from TL. The last 2 rounds of this half, the last 3 rounds, going to be very important for them to replicate.
I'm not quite sure, but was that the first round that Safe was able to get his hands on an operator?
Yes, it was.
And we're already seeing dividends of that.
100%. And again, I think it was actually a great read, the position. They haven't sat down, by the way.
Yes.
The check-in for the Golden Hornets.
I love it.
Doesn't matter.
The
if they lose
passion,
one
bro.
round, still feeling very good about themselves.
This is really impressive in the regard that, apart from the Golden Hornets just being insane,
timeout after 1 round is interesting.
Really smart from Vitality. As soon as Team Liquid get any say in the game,
oh, true.
Just pull the brakes and say, okay, well, good luck taking the momentum. We're just going to break it straight away.
That's fair.
I thought you were going to say it's impressive they've been standing the entire time.
Oh, no,
because you've been standing, but I've been sitting down this entire time. I am a huge chilling here in a little in a booster seat. Not a booster seat, a booster seat.
A booster seat.
Yeah, that's how I like it. But
technically, the booster seat is still a booster seat because he boosts people. He's just that good.
Oh, I like that. I like that. Now, okay, one thing that I do want to credit Safe with, especially because we were just talking about he gets his hands on an operator, but I think the position he found himself in to find that kill, going for a slightly delayed peak slide off.
Yeah, did anybody see Nice Wig's fucking sunburn he posted a picture of yesterday? Oh, dude. He's going to be in some pain, bro.
That's very good from him, and I think that this may be something being discussed in this timeout is if the operator is in play, where's it going to be? Where are the most likely angles? Because I think fighting sewers and also fighting C long are going to be the best options, the options that in the weaknesses Team Liquid have shown, that's the 2 spots you want the operator.
It's definitely a difference from a set play approach.
It says never going outside again.
So by the time they enter a site, they're weakened so we can deal with it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think
Poor fella, dude.
Team Liquid need to find themselves in positions so they can get numbers.
Said he took the top off the Jeep and went driving. Bro, look, he's got fucking chain suntan tan lines. That's hilarious, dude.
Okay. This one round, they play mid and go for the late control over A. Okay, they get punished there. Will it just be a classic C hit? Will it be early A into the B fake?
Oh, man.
Will it be something entirely new?
Always use your sunblock, kids.
You can put into perspective the 2 IGLs as well, right? Both of them sort of on a redemption arc, right? Both of them haven't had the best of 2022, right? Considering, you know, the victories that they might have had, you know, for example, Redcar had with Mech in Masters, right? Or Redcar, well, I mean, Bone Cool not having the best year prior to this. I feel this is their redemption to something that some heights they haven't hit in a while.
I think for so many players in Valorant, this year is the big reset button, right? You know, brand new studios, brand new leagues, right? Shiny.
Brand new rosters, brand new
orgs, teams, everything, right? Like, this is your chance to really redefine yourself, hit the ground running. And Vitality have done absolutely that. Now they have to be able to find a way to close and carry that on for at least the next 8 weeks.
And as the timeout finds its end, we can jump right back into the server. Reminder for anyone that has just tuned in, Vitality has won 8 consecutive rounds and Team Liquid has just broken that tempo.
All right, let's go. Round number 10. Obviously, plenty good on side of Vitality side.
Going to be safe tanking big damage there. And again, just the light
Vitality's got 3 ults available too.
61 health. That's not going to be ideal for him. And we'll reposition over towards B. Now, this time around, Vitality, they drone. They make noise over towards the A site, but they're not actually committing and leaving any player in that position. I think this may end up looking very similar to their C hit in round 3, where they split in through Garage. And because they have the ultimate on Bone Cold, they can use that to supplement the hit and clear someone potentially out of window here.
Yeah, and I feel like this clearing out of the window will be quite a simple endeavor. I mean, there's no support. Yeah, see, throw something at them and they'll just move away. Redgar looking to stick around this time around. He's low already, being sprayed across through the smoke. Soulcast finding one, but now they're being
I kind of wish we had the Jets angle on that. That was kind of nice.
Again, making the C hit successful.
Absolutely gorgeous play right there. They don't even have to commit any ultimates. You can see still 3 in the inventory of Vitality.
You know what would be dope? Would be if
because they have all the post
Valorant had
Vitality just abandoned
a
the site
like
entirely. Sender is going to be that late.
Where you could watch the
in
games
Garage,
live in game, like as an
well.
observer, like you can on CS:GO.
Team Liquid.
That'd be so lit.
Forwards. Nats isn't even in the fight. Wow. He's going into Garage just now, shutting off Sender. Potential for Safe to hold on, but no, they're back out. They save their guns. That's it.
I do think one thing I've noticed from Nats in virtually every single post plant on C, it's been a very late Garage window peek from him. And I think that Nats is a player you can maybe try to like, I feel like he's been impossible to read for so long that you try to look for any value of consistency so you can know playing against him. That's something maybe teams can think about heading into the future is no, that's not okay.
That is so big. No operator now for the Team Liquid side. And that was the reason they were able to win that one round they did win.
Yep. Trying to take a little bit of look at the money. I think Redgar actually has enough to buy an operator and drop that over to Safe, so it's going to be okay at the end of the day. And I do also want to...
okay, is it though?
I mean, with one more round left after this, I do think they're in a world where they can't get an operator heading into round 12 if they lose this one and aren't able to carry that through. So perhaps that is a difference.
Oh, Oogie, you had mentioned about Mix It Up. They released another statement.
Redgar that was up.
Nice shot.
Team Liquid in the game. 2 picks, and now they're ahead.
When they fight C-Long aggressively, Team Liquid have been successful both times it's happened. That's a third on the round.
Redgar,
all right, they need to try and build on this.
Wait a second, I've got this. Calm down. Easy.
Try at least get to 3. Win the pistol. All of a sudden it's 9-5. It doesn't sound so bad. You know what I mean?
I mean, Vitality have done it the majority of rounds. And now it's punished. Tough spot to clear. Yampy finds 2.
And to be fair, flawless round is what they needed, right? Get that confidence running again. They know they're good, right? This is a stacked roster.
Yo, what up, what up?
Gotta put that cohesion
I don't know about grandpa. No, I am kind of a grandpa, though. You ain't lying.
I love that, too. Playing 2 players fighting down long with the operator and then to punish
Hopefully you have yourself a good Tuesday.
Tucked in close. Up close and personal.
You don't need to be reminding me how old I am.
There's a barrage of ultimates.
There's a barrage of ultimates. There's a barrage of cheers. Both sides of the arena getting active.
Look, 9-3 isn't too bad. They can potentially bring it back.
That is true. We'll have to see TL how successful they are in the attack. Now, Vitality, how do they change things up? Well, they smoke bottom of C. They don't want to fight that early on. And it is a slower mid-control focus start for them with Sender
all right.
watching.
If you're Liquid here, you would really, really like to be able to make, again, 9-3. Win the pistol, 9-5. Doesn't sound so bad. You break the econ, all of a sudden you're like 9-7. Ooh. But gotta start here, though.
Smoke on A-Long.
Because if you go into half 10-2.
Spotting off Safe. Does he stick around? Cloudburst potentially thinking of it, but thinks better of it. Drops back. Has to use the stun. The dash.
Here it is, though. The map fundamentals for Vitality. I think this is such an interesting case of how to learn how to play Haven, embedded once again down sewers.
Omen v Omen here on C-Long.
Shorty meta, shorty meta.
Redgar.
Vandal meta, Vandal meta.
Oh,
that's not going to help his case. Onto the side! What? Redgar able to get it. Twisting through the smoke, though, brings out the shorty. Team Liquid have rotated over, but there's only 2 of them. The 2 will remain to come. Twisted onto the top of the site. Soulcast steals with him. Hunter Suri trying to get it through. Soulcast still holds on.
There it is.
Still delivering. Team
Nice by
want
Liquid.
This. They want this bad. They can't let it drop that easily. And Bone Cold to himself will have to remain
Easy peasy, man. That's what you're wanting.
Team Liquid close out the half at least with 1 win.
What a hold there from TL. Somehow, Redgar gets a kill through the Rolling Thunder, through the monster.
All right, chat, here in about 10,
laid on him.
14 minutes or so, I'm going to have to
Fantastic stuff.
walk away from the screen to walk around the corner real quick.
At the moment with both Sobas using the Hunter's Fury, but Nats popped the nerf.
Well, I'll keep this up, obviously.
That then Yampy was trying to find connections with
They'll be back momentarily.
On the Hunter's Fury. Insane combination from TL to hold down the fort.
Look, and it felt like this was one of the rounds that Vitality felt a little bit more messy than others, right? Where Team Liquid were able to take control due to the fact of being defenders. Their role was a little bit more well-defined. And, you know, through that...
I love hearing the crowd cheers in the back, man. It gives it that football feel, bro.
With having to deal with the rest of the site, it took a lot of time for them to deal with.
That was a
that EMEA passion.
We have Yinzu standing by with Daniel from Riot for Say on the series, on the tournament, on whatever it is. Please take it away.
Thank you very much. And he's got a lot to tell us, actually. I'm joined by Daniel Ringland, the head of Valorant Esports here at EMEA. First of all, you were sitting behind the Golden Hornet in that first half. What was that like?
I've got to tell you, it's pretty amazing. There's 8 people up there from the Hornets holding battle with about 50 people from Liquid over here. I've got to tell you guys, you're amazing. They've got like 5 different songs. They know every word.
The synergy is there.
Oh, don't do this to me. Okay, there we go. Let's say we got a good interview. Come on.
25 Hornets that are going to be here, and I just can't imagine the noise. They're losing their shit up there. It's amazing.
Yeah, obviously the atmosphere is great right now. You've been here for the last couple of days. Talk me through what the experience is like. For the people at home that might be thinking about making the trip, why should they?
Oh, look, if you're on the fence about coming down to the Coliseum or not, you just better get onto it because we're selling out of tickets really quickly. And when you look around, you can see everyone's having such a great time. They're so close to the players. They're singing. We got bubble tea here. It's just amazing. I'm having a great time. Yeah. I think everyone here is having a great time as well.
You had me a bubble tea. You had me a bubble tea.
Like a yes.
The boba tea. It seems to be an addiction for some, man. Apparently the boba tea
did you anticipate
craze is real.
To turn out like this already so early on?
I think it's one of those just expect the unexpected type situations. I mean, already we've had so many surprises, and when we look at this season to come and the 10 teams we have, you can't predict it. You're just going to have to watch.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. Well,
I do think of the 3 regions, chat, I think EMEA is the most wide open. Thoughts?
Of course, come down to the Coliseum in Berlin.
Even though when you look at, like, say, NA, where the top is pretty tough.
Check out the Coliseum. It's
And I think it's going to be one of those any given Sunday sort of feels. You could argue the same thing with EMEA, but I think in NA there will always be favorites, or more predominant favorites, I should say, even though it has that any given Sunday feel.
They're trying to play aggressively through mid. Look at that, 20 seconds into the round.
That high up, I have not.
Step up. This gives them very quick options. It also
we will probably be. I mean, I've sat down with a couple of ALGS casters. Tim, granted, when I interviewed them, they were not ALGS casters yet, but we will probably be having another ALGS caster on soon. I need to start getting on my interview game on the Valorant side for real.
Oh, it turns out to bite them though because Deshrin was.
Oh, I guess we did chat with
Look at them up in the window. They killed
we did chat with Tanner, who is a host for NA Challengers. We'll actually probably hear him tonight.
Right now, while Safe lurked onto the C site. This is crazy.
And he's gaining immense of information right now.
And they're gonna fight forward.
They are. They're going to try and pincer them in straight away. Redguard draws out the classic, does damage, and eventually the kill. Molzy close by, trying to push it through, but there's Redguard still in the backline that they have to deal with.
Nice.
Team Liquid, crush Vitality.
I need to figure out what I can do to get to the point where...
number 2 of this game.
What a round there from Liquid. Okay, slow to get here, but now they have arrived. I absolutely
don't even know how to say it. Like, I want to be to the point where I can pump more like long form content, but I feel like we're doing a decent job of that.
And all the timings on those looks were
I just needed to get to the point where
from TL when they decided to walk into sight at the same time info
we can afford an editor.
The map, whether that's the drone or the jet actually committing and
which I don't think we're too far from.
Vitality were absolutely caught off guard. And that was after they had a fantastic forward position up mid.
Because I think I could get to the point where I'm legit recording an interview every day. The hard part just becomes
it's twisting with the assistance of the stun of Molzy. So this time
the editing and stuff with B-roll and finding the B-roll.
Safe is going to be pushing through though, and Twistin will be taken down. So simple stuff for Team Liquid.
Yeah, it's a tough world for Vitality to be living.
Maybe not every day. I'd probably be able to push out a good 4 a week though. Plus my own other long form videos, you know.
To preach the good word of the shorty. It's all in here.
We'll get there though. It's all a process, baby. Oh!
You're not going to be able to do anything.
No, you're really not.
But here's the thing.
This is a shorty trailer, I feel like.
This is a shorty trailer, 100%.
Or an advertisement,
because now that we have so many teams not spending the extra 600 credits to go for full armor. They're just going for a half armor the majority of time.
But like we've talked to a couple of like
what's 150 credits gonna cost you to upgrade into
like
the short?
org
You still have
execs.
plenty of money to get the rifles.
Maybe
going
not
on
from
through.
like Riot or
Guys,
anything
it's
like
on
that. Was
offer.
just
You
up
never
there,
know when the
but
price is going to go up again.
we talked
and
with
literally, you can't put a price tag on the Stark So Clutch from yesterday.
two separate
You cannot. He needed the
CEOs.
shorty to pull that one off.
It wouldn't have worked otherwise.
Actually, the interview that's
not
going to be
have.
going up on
And we've
YouTube
already
here
seen
this
all
week is
throughout
with
last
the
half so many shorty
CEO from
executives.
South
There's so many players that
America,
are doing this right
South
now.
American Apex.
It's not like I'm capping. This is real stuff.
But this is the first buy round of Vitality.
Nice dart. Got a little bit of info. Got a little bit of damage on 3 actually.
Team Liquid are going to be dealing with this one. Obviously, they're on the attack and already showing quite a lot of presence here to the right-hand side. Our join expended, spotted, Vitality, deciding that the fate of this A side will be on Boldcold's hands.
It's very true. Now, Redgar is the solo pistol player on TL. That's again why he's taking more of the lurk role here. Not as influential on the site hit, but was maybe trying to hear things. I think he should have been able to hear the Killjoy turret in Garage. He's going to try to smoke, perhaps walk past that to find alert timing.
Okay. That's going to pull him over to C.
the main deal of this
Nice.
is for Team Liquid to kind of obscure their movement and trying to fake that left-hand side while they just move into A.
They have been able to keep 3 players over towards the C site.
Yeah.
Here comes all the
I say they need to push right in.
Actually playing on
Yep.
site. But Bokel
Oh.
That's going to make things simpler for Vitality.
Well, now Vitality just chill out, right? You have numbers advantage. Wait for the plant. The rotates are now going to come in, but you still have
A little bit of a damage on Nats there too.
Patient on that shock dart eventually is when the spike is heard, we'll end up throwing it. So mitigating how much damage there, how much health Team Liquid could potentially have. But Red on the back end, Sender!
Why are you pulling the corner in the mid or turn the corner in the middle of pulling out your gun,
Now
dog?
twisting, aggressing, safe. Nakan holding through, Vitality on the flicks. Flicksville today. And now Yampi trying to hold the fort inside the smoke with just a Spectre and a Sheriff. The job is done. Vitality on double digits.
Wow, from Bone Cold finding that opening kill through smoke to the retake looking very nice. Well played, Vitality. Also, I only realized at the very end of the round, Redgar had, I believe, 5,900 credits and only a Sheriff in hand. That has to be a blunder from him. You have to be buying there. I'm all for the light armors, the save, the turboing your economy, but that's not the right plan, I think, for him. Maybe just missed that while trying to call out.
Imagine though, no, there's no. I mean, but why would he be saving that money? It's a good point.
Look, there's a clear idea behind this entire map. Vitality, having prepped this solidly, you've got some very good ideas of their attack, and now their defense is looking strong as well.
I mean, that's also one of those things, though. If they win the round, then it's a brilliant decision, right? It's a brilliant risk.
So far, it looks good.
Especially if he snaps and gets a double or a triple.
Put them on double amount of rounds that Team Liquid has. And it's clear why they've picked it.
I always get nervous when someone steps out into mid like this from Twistin, because you have the ability, especially if there ever is a garage split into C, which is what TL are sort of feigning right now as they throw that window smoke again, similar to last round, and the drone, that you step up. This is what I was talking about, Twistin. As soon as you hear that, you have the forward position in mid, you can always punish. That's huge. And at the same time, TL weren't actually trying to do that play because Jet and Breach were still both.
Why didn't he stay up there, though?
It was supposed to be a fake to pull rotations, and they just lose a player.
Because he knew he had Spike there.
And again, Bocold on A site duty.
Like he had Spike location.
Maybe Molesy to help out. He's got quite a lot of useful utility to just throw at him. Try and help it, delay it, and maybe set him up for a kill. And that may be exactly what's happening together with a stun. Bocold swing, that's one. That's what they need to do. Just keep on trading, but they do more than that. Molesy assists in that endeavor. And now Team Liquid with half the amount of players alive, 25 seconds.
You have to push here.
Mounting, and the rotations will be
you don't have enough time to go over to B even.
Molesy maybe doesn't need teammates.
It's over.
All he needs is himself and his rifle. And he keeps on putting bullets between the eyes of Vitality's players.
Smart. You'll see that Destrian's also pushing up quick. Yep.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic on the round.
I was saying Destrian's pushing up quick towards that CT side to make sure that they could try and get the exit.
So powerful in so many different situations.
Or get him trying to save.
Long, down sewer, A main, right? These vertical lines that the attackers have to work through uphill into the breach. And Molesey's there with the rotation. Molesey's there to shut it down and support Bone Cold that was sort of trapped in that one and done angle.
Yeah, I have a fear here that Team Liquid aren't quite able to deal with the slight complexities that Vitality are bringing to the table, right? These early mid pushes, the push and pull that keeps on happening. It's quite alarming.
So the thing is, I actually really like the way that Team Liquid are trying to play this attacking half. It's so much disinformation, very similar to the sort of A fakes, I would say, or the A lobby control plays that Vitality were going for in the previous half. This one has been a little bit more about trying to put pressure on Garage, right? That round, though, it was just the perfect read coming through from the defenders to find that little wraparound on mid with the early...
wraparound?
It's something I think Team Liquid need to be aware of. But I do think a lot of these rounds are coming down to timings and the sort of steps you have to take as a defender, as an attacker, whether it's lurking through when TL are going for these very spread out cross-map plays, or whether it's Vitality trying to find that loop around into mid. I think so much of this is about the game sense of when you pull the trigger on a play. Even last round, Molsey using the fall down long. I don't think he had info of the sound. I think that was a timing play.
They should have enough for...
to swing around that angle as well. Which is
this round, right?
Fantastic. It was a little bit delayed because one player got on the outside.
What's their econ look like if they drop this round?
Very cool to watch how Vitality change round to round.
Not good.
Again,
all right, cool.
This breach to set up another play into mid.
Yeah, and with that timeout, hopefully Emil has been able to put the team back on track. His brother Doombros and his team, NAVI, didn't quite catch the win yesterday, so maybe this side of the family can get the job done. Obviously, still early doors of this series.
Watch this fault line, though, because there's a world where they step forward. Vitality are moving up to play off the blind, the fault line, everything, and they cut Team Liquid down.
It's successful, and they keep it going. Keep up the pressure. Redguard trying to retaliate.
At this point, you might as well just keep putting the pedal down.
2 players left on their end of the side. And the spike left behind with not much to play with. This is a tough endeavor for them.
Yeah, you know they're going to try and basically just save these two.
Delayed mid aggressions from the defensive side. This is how you punish
good
a
neural
slow
theft
team on Haven, because usually
at least make sure you get
set up this play around a minute when you try to commit into Garage. That's the second Team Liquid are actually trying to take space because they've just been holding those windows for so long and they get absolutely murdered.
Lose this round and it's pretty much over for Team Liquid, so they've got to make
Redguard's like really far up, bro. Oh, don't do it.
Knowing where he's coming from, this is the first shot. Oh, it's Rapper. Redguard gets it done cleanly. Doesn't lose any of his health in that endeavor. Destrian, though, deals with Nats, knows where Redguard's coming from, and he's got friends. And his brother in arms is right next to him. Redguard pushing forwards, but Destrian ready
it's over, chat.
And Vitality on 12, just one away from closing down.
All right, well,
fantastic.
I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go pick up Little Man. I'm going to leave this running so y'all can watch the end of this, and they'll go to a commercial or whatever, so I actually don't feel bad for missing just a couple minutes. I shall be back very, very shortly. His school is right around the corner. For those of y'all who are around here when we were doing lock-in watch parties, I did the same thing every game, all right?
The timings are there. Vitality, that's something they practiced right there. The setup, 2 in B, 2 stepping out of Garage. Now they've got ultimates to play with as well. I think Bone Cold actually had the Hunter Sphere in the last round, but didn't even need it.
I could probably turn the volume up all the way, even though it is pretty well almost all the way booming, surprisingly.
Redguard's actually spotted here. Ooh, another spot. Vitality early picks and throwing everything at them. They throw a Hunter Fury, they throw a Rolling Thunder, they gain a kill, and they're just going after them.
And if you run away from this, what do you find? Twiston's operator top site C. There's no good answer other than to fight your way back in.
They're not letting up. They throw an Aldrone towards them as well. And Team Liquid are not comfortable with pushing this. They're taking it slow, but eventually went off the kills. And now they can just move towards this A site now that they've gotten 2 picks.
Vitality a little bit greedy there with the numbers, trying to hold that forward position in A lobby. TL shut it down, but we're only a minute in. So much action so quickly. We still have time. Now Twiston's taking a very forward stance over towards C. So if TL leave this site, it may just be over for them. They're going to loop around on Destrian. They have to kill Destrian.
Destrian just holding it out. Ooh, the pick is there. And the send up, but he's quickly eliminated. Destrian's still alive. He falls back. He's softened up Yampy and Safe as well.
Another flank. Now Safe was able to switch over to a Phantom. Pick that one up in lobby. So both players now coming through short.
Uncomfortable. Yampy, good little swing there, catching him off guard. But Twiston is there with the blades. Double kill. Safe is low. 1 blade should do it. But Twiston has to be more accurate with his. He needs a headshot while Safe can hit anywhere. Twiston can hit anywhere on the body.
He saw him.
Oh, it's tough. Ring around the Rosie. Touching off the spike. Shorty held off. But even the Shorty's good enough. Safe is so low. And again, going all the way around the roundabout. Safe with a right click. Team Liquid still in the game.
Safe wins on the merry-go-round right there. Absolutely nuts. that Twisted even put his team in a position to win this with 2 kills dancing on through. But Safe secures it at the end. It's still alive for them. TL fans not quiet just yet, and TL have a lot to play with heading into this next round as well. Rolling Thunder, Yompi's Hunter's Fury as well. And Vitality, similar to the last round, actually not playing too far forward. Should I say dissimilar to the last round?
Early flash, Vestrian. They check it. Vitality come off on top. Not what Team Liquid would have liked. Rolling Thunder, but is there follow-up, right? They need to move in quickly together with Hunter's Fury. Is it good enough to find Sender? It is. And now they've leveled the playing field. The site is theirs.
Great comms on that one, knowing exactly where the killjoy is. Watch the flank, though. Yompi's here for it, and Yompi gets him.
He's down. Team Liquid, remember, it's a mountain to climb. They need 6 rounds, but little by little is all they need. So if they close this round comfortably, it's a good way towards that main goal. Vitality moving into the site. This is a tough one. One way towards a Spike's position.
Oh, no.
Aftershock into Redguard together with a stun. Vitality picked them off. Oh, they're going for it, and they still have another flash to play with as well. Mosey! He's making it look so easy! Smurfing all through the server. And Vitality bring the clutch home to close out map 1 of the series. Damn, did they make that look good.
Molsey ascended to close out that game. My word. A man on a mission, a warpath down long. Kill after kill. Throughout the game, utility on point from him. Gunplay on point. Everything coming together in a fantastic debut in home territory here for Team Vitality.
It's definitely looking a lot better than it did last time around. We saw them on the server this time, straight away in the EMEA, doing some strong work on their home ground. But now it's kind of time to also look into the next one, right? Fracture, where Team Liquid have potentially to show what they've got in store for us. So I'm excited for that one. So make sure you do stay tuned in for that one, because I don't think Team Liquid are going to let them off that quickly.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Well, Team Vitality, they gave the Golden Hornets something to cheer for as they closed out this map of Haven against Team Liquid. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Vincent and Lothar. Are you okay? Are you doing good?
Something stinks you really badly.
Stinks?
Yeah, stinks. Like, you know, like odor.
Do you know what? I smell it as well. I smell it as well. Now you mentioned it. Yeah.
It comes from here.
Do you mean my soup? It's great.
Vincent, put it away. Put it away. It needs more time. It needs more time.
Give it some more time.
Okay, it needs more time.
You're doing good.
But do you know what? We should celebrate. There's one thing we really need to be celebrating about, is that Team Vitality have won a pistol round. They did it! Woo! Okay, give it up to Team Vitality.
Just one though.
But
please.
that's one more than all of Brazil put together. So, you know, we got to give them the props that they've actually managed to do it.
I mean, they looked really pristine, but they also were kind of like given the floor by Liquid. You know, they had every single space on the map when they were doing that. They capitalized on the pistol round as well. They won the bonus round. It's like, it was actually crazy how much space they were given. And in general, in the pre-show, I was saying that Liquid has to find an answer to stop Vitality from doing whatever they're doing, and that didn't happen. So yeah, I mean, it's also very visible in the scoreboard. As you can see, Yampi topping the scoreboard for Liquid with only 13 to 15 stats.
It's a kind of funny scoreboard, though, if we take a look at it, right? Particularly if we talk about the magic number called ACS. The best player in Vitality, who won 13-6, is up 217. Like, something feels wrong about this being also balanced out and everyone doing their job. But this is something Vitality have really proven for me personally over this entire game, that they have a simplistic, not overcomplicated game plan that still works out well.
You know, it's when you mentioned the stats, isn't just that it's so flat for Vitality because, one, the outcome of the rounds were decided post-plant, right? And the first bloods were actually evenly distributed towards the entire team. Every single player had at least 2, and only one player had 3.
Let's talk about some of those executes that we saw. Both of you, you know, you mentioned we know what they do. It's reliable, and it works out. And Lothar, you said Liquid had to stop them. But what is it if we take one particular round, for example, you felt like they needed to stop?
In general, this was just a repeat history on C. When they were just going onto C side, it was just free for taking. It is something that you can see here, a compilation of just executes on the C side, and Liquid is nowhere near the side. They were just, in the pre-show was saying that Liquid needs to find an answer to stop those explosive pushes done by the breach support towards the jet dashes, and that's something that Liquid didn't even try. And you know what's the best thing? They won 3 rounds, right? And 2 of them were when they either fouled early on C to avoid the execute from happening, right? Or got an early kill to just make sure that there's no execute support possible even. So it was like Liquid didn't take it by the horns and didn't play for the win condition because they banked on playing retakes, which were not really well organized.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, right? Because when we're talking about it, it's like 2/3 of the rounds that Vitality won were purely about spike explosions. So it's that retake that did not simply work out, which can be great, right? This is a strategy teams have shown that it could work. But if you're playing it like that, it's a bit of a yikes for me.
I mean, the 2 players that we highlighted, the 2 players that are probably the least comfortable players on Haven, with the exception of maybe Chronicle, Shados, and Defo in the world, it is Redgar and Nats. So we don't see them play Haven ever. A lot of what you're talking about, Lothar, the organization just felt like maybe that was on Redgar's shoulders, and Nats didn't get as many timings as we usually see him do. So do you feel like maybe it was a mistake? Is it too early for them to kind of venture into Haven?
It's very hard to judge this by only one Haven when we see it from the Liquid, but it did look disorganized. Like all the retakes were kinda, let's say, mistimed from the different parts. Like we have seen multiple 3-player retakes coming from mid or through long A towards C, and all of those retakes were just kinda not even ready when the one player from the C side was just dead before even the retake was happening. And I guess you can put some of that blame for the IGL to not like putting the discipline, but at the same time, it's only a 1/2, so we can't really say for certain that this was the reason.
I fully agree to a certain extent, but it feels a bit like when we go back in time. And you know who took that risk back in the day in Stage 2 2022? It was that M3C roster. They've done the same thing in the first game. They've tried the same thing in the first game, and they failed the same way in the first game. It just feels like a risky, like, yeah, we can try it, haha, but you know, it doesn't really convince me in being like, why do we not go to more safe places? At the same time, if this is their plan, we have to trust them. but they realized themselves it doesn't really work.
Well, think about it also this way, that Liquid has almost mirrored comp, right? But on the attack, the Liquid plan was to play slow defaults and not rely on the explosiveness that this composition can essentially focus on.
Well, for Vitality, it was very comfortable. They like playing Haven, and they showed why they're one of the teams that we're sleeping on, really. And here is Destrian and Twiston right now warming up in the AIM labs, getting ready for the next map as well. Not that they need it, let's be honest. I think both these players are doing incredibly. Twiston, you can get more shorty kills, though. I want to encourage him a little bit more, you know? Whip the shorties out more often.
I saw one round when he dashed onto Seaside into a smoke. He had his ultimate ready on the jet, and then he swaps to a shorty.
As he should. Yeah.
There's also a big flaw in aim lab. There's no shorty warm-up.
Oh, well, I mean, that's how good he is. He doesn't need a shorty warm-up.
Right, fair play. I give you
shorty warm-up, you peek a corner, and there's 3 opponents. Yeah. But you have only 2 bullets.
Yeah, I mean, for Vitality, I feel like we've only seen 2-0 so far. It's day 2, you know, all the games is kind of been playing out this way. Do you feel like this is where Vitality is going to be a heavy favor like they are on Haven, or is it more of an even playing field?
It feels very complicated because let's be honest about that, what we're coming up to. I feel like this, if there would be a series so far that screams like we need to go to a third map, that would be the series.
I mean, from what I remember at least, during lock-in, Liquid, particularly on Fracture, didn't look great, but Nats was actually shining through there, even though a lot of his kills were just exits and with no real impact, right? But then, when you compare it to Vitality, I would say that their Fracture, even though it was played a lot, and with the same composition, by the way, 5 times the last time they played it was with the Neon on Mosi. I like the idea, but the execution of that composition was very shaky. And also, it's very easy to read, right? So, because you rely on those Neon executes with the support, but it's something that, again, Liquid can find an answer to, but will they?
Looks like that game ended pretty quickly.
I personally believe this is the big difference that we need to talk, because what you're referring right to has not been played in lock-in, right? This was back in Red Bull Homeground, which was in 2022.
I'm guessing since they're already back.
So most importantly for me here is that one diversity that we have seen within the side of Vitality is there's one star, and that star is named Twiston for a very particular reason. And putting him purely in that duelist role and let him feel comfortable is exactly what I want to see.
I think it was 6-12 when I left, right?
I think we don't really need to argue about that.
Wait, I have a better idea.
Give it to me. What is it?
Double duelist. Dun dun dun.
That does not sound like a Salah type beat. The guy who feels like he's Jose Mourinho.
Twiston.
No.
Double duelist.
No. But if you play double duelist, do you feel like Neon would be the pick for the second duelist?
Probably not, but there is a world that's viable, at least, for Mosi and Twiston.
I wouldn't mind a Jet on Twiston and Mosi on Raze. We know that he's a capable Raze, and he also feels very comfortable on her. So that's something that would be a possibility.
Get back just in time for Rage's select.
I personally don't really like Neon compositions, so I would be very happy to see a change in Vitality's plan here. Also, remember, we still have a Gecko that was not being used. I don't anticipate that Vitality might be...
Chad, I think I want to give me some wireless monitors.
Yeah, and on the other side, Yumpe was playing Raze at lock-in when they played Fracture, and Safe was on the KO. It might be the same story here.
Been debating on it for a while.
Maybe we see a switch over of Safe on the
like ear monitors.
Yumpe, where
especially for when I'm casting, maybe not so much when I'm like watch partying, but even when I'm watch partying would be kind of cool, you know?
But Yumpe is playing Sky, okay.
I remember that, and Safe is picking up the race. Okay, this is a wonderful change.
And we
all right. Look at that, actually I feel like my time to have to go pick up Lol Man couldn't have been timed any perfectly. Agreed, Chad? Pretty solid. We'll take those. We take those.
This is essentially the core of one of the compositions from Fracture. So Breach, Fade, and Raze, which combo essentially together because of the possibility of catching people in one position.
We take those.
But it is something that you rarely get nowadays when people are aware of that. Now, on the other hand, we see a composition from Team Liquid that I don't really favor when it comes to synergy. There's not a lot of stuff that works here well in tandem. So it's like very detached. Also, Omen on Fracture has way less agency than Brimstone. Brimstone is fantastic when it comes to area control. The ultimate orb is phenomenal. Ultimate orb. The orbital strike is phenomenal on this map because it can single-handedly get you A-side control or tower control. And also, very important, Fade
can get you to save. And the thing, for me personally, is I like the Viper. I think the Viper's a great pick overall. I think it's a not must pick, but definitely useful on this particular map.
Ooh, I wonder if I can chat with Nate from M8.
And I think that is one of the most well-rounded comp if you play it according to the, we need a lot of orbs because we have a lot of great ults, and then we actually execute a little later type of composition, as we've seen from Fnatic, for example. And I think Vitality is capable of pulling that one off.
Well, Team Liquid, they have never played Viper on Fracture in the history of this team, so it's going to be interesting to see how this works out. And it's time to jump into map 2 with your casters, Pavlos and Ender.
Well, I'm happy that these teams are willing to make changes. Obviously, new season, new patch, adaptation, things that didn't work in the past. Time to try something new, and hopefully it works better.
Yeah, I mean, they've come up with something here.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see what they have because they need to be able to bounce back. Team Liquid, well, they did get a little bit of few more rounds on the board towards the end of Haven. Vitality.
Yeah, I was gonna say Vitality just looked really fucking good though. Like really, really good.
But on a map like Fracture, I'm a little bit nervous for them because they weren't showing a lot of early aggression, early fight against Vitality, and that was what was punishing them a lot on their defensive side, where they were only able to pick up 3 rounds. Fracture map historically where you have to be able to fight early and often on the defense in order to sort of get a foothold towards the attacker spawn in order to have a chance in the late round.
What I think is important is that Team Liquid have picked this map, and I think that we need to put some emphasis on that because they should feel comfortable on it. For them to be thinking, okay, we've got a good chance against Vitality, go
all right, I am going to
frontier. Obviously, they're playing against a Vitality that they haven't really seen before in this iteration with this particular setup. Let's have a look and see how this one makes up. Stakes, you know, it's the first match of the season. Somewhat high.
We'll see what they can do now.
Challengers on the other monitor.
So the discount breach is Redgar's
keep an eye for when that's going to get started so we can kind of jump back and forth.
Safe is going to be next to him a lot,
I think if this starts to slip away and looks like it's going to be a Vitality win, we'll probably just prioritize the NA Challengers game.
Quick 2-on-2 fight. Redgar comes out on top. Nice little late peek out of that to end up with a kill.
Realize I didn't bump down the desktop audio. My bad, chat.
From TL, show us you have it in the wheelhouse. Show us you can go for it. Vitality quick to respond, potentially with a B hit here as they've crept out, getting up on site, making sure they can clear everything and get a pretty safe plant.
Yeah, Spike will be going down.
But if this is close, I think I'd rather stick on board, at least for this map.
Obviously, Sender is on the way back, but Team Liquid, most of their attacks
probably into map 3 as well.
The drop has been illustrated, though.
Redgar heard that, but he still gets stunned by the breach. Breach is absolutely nuts. Sender fell, 2 nats.
And actually, Boncod is all by himself. He's only down to 20 points of health. Tried to take one down with him, but it's still 2v3. Team Liquid have got the numbers, and they're trying to get on here quickly before spending too much time. They've already wasted quite a bit, but they don't have much health between them. Less than 100 HP.
Yeah, they're all hurting.
Between the 3 of them.
Oh.
Destrin might be able to clean them up quickly, but Soulcast is able to find some headshots safe as well, and just in the nick of time to get the spike diffused. On top of that, Team Liquid start off their own home ground pick with a bang.
All right, Team Liquid starting off map 2 better.
Everything right there. Early aggression dish side, the triple flank outside of A main. Fighting back into spawn as well. I like this from them. At the same time, you still have to be very aware of those breach fault lines. That can be absolutely nasty later into the rounds. But TL get their round win. Yeah. They're going to be able to carry this over.
Bit of nitpicking here. I feel like Vitality were a bit disjointed on that post plant. You know, there were no real disadvantages they had with numbers, so there was no real need for hero points.
Well, I think the problem with them, they were going for the flank, right? And because they had those 3 players coming down from ramp, they sort of had to push into spawn after their player had fallen, which is just unfortunate. There were 2 players of TL ready to turn around. I do think the idea was there for Vitality. Just ended up getting punished and forced into a very uncomfortable spot.
Now, we've yet to see a second round buy-up with some of these teams. I guess not enough close.
I hate whenever I do that. My mouse scrolls over and it like...
some sort of a significant buy, but already trade per side. Onto the side, Redgar. That TP wasn't exactly where he would have liked it to be, out into the open, and Twiston picks him up quickly. Onto the A side, Vitality goes, and they've got plenty of players still alive.
Soulcast here going to be so important on the north side flank. And he finds that kill. That's very big in opening this up.
So you got to clear left?
Over towards this raise. Twiston gets 3 on the round.
Still keep on trading equally. That's what they need. Even with lesser weaponry,
nice.
Still gets it going. Mosey, again, case in point, keeps his team in contention, and now he's alone up against Safe. Boombot towards him. Can't feel comfortable. Spike's touch, knows that Safe is no longer on it. Doesn't go and play against the second touch. It's Safe that comes out on top. Without the Bulldog, it's the classic to do it.
Dangerous.
Bulldog helped enough,
right
brings
there
out
for
the
Team
classic to
Liquid.
clean it up.
Safe will win it through in the end regardless. But man, Vitality gave them a real go of things right there. Twistin finding 3 with the Stinger was almost enough for them. Down there, he is traded out though, and that was huge, right? The first kill coming through from Safe. This nade as well, just absolutely perfect to flush Destrian out of the situation.
Let's go!
Even the dance, they're resorting to the classic to finish things off. Even getting a little bit rowdy on stage.
I don't know, man. I don't know if I'd be poking the bear just yet, you know.
Team Liquid is by this time around. Only 2 rifles, really. We know that Sheriffs can do quite a bit, you know, when you've got aimers in that team. Maybe that's what you're looking for. Try and damage up Vitality as much as possible.
Now Vitality, they have no north side control here. Had to abandon that one, and with the turret being broken, that's always going to be a threat for them. Working through potential stall util as well. Twistin's just going to blast his way up into the site.
Ooh.
Oh man.
Hiya!
Taking off his feet.
Team Liquid looking a lot better here on Fracture.
Oh, that's aggressive. And it pays off.
Well,
Vitality might have been a little bit further back, but now clearly in the driver's seat, full control.
Maybe not.
Yeah, slant not a position you want to be playing for exactly that right there. Utility can clear you away so easily. Interestingly enough, Nats, I think, is just going to play for exits here. TL realize they don't really have much in way of trying to retake the site, so all the kills you can gather.
Okay, Redgar.
And they're going for it. 1 more kill is all they need. Nats has got a play in the making as well.
No
towards
way.
main.
No
Sender
way.
can't connect the shots, Nats.
He's defusing.
And it's diffused.
Oh, no.
And they're not stopping
Oh.
it. Team Liquid. 3rd round pickup. And it all comes off of an Omen.
Not like
Ninja
this,
defuse.
brother.
I
Oh, that
seriously don't
hurts.
think TL were trying to win that round, and then all of a sudden, Redgar finds this opening, picks, smokes for himself, TP's onto site.
Like the
And
right
Nats
idea was
with
there,
a
it was just too
monstrously
late.
lurk.
Oh,
Flanks it out.
that hurts,
destroys
dudes.
any possibility of moving Redgar off the spike.
That really hurts, man.
That's got to silence the Vitality fans.
Oh, now you've gone and done it.
I mean, Team Liquid just bounce back like that. 3-0 on the second map.
Now oh man, trying to get fast up here with the ult. Absolutely sent packing.
Yeah, with a bunch of paint on his face. Quite a way
Caught
to
him in
go.
a nice little play in there.
Overload, if you will. Destrian trying to push forwards, but there's a triple man hold. It's a wall of players. Redgar going even further in the smoke. No fear.
Bro, just
Do
running
not
it
be
down.
scared of
Jeez
these
Louise.
VIPs. Horses trot on them 1 by 1, and Team Liquid cleanly
Just
takes over.
absolutely just steamrolling. Where was this confidence from Team Liquid last
I think it's
last
a good
map?
time to sort of talk about the ideas of what this Team Liquid comp is trying to do, because you have a lot of questionable picks compared to like the meta standard comp that Vitality is playing on the opposite side here. One of those being the Omen. Lothar brought up a lot of good points on the desk, talking about how the Brimstone ultimate is so powerful, having 3 smokes for a sight hit, also very strong. The Molly in the post, very good too. But one thing Brim can't do, that one way in A main, sort of a more passive way of fighting for control there, just eliminating you from that angle, can be very, very strong. And
All right,
TL
4 in a
is
row
right
for
behind this around Redgar too, has been very
Liquid
good,
here.
shutting
Obviously,
out
you know,
Vitality, trying to
that
play
last
on
round
through
was what it was.
At the same time, not having a breach can be a bit of a detriment, I think, later on for them, in terms of the long power-up, the long assistance, in terms of the breach ultimate, the concuss every round.
Yeah, Bone Cold feeling it after that one. The power in his voice towards his teammates, motivating them. That first map, put it behind you guys. We can still win this, a reverse sweep still on the cards.
Yeah. So, on the other side of things, what can Vitality be doing here? Because they have a couple tools that I think are very strong for them as well, right? The breach, the Killjoy especially. I think if Sender is successful stacking up some orbs in the early round,
Oh man, it's like the opposite of last map, wasn't it, champ?
Not running into the early aggression of Team Liquid.
Well, yeah, I mean,
there's no real reliable way
that or this is a really good map for Liquid. I mean, this is their map pick, to be fair, you know.
In underpass, in A main, I've seen some teams as well try to take more forward control and use it in that.
Oh, you mean the last map for Liquid, probably, right? Yeah, I mean,
I think the Cypher is something that
possibly.
we don't worry about so much either. You know, Natus Cypher's been the pocket pick of his, legendary pick next to his name, but when you have the Raze utility plus Boombot,
it's kind of the tough thing when it's just
the fade to
you only get one ban, right?
Hard, I think,
You're gonna take probably your least favorite off,
from that trip, apart from just using it to
which is why you worry then when you leave them open, then you still don't do that well. You're probably talking about not having the best of map pools at this level, anyways. You know.
Some of the sureness of the information from Team Liquid's mind.
What's really cool about what's going on with Team Liquid right now also is Safe being 7 on kills and 0 on deaths, while he's been a big part of these first early contact plays, you know? Always being part of the play, but never really paying for it with his life. Safe, though. Man of the hour. Will be able to find the first kill once again. You know, Twist and... You know, Vitality, yeah, okay, the timeout was probably not for this round in particular.
No, it's for the next round.
To precede this. Supersede it, perhaps. But some damage is it...
Do you try and talk about maybe being able to get more damage done this round?
Control unless Sender's able to find something.
But it was definitely for more about the next round than this one.
Yeah, 5-0 for Team Liquid.
Not going to happen. Vitality need to come up with some ways of challenging through the smokes that Team Liquid are throwing them. Again, running the double smoke comp, you have the Viper wall you have to bust through, the Omen one-ways as well, which you can cycle 3 of those before you run into any sort of cooldown problems on the ability. But for now, it's Liquid riding
snowball this shit. Oh, yeah. All right, big rifle round here. Team Vitality also has 4 ults here.
The actual swing round. Look at those ultimates in Vitality's hands. You have 4 ultimates that can just fully clear sights. Absolutely nuts for them to work with.
If Vitality loses this round, we're going to map 3. If they win this map, we're probably still going to map 3, but it's going to at least be a game. You know what I mean?
In a round like this, so it's trying to catch Sender alone. He will get out in time, just barely.
Okay, so they figured it out. No one's on the outside of the map, but they will push towards this A site. Paranoia through.
So what I'm looking at with Redguard right now, he has ultimate, so you have options to try and ult off site and then cancel it, return to your team. He was using the Paranoia to stall out early on. Sender is actually trying to creep back towards the north side, and no matter what happens on this hit from Liquid, there are going to be 4 players ready to fast retake from CT.
That's actually massive. No more dash stream means no more flashes. And there's no Prowler for Mosey either to help them onto this site. Such a key piece player for Vitality here.
Vitality got lost in the sauce right there. Sender wanted to go for that second pressure point from the north side, but he had to go very slowly.
But where are you pushing now?
That caused Vitality to slow down in A main.
Well, where are you pushing now?
They didn't hear it. No one's in range to hear the door open. They're going to be able to run all the way to B and backstab these 2 players.
There's a potential that Redgar heard it. There is a slight potential he has, and he's looking in that direction.
30 seconds left.
From the shadows. In A main, it's clear, but they have no idea no one's in spawn. Oh, and Soulcast loses his life. Now Yampi turns around, but he's got nowhere to run.
Oh my!
Doubles up, Seekers in hand, not able
okay,
to
he
use
got
them
2.
Before he dies off. 2v3, and there's 2 on the flank of Vitality. 12 seconds, and the spike has to go down.
Team Liquid reacted perfectly in that situation, shutting that down entirely. 3 players now to go on both. He has to fight forward.
There may be one behind him, he knows it. Does want to isolate safe, but unable to do so. Valiant effort, but Team Liquid on the case.
Now, Vitality, I don't think used too many of their ults, right? Did they get counted for using their Seekers?
Vitality slowed down again to try and get that north side player. And what it turned into was a fantastic decision by them.
Bro, look at how close he's at his monitor, dude. His nose is practically touching that thing, dog.
As well to try and clear out A main.
Yeah, so you still have 3 ults available, but...
The second player, Yampi being back gen, was completely unexpected. The first kill was good. The second with Util.
But now this is just getting out of hand.
Converted everything to TL.
The funny thing is,
yeah, dude, I don't like. How do you process everything on the stream, right, Oogie? Like if you're that close.
Absolutely nuts. Now Sender's 1 point off for Vitality.
Like I don't.
Still those 3
not only that, but I would imagine being that close when you go to flick, that'd get my old ass fucking motion sickness.
But everybody's looking towards them. There's so much fighting going on, but who comes out on top? It's got to be Vitality. Twistin looking to move forwards with a showstopper, but there's no one there. They've already killed the players of the B site, and they now get the spike down.
Dude, for real, is trying to count pixels. If you ain't lying, though.
And with an alarm bot in arcade, very
Like, no wonder they play stretch reds.
This is the best situation Vitality has found themselves in Fracture so far.
Easier to count them that close or something. I don't know.
Plenty of money in the bag. He's going to try and go for this. But not
All right, Vitality gets their first.
First round of this map is theirs.
Great response there from Vitality. Again, they were expecting early action, I do believe, after the previous round, knowing that if Team Liquid play slow, those ults will destroy them on site. And that dodge, oh my god, Destrian getting out of dodge from that.
So the first game on
I think he was the only player
Challengers today, chat,
that initial flash. It would have been lights out.
is Disguise versus TSM, which should be a banger.
They took a couple of rounds ago. Yeah. Probably laying a play like that. I mean, it didn't really come down.
That was reaction.
That was reaction.
Pure reaction.
That was pure reaction.
Out of Destrian on that.
That really is.
Now that flash is the normal play, right? Sending it out early, you know someone's playing here.
And then we've got
but you'd love to be able to get
Faze versus G2.
Now, the problem is how Vitality has been playing. 4 ults for Senders. He's been solo north side the majority of rounds. So he's not been farming those up. He's only getting those through kills through deaths.
Team Liquid have actually pushed up far, and I don't think Vitality have got any utility here to try and hold this out or even have an idea that this is happening. Twistin turns around. Oh, but he doesn't know Unsafe takes full advantage of it. Team Liquid on the front foot. Bone Cold trying to survive, but he cannot do so against the king himself. Safe. Once the ace, but Soulcast denies it, but still, that's a beautiful win. And Team Liquid on 7.
And those got the fans over on
super effective.
The fans over on Vitality got kind of quiet.
Here again, they've been playing 1-4, but grouping up all 4 players together, very wary of the quick aggression from the defensive side. You see a team like Fnatic perhaps that would play this, or teams with the Fade. A lot of times you'll see that Fade player solo over towards A main, send the Prowler in early to scout out for any forward steps. That's something they have not done. Again, those 4 players always together holding hand.
So Vitality's fight keeps on going, man, but it's always uncomfortable. The ultimates.
How long has Destrian had this ult? 3-4 rounds now?
Oh, Senna might not be able to use this either. Nat's putting him to his early grave. Pushing onto the side.
How long has the Brim had their ult?
They know exactly
Not
what's
that's a
going
big
on
ult, but
now here's the problem. 1 player CT, 1 up by Dish, and
2 different ults they've been sitting on for like 2-3 rounds now.
This is going to become very claustrophobic for Vitality very quickly, which means they need a full.
Look at the setup. That's perfect.
Guiding light. Soulcast on the first contact. Safe.
Oh my goodness.
That was an explosive display of skill.
Team Liquid are awake on Fracture. The game plan impenetrable.
Sheesh.
And the work in tandem there between Yumpy and Safe into
and as bad as Liquid looked last game, they're looking so good today.
A true all-rounder playing every single
Chat, just so you guys who are interested in our next game we're watching, there's the map selection. Ascent, Fracture, Lotus.
Shocking performance. 19 kills to 1 death.
What?
Are you freaking kidding me, man?
The second
dude, Safe's just killing it.
11 less kills than he does. If I did the maths right. I'm kind of casting for a reason and not a mathematician.
He's the only guy playing. He's the only one that matters. The rest of TL doing such a good job to set him up. Finally, Sender has the ultimate, and you know TL want to fight forward off that using the paint shells to try and zone away from back, but oh my word, what is that? Sender's pushing through it!
He's going through it.
Why did he push it?
Doesn't care. Somehow still alive. It catches everyone off guard. The lockdown works onto Yumpy. So many detained. And Vitality takes charge of it. Team Liquid overzealous, over eager, and they pay for it.
Oh my god. Vitality down 7 rounds, but still coming up with something like that. That's the power of the Killjoy. That's the power of the Brimstone. The Brim ult to punish the aggression to try and cancel out the lockdown. And then I love Sender.
Unfortunately for Vitality, even if Liquid lose their next 2 rounds, or this round and the next round clean, they still have enough to invest in the last round they have. So it's going to be a struggle to get to 8-4.
I think Twistin was coming double satcheling in off of it as well. Just a gorgeous play, a gorgeous round from Vitality and Twistin.
Yeah, you're probably thinking right now, oh, we shouldn't have stayed that long. Nothing you can do now. It's got to reset for the next. Vitality, though. They take that in their stride. Doesn't matter.
Damn,
if it came that
bruv.
easy, it came
That's tough, man.
nevertheless, and they got it flawlessly.
They absolutely did. Big difference between these two comps, the explosive ults. Vitality have 4. Vitality have 5, really. TL, 1. So when those ults come online, they have to be used, and that's why it's been a little bit lackluster so far. Twisted, 1 point away from having his. Can he find an opening frag? No, it's safe, and Nats on the opposite side, ruining
Brother.
Still, though, Vitality.
Double swing, 2 kills.
Into the lines then here of Team Liquid. Still a lot of presence here for the defenders. And yeah, Vitality have to second guess themselves if they enter. All right, the chances of Vitality here are slim, very slim. They're already on the back foot and they haven't gained space. They need a pick, but it's a matter of Team Liquid if they give them that pick.
Unironically, first order of business here, get Mulsi another ult orb.
Yeah.
Get that online for the final round. They're down in numbers, making things incredibly challenging.
So we're going to be going into the last round, and Team Liquid's already going to have
in the event that they do get on the site for
a Viper's pick. They're not going to use it here.
In the event they can do it, it would be so big for the 12th round.
They've got to buy nonetheless next round, so they're going to go for this. Can't fully set up for next round only. They've got to put their eyes on this one.
Safe still has paint shells, though. All the stall util is absolutely here. And 2 players from Dish with no backside pressure, you can't get in.
And the info is there. Rotations come through from Team Liquid. Reinforcements arrive. Fault line finally available.
Look at Redgar.
One on a angle, finally dealt with, but the rest spray upon them. Whether that's through a smoke or they've got a clear eyesight on them, they are dead nonetheless, and Team Liquid on 9.
Well, at least, even though they dropped the first map pretty handedly here, chat. They're looking pretty good here, and I mean, Valorant's a momentum game, right?
Vitality, because I believe you can see those ults again. I'm pretty sure Sender's just 2 off.
By the way, Safe just hit the 20 bomb.
Yeah, but he died twice.
Oh.
He just slashed the KD in half.
He slashed it.
Yeah, what's he doing? 4 north side.
Ain't all of both.
Look for Vitality.
Ate all of your sandwich and your chips.
Destrian that's 2 off. Mulsi just 1.
If you miss, I'll get
see
you
what they can
get you
accomplish
some
here.
Sound good?
Talked about this yesterday, but the
yeah, they are curled Oreos. I'll get you some Oreos in a little bit,
He has
right?
ultimate, but he also wants to be the person taking first contact, playing off his teammate's utility. Destrian takes north side orb. They're going to move down bot side. Look at this, the switcheroo.
Yeah,
Sender goes top side, and they're going to want to get Destrian that final orb.
The alarm bot is no longer available, so they're able to push past it, and Vitality have got no idea this is happening.
Will Vitality actually give up on the play? Maybe they don't. They're still going back down north side, and the dog may have actually spotted the breach.
The alarm bot isn't enabled. The turret isn't
Oh,
enabled. And
no,
they're able
no.
to catch Destrian off guard completely. Oopsie. Sender moved away too quickly.
And now no breach to set up this raise. Twistin, what can you give us?
Oh, nothing.
The answer is nothing. Paint shells perhaps.
Nothing with the paint shells either.
And that's holding the line of main. No one pressured him in that direction.
Sheesh, bro. Yo, they are absolutely just dumping on them here in this second map.
What Vitality did on map number 1.
Turns out Team Liquid can play Valorant. Oh my god. That was crazy. Safe with 20. I mean, just the continual aggressive defensive plays. Making Vitality look completely out of sorts. Vitality never had a good answer to scouting out all the different ways in which Team Liquid were able to manipulate the map and work into spawn.
Aww.
Gotta love that.
Awesome. How wholesome.
A little smooch.
Yeah, the Stingers of Vitality this time around not stinging. But I mean, it's a change of pace we wanted from Team Liquid, to be fair. We wanted this to be a competitive series. Yeah. Obviously, Vitality, you know, they've got their first map. They've got a little bit of a buffer. Even if they do end up losing this map, they will have...
Yeah, but when you lose in this fashion, though,
still,
right?
We want
like,
them to be a little bit more competitive in this one.
Yeah, I mean, I think that going over to defense, they're obviously going to be able to switch up how they play almost entirely, so we'll give them some kind of a chance. That being said, Team Liquid, what a glow up from the first.
What do we think, Chad? Do we...
Right, obviously, yes. But the fact was...
Switch over to...
No, they took so long on Haven to figure out how they could play forward and fight actually for space. They're playing very loose over towards A.
We'll stay on this
lobby,
until...
over towards C long.
Map's done at
Until they
least.
got an operator in hand, that was the only time they actually...
They are starting now on Ascent, though, for NA Challengers. Chat will switch on that in between maps. We'll probably prioritize, though, this since it's going to be... Looks like it's going to be going map 3.
Vitality were doing nothing, right? They had these creative spawn pushes, reacting to the flanks, trying to work very deep up against Team Liquid, but Team Liquid always had the answer.
And I think there's a bit of a contrast between map
So-
1 and map 2. I feel for this one, Team Liquid, we've seen at least
When they
more
do,
set plays
so
from
it's
them rather
a
than previous.
map pool of 7 maps.
Well, that's because they've had them
So
backdoor.
first off, each
Haven't
team
had
bans a
enough of it
map.
on the previous one. That is a
Then
different
each
question,
team
and whether
picks a
that was
map.
Vitality just landsliding that early.
Yeah, I mean, I think
And then
it just
each
came down
team
to, like,
bans a
solving
map. The last
what
map is
Vitality
your
were trying to do.
decider.
It was just a little bit late to see what they could actually end up doing. Now, for Vitality, a lot of the problem just came down to like what the scouting was actually happening early in the rounds. They couldn't really figure out exactly what Team Liquid was
Basically,
trying
just
to do.
whichever map
That
makes it
obviously
through the
not
picks
as
and
much
ban,
concern
makes it through the ban
because
process,
defense, we're
essentially.
going to see similar aggressive defensive setups. You almost always assume. Now, this is a much more standard composition. The breach, the raise, the fade, so many great tools to try and work forward aggressively. So every single round, what you're gonna do, if you're watching Fracture, you look and see where's Raze, where's Breach. That's where the action is gonna be. For Vitality, they're choosing the A site right off the rip, A main in particular.
Hey, look, we've seen wonders happen before. There's been EMEA teams that have been able to perform it. So
Now check out the setup from Team Liquid. This is what I was talking about, having some scouting util in A lobby, right? They have 4 players south side, but they use a flash, right? That'll tell them.
All right, let's see if Vitality shows a little fight in this pistol round here, chat.
Yumpy's still waiting over there, potentially to use a dog later on as they just test the water with some opening picks, but this is a much more...
It's like they're saying you want momentum at least a little bit.
The attacking side, a much more
Not so much in their side going into this next map.
to not allow...
Because if you drop this, you're looking at 12-2 before you get rifles in your hands. So
there's a fairly standard hold from the defensive side, obviously.
that or they go with, you know, a forced mix by next round and hopes.
Isolated, late lurk potential.
You know.
That poor Boombot. Not having the timer on it anymore. That actually, I believe in the past, would have cleared out Yumpy.
The Trailblazer will find some info, no stun. Mozzie close by. They hear the door opening, so whether Mozzie does push through it, it is definitely telegraphed. He's got reinforcements on an upper level.
Ooh, Nat's here, up by Dish. That's going to be a good timing. Doesn't quite find the kill.
Does make the defensive Vitality a little bit uncomfortable, and it makes them stick around. There was a potential where Team Liquid would have rotated over, but no, they stick to their guns.
Wow, Vitality
They bait
actually,
it out.
they're expecting the rotate to come through, but TL don't want to move into the Killjoy. Not one bit. Twiston could bust things wide open.
Nats is holding it, but
Oh,
didn't quite find the headshot.
No.
And now Twiston, with that drop control, Team Liquid find the site, but they have to deal with this one quick. They're down in players, down
safe.
in health.
So safe. He pushes spawn. Huge.
Successful in finding one. Bone Corp for the smoke, though, not going to make it easy. Still, Redguard retaliating. We're looking at Team Liquid looking
They're still
uncomfortable.
going.
They're on the site, but that even will get pressure. Twiston about to get onto the backside of Yampy. And there's so much Yampy's got to do with not much else to work with. That's the first head, but he needs to look behind him in time. I don't think he will. Oh, he does! And now there's a chance. Send off.
Yampy!
Oh my goodness! Yampy, you just didn't do that!
Jesus.
Yumpy can do no
Holy
wrong.
smokes, chat.
Bolts out of his seat after winning out the clutch. Hand to ear, could not hear the Vitality fans in the arena.
I want to see this one again. Turnaround. But the moment you think he's not going to look around, the timing gods were with him.
Bro.
But he took the opportunity and hit his shots crisp. 2 bullets, 2 kills. On a 1-on-3 clutch, by the way. 30 HP, was it?
It was nothing. Absurd that he gets the job done. Now Vitality forced to buy up into this one. A judge no armor even on Sender, just playing up towards heaven.
Shadows traveling.
Even Bone Cold only has the 2 smokes to try and stall out. So anything TL could do in terms of early sound to bait those out from him could be strong. Actually, with this wall, they may just try to contact up.
So you can see they invested in the stingers.
Next rotation, they
Understand it. They don't want to. They got to take the risk, man. Can you pull it off though?
Contact. 55 seconds. They've drawn this out quite far.
Here
So much forcing going around.
They're going to try to move 2 players up towards north side to get a split. Actually, they're making noise running underpass. That's very surprising to me. Not worried at all that anyone's going to hear. Sender has repositioned over towards slant, so not going to be in any trouble with this tower push. But if they loop through tower, he's got nowhere to go but forward.
Bit of a mind game, isn't it? Are they really committing to this? Are they faking? Do we rotate? Do we stick? Seems they will be sticking. They're rotating over. Sender with 1. Redguard quickly to punch back. Bone Cold behind the smoke, has to be very clear with his intentions.
Ridiculous center gets one there.
Oh, Nats was ready for it. The man can see the future. Oh, and Solkos. Oh, they've got everything under lock and key. They know exactly what's going on. The cause,
and now it's just a sheriff,
foresight.
bro.
And Mosey looking from the outside as if this is a fishbowl and he can just only be a watcher.
I don't know what to do with this, Chad.
Liquid. Get this done real quickly. 12-2 with a 10-round difference.
The energy.
No last second timeout by Vitality. They're just gonna let it ride. It looks like.
In two one-sided affairs as well.
I know. You want some
the battle between the fans has been tight throughout. Something tells me it'll be decided on Lotus, though. That's something being the 10-round lead.
My little
TL
man,
you can
killing.
I'm a genius for saying that. No, not gonna give it to me. Okay.
No. I'm just gonna let you try out there. Oh! Safe has been crisp all this map, and he just doesn't want to stop.
Yeah, well, you know, he'd only gotten one kill on the attack so far, so
fair.
Kind of important that he's able to get that KD up, because this is going to be a fast game. He's not going to have the chance maybe to even go for 30. Holding now for Twist. There's 3 players Vitality try to fight on through. Nothing's working, though.
Send the Hawk out to try and hold back the push, which it does.
Full back, even though they've got, I mean, not even full back, just move onto a site, get the spike down.
I say, you know, where everyone's location is there. You know, you got one person backside, 2 in the front now with the Seekers.
Over. Let's not be overzealous here. Let's just close this one out. Why overcomplicate things? Speaking of that, Nats, his former teammate and current teammate, does end up going a bit too aggro, losing his life, but Redgut, a stoppage to that.
There it is. 13-2.
Dogs together to try and close it out, and they're successful. 13-2, Team Liquid. What a response.
All right, champ.
He had a history of being a Jet Sova main. Like, that was kind of the 2 agents he used to rotate through. He does have some experience having played Omen in the past. He has like nearly 20 games on that agent. He's only played Astra 3 times, though, before coming into this game. So that is going to be a pretty drastic difference in controller coming into this.
Oh, we made it here in time.
The attacking side looks like they're gearing
they have
up
a technical
for something
pause?
maybe a little hot and heavy towards the A side. Remember, last time these 2 teams played against each other disguised, won this map 13-10.
Yeah.
And both these teams have generally been very good on this map. Their only losses have been, well, the loss to each other.
Active through the sentry turret. Not going to work out too much. And yeah, the Haunt kind of wins the round there for TSM, who are quick on the rotate. And maybe some of that was also determined by the fact
Anyways,
that
it's 2-2. I gotta go get a little man something.
Neutralized a nano, but it also missed an alarm bot. So the defense was quick to try to utilize that if it did get triggered.
Yep, so we are 2 apiece, and the economy of Disguised is in the bin. Just coming out with a couple of shares into this one. They are 1 away from a lockdown onto Ziff, so that could maybe come into play if they get a couple of entry frags and feeling frisky. As it looks like they are certainly loading up to try to grab that orb at A. All of their forces are here.
Yeah. Corey's a little bit isolated. DSG, of course, just on pistols. It'd be hard-pressed, he would think, to do too much from this position. Nice combination with the flash from Kempeki over the top 4 players will fall. Ziff does get 2, though. And Guimond is at low HP. Maybe an opportunity. Tries with a little jump tail. Not fully going to work out, but a little bit of space has been earned here. And now all of a sudden, Ziff may have a chance to cross behind the sentry turret, get himself a rifle, and this is still a doable 1v3.
It is, just considering the fact he got a rifle and he's got a lot of time. You know, and if he is able to kind of create some doubt, he might even be able to rotate the spike all the way back around to the B side of the map. As basically TSM smartly are just going to play together as 3, and if they're forced to play a retake, fair enough. They just want to make sure they secure the round, and that's very good discipline being shown on their part. But Ziff again trying to throw that doubt out there, trying to just kill the silence, and we'll have to wait and see. But it seems like he wants to commit A, and TSM are really hedging their bets on it.
Yeah. The longer this goes, maybe the more this defense starts to waver, but there's the shoulder peek. Nature will confirm that Ziff still is playing through main. Guimond down low, or cover out. Ziff will try to come through this. Odin spam is denying him entry. He's also got 7 onto his left. Impressive shot, but Nature was still watching it. So the crossfire works out and TSM take the round, but it was punishing from DSG.
And that was a sick shot from Ziv, dude. Like, you have to applaud the individual highlight there. But what I also want to highlight is TSM's little set piece on A right there. You know, having Corey tucked into wine, Campeki flashes, Gamon paranoias through the corner, and it completely shuts down Disguise's hopes of grabbing the orb, getting the lockdown, and just trying to go for an A execute right off the rip. So TSM just kind of managing that anti-eco really well. Now take the lead for the first time here with the last 3 in a row going their way. Now both teams have the lockdown as we come into another full buy round.
Dueling Odin's also the mixed nature, taking just a little bit of chip damage. Gangsta received just about a shot in return as well. But like you mentioned, back to full buys, and you wonder what this lockdown will do on either side. Corey able to snap on for the first, and that's something that's a little different than last time. If I'm not mistaken, we only saw clear sniping on this Ascent map last time these two teams played.
Yeah, definitely just trying to change things up, give them a different look. That's a very big early disturbance TSM has created that Disguise now have to react to.
TSM currently in the lead here. This is DSG's pick.
Well done. So Disguise will get in here, but they're going to pay it with their lives.
Yeah, and the Nightfall, that helps Corey get a little bit further forward for free, and wow. Okay, this has been a very different story. So again, just going back to what we were talking about in week 5, TSM great in the openings, poor at finishing off rounds. So far, they have been tested on a lot of these re-executes, and they have done really well, not just securing first blood, but also trying to contain these full buy DSG hits.
Yeah, they're an interesting team because TSM often has had to start on attack when they have played this map because it's usually a pick of theirs. The one time that they did start on the defense was actually in their loss against the Scotch, where they only got 6 rounds defensively throughout the course of the half. They're already almost there, and we're already 6 rounds in. So good signs from TSM early here after losing Pistol to really get the streak going. The Skies need to figure something out here.
I think TSM's got a point to prove,
chat. A couple of Bulldogs.
And I think the reason why here is because you've got the Hunter's Fury that is earned. Steel is also 1 kill away from a null command. Clear, if he gets a couple, would have knives. This is still a lot of potency as far as utility for Disguise in this round.
And Disguise are kind of playing true to their nature, you know, playing that more methodical default opening, trying to grab a little bit of map control, leave their options open, create presence all across the map to keep the defense guessing.
What are
They're
you
trying to pave a little bit of a way forward here with this Hunter's Fury? It's not going to land the market. They're able to stay up close.
Wow.
And he absolutely blasts clear out of the air.
And that is unbelievable. The recon bolt being denied was so key because Gangsta was trying to follow up off of that immediately. This guy's fighting back, and Corey is actually stuck in a pretty tricky spot. The null command gets earned, Steel pops out immediately. So now what looked to be a really solid start for TSM has gone completely awry. 7 changing the tides once again, though, for a 2v2. And still has the lockdown, just has to wait for the null command to fade away.
What makes you say it? TSM's got a point to prove. I think
they make this retake.
They looked really, really bad in the top or in the first round of this tournament.
Steel trying to hold on as long as he can inside the slide to try to shut them down before they come in, but now he is forced away.
Yep. He used his fragment a little too early there. I think he tried to send it over to the top towards tree. So now it's just down to Ziv trying to lock things up. Nanostorm trying to push him off. 7 on for the defuse. Halfway. Already ticked away. And it's just spam on the corner. 7's going to hold it and just no angle whatsoever. TSM get the retake, even though Disguised held some pretty solid numbers for the plant.
And that's just tough because the way that that was planted was one of the worst case scenarios for being.
But yeah, so during the season, TSM beat the guard,
lockdown being a card that could be played. I mean,
M80.
That's always something you have to consider when you're trying to put that
And
plan
then-
on the site. And they basically left Ziv no chance in this clutch situation.
But then when they came out against Moist Moguls, who like
tough one here for DSG.
granted,
to
the Moist
start.
Moguls have gotten better throughout the
A couple of positives.
season.
Ziv doing well back on
I
the
just don't
Killjoy,
think they're
and
as good as
taken to this controller role pretty
competition
well. So, I mean,
that
those are some
TSM
good
has beaten in the
signs. But
past.
again, like
And I
Clear
almost can't help
has
but
just
think
not
that it
lived
was a
up to
trap
the billing,
game.
in my
I'm not sure
opinion,
if
when in
you
comparison to
watch
some of the other young upcoming duelists in this league. You know, you think of Sim, you think of Oxy.
They usually talk about it like in sports often, right? Where like they were already looking ahead because they were going to be facing M80. Had they beat
in the region and Clear
Moist,
has struggled to get
and then
off
they just
the
came out so flat against
starting
Moist.
blocks in many of the games that this team has played. And it's not just him. Don't get me wrong.
Sure.
Again, they've had to deal with the roster change. Now they're dealing with role swaps. They've been through a lot. It's been trying. And they had a tough schedule, right? Having to play M80 twice. There's no doubt about that. But
for sure.
at the end of the day, you do have to beat someone in front of you to keep it going. And it's a little bit of a cold start. We have seen some good early round thoughts from them as far as how they're taking map control. It's just about finalizing a round.
Sure.
But of course, this one's going to be tough when you're taking a save.
You see,
There's like a handful of exchanges that we've seen that
on
just,
the
you know,
other
TSM have done such a great job of containing and then overwhelming the
channel
setup
if
from
they have
DSG.
started yet.
Maybe some of that is on the fact that you've got Steel and, you know, maybe not fully familiar with how Clear wants to enter, because we've seen Clear Clear try to be as aggressive, if not more aggressive than Corey at times.
He's got the mechanics. I mean, the eye test passes for me. It's just it hasn't come together for like a big performance yet. But certainly, I think a lot of it comes down more to decision making versus his actual aim or mechanics. I think he's got that in spades. But
Well,
again, this is a tough round.
All right, so Disguise only got pistols this round.
Knives are out for Clear. Hopefully we can drop this overlay so we can see the gameplay just a touch better.
Probably aren't going to
Operator is out for Corey.
be seeing the
And he's in a pretty good spot, possibly
divide, I would
a
imagine.
shutdown
I
interview
imagine
for
they'd win on
Disguise if
that.
They decide they want to cross back over in one direction or the other. Nice foul drone. Going to be used on both sides. The Aldrone not able to get really much of anything at all right there. Kenpeki kind of shutting down the information play, but he himself is also pushed back, and Disguise still taking their time on this approach.
Big pick there from Corey out in the middle onto Zip. The rest of the Sky
So smooth. Look at the flick at the wrist.
Some very good counter utility here from TSM to not really give them good firm control of this area. Haunt coming out now as well from Nature. So again, they're just getting
Let that Odin bang, baby.
But that's a great timing from Riku.
Yeah. Now on the way in, Clear with knives. Oh, he just completely whiffs Gamon, who took no damage, and now all of a sudden, the defensive omen starts to get activated, killing off time, but still able to get the trade. Enough time for the plant to still come through. 2v2 situation. And Clear has found himself a rifle, still holding onto a frenzy right around the corner. And in that corner, oh, he gets completely red and obliterated by Corey. Last one up is Clear, and well, 7 will put him down, no worries. And that will be the retake again for TSM, but hey, Disguise are still making these budget rounds really costly.
Oh, absolutely. Again, they're doing a pretty good job maneuvering around the map on the attacking side and kind of throwing some feints and getting some map control.
They're able to swap out some
You know,
rifles.
creating opportunities. It's just about closing those opportunities is, you know, what we have to kind of keep an eye on, which just hasn't really happened yet since TSM's gotten their economy in order.
Yeah.
Now, granted, that was a save round, so we kind of just call that one a wash, but they did have chances here, right? I mean, Clear had Bladestorm in sight, had a chance to take them on down more quickly to kind of have a bigger health pool for the clutch situation, but just ate too much damage and kind of relied on Steel to kind of finish the job, and it just left them no real outs to finish that round off. But to be fair, the fact they got that close at all is really impressive considering the utility they were working with there.
But now we have to have the hard conversation with 4 rounds to play. What did Disguise talk about in that last timeout? Because we need to see it
I
come to
mean,
fruition here. And how about
I was
this?
gonna say
TSM
they
are
were
doing
talking about
very
whatever
good
they needed to do to
three-man
win
stack,
this
not just
round
in
for sure,
towards A-long,
but they need to
through
win
it.
this round.
And
Otherwise,
you have nobody watching this flank. Zip is a part of the play into B main. The spike is
momentum's
down.
already starting to swing
this
too
is
far.
very dangerous all of a sudden. If you're Disguised, you could be under threat of getting contained once again, and Kenpeki will secure first blood and also alert that the flank is in play here, Disguised.
I like the reaction, though, at least from Disguise. Like, they're quickly taking deeper mid control in response to being flanked from A. So this is a really good reactive play. Steel even going to start looking to poke and prod at Tree, because you know they had the.
I wonder if Corey's going to end up reading the fact that they might be trying to move in towards A here.
Taking the space that's left over, and so Disguise is doing a pretty good job about kind of posting up.
Because he's looking back that way, but
some options here. They still have presence over in B main. They're now starting to take up Tree with Clear and company, dashing his way in. The thing is, if TSM can just hold A main like this and continue this flank, they can buy time for those rotations.
Yes, absolutely.
But Ziff could cut them off. That's the other problem.
It is very much so a game of chess right now between these two.
Indeed.
Inksta trying to rewrap back over towards market, and this is just to create some.
it's more
noise,
about
maybe it wasn't saying, hey,
keeping
defense,
track
us,
of
we're
the
going B,
credits
when
that
that's
you'll
not the case
have
at all.
left after
Has
the next
TSM been
round.
fooled. Still with 2 members on that deep flank.
Because if
Zip
at a
has
point
to
where
run on the cross and,
everyone
huge
else
dig
can
up,
buy a
take down
rifle, but you
Kenpeki.
can't,
Corey
then you
has
might
kind
want to
of
buy
be
maybe
very
like an
avidly
SMG that
cautious
saves you
of
a
how
little
he
bit more.
takes
Maybe
this
just even
angle
buy
versus Zip, and well, Zip will give away the elimination for
something
free.
like
Not
a
expect
sheriff,
Corey to
like
be
first,
there.
like
So now we're in the post
economy.
plant 2v4. Clear in towards front glass. He gets spread by the Prowler, has to back in towards Tree. His compadre of Steel's playing inside the site as Corey continues to clear small angle by small angle. And the longer they don't see him, the more you would have to think that he's going to be down towards hell, but the prediction's not there. Steel's able to get 1. Time is still ticking. Now it's just down to Clear. 1v3 situation, and Guamond will take out the last 2 Disguised members to get to 7.
Yeah, now they have already beaten the defensive half that they had.
Because like
last
here,
time
you'll
against
see as far
Disguise.
as
Again, they went 6-6
I'm not gonna be able to get my pen in
half.
time.
Now they're up 7-2 this time around.
In that right-hand corner, it showed like what the money was at.
Split one, so.
And now it's about to change.
Fan, you're happy about this improvement on the defensive side.
The top number is what's invested this round. But you want to be around that 40,
Again,
you know, 4,200
throughout this half where Disguise have put
for a
themselves
full invest,
in good positions, even a man down.
including all your abilities,
really
full armor.
How they were, you know, keeping presence at B, you know, with Ziff while also still, you know, getting up tree.
You'll notice a couple of them are having to buy half armors down here because they didn't quite have money. So that means that their economy is going to be broke this round if they lose here.
Valid point.
They will not be able to buy rifles in the following
still
round.
on for the full buy are disguised. Corey still sniping is over towards B this side, and it's really just 7 who's defending A. Nano will be triggered as no command is going to be in. Aldrin also trying to scout things out as
not next round.
forward. Steel taking some chip damage just to make sure they can confirm some space, which they do get. Recon Bolt just to affirm that the spike could get planted, and now it's on to TSM. What do you use to retake this?
Yeah, no alt on the board, so it's just going to come down to pure play.
Nice.
Cosmic Divide to kind of cut off door position.
So a beautiful spot, honestly.
Flank to a degree. TSM looking to come together through Catwalk, and that's where they're going to have to try to get through this Cosmic Divide as Corey plays from up top with the operator.
Yeah, TSM were very worried about that long lurk from Ziff in the round previous. Cosmic Divide about to fade. TSM now on their way in. Dash charge, Paranoia also charged up. Clear, down low, shuts down Corey immediately. Kanpeki for the trade. 4v3 situation.
Okay, they're through door now.
But Keg's in the corner. Can only go 1 for 1. Is this enough, though? Because Disguise have the benefit of the time. 7 trying to hit it, but no. The star is there for the ability to suck him off for the defuse.
Nice.
That will lead to a round for Disguise.
Really good gravity well there by the Astra. Especially because they had the delayed push thanks to the Cosmic Divide.
Really nice set piece on A. That's, again, what Steel-led teams are really well known for is their timing and how they use their utility and being able to change the pace from a slower default to just a set piece. TSM elects to play more of a retake setup on A and just were not able to get it done. Disguise always kind of just 1 step ahead throughout each and every sequence that round. And they kind of get a desperately needed round, honestly. Yeah, if they lose that, they let TSM start building up just too big of a half. So this gives them that opportunity to maybe get it back to a 7-5 and keep things close. As once again, they're looking for some heavy A lobby.
Unfortunately for them, the TSM's got plenty of money in the bank, so they'll be able to still full buy next round. So they got to make sure it's
and there is a chance
clean on their side.
That Hunter's Fury, yeah. So you kind of go ultimate for ultimate here.
You can really only afford to drop like 1 rifle.
Having the Cosmic Divide last round, obviously you've earned up that Hunter's
you can
Fury.
drop
You're
2.
close to things like Blade Storm and another lockdown before this.
You drop 3, you're probably looking at having to buy
got the tools to make this happen.
1
It just
SMG.
comes down to the execution of it. And you can see
Which isn't like the worst thing in the world.
Pretty considerably.
Yeah. Corey, though, holds his forward position on B lobby, has a chance, depending on who peeks first and what angle they take, to maybe just get an opening pick and back off. Definitely a lot of forces for Disguise being gathered in this very area. The turret is there, stopping Corey's angle a bit, but he still steps out for the frag onto Ziv. And there is no ability to punish. He's able to dash out of there. Disguise now trying to follow up with the Owl drone and just personnel to try to really pressure the site, but the defense can now just back up and just maintain their advantage.
And Clear really can't dash in. I mean, he's at 1 HP. He was part of a collat and almost that came through. Hunter's Fury does connect on the Corey, doesn't finally flush him out.
It'll at least give away his information, though, where he's at. I think it'll only give away the information on 1, right?
For TSM, defensively speaking,
well,
they really only have these 2 defenders inside Archway right now, but is that going to be enough? Shock darts in, just pushing around these defenders as much as possible, and Clear finally gets in, takes care of Corey. 7, the last one left. Clear gets another on low HP, and then the flank from Riku. Oh, the timing is exquisite. Last player left is Gamond, and there will be a plan for his ability to consider a 1v4.
That's a nice flank.
What a round from Disguise. Again, we've seen the building blocks of a round like this many times this half, where they've gotten the early space, they do some big things to get control of a site, get a spike down. It's just about, those finer details at the...
All right, chat, I did say we were going to prioritize
one-way early control, and that's
the EMEA game until NA's over, so
this is actually really well
we're going into Lotus.
I like this one.
What about the Harbor, though?
Sorry to cut away when it's almost in the half, but that game's kind of out of control right now anyways.
Doesn't mean that it doesn't work, particularly with Vitality starting on attack. It's not that much about that denial. I mean, the Cascade does a great job, for example, on that A side mentioned before. So it's possible, considering that Vitality
remember, chat, this is map 3 over here.
Attack. They really thrive when they're starting an attack. It could be a great momentum shift that they can carry in their second half. But first of all, they need to prove to me.
I like seeing the different comps here, like vastly different actually. You don't see that very often.
Start on attack.
problem is
Actually, two unique comps, right?
Composition is based on like a one hit, right?
Absolutely.
Or you play the long game in default.
Interesting.
Raise the value exponentially from the Harbor's utility, which is so great when it comes to playing on the cooldowns. But the problem is, as you mentioned before, it's only one controller. So it's very apparent when you're trying to play the slow game and your opponents can just, as we have seen in the past, very patiently wait on the line, on their lanes, and that's about it, right? So you will see this is going to be a very interesting map. So far, every single team that had played Lotus had a different idea on which lane to like put the main focus on, like NAVI on B. But
Yeah, the map 3 here, Tim. Me too.
Like on C as well. So I'm really curious to see what.
I'll keep an eye on the other game on the other monitor,
Really fun stat
and maybe like
during,
between
the break. I think it might be a
rounds, I'll just flip it over just so we can see what the score is at.
Not
But
particularly good when they're losing the first
it actually looks like it's going to end
rounds. The maps
7-5
that
in the
they
first
usually
half.
lose when we consider lock-in only, of course. I mean, we can't go that far back with Vitality. So it is a bit of a shocker to me that Vitality really is that momentum-based, and particularly there's one challenge they're really good at: win a pistol. Impossible.
So that's typical round behavior. Lose 3-0 and that's it.
Well, let's see if they are going to win that pistol. We also have a Harbor in play here in EMEA. Pavlos and Ender, what do you make of that?
I reckon it's going to be quite a good one. Thank you for waiting, everybody. We know it's been a little bit of time, but there's a good reason for that.
Yeah, so the issue was basically the in-game HUD. We were having issues making that actually work out. So the decision was made to delay the game by just a couple of minutes so that we could resolve those issues and have the full HUD for the in-game experience. That means we get to see all the utility, all the...
I love it. I love it.
The guns purchased.
Predictions here on this one.
Better game to actually watch. We're going to be jumping into that.
I think I'm still going to have to rock with Vitality.
Comps, I'm really excited to see the Neon in particular.
I know they didn't look that good last round.
Just absolutely ran over Vitality a moment ago.
This game has got to be a strong one. The first
but it's going to be
strongly in favor of Vitality.
Do we know who?
The second one, Team Liquid took that one quickly. Now we need the third one.
Because I feel like Lotus is more like
to make sure this is the best possible third map and decider of this.
What's the best way of putting it?
These two teams.
Yeah, give me a close one. That's what everyone is wanting here in Berlin.
Because it's similar in the fact of you've got to defend 3 points and or attack 3 points.
Oh, got 3 people sitting down. Okay. Okay.
I think because of how the first map
by the
went.
time we actually get into game, all the way up on top of their feet, it's going to be great.
I think I'm going to have to lean towards Vitality.
Here today.
I'm going to expect it to be closer though.
Dissecting these comps just a little bit. The one big change
I don't think we go like overtime.
From lock-in was in lock-in they were playing the Killjoy.
But I do think we see it go like to.
I think actually one of the reasons to play the
maybe
on the opposite side is it can run past
13-9, 13-10 maybe.
On the other hand, the Cypher Tripwires slaughter Neon. Does not give her a fun time at all. So that may be a bit of a problem when it comes to actually executing into these side hits for them.
Indeed, and I kind of want to unravel.
TSM won the pistol round.
Weren't able to deliver on their opponents' map picks. Maybe, possibly,
to start off the second half.
As quickly as they would have liked.
Yeah, I think the main thing when I look at it, starting on Haven, the weakness of Team Liquid was not identifying the strengths and the two main plays that Vitality were going for. So if we get off,
where did he go?
He's 8-5 here.
Come back. He's melted.
Oh, he's okay. He's okay.
Oh, everyone, it's all right.
Okay. Everyone. Let out a sigh. It's going to be okay. We got the Q plushies here too for safe.
Oh, okay.
No, that's Safe's name. Maybe they have the same name. They're like twins.
Safe Junior.
It will be interesting if in that other game over here, if TSM ends up winning because it's on
third. It's really
disguised map, and I feel like Fracture has been very, very strong for TSM all season, and I can't.
So if we run into a world where
like
the start of the first half starts,
I can't think of any good Fracture performances from DSG off the top of my head.
On the opposite side for Vitality, I just think they lacked the early scouting to
we can actually look at that real quick.
The Fracture defensive pushes from Team Liquid. That was a bit of a hole in their game plan. Now Lotus, probably the least practiced map for a lot of the teams coming in here. They'll have a lot of recent history on it, but they don't have that same long-term familiarity with it. It's going to be a big challenge here on the opening day for these two teams.
Yeah, we haven't seen DSG play Fractured other than against arguably probably the worst team in the league who they beat. So like I don't really want to use that as a judgment.
Starting off the season strong, that's what they're looking for. These two teams debut in Europe.
So DSG is going to be on some trouble.
are going to be jumping into game right now. It all
Let's get it, baby. Time for the pistols.
Day 2, the EMEA VCT TL versus Vitality all tied up.
Team Liquid starting off on defense, Vitality on attack. Zesh mentioned it on this. This is where Harbor stands alive. Cascade very useful on that early A main entrance, as well as trying to close those close quarter distances on each of these entries.
100%.
Nearly choked there.
You're alive though. We're all good. Our teams. I like using the Cypher for the early. Oh no, Redguard down to 5 HP. Now there's 2 players inside tree, but Vitality might not even mess with that. Again, the team that controls A main will want to break that baby door and blitz into the split B hit.
It's going to be an entry, but I don't think they only want that. They want to go even further.
Oh,
this is the case in point of the Cascade. Able to close up these gaps, push a little bit more further. Just gives them a little bit more room to work with, somewhere to hold off the spike in the post plant.
B-site is so hard to hold in the post plant because there's 4 different ways to actually get into the site, so it's very important on attack. You maintain a forward position, and going into spawn...
They're playing really aggressive going up into spawn.
You say there's 4 entries, they've got control of 3 of them. Now, Sender.
Oh.
Everyone winning their fights, that's what Vitality need. Fairly absent from the second map on Fracture, but here,
we don't have the full HUD, by the way.
things off well. Nats alone.
They lied to us.
Time ticking up against them. Trying to move forward, but of course, Mosey will be taken down. That's all he wrote.
Oh, no. No.
No. First knife kill of VCT EMEA 2023,
I believe so.
Not like this.
It's twisting to claim that. The katana straight into the back. And all in all, loving what we saw from Vitality in this. Strong understanding of how to play that B post plant.
Sneaky sneak. There you go.
That hurts.
Because you're not only
We're
playing
going to get a technical timeout, aren't we?
the opponent in
Technical
regards
timeout?
to the map, you're outplaying them in the mental aspect as well.
Nope.
Yo, Twisted was just dancing around him. That was absolutely brutal.
This is tough because this means we won't be able to see utility and all that.
Team Liquid, because again, we saw that round on the pistol. It was not an aggressive fight over A main.
But this is aggressive from Team Liquid. Say,
We're going to have to kind of be guessing here.
Missed fight from Team Liquid in mid just puts Vitality even further.
Scoreboard's also not working.
Sure, but I think in the future we're going to see TL play a little bit more aggressively over towards Rubble. Again, because they're the comp with the double smokes. With Omen in particular, you can throw that one way. Try and maintain some semblance of control. Now, less power in terms of like the breach concuss that you have on the opposite side comp, but so many flashes to work with. They can definitely try to fight with.
A lot of presence for Team Liquid here, too. In fact, Yampy with Trailblazer holds
nice.
it back even further.
Nice, Yampy.
To swing. Yampy takes fully charge of it. Sokas losing his life, meaning that Yampy is alone, and there's no time until his teammates come by. Even if his opponents are flashed, they're able to spray through with a better weaponry, and they take care of the site, but they take a lot of time in doing so, allowing for the flank to take place.
The sense there.
Yeah, but it's a 2v1 here.
Knowing when to swing for the first kill.
And it's a 1 with a pistol.
For 2 more.
So they'll be fine. Should be fine.
Already, right?
Yep. Nice. Use the cam.
Well
done by Sendar. Nice.
Sure.
It's literally 1984. Big Cypher's watching you. Going for the lurk timing.
Big pro cam.
Actually, that's the craziest thing. You know the intro we have for VCT here? It's just this pillar with like 80 different Cypher cameras. There's nowhere to hide. You're always being watched.
All right, we're sitting back down, Jeff.
Fantastically. Always watching.
I'm gonna be honest, Monster Inc. terrified me as a kid, so I steered clear from that.
Oh, I love that movie.
That door literally ruined, or that movie ruined doors for me for my entire life.
Oh my goodness.
Can you imagine being a child, a door is closed, and you could just be teleported to a different reality with monsters behind it? That's awful.
I think we're overthinking.
They were cute and cuddly monsters. Anyway, back to the game.
With 3 eyes.
Team Liquid, what a setup here on B, right? 3 players, they're just defending it with numbers, with weaponry.
Okay, so I'm pretty sure it's 2-0, right?
Set up over towards C for Vitality. Does make this a little bit awkward. They are opening the door, but maybe to allow those 2 players near A. Rubble.
That's quite a lot of info. With a Trailblazer, they gain so much.
Oh, Yampy!
Yampy triples up. He can only fall to the paint shells. And Team Liquid, as soon as they got guns on the board, they're in it.
Now, we are aware it is not 0-0, guys.
No,
there are some API issues. Again, before the game we were talking, there's some issues going on globally when it comes to the API. So we're trying to resolve that as quickly as we possibly can.
2-1, in fact. Well, it will be 2-1.
It will be 2-1 in just a moment here.
30 seconds
Vitality
left.
in the lead.
But that was a strong round. I mean, the way they were able to adapt to that play in mid, you know, obviously you've got 3 players in B already, so you're trying to make a move out of B main. That's definitely the game plan that they had on that defense. And it all came off with that Trailblazer. They spotted it. Of course, with the door opening, Nats decided, I'm not going to play too aggro here. I'm going to just lay off.
Okay.
And they just walk in with a guiding light, take over. Yampi connects all of his shots, only dies to the paint shawls, and the rest was history.
All right, while this plays out, chat.
That it was.
Just
now,
a quick check-in. It's 11-6 in the NA Challenger first game that we're going to be switching into after this map, all right?
To see that come back on board.
Ooh, we got the API back.
But one of the things that was pretty classic in how Vitality played Haven, the other 3-site map right there. So they played a lot for early control to embed players. And that's something, again, you can try to do over towards Rebel primarily, up in mid as well. And then try to use those doors to exploit rotations around. I think we're going to see a look from that again. Both teams actually wanting to take control over Rebel here. It's going to be a bloodbath.
Vitality moving forwards here. I think greeted by Team Liquid again with the same combination of players, well, similar combination of players as they were greeted on B that last round. But of course, Team Liquid do expend utility early, but they drop back to the safety of the site. That fight will commence there, and as Vitality choose to take the fight elsewhere.
Now, Center hasn't been able to take too much space up towards C.
Are they full committing this rotate, or are they just defaulting? No, they're full committing the rotate.
They want to work into B, and that puts Yumpy in a miserable position. The second this door could potentially open. One of the weaknesses of Liquid is they don't have a sentinel.
So Yumpy has to fall all the way back.
Could also equally try to find alert timing in through C and punish TL.
Yampi didn't use any of his utility, but he already gained info. Knowing 2 players were in B early, they know they've got quite a lot of dedication to players there, which means they can fight towards A main, but they don't win those fights. That's crucial. Soulcast now locked in with the ball line, delivering before he drops. Team Liquid on the back foot. Seeker's right after him, trying to find info, but Vitality are heading directly towards this A site.
So unfortunate. Baby door wasn't broken down, so there was no escape for the player there. Even after the control, Yumpy
needed a quick pick on at least the first one.
And the dog available.
Knows exactly where all 3 players are. That's perfect. Now, Nats needs to decide where he's going to come in from.
He's marked those, the only problem.
So hard. Can try to drop here quietly, but Vitality holding hands, sitting in a tree.
And the longer Team Liquid wait, the more chances Vitality have to reposition and the more question marks for, well, Vitality. So the more question marks there are for Team Liquid on the map.
You were supposed to say HOLDIN.
I thought he was about to get 2.
First good shot, Rolling Thunder. That's going to complicate the endeavor, but Nats has got a short. He keeps it close at least, but that's Vitality with a 3rd.
Oh, we had the view from the International Space Station to watch that round get closed out.
All right, chat, do keep in mind that offense is normally favored on this map. So we are probably going to see at the end of this half, it's going to be probably 7-5 or 8-4.
Right there with the revolving door. That was absolutely nasty.
Oh, Salah's reaction was like, oh, gorgeous, man. That was
oh, man.
nice.
Yeah, I don't know what he was doing right there. It's up for interpretation.
DSG throwing up a little bit of a fight over in NA Challenges.
With individual players taking space. Rubble, Mound on opposite sides of the map. I really do feel like Vitality feel at home on these spread out maps. The 3 sites, perhaps. I mean, Fracture is a map where you don't necessarily get to play as much to push and pull your opponents. The defender rotates so short. Vitality look reinvigorated over here. They also love this camera over by Rebel. Just to give them permanent information. That's nice, but so is that pop flash from Yumpy right around the corner to send Center to the grave.
Vitality are going to move in quickly towards the safe
He's going to push
side.
through this door. No way.
Shorty play. Oh, Prowler. It does spot him, and Mozzie's able to spray down through the smoke to eliminate him. And now they do enter the site. Vitality cleanly take it over. A team like would still have 4 players to work with. But look,
go 4v4 on the retake.
Maybe they're going to wait for the flank to come in from Yumpy, but no. Safe walks in. Maybe he gives space for his teammate Soulcast, eventually finding some
3v3.
movement into the side. Yampi eventually closes through. Vitality know he's there, more pressure onto the back line. But it's Destrian to pull the cross onto Soulcast. Nats on site, Yampi delivering as well. Nats is defusing. It's done halfway. Does he stick it? Molsey springs through, interrupts it. Nats breathing calmly.
You don't need to push this.
Again, Molsey. He's got everything to try and delay this. Battle of the wits, battle of the comfort. Nats is uncomfortable as ever, tries to hold on to it. Oh, but he just
He can't. Let's go. So well done.
Out of time. Now Vitality, that was gorgeous.
Wow.
Oh man, they can hear each other on opposite sides of the door. They both fall to the spike, but it's Molsey dancing on the grave. Not giving any opportunity, barely just a pixel of a shoulder. Spamming through wall with the jump peaks too. I mean, what are you gonna do? No opportunity afforded. United in death.
United in death. Everybody died that round, but Vitality won it.
This is very true. I have to say, I'm liking how I see Vitality play.
I love the smart play there. In case people are wondering why I was so excited or happy, by the way. You don't need to get the kill. You just need to keep him off the spike.
They're going quick.
Yampi has to move, so he doesn't get stand up, obviously. Vitality.
Because he's on a timer, right?
And yeah, not holding back on utility like that. You know, when you have teams on lower buys,
like time's on your side.
So might as
you
well
know,
guarantee a site take, and then solidify it with the weapon advantage that you have as well.
Safe not ulted here. I mean, he gets a kill with a Sheriff regardless on the retake.
Yeah, one more pick from Team Liquid, and this is possible. But Molsey still on the back line, just being so hazardous.
Oh my goodness!
Pray for the ages as well. Back it all up.
Still waiting.
Vitality.
Wow.
Just, increase that gut by 4. Feeling like a football field in here.
Oh man, I love it. I was honestly a little bit perplexed to see Safe not decide to
TSM timeout over on the other map. DSG making a comeback, 12-8. I'm guessing they're going to call a timeout because they're either about to break the bank,
I was thinking that if you're
or they have one more round before they get reset.
Like jet knives, so retaking a site would be really important, but that doesn't even end up being their decision. Now 5 players up mid, curiously enough, for Vitality. Similarly though, do they actually commit? They use the smoke and there's no util to stall them out.
The fact that Twiston has got himself to the back of the site could be useful, but no, they're losing all of the trade. Team Liquid coming alive. They win on all fronts. Twiston switched positions with his opponent. Oh, gets behind them, bullet to the back of the head. Still, Team Liquid with full control. Spike within their arms. Sender cannot unlock it.
Guys, I have seen what happened.
And again, remember though, it's very heavy like attacker side on this map, really, right? Again, 8-4 is not unusual.
Redgar and
we saw
control opening the door.
Oh God, who came back from the 8-4 this morning?
Already committing into the site. When that door.
Why am I already forgetting now? Dude, my brain is fried. It's been a busy day.
Need to act fairly quickly to these side hits because
y'all know who I'm talking about.
I think we saw yesterday to perfection is that when teams are playing, especially the Killjoy, her sight stall is so powerful, especially around B and
Foot.
C.
There we go. Golly. Brain fart. Yeah, we saw a Foot be able to come back from this after an 8-4, right?
At all, in terms of permanent information. And so Vitality may be onto something in terms of the just fast blitz it into B. That site is going to be weaker, but now that you have to keep in mind, well, okay, that door on your left might be open.
And you got all sorts of ults on your side here this round. You guys see that, chat?
Very swiftly attacked.
And I think they also did a solid job on splitting that attack in two, right?
Yeah, the timing of that was absolutely perfect. And for example, someone like Sender, who's been lurking every single round, if they try to quickly commit onto the B site, he'll never be in a forward enough position to punish those.
All these ults here.
Right? Whereas if they were trying to do this play again, maybe
all you got is the one side for ult on the other side.
To try and punish the Mount players as they're opening the door, he can swing.
Got a couple people kind of close.
Ultra aggressive. Safe gets one, doesn't get eliminated by Twiston playing so close. Safe didn't quite anticipate that one, but the assisted players there from Team Liquid do drop back to the side.
I mean, that's a huge W for Team Liquid, right? Smokes are down on Vitality. You lost your Neon. Okay, that's a bummer. But now, Vitality have no way to really block off the angles into the site.
Knights has gained so much information with his push off of C. He's basically cleared. It's not C, guys. Focus your effort towards the right-hand side of the map.
The thing is, there's trips, so he still can't push. And also, because they don't have info on B, Yumpy can't actually quickly rotate off. Yes, there's 2 players on A, but you'd love, with some more forward positioning, to be able to rotate and commit more players there. But the fact is, Vitality could still decide to rotate.
So there's that neural theft to give them that info on the push-in.
Could be optimal. Vitality, notorious for pushing even further than required.
They're
doing
going
just
B.
that right now. Who would have thought they're going to spawn? But it's called out. Look at Yumpy. He's turned his attention towards it.
Nice,
He
Mulsi.
knows exactly what's going on, and SoCal's on the lurk. Oh, they put themselves in a pinch, though. This might be a blessing in disguise for Team Liquid. Yumpy delivers.
Jeez, Yumpy's disgusting, bro.
Takeaway kill there, 3 in a row.
Like, granted, they kind of walked into that one, but man. Sheesh. Insane.
That was nasty. Swinging around. Vitality thought they were going to have the site nearly for free.
Yeah, right into the danger zone. Perhaps overcomplicating things there, Vitality. Perhaps. Of course, you don't quite know what information your opponents are playing with. Maybe didn't.
All right, Vitality timeout.
There was an option for them to back off, but either way, Vitality.
Looks like TSM won map 1 champ.
Obviously,
over at NA Challengers.
Them off guard there, not something they liked.
No, definitely not. I think Vitality have tried a few things. They've tried the fast hit. They've tried to, get solo players up in forward positions and move into them. Just hasn't quite worked out. On the actual side hits, they were just getting outplayed by like solo players or the duo players when it was opening door. Getting caught on angles they are not expecting. And yeah, you say maybe overcomplicating things moving into spawn. I think trying to react after realizing there are 2 players on the C site and they'd kind of been pinched off. If they were to move back towards Baby Door to B, they would have to go through that angle once again. So I actually don't hate the decision to go into spawn, but it meant that they weren't ever going to be able to clear out.
There's already hackers in CS2. Apparently Tim was in a game with one.
Again, so many 4 different angles that players could be looking down on you from. And impossible to clear.
What's up, Booger?
Funneling in through one direction.
Yeah, Yumpy's having a hell of a game. 13-6 KD ratio.
Where'd you put it?
Looking pretty strong, topping the charts on the server. Team Liquid still a couple of rounds behind.
I mean, I can come help you look in a little
Still
bit,
Vitality,
bro.
of course, on the attack. Many would have said favored, but
probably in your room.
Comes and goes with the meta.
I think Radiant Knight's redo active. Because if so,
It's
A is a disaster zone. Oh my word. Vitality lose 2 players on the attempt, and look at the fast rotations. The power of Neon immediately over here. Soulcat's not far behind. As the hit comes through, Bone Cold finds the opener, but Yumpy dancing on through finds his.
Yumpy's just making circles.
Bro, Yumpy is like solely keeping them in this right now.
Bit of miscommunication there. Rolling Thunder expended. They're not going to hold on to see. They're going
But
to
now Vitality.
Yumpy might be in trouble. No, Yumpy holds on. He anticipates it.
Nats from behind. He's so far on the lurk.
Oh, and Tristan cannot read it. Spray is rough, but doesn't matter. Team Liquid close the gap.
Well,
TL, when Vitality push, they pull back.
And TL still has all them ults.
Arms. The movement of Yumpy on site.
This is about to be interesting.
He owns C. You can't do anything against him.
Granted, Dougie said it earlier when we were watching yesterday. We have seen at times where,
from him,
for some reason, this map becomes defensive sided.
Come on through.
But you've got
15 kills
ults for days right there.
But he's
still
also
on your Team Liquid
his
side.
Teammates. It's fantastic.
Their earlier hit here isn't really greeted by aggression, which maybe may cause some questions for Alarm, because there is aggression on the other side of the map on 2 ends as well. Bone Cold taken down first.
Yumpy again, man.
Team Liquid, no, they've done their job. They drop back. Good decision making, but Vitality still strong towards the right hand side.
Yumpy, relax. Give him a chance. Vitality after all.
Does that push him out of the...
Fatal will be able to clear most of that.
So it doesn't push him all out of the Viper pit, but...
That's a funky one.
It actually, a funky one.
It gives them the opportunity to jump down out of heaven, down into pit. An attacker wouldn't really want to play there, especially if there's shorties in the hands of anyone on TL. Just a one-tap inside the smoke.
It's a tricky one. You've got to be very precise with your movement if you don't want to be caught off with Vitality not playing within it, playing further back rather. Redgar Good first shot. Keeping Team Liquid in charge, catching the spike, putting
Oh,
more
bro.
pressure.
Bro.
Amplifying. Twistin, though, he's on the mark, but it's still being diffused. Sender, can he interrupt it? Gets one. Yampi's right
5.
after him. Team Liquid level the playing field. One survives, it's Yampi yet again, and we've got 5-5 on rounds.
And you still have a bunch of ults available on Team Liquid side.
Team Liquid,
and if they win this round,
from Vitality. This was missing from them previously, but I love the double
Econ
push.
is not in a good spot over on the Vitality side.
again
I don't
finding
think
an
they can
opener.
buy rifles next round.
And the closer, too. Literally
Right?
everything. There's not a thing this man can't do.
No, they're buying
2
half
rounds on
shields.
attack, Twistin has ultimate to get on
No,
site. This is going to be a fast
even
hit.
still, I don't know.
assume.
I
With
love-
access to the showstopper. You don't want to give any fights early on over to TL. You just want to burst out at the first opportunity. And they can try to use Destrian's ult, perhaps, with the circles on the ground. Tell Twistin exactly where to send the showstopper with that Harbor ult.
He can just go up on his stand.
Now that's paired up with a showstopper. Twistin not greeted by anyone, respected by Team Liquid,
Yeah.
throwing down the Seekers in response.
There's no circles, and look at this, 4 players up mid. They can open door and flank with 2 players in spawn at the same time.
There's a cam and a trip as well. So when the trip is enabled, he's going to wait a bit on the cam and have a lot of information on the back push.
Trip broken, they're going to come in straight behind.
Is he going to get flanked?
Waiting for it. He's going to be pincered in.
He's not going to see
Wait,
it.
he got over the trip? He has no idea, he jumped it!
Oh, but either way, the rest of Vitality are playing to the back of the C site. The fight is elsewhere. This is taking a lot of time to clear all of these players.
No
Finally,
way.
Multi falling. Is it going to be enough by
They're
Vitality?
about to break
Team
their-
Liquid eventually
The
taking
util.
them 1 by 1. Safe, delivering. Team Liquid still winning these fights.
Wow.
Phone call with 2. This is a chance. Team Liquid touching the spike.
Wow.
And they end up winning all
Wow.
of these trades
How?
on the spike, defusing, and they will get
How
the
is
lead.
Vitality falling apart
Vitality
here now in
entered
the
the
back
site
half
with
of their
2 great
attacking
combos
side?
together, But Team Liquid saw that.
They looked
saw
so
the hit,
good in the
abandoned
first
the
half.
site entirely. And I don't think they took a fight that was disadvantageous the entire time, right back of the head. Then all the utility
I don't
players
understand.
are concussed or blinded in Waterfall. That was perfection to the maximum on the retake. The utility and the follow-through from TL left no opportunity for Vitality to have a chance in the round.
I was getting a bit worried there. Is it taking too much time? They're really going through their paces to try and clear out every single corner, but no. All down exactly to the timer that they would have liked. Not even troubled by the end with a defuse.
Vitality more spread this time, 3-1-1. It's been heavy side hits a couple of times in a row, not successful.
Sander's still probably scratching his head after how the hell did he get past my trip. Has to snap out of it though and focus on the task at hand. 1 round left in the half.
The A-hold from Team Liquid is fairly weak here. Again, you always have to be mindful of the fast rotates. A safe finds a kill over by Mound. That ruins things. Again, Vitality wanted to leave Twistin over towards C. Perhaps look for a pinch or some kind of push and pull.
This is going to be a 7-5 on the defensive side.
Vitality still putting caution to Team Liquid, not knowing
This
where
is
they're going to
good.
go. They're going to push
He
forward.
dodged
Oh, I
it.
thought he was about to get the 2.
Again, trade.
I'm not going to lie.
Heading towards this B site. And with this ult, they'll know exactly what is going on.
Aware of Yumpy, but it doesn't matter. Yumpy finds the kill. 4 versus 2, Bone Cold, the Rolling Thunder into sight.
Redcar sidesteps though. He doesn't get affected by the Rolling Thunder.
Oh,
Brings
Shorty,
out the Shorty,
Shorty,
he's gonna play with a
Shorty.
close distance. Sender does know it. He needs a fight. Redcar! Shorty play galore. 7-5 Team Liquid. What a reversal. Being down so
Wow.
low, Vitality getting such a great start to this map, but no.
This is
The
tough to
Blue
watch,
Stallions
man.
deliver.
6 in a row to finish the half for Vitality. Yumpy topping the leaderboards.
It was
with
5-1.
18 kills on the sky.
5-1.
His defensive play simply unmatched. Always good for his
Wow.
and 1 on the site. The aggressive pushes that we saw so much of on Fracture returning here and there for Team Liquid. They played such a fluid defense.
Yeah.
That just befuddled Vitality for those last 6 rounds.
Yeah. Look, this is still a close endeavor, still 7-5, right? Still paces to be taken. Not all lost for Vitality. What do you reckon here, Ender? I'm going to maybe perhaps put you on the spot, but still, what do you reckon? Because of the importance of being ahead at the attack, right? Because Team Liquid haven't even played attack yet, and maybe...
I love this Vitality crowd, man. They've been going nuts the entire time.
We definitely should not overreact.
Need to try and get on their team.
We saw a lot of good from Vitality early on, and then so much from Yampi. Like, there are a lot of rounds where if Yampi is not good for 2 or 3 on site, like
that, I mean, that's a good point. That's a good point. Yampi's kind of been carrying the Team Liquid like big
rounds. Move into the second half. This is where we begin the conversation of, okay, how does this Neon look on attack? Because I still believe Cypher trips pose such an issue for the Neon when it comes to quickly executing into a site. Now the good news is, TL with their comp, I mean, they have so many ways to cut off lines of sight, right? Double smokes, plus the Neon wall as well. So they can try to block off and take space without going for too many early opening fights. But at the same time, we know it's going to be a bloodbath for Rebel Control.
I love that we get to see one corner, Team Liquid fans,
all right, man.
go to the other. We've got the Golden Hornets.
Vitalities need to kind of...
Both sides.
Had to step it up here on D, man. Something we don't see that often, but we did see it. Remember, chat, yesterday in that Koi versus Navi game.
Giving the players as well the support they've longed for. The past 3 years in EMEA, we haven't had a crowd for VCT EMEA, and now we do. And these teams are debuting with it.
Teams are readying up. Fist bumps around. We enter the final half of the day, the final half of this series.
Speculations of Asmongold going over to kick, huh?
2 blowouts back to back. And now these teams are neck and neck.
All right, time to enter pistol round. Half number 2, the last one of the series. Vitality now on the defense, Team Liquid on the attack, flipping the sides. Slow start from Team Liquid, spreading all across it. Redgar far pushed onto B. As Team Liquid shows some early presence towards A, together with a toxic screen to keep Vitality busy there. Well, I believe their game plan is to lure their way into this left-hand side.
Imagine.
This camera sender is...
What do y'all think about that over here on kick?
Took damage, so I presume they're aware of this camera. Yeah, Nats just turns around the corner.
It's a couple y'all hanging out with your boy.
That's going to cause Vitality to be a
little
bit concerned. 3 players in mid, they're about to find Redgar.
They're looking for info, they're looking to take the pace to their own devices.
Wonderful.
And hits first blood.
Y'all hanging out with me on
YouTube?
You can feel free to let me know.
You have to go flying in, but check out that one way from Sender.
That'd be
a little
big.
bit nasty, stalls out, allows 4 players to be here on the rotation.
It's done its job, right?
With 100 credits.
The defenses are there. Reinforcements arrive. 4 players, as you've said, they're here. Team Liquid reacted fast, but Hull did not want to push through that one way, but they're going even further, and they're going into the line instead. They might get their heads ripping apart, but no, it's a brawl, it's a gunfight, and still, it's being trained out
left to
equally.
who?
Now left alone for Team Liquid. He has to pick up the spike, but it's well within control of Vitality. Has to play it patiently. 2 different corners. Not necessarily an ended round for it. Oh, knows where he is. Guiding light. Will it be timed well? Knows that one has been blinded, but the other plays anti-flash to perfection.
Trying to play it well.
With the second pistol of this map.
Nicely held there from Vitality. I like the delayed fight up in mid. Caught Redgar completely out of control. And then starting to see some of the value of the Cypher. Something that was lacking in the previous half, that heavy sight stall. TL had to fight their way out of the sight hits. Vitality can rely more on the utility, on the setup of this Cypher to stop TL in their tracks.
That goes there.
What's he got here? 1 diagonal, 1 just straight up in main. Nothing too fancy. But again, when Neon is always leading the charge, she can't slow down to break that. So the second player into the site has to be ready and on tripwire duty. You have to have someone fully committed to instantly snap locking onto those in the coming rounds in order to make it so that Safe just
My question is, if Asmongold's coming to kick, where are they getting all his money for signings?
Choke point is going to be smoked off. That's
or are they just simply relying on the
spam through smokes onto that Neon if they are not diligent and helping Safe out?
Yeah, this is twice where Redgar plays the lurk. I wonder if Vitality starts to catch up on it, so when they see him present, they'll know that the plan of the team is to go out.
Oh, whoa. 2 doors opening at the same time, over towards A and tier into B.
They're relying just solely on the split, maybe.
Any of them except the spike that got left a little bit to its own.
Otherwise, where are they getting all his money from is my next question.
Here for Vitality is the movement towards the left-hand side.
To sign all these big creators.
Got cleared out by Twiston.
Yeah, and that's an important one.
but it almost gives them false information because they're like, oh, he didn't actually walk in here. It's going to be a B hit, right? No, it's 5 players creeping up behind the wall, ready to pop out from behind.
Ooh, Guiding Light together with a dash through from the team. Twiston, though, has hold his ground with a Spectre, but a lot of pistol kills falling through and some Spectres to be collected.
Safe has gotten so far forward here. Maybe a little bit quicker than a Vitality would be expecting. They're slow on the retake, though, and clearing out the close angles. Still, if he could find one on this angle.
That's going to expose him, though, right?
Vitality won't let it happen. Perfect play.
They know where Safe is. They're going to try and stun him up.
Look at the util for Molsey. It catches that Neon every time.
Yeah, they know exactly where he is, but they're going to have to follow through on it, and he's able to swing by on the contact of his teammate. Seal Piss is doing a marvelous job. Marzi has got enough bullets. Soulcast is alone, though. He's got to be hell accurate here. So darn close to this. Molsey's been softened up.
So I wonder why, for some matchups, this seems to be a more offensive sided map, and some matchups are very, or not very, but sometimes a more defensive sided map. Like, I know that happens on some maps, sometimes anyways, but for a map with 3 points, it's very interesting to me.
Things all tied up. Ooh. It doesn't get better than this, Pavlos.
All right.
Aww. Now Vitality.
Big round for Vitality here.
True bonus.
Yep.
Coming on in. Have plenty of cash for the next one. I do think they upgraded into a Stinger in a little bit, but making sure they have enough.
He's waiting for Redgar.
Now, because the tripwire isn't so far forward, it's possible TL do scout that one out. You can see Safe is directly behind it, so you can break it. And I think these trips need to be placed a little bit deeper into sight to have that same level of effectiveness that I'm expecting them to have versus the Neon.
What are they going to do? End up rotating this thing to A, probably?
Really here, just trying to do as much damage as they can, right? It's a matter of placing their players at the right time. Of course, Team Liquid playing the game of information.
Yeah, it's great to see them sort of go in, scout things out, and recommit over on opposite sides.
Yeah, I like the fact, too, that you bring Redgar back over to B to still make them, like, think that you're taking on, or that you're still making a push into B.
If it has, that gives TL so many options in terms of potentially splitting over towards B. It is open, so that's exactly what they're going to do. Perfection. They could contact on through if they wanted to. Oh, wow, they're really going to catch Vitality by surprise. Vitality now move 3 players over into A.
They have to make a bit of a gamble stack now towards this A
side. Bro.
Bonecord holding it out. He hasn't quite found out of the movement. He's going to come in quite late, only when the...
Is he going to back down? Yeah, he's going to back down and wait for the 5v5 retake.
A player out of his opposing side.
I don't love seeing the spike planted all the way in pit. That's a safe plant, but very hard to play for in the post. Positioning, though, Safe is perfect to backstab Destrian as he clears through Baby Door.
Still a lot of utility here for Vitality, and Safe is able to hold back on Destrian.
That's what you need.
Pointed out, Yampi. Guiding Light, delaying. Team Liquid, that's exactly what they require. Battle them out before they get the safety of the site. Team Liquid, back on top.
There we go. First round, second half here.
We saw all day yesterday in that slugfest that went 20 to 18.
Still plenty of
on Lotus. The B plants ran into so many problems.
Over on the other side.
So hard to control the area around Baby Door, right? But this position makes it.
But remember,
so
I said it earlier, man. Like normally, this is a more offensive map. So even though Vitality won the first couple, they need to bounce back after dropping that one round here.
It makes the B plant so much more deadly in the future for TL.
I think if Vitality gets to a point where they're buying pistols, they lose.
Liquid actually going to change up the pace completely. Not information game here. So on first contact, they'll try and just move on through. But of course, greeted by utility, not going to take their chance by moving forwards. No, they watch towards the left-hand side whilst Nats clears the area out for them. Sender trying to retrieve some fight, and that's where you get Nats. All of a sudden, bringing his team right back in the fight. They take the fight. Vitality not holding back at all. Not wanting to play pace post-plant. They want to make their
what do you get stuck on?
Again, Twiston keeping up the pressure.
Yeah,
Patriots going towards them. And of course, having the ultimate available. Maybe an extra step to this fight. No command.
Wow. The play somewhat shut down. Now, because the spike hasn't been planted, he has so much time to work with. He can wait out the entirety of this ultimate, and then he has his own showstopper and double satchels. if he wants to get in. The problem is, it's way too easy to get traded, so he's going all the way around. This is completely unexpected.
Now, it's been some time since he's made his presence known.
Do they expect the full swing?
There's a chance Team Liquid will now think to check behind them.
He needs at least the first kill with his rifle, then he can switch to the ult and secure the round.
They're not checking it.
He sees
He didn't even need to use the ult!
Second one, and that is the clutch by Twiston.
The guts on this guy. He's in his own spawn.
That's a beautiful play
later,
right there,
spawn.
honestly.
He made use of the time, the game sense, the understanding to know that
Wow.
that is an option to clutch it on through.
Clear-headed. Unscathed by the brawling commencing prior to that clutch.
And that's not to mention the opening kill he got. That was a true 1 versus 3. Till eventually the rotation just completely caught TL off guard.
Yeah, if Zest is watching this and being like, yeah, it's got...
My guy had 5 coffees out there on the right table, bro. There's no way, right?
Wow. Oh, wow. All right. Timeout, of course. That was quite a stressful one.
Please tell me homie's drinking decaf at least, you know?
Yeah, I mean, that round, I think Vitality at the start, or sorry, rather, TL played at the start almost as best as you can, right? Working into B, then knowing that they didn't have control over Rubble, right? That means that those 3 players on defense that did take control of that, they're busting down Baby Door, they're gonna quickly attack you on the B site. That's why TL decided to back off instantly, open the door, rotate into C. That was the perfect call. It was just then, on the retake, the defensive utility was fantastic, and then, I mean, Twiston was in a 1 versus 3, right? Like, that was a round that TL were going to win until Twiston appeared.
Square, 8-8. Couldn't be closer.
All right.
Saw 2 teams battle it out, go through their paces, even on overtime. I believe ending score, 18-16. NAVI Croyd.
2018.
2018. Yeah.
Even more.
No, it's 2023 under.
I'm living in the past, back in my prime.
Internet Explorer, be like?
Nah, I was a league caster back then. That sucked.
Bit of an upgrade here. All right, still. Ooh, safe gets caught.
Yeah, probably should have ducked back the other way, man. Just too many ways I can still catch him going around that corner.
Out B with so many players.
I like that this map is closer than the last 2 have been, though.
Many variations I think Vitality have shown, because a lot of teams will just send 3 players Rubble the majority of rounds. But I think Vitality have actually played pretty passive over there a lot of the time, just having Twiston sort of hold that angle right on top of the attacking Viper wall. Has even played behind this box before. We saw that in the round 2 of this half. Seemed very effective for a couple of kills.
Again, Redgar on the lurk. Like we pointed out, he's been doing that quite a bit.
Wall down just to clear this angle. Oh, door is open. That was almost a difficult timing for him to be caught on.
Yeah, and he's got a choice to make.
And
He can
actually,
move into it.
see, so because Redgar's so far forward, he's calling the rotations, but also because that door is down, they have the ability to contact on in here again. He's going early, though.
Oh, yeah, and Bow Quarter's there to read it.
I don't
and
like
now
that.
the space that they gained is no longer there, and they've run out of time. 20 seconds, they've got to move in quickly.
3 players here, a Cypher trip as well.
It's so tough.
Huge kill.
Is going to try and make this happen. All with his gun, all with his mic. Some of them spotted through it. Nats again. 2, 3 to his name. Viper spit dropping, but they know. Surely they know. Twiston.
Oh!
Shut down on the shorty. Dubstep kill.
I'm telling you. Buy that shorty secondary. It's always worth, and especially when there's a pit on the other side.
Wow.
Hey, look,
gorgeous.
All the power to Nats to try to bring his team out of that
100%.
uncomfortable situation.
But now you invested your pit, you got 0 value off of it, dog. That's tough, man.
Did it. I do think TL jumped the gun. Redgar trying to work in past Baby Door himself.
They'll have a mixed buy this round and make sure that they still have rifle money next round.
Get the rest of the team to sort of follow you through. It's a bit of a gamble, down in numbers. I don't hate the attempt, especially with time ticking away. Just not the ideal situation, not the highest percentage play he could have made.
Also, you've got like some time to think it out, what your game plan is for the next round in particular. But of course, giving some gravity to this one. We've seen pistol rounds be successful for some.
Oh, util turned off. That's really bad for Sender.
As wide as a
Oh, no.
And stunned like that. He shall fall. Not Sender, just delivering.
One enemy remaining.
Well.
And it's clean, very clean. Vitality just stonewall there, really. And Team Liquid just bumped their heads into it and just, dropped to the ground.
I didn't realize I was casting with Dr. Seuss. Elementary rhymes right there. Oh, man. That was a great shutdown, though, because, again, Sender did not have the utility to work with, but that opening kill onto safe that Destiny was able to get, then playing through the gaps in the smoke. Fighting forward, knowing, hey, if
so they'll have rifles this round.
With utility, not be able to play
and this is like their last chance here, really.
Right call with all the pressure he was under.
I mean, technically now, they'll have a last chance on 12.
This is a round. This is a round where Vitality can potentially just make quite a gap with Team Liquid and just start their effort to close this map out. But there's also the round for Team Liquid to draw it back and try and close that gap themselves.
So this is a variation on Vitality's Rebel control, where previously they would play for it with the utility and stand forward. Now they actually default back into having Twistin just holding that angle again. The rest of the team rotated onto B, expecting TL. Similarly before, when they heard that heavy Rebel control against them, they went B into opening the door into C. Yeah. Vitality were trying to read that, but TL are mixing it up on them.
Door opened up. Twistin spraying through it, nothing found.
And yet TL still leave options open. Their smokers are playing outside C and B respectively. Twistin is re-cleared into tree.
I mean, C is open.
It's true. All that will be broken. I think this is a great position to be in if you are Vitality, because Bone Cold has access to the Rolling Thunder. He's playing a softer C-type this time around. Yeah. And playing to retake with it would be huge.
And the fact that he's not shooting anyone with the cam is just giving him all the information in the world.
Oh no, he left the camera because he was so concerned about getting rushed by safe. Now if he goes into it, I think it has been broken already because he tried to pop back in.
But he knows everybody's walked in. That's the important part, which means they can take the fight right here, right now. Molesy doubles up for safe. Has a piece of the pie of himself. Bone trying to calm things down a bit. He's got a Rolling Thunder and he's got 2 to deal with, but there's a flank in the making and Redco wants to be a sneaky boy.
The longer Bone Cold waits, the worse it is. Twistin was expecting it.
He was, and he will be shooting him between the eyes. Still, Yampy to be isolated. Will the Rolling Thunder be expended? Yampy holding out on side. Oh, he's being sneaky behind himself. Oh,
there's no one better.
They've wasted a Rolling Thunder.
Oh, no way.
He can only expect where Twistin is coming from, he knows. And he's as calm as that. Closes it out. Team Liquid. They're in it. They're in it to win it.
Wow.
There is no one
Yampy is just nasty right now.
What a freak. Ratting on sight, looping around, killing the planter. Winning in the 1v1 as well. He has been on top throughout this map. And trailing Vitality by 1, he has to maintain this form. Vitality are not going to make it easy.
No, they are not. And Team Liquid are actually definitely increasing the pace here. Safe. Look how far forward he's pushed up. Has to wait for his team to come a little bit closer to him and assist them with the util so he can enter the site.
This is a unique attacking wall as well. Cutting off Baby Door, cutting off towards CT as well. Instead of that more vertical line.
Safe is actually considering pushing through that smoke himself, trying to find info towards it. Bone Cold doing quite a little bit of damage there, taking some himself, but it really is just slithers of health, nothing much. Twistin, oh, you cannot miss that.
And watch the flood into the B side. Now everyone's on the way.
Oh, he's got to hope that missed shot didn't cost him the round. He's better hope that's not the case.
He's still fine. Really he's bought time for everyone else to get over.
Their time. They haven't committed yet. Vitality getting pulled between 2 sites right now.
But Vitality are sort of hoping that it's going to be a beating.
Okay, so that one's where you got to have an issue.
Have that, and Team Liquid will take control. Full power onwards.
Spike planted.
Door open, but this time Nat's playing on the edge, safe in the fight with Soulcast. Team Liquid are cutting Vitality down.
It's so clean. Nothing Vitality do is successful, not this round. Team Liquid winning their own fights. And Vitality hoped that would have been the case for them, but no. When pressure hits the fan, it's not going their way. Unable to close this map. Not yet. Team Liquid on their way to get to that double-digit mark themselves.
10-10. Brother.
Oh my God, the calling from TL.
Brother.
Every time they have been able to control A main, control Rubble, They have just been doing the dirtiest things to Vitality, breaking down the door that time. So many times before, they quickly had flooded the Team Liquid.
They're not going to be able to full buy here.
That time, though, they break it, they go
They call a timeout here, probably.
Noise for 10 seconds. Vitality begin to question
I'd probably
everything.
call a timeout here, I think. Have
and
to.
then Team Liquid just cannot lose a singular fight. It just won't happen
Right?
in that moment.
Not much for Vitality here, not much at all.
Not taking the timeout here.
For Twistin.
Probably take a timeout if you lose this round. When you lose this round, make sure your head's set for the round 22, probably.
Pushing forwards, Nats. First contact, successful. Nicely done. Dropping back now, they've done their job, pushing onto the site. There is a Twistin hiding out with a judge here, but they won't be contacting him, not just yet. Fight onto the site, they're going to try and pincer him in. Twistin gets it, flashed over, tries to spray through. 3 bullets remaining. Twistin!
Oh my goodness!
This really is the definition of a judge, jury, and an executioner. And Team Liquid now on the back foot with a minute to spare, safe. Wondering where to go, where to run, where to hide, but there's nowhere he can. It's to hell he goes. Nats. How do you get your team out of this one?
Toxins going up.
You're in a corner, boxed in, and you've have to make your way out of there somehow. Punching, kicking. Calm your breathing, man. Get into the zone. Prowler spotted.
30
no.
seconds left.
Position configured. Vitality, no.
Toxins going up.
Again, give it another shot. 20 seconds. We've got time, perhaps, but no. Molzy,
Damn.
he's there to stop it. No clutch here, not now. Molzy shows Team Liquid. This is still Vitality's ground. They're still in advantageous position.
What is this?
Crazy.
He gets full flash, 3 pumps to stop the push coming in. The second he stops pulling the trigger, that's when TL like, okay, it's our time to run around the corner, but he's still got 3 more shots left in the tank. And that's all he needed.
Team
to
Liquid
find
timeout.
2 kills.
Quick check-in on our other game here during the timeout, chat. TSM's up 6-4.
Heading into that round.
Yeah, only 2 rifles.
Those are the
Make
hero
that
rifles. No,
7-4.
in that situation that pulls away with that one. Twistin quickly climbing up here. And look, if Team Liquid are going to dance with you, run around the map, test you, and pull you around as well, it's going to be Vitality that just beats you down with the guns. The individual play from Twisted to show up there.
I just don't understand.
It was a slap to the face for Team Liquid. Yeah, it was a big realization. Stop. Put a big blow to their momentum that they were gathering on this comeback. Slight comeback, I know. Not much of a difference in the rounds, but a comeback nonetheless. Some tempo in their veins, but no. Shut down. Knocking on their heads.
Vitality now within 2. TL trailing. Team Liquid, I don't want them to second doubt themselves.
All right.
They can't afford to.
Twistin has an Odin. Twistin went from a judge to an Odin, a showstopper in the back pocket. What is this?
He's ready to press mouse 1.
Oh.
Bro.
Oh, no kill at the start.
Could you imagine
That holds him off, though.
3 TL players just in front of that would have been ruined.
Not yet. Maybe foresight for the future. Sender.
He's going to back down.
Calm down. Safe. Pushing forwards. Flash as well.
They're doing a good job avoiding utility. It's still 5v5 on the retake.
They're going to do it again, but from a different direction. Nay, head towards C instead. Paranoia, accurate, catching up Boncord, but Boncord is there and ready. Boncord delivering! Vitality, not stopping here. Showstopper in their hands, moving onto the site. Yappy in the corner,
Watch
spotted,
Nats.
so down low. Nats on the back flank though. He's going to do so
This'll be
much.
huge.
Spike being defused, and there's a wall there to stop him.
No.
Nats,
No.
Twisted, Odin in hand, and Vitality!
Wow.
They do it again. They do it again. Defusal on its way and putting them on match and series points.
One punch after another from Vitality.
Match point. Their spirit is
Unbelievable. Quickly fighting, reacting to the spawn push from TL. And Bone Cold to get both on that. Nats goes into the ultimate, and that
TSM up 8-4 their first half.
Chance in the round, not expecting there to be a third player twisting, swinging with an Odin. Absolutely absurd.
If that previous round didn't put a stop to Team Liquid's momentum, this one definitely did.
TL playing fast up into B. There's also that camera eventually.
Potential for a fast push as well. Safe overdrive.
It's true. The problem with a fast push is Breach is ready, right? Bone Cold has a concuss that hits that line.
And tripwise.
Yeah, there's Seizes as well. Like, these are the two players that will stall out a hit best from Vitality, and Team Liquid don't want to deal with that. It'll be a late move into Rebel. How many times have we seen this? 1-1-3, moving into Rebel. This very quickly is going to become a B crunch, I believe. But they're going to have to spend utility to clear this one away. They don't feel comfortable on match point.
Look, man,
taking the gamble.
They're at the 1 minute mark, and they've gained literally no ground.
They have no information, no marks, no spots.
They try to go baby door?
They can. He's done it before with a Vandal. What stops him from doing it with the Odin?
Nothing.
Actually, Josh back to the side. Safe. Breaking the door.
Here's the pinch.
Dark cover, allowing the cross towards B. Nightfall.
Big Nightfall that only gets what?
Can he find them? Molesy hiding
3 of
the
them.
Smoke, looking to spray it to Vandal. I'm not sure he wants to spray through that. Definitely going to reveal his position.
Bone Cold on the flank.
For them. Bone
Shut
Cold
down.
One of the back foot. No. Dropped. Now 4v5. Team Liquid. Hold it through. Twistin there to stop it. Odin in hand. Molesy into the fight as well. Vitality
3v3.
determined. Team Liquid. Can they recover? Spike is theirs. They can chill it out a bit.
Sender has
Why is one on the flank so far,
bro?
bro?
To get to sight to pop that one, but if he gets it off, it's huge.
Wraps up again
Big.
once more. Paint shot. Redguard challenged. Wants to hold the angle. Successful. Now keeps it going. TP to the side. Switching it up. Nats has to spray it, or else it's going to get diffused.
Nice.
Sender keeps his team in alive.
Big GGs. Very well done.
Diffuse. Through that, they shall take down Team Liquid.
That was a good game, man. Really good last map.
Take that first match home.
Came out a lot better than it was looking like it was going to be there for a minute. All right, Vitality's down. They win. They're out of here.
Advantage rounds. TSM are, I think, they've learned their lesson. They're paying some respect here, taking their time, making sure they're clearing everything.
Yeah, big destroy the camera, so obviously Seven's kind of aware this will prompt TSM to just go ahead and pull the trigger on the A side itself, knowing how many resources must have been committed to push Dish. So a good response again from TSM.
So
they're very good at rolling with the punches, like kind of understanding, okay, you push us here, we're going to push there.
Looks like TSM won pistols.
Line gets off.
I guess that makes sense as I said it was 8-4 and they're at 9, huh?
For a while,
Good job, stupid.
Lurking all the way at B. He will be able to get through the defensive spawn, and it doesn't look like anyone from Disguise is going to expect this, but DSG can get on with some numbers and some force. Maybe there's a chance to know. Now they know the threat. Seven reveals himself. Lots of damage taken, and TSM are cleaning up with these SMGs, just forcing Disguised into that threat area. And it steals the last one left. He's trying to come through, and well, he does all right to navigate a few of the cyber cages, but TSM take the round relatively cleanly.
Yeah, and this is kind of do or die now. We're starting to very much near map and series point for TSM, and there's not really too many buying opportunities for DSG left. I mean, they've got a full buy coming up this next round, and then after that, if they take the loss,
it's interesting. I feel like when you look at challengers,
just force buy to survive for the rest of the
like
series.
the top couple people kind of separate themselves from the middle of the pack quite a bit, and I don't know what that means about the T2 scene,
and start trying to
or what to like see that as.
All right, have to have it though here for sure. The cleaner, the better. Riku watching off this close angle. He's going to get a lot of information and even tallies an elimination on the front side of the play. Knife to follow. Fault line being held if needed, but TSM will respect it, back away, and try to play this 4v5 the rest of the way out.
Yeah, smoke kind of deters them from pressing any further on that drop position. Really great opening from Riku, and very good job to get away immediately. So you are going to see TSM looking like they want to maybe start gathering up here, but this could get very awkward with this A push.
Yeah.
The timing is going to be everything on this. Oh boy.
Yep. This could get really hairy really quickly. The timing isn't quite there. Oh my gosh.
It still could happen though.
Yeah,
the thing is the trap wire is here though.
Yep.
And it's that you can't jump this. Oh yeah, you can.
Oh, but he missed it. Oh, brother.
Oh, the fault line paint shells combo also going to miss a bit here. TSM now on site, trying to get themselves established. Steel able to follow up at least for one. Ziff will be right there to help reinforce the defense. Okay.
It's okay.
Got a little weird, but we're good.
You've been cleansed of your sins, Clear. Oh, boy. That was because it was so smart. It was so crafty. You just couldn't connect the bullets there, but they still want it winning the round. So no harm, no foul. They get that 5th. Onto the full buy versus full buy, though. And credits are fragile in these situations. And for DSG, it's even more stressful considering how far behind they are. But now this is where they can maybe start trying to settle into the half. Now that they have their economy in order, they're starting to near some alts. Showstopper is already available for
My bad, Joe. Let me turn off my camera while you...
Oh, it's just one of those games again where you just feel Disguise is going to give us a thrill. The Corey Showstopper could be a huge pivot factor in this round in particular, as there's going to be a defense double stacked largely over towards ropes. And you've got the defense of Clear on drop, a bit isolated away from this. So, again, the ability for Disguise to contest is going to be pretty limited off of the setup.
They're just going to dry peek all their way in and eventually satchel to the sights. Showstopper as a part of it. Big win, though, for Clear at the bottom side to help give more positioning for this retake for DSG.
Oh, but Disguise, you would think they really needed to at least try to put a little bit of threat over towards Halls, trying to keep TSM on site a little bit longer, but 3 members from TSM back out of here. Lots of utility starting to connect. Riku in trouble off the reload. Gamon looking for timing. He gets one, but flashed up, will not be able to take anything more with him. And now all of a sudden, Disguised have a full lay of the land. Paint shells assisting, and the clearance is good for round number 6 to come through.
That was such a big win for Clear at Dish. It just gave them another foothold to have to launch their retake back onto the A site. TSM basically get funneled all of their players back into A main, where they just get eaten up by utility from Disguised, and Gangsta coming from up top grabs his man, and just really well played round from Disguised. Now they have Riku with the orbital strike. They're still on their full buy. TSM still able to scrap together something here, but it's less than ideal. Stinger only for Corey. Sheriff for 7. They do have the orbital strike in their own right, though. So they still do pose a little bit of a threat here.
Yeah, for sure. And if you're Disguised, there's no reason to hold off on potentially using round-changing ultimates here. Orbital strike already out immediately. TSM looking for ground quickly, and they will get it.
They found my wire.
Disguise looking to re-wrap back in from the defensive spawn. You've got Ziff still holding a corner here at Canteen, but is blocked off by the Sky Smoke, and with that nature, will get a chance to try to plant. The orbital strike is in a really good position, and that actually finds a kill. A little bit of a juggle with the spike allows maybe a chance for Corey to get a quick plant, but now the Aftershock will push him out, and Disguise definitely hold the top card currently as Ziff takes down Corey, and the spike continues to be relinquished on the back side of the site. Clear denies tree, and it looks good for DSG in a key round.
I mean, DSG orchestrated this round so well from start to finish. I mean, just Steel outmaneuvering the orbital strike and staying alive and getting back into spawn. Then they use their own combination of utility between their own orbital strike as well as the utility of Gangsta to just never let TSM settle into sight for a spike plant. And then as the smoke starts to fade and as DSG are able to start getting vision, they're able to just start clearing house. And now they are going to find themselves with the sheets flawless.
Wow.
Brilliantly played round. Obviously, the flank was kind of the final exclamation point at the end of that statement, but man alive, like a round they needed, you know, obviously really badly to try to get back into the series, and they come through.
Yeah. And just the ability for DSG to stay patient, considering how heavy-handed that hit initially was.
I Kirby that thing down real quick. Let's go.
How they're going to contest that spike plant was key. Only giving away one ultimate. Now you still have the Nurdle theft and a showstopper here, and you start to think that Disguised, you win this round, you're looking pretty solid to possibly string the handful together, as Clear will go quickly with the showstopper. Kind of bumps his head though, doesn't quite get the gains of ground that he was looking for. And that will be a blind showstopper, not really gaining much besides
not gonna give you any information.
Yeah.
It does open up map control though, and it sets up the very quick flank for this retake, so he still does gain ground with it at the very least, so he doesn't get the frag that he was perhaps looking for. TSM gonna go ahead and get the spike plant onto A, again with that fast-paced attack that they're so well known for, and so we're set up with another situation that we find ourselves often, a quick retake.
Yeah, Gangsta off the opener, Ziff follows up, trade is here.
DSG's getting
the last one really standing away
on the site.
7,
Nice.
Only find
there it is.
one
That's
of the
8.
3 coming down halls, and Disguised have now quickly gotten themselves back in this map with a couple of rounds rapidly in a row.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job in their own right, being aggressive on this defensive side, particularly their bottom B pushes have been just as successful as TSM's were in the last half.
Let's go, Smiley. Appreciate you over here on Kick.
These rounds haven't even really been
Follow,
close.
fam.
These guys are sweeping them as they come through on these trades. These last 4 rounds have been
Appreciate
all TSM all day. And so now the timeout comes in from TSM.
Bro, Corey is carrying TSM right now. Well, not carrying, but he's definitely doing his job.
Do here because they are starting to get
compared to Clear on the other
in
side.
A spot where
in the same role, same
taking sites very easily.
Same legend.
But it's kind of all according to plan for Disguise
or Agent
because of how they're setting up their retakes. So it's about trying to figure out how to play out some of these late round scenarios a little bit better. Is what TSM are probably thinking here.
Yeah, maybe trying to give Corey a little bit of help could be part of the conversation here too, because it seems like he's again kind of
carrying the load.
The first engagements, but the follow-up isn't quite there. Maybe something to be said about trying to get the post plan a bit more secure, because honestly speaking, Disguise, like you just mentioned, like their ability to capitalize off of these quick TSM hits with some aggression of their own and these retakes has been uber successful. And maybe some of that is marked by the number of total assists that are tallied up by Disguise so far. I mean, you've got 13, 12, or probably 10, 11 and, from Steel and Gangsta combined. I was reading the death column, my bad. That would have been a stupid number for assists.
Here we go. TSM, so they would have put together a pretty good buy here. They have neural depth available. Both teams do in that regard. Op is out on Steel defensively, interestingly enough.
All right, Steel.
The Op
let that thing sing.
One you see often.
But when you do, it packs a punch. First blood there. 7 also offers the opportunity, and the follow-up is good. Corey's still trying to keep some pressure on through Arcade, but the aftershock will push them up.
He hears that, right? Clear hears him up there.
Bot is waiting for him, so
oh, he definitely hears him.
Have a really good handle on the situation. Just comes down
Shorty.
To it off, steals okay. Talk about a statement round for Disguise.
Oh, not like this, brother.
And you know what? Steel has a little bit of a background.
Oh man.
Defensively opping with agents that don't normally op. We've seen them do it with Sentinels in the past, particularly on Icebox with Killjoy. So he's not foreign to it, but it's still not something
he said, "Go,
really
Shawty.
It is a bit of a curveball for TSM, and he totally caught them off guard with it there, and he had it pay off in dividends. What a round from the in-game leader.
All right, man.
Wow. And now things look tough for TSM.
Oh, yeah.
TSM does have 3 ults on their side, but they got stingers.
They can still full buy next round.
And it does also still provide a lot of potential punish if you do land things like a good rolling thunder.
Corey's also pretty.
7's been red, yeah. Absolutely perfect isolation.
Close to an ult.
TSM looking to try to follow up quickly by making their way on towards A for a plant, and Corey will get the stinger into a pretty good spot here with his clearance.
Oh!
The help from Riku is solid, who's still flashed up, but as soon as he shakes off the effects, he walks away with 3 kills, leaving Nature by himself off of his plant. A stinger versus 4. Good luck, have
10
fun.
10 to 10 here.
We've got ourselves a tie game on Fracture.
Interesting. Bringing it back.
TSM with that rolling thunder. I mean, just
not
a chance that they were going to make anything.
I thought they were
going
to catch him before that popped off. I'm not going to lie.
Now all of a sudden we got a tie
it looked like I was going to.
Here on Fracture. This guy's looking to steal TSM's pick after having their own pick taken in the first. And after that timeout, TSM hasn't really changed up too much here. The one thing going for them is that they did not spend any ults on that half buy, so they still have that coming into this next round.
Yeah.
This goes here.
Steel just has the null command. He's still got that defensive operator as well. Looks like he wants to take it the opposite side of B this time.
I was just gonna say, with TSM already calling their timeout, they have to make these calls on what they want to do, pending the threat still exists.
Oh yeah, because they can only do 1 per half in challengers, huh?
7 spots this push, gonna get inside the cage and zipline the heck out. It doesn't really provide enough coverage though.
No, it doesn't.
That was. I don't know if you might as well stand your ground in that situation. I think.
Yeah, let's go 1 for 1 at worst. So Nature will try to plant once again, but Disguised hold a lot of the cards here. not just with numbers, but the post plan for TSM made more vulnerable without a Cypher in the picture. Spycam is just...
Hi there.
Yeah, how you doing, bud?
Oh, well,
line,
yep.
paint shells, beautiful
Nate just dead.
combination. Clear
Very
will
well
get the
done.
kill with that combo. And the fault line, or Rolling Thunder, part of me, really doesn't do too much in this instance. So Gangsta will try to start off for the defuse. Already halfway done. Null Command is also here. No utility can
Nice
push him
first
off, and
shot.
Will hold strong, disguised. The sheet's flawless. Up to 11 and in the lead.
Bro, they are looking like a fine-tuned machine right now on this defensive side. They are not letting TSM have anything here. I mean, just whether it's the aggression, whether it's steal opping, whether it's just their retaking abilities together and how they're comboing their utility. And again, now they just feel like they had that swagger about them too, man. Like they just are overflowing with confidence. And they are just bullying TSM right now.
Yep. And now you're in a must-win round all of a sudden if you're TSM. Economy is not there at all.
No, sir.
How quickly Disguise can make these maps come back.
Such a big round here.
Week 5, we're seated again here. Spy cam for Ziff.
And their econ's so good for the rest of the game.
Does get Steel into a better position. And through the smoke. Just gets a nice peek onto Nature. First blood once again tallied up, and TSM are stuck in the same position, having to force their way on for a plant. They're being revealed. You got fragments now coming in. Clear's taking away space over through tree, and TSM just have to somehow hold. They have an orbital strike and a showstopper, the latter of which is being called in here. Ziff finding some damage into him, but still comes away.
Oh, he's not gonna clear his right.
How has Ziff done this? Just down to Gomond. 1v2. Ziff low. Incendiary still at the ready if you can find a way to utilize it. Gets information on the last 2 remaining members. First one comes through and then bang! Guimon gets 4 to take us to 11 with the eBay clutch.
Wow.
Oh my goodness, what an individual play for Guimon.
What a play.
Because it didn't look like things were going TSM's way. They didn't seem like they were getting a whole lot of value out of those ults. It seemed like DSG were able to kind of bob and weave around them and keep themselves very much in the hunt of another round and a map point at that. But Guimon holds firm on the site for a huge clutch. And now all of a sudden we're back 11-11. They avoid the bankruptcy issues they were about to face. They keep the full buy coming into this round. But that is just one of many. That's still gone Disguise's way. And oh, a big miss from Clear, giving a little bit of space now to TSM.
Boombot comes out, Blast also going to try to clear a little bit of space in front towards the immediate drop portion of the named area. Disguised still in a pretty solid spot defensively, all things considering. I mean, they're getting a lot of information here with Ziff Spy Cam still up.
Yeah, we see a commitment now for an A split from TSM. Clear could be the foil. Close, but 7 finds it. Ziff, though, goes undetected in the side itself. Gets 2, gets off the neural theft.
Now all of a sudden, it's just down to can you get the response in through mid, but Command actually takes down 2, leaving Ziff once again by himself. And this time
what a turn by Kenpecky.
Strongly, just down to Steel for a 1v2. Kenpecky with the plant. Command just kind of holding some sort of a line of scrimmage forward over towards ropes, as Steel has to really respect that the offensive Brimstone could be anywhere in his spawn. But does he maybe catch a piece of timing here if he comes around this corner? Kenpecky is not fully watching this. He's responsible for 2 things at once. Steel looking to clear, but the timing is not there. And TSM are at 12-11.
You gotta be kidding me. Right when DSG are about to cross the finish line, all of a sudden, in your rearview mirror, you see TSM kind of just sprinting back towards you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying.
You know exactly what me and Foreman I'm talking about. That's TSM right now, buddy. They're looking at you.
Wow.
Oh, you thought this was over. It's
oh,
not.
you
now
thought this was over.
Out. And now everything rides on this. It's either overtime or Disguise eliminated. No chance at any additional circuit points. Put themselves in a precarious position for our second split. Meanwhile, TSM could fight to live on through this lower bracket.
And just like we saw in week 5, the margin between these 2 teams is paper thin. And
true,
there is a level of surprise that comes with that, considering that we're seeing a
big round, obviously. Do we see an overtime here, chat? Thought?
Yeah, it's interesting how they bring it, too, because for TSM, it's very much based on individual talent and flair and just a fast-paced play style. For Disguise, it's more about veteran savvy and craftiness. Yeah, they have some guys who can frag pretty heavy, but it's all about the team play, orchestrating things, you know, comboing utility. Like, they're more known as the brains of the operation, so to speak. But with that said, TSM, while their gameplay may seem a little bit more simple because of how paced they are, it's still well-timed and well-thought out. And their spacing is still really good.
Ooh, speaking of timing, how about this? Oh, it's a catastrophe! Corey shuts down Clear before he can pull the trigger. And what was going to be the wild card in this round,
brother.
the only ultimate was that defensive
Well, that's the series, chat. TSM wrapping her up.
And Disguised are looking to get aggressive, seeing if they can trap TSM at the lower range. Corey's not done. He gets 3. Paint shells at the back. He's got a
Corey with 4.
4 is there. And now it's just
Corey, shut up.
Gangsta or an ace. Corey provides the ace. And with
wow.
that, eliminates Disguised in 2 maps.
Damn,
bro,
dude.
It is actually insane to think how swiftly
crazy,
that second
bro.
half turned around. It looked like Disguised were on the path of perseverance in a third map. They were playing such a great defensive half for so long. And even after the timeout, TSM weren't, you know, immediately responding. You know, they were still having their struggles. And then all of a sudden, those final 3 rounds, you get a huge 1v2 clutch from Gamon. You get whatever the heck the next round was. I mean, you could pick a lot of stuff there. And then you get a Corey ace off the back of a Clear getting shot in midair ulting. Bro, I mean, what a TSM way to finish the series, bro.
Yeah,
Let's be honest about it. That's about as TSM as it gets in Valorant.
A lot of react the perspective of the fact you've got Riku, who looked great. I mean,
That's just like,
unbelievable throughout
did they
this
hear him
series.
or did I
There's
listen?
a lot to be inspired by when it comes down to what this Disguised team may do in the second split. But yeah, their run ends here as we finish things off. TSM move on into the bracket, and with that, a chance to
So that
defend,
means
like you mentioned, earn some very key points. We'll send things off to break. We come back.
Will
we'll
now
have the desk,
be-
and then of course our next series. Don't go far. We got more VCL on
Hold on, let me get back to my bracket. So TSM moves on to meet Oxygen Esports. And that game is tomorrow. It's the second game tomorrow? How are they going to put the grand final game first tomorrow? I have so many questions. That's fine then. So that means TSM's going to have the later game tomorrow. Starts at 7, so we should probably be able to catch that for sure. Tomorrow's the longest day of the week. Not just because it's the middle of the week and hump day. But tomorrow there's actually 3 Challengers games as well as the 2 EMEA VCT games.
Unfortunately, the comeback just falls a little bit short. We had hope. We were starting to think like, okay, we are going to map 3. Disguise looks fantastic once they switch sides. They started clawing it back from an 8-4 half. They had the game right there. They just couldn't quite close it out. And unfortunately, that
So
does
what's
mean
next?
they did
So the
get a
next,
from
so
the VCT
that was
Faceoff. As it is
TSM versus
who moves on. Welcome back to the desk here for the Knights Arena Valorant Challengers North America.
Disguise. We have
Faceoff.
Faceland versus
And as we just
G2 as our next
mentioned,
game.
Dryad, it's a bye-bye for DSG, unfortunately.
So just like
I
how
love
that was a
what they
lower
did,
bracket game, this is
switching up
also a
roles, but
lower bracket
unfortunately, it
game.
just
The winner
was-
of this will be going on to
just wasn't
face
enough.
most
TSM
moist
came out really,
moguls.
really strong.
And for this second map
which
as well,
is the team that knocked out TSM last week, or of the top bracket.
In a row on the defensive side, looked so strong. Steel was on fire, but obviously
kind of surprising to see G2
I want to
down
say
here.
though, one thing about the role swap, I like it. It's just something that is new, and it's gonna
even
take
though
time
Oxygen,
for everybody to
or even though G2 had a better record, Oxygen just seems to have their numbers, so G2's gonna be playing against Faze. I think I'm gonna have to roll with.
Before you guys were mentioning it, how it's not really the first time that he's playing this, but it's kind of a comeback into it. But it's something that we're gonna have to see in the long run.
Of the two, I think I probably feel more comfortable going
now,
G2.
DSG is out of the mid-season face-off.
When we even look at the stats from that second map, you'll see what we're talking about. Like, player-wise, the role swap didn't seem to really impact individuals too horrifically. Like, looking at Riku, the top performer, Riku went from playing Sentinel to controller. Now, let's be fair. I think the controller swap to a Brim is maybe a little bit easier,
because unlike where the stuff that we were watching earlier, the EMEA VCT, where that was like the start of the season,
further back, you're not necessarily
of like regular season. This is a mid-season tournament.
Also, the smokes being
for
a
NA
little bit
challengers
easier to work with does make the adjustment period much more graceful. But I got to give credit to Steel. You talked about it. Steel's second half, when he started picking up the op, he really turned things around. Steel ends up finishing 17 and 17, which by itself doesn't look like much, but he was 7 and 10 at half. So Steel turned things around there in the second half. Ends up going 10 and 7. Still, like, not necessarily crazy performance, but he had multiple big rounds.
Where's NA challengers
that helped stop the B push? But in the end, there was a few rounds that were just really hard for them to stop. And we do see TSM moving on in the bracket.
Yeah, and speaking of TSM, Corey certainly popped off as we saw in the last round.
Why isn't this showing NA challengers?
That was so cool to witness. I believe ended the scoreboard at 29 and 17, just totally popped off. But I want to give a huge congrats to TSM as well. They finally got some pistol rounds up on the board.
So this is what the bracket looks like here currently as far as the mid-season face-off.
They played absolutely incredible once we swapped over on the other sides. TSM was super straight to the point, so I think once they went to the attack side, they didn't bait out utility.
So Faze lost to the guard to get here.
For DSG.
Oh, I think I kind of like VLR more than.
They were completely flooding the site once TSM got the spike
Wikipedia,
down,
the more I look at it.
just overwhelming them. And Steel on the op, on the KO, nobody can tell me otherwise. Anybody can play with an op. And
how close is this?
Man, that was just such a fun game to watch.
And here's the thing, too, right? Even though Disguised is knocked out and TSM, who played fantastic, moves on, I look at the teams like Disguised that get knocked out. There's a lot to learn from this.
I think Disguised had a good season, man.
Hardships, losing one of their stronger players and Exalt having to role swap. The fact that they make it this far and they juggle up their roles and still take it to a 24th round against TSM in the second map, almost forcing things to map 3, that's impressive. There's a lot to take away from this. And more importantly, the fact that they role swap and do so well so fast, that proves that when they come into the next split, they'll have the ability to be a little bit more flexible with their roles and compositions. That gives them a potentially wider array of map
That's a good point.
possibilities, we'll say, as they can even play the same map 3 different ways, because they know, like, okay, well, hey, maybe Josh doesn't have to play a controller. Maybe he can play Sentinel. Maybe he can play Initiator. And if they stick with this roster, there's certainly promise here. I look forward to seeing what they do in the next split. But as for TSM, strong game. They looked fantastic, and we'll be jumping into the post-match interview in just a bit. But first, we're going to throw things to our post-match
to a quick break.
And we'll be back here on the desk.
Hell yeah.
Stay tuned.
Perfect accuracy. One enemy remaining.
You can't win the game without the gear, so get exactly what you need from eBay, all at up to 50%.
Bro, I thought we were about to be like hearing stuff in the background.
Like Microsoft, Sony, Razer, and more, plus free shipping and free returns. So press play and shop eBay. Check out the deals at pks.gg/eBay.
All right, I'm gonna stand back up. I think, chat. I know I've been kind of doing a little bit back and forth, but. So we've got one more matchup. I keep saying I want to see threes. In this matchup, though, I don't think it's going to be. I think these two teams already played against each other, right? Let me double check. How did this matchup go during the season? G2 versus FaZe? Show me potato salad. It was the first week of competition. So it was week 1. And FaZe lost to G2 2-1. FaZe beat them on Fracture, which I'm guessing was their pick, right? Which was actually G2's pick. But then they kind of got whooped up on Icebox and Haven. But again, that was at the beginning of the season. I would argue, though, that FaZe's only wins this year that got them into the mid-season tournament weren't the greatest. Talk about before Turtle Troop really started picking up, and even still Turtle Troop wasn't that great. And against Shopify Rebellion, right? Like literally your only 2 wins were against the 2 people in your bracket that aren't in the mid-season invitational, you know what I mean? Only team in their bracket that went negative, kind of similar to DSG as far as round differential. So don't be surprised if similarly to DSG, we see them up out of here. You know what I'm saying? Hold on, chat. I am responding to something here real quick. Yeah. I want to check one thing here, chat. All right, how are we feeling about G2 versus Faze? Again, I would love to see a 3-game series. I think Faze, although they've gotten better throughout the season, I don't think they're on G2's level. I'm going to be curious to see what kind of map picks we see. I wonder if we see Faze try and pick Fracture. It was a very common pick of theirs
TSM picking up the victory
throughout the season, or at least through the first part of the season.
Into a fashion.
But they was probably the one map they've done the best
we'll
on.
Welcome in Corey from TSM, who was the top performer in Map 2 by a wide margin, even closing
Well,
things
for this,
out with the
at the same point, I'm
going
to be curious to see if maybe
a game end quite the way that one did. Usually, a close series
does
does not
G2
end
ban it
with an aggressive.
Have they ever
push from the
picked Fracture?
But congratulations on the victory.
Oh, G2 was actually the one who picked Fracture against Faze. I said that earlier. Never mind.
Today, you're in a do or die position. You've been in this position before, both with this team and with other teams. Do you get nervous coming into these matches, even a little bit, because you're like, okay, like we have to win today?
I think Corey's probably one of the better
not
players.
Really, I would say like all my energy
challengers.
and adrenaline comes from me like drinking caffeine, probably. You know what I mean? If I don't drink caffeine, I'll be like a stone cold killer. But you need the extra reaction time. You know what I mean?
Too many, I won't use energy drinks by name. Don't want to hit a conflicting sponsor. Too many energy drinks, insert brand name there.
Right.
You guys also came in today not playing Fracture throughout the group stage at all. You guys floated it a lot. It didn't seem like you were really trying to pick it, but you weren't trying to ban it either. Why was it that you picked Fracture coming into this match?
I mean, honestly, it was something that they didn't really play often either, and we pride ourselves in having a large map pool.
They do have probably one of the better map
that we've
pools
been practicing for a long time. So it's not out of the ordinary for us.
I think I honestly
something that we're uncomfortable on.
I mean, I know I picked them to win it all, but I don't think that was a troll. Like, that wasn't a troll on my part.
The match you guys played.
I do think they have a chance to beat anybody in this league. I'm kind of surprised. I do think they
was such a close game the last time you guys played them on it.
Overlooked Moist.
Not necessarily.
Why they got
I
caught off
actually
guard.
think Lotus comps with Chamber aren't that strong, so we didn't really think it was gonna be that hard unless they switch comp. And like, honestly, if they switch comp, then it probably would have been difficult, or at least have been a struggle a little bit. But I mean, we're hoping to not even go to map 3, so.
Right, of course.
Yeah.
Now, elephant in the room. There's a round that stands out. And I'm going to preface this with the chat by saying I asked him if it was okay to talk about this first, because I think everyone will think I'm coming for your neck. But that last round on Ascent in the first half is a 1v2. You're on site. You got the knives out. The knives just don't hit. What happened?
You know, honestly, I just whiffed. But like, you can blame a lot of things: lag, you know, tournament client, my brain lag. Honestly, we had a literally like a couple days ago, not even that long ago, we have a scrim, and like I did the exact same thing. Like if it ever gets clipped and put on Twitter, it's actually pretty funny, because the moment I died, I was like FF. And I was like ignore it. You know what I mean? I don't know what it is. Ever since I went to stretched res, I miss easy knives. I don't know why, but I also pop off on them sometimes too. So who knows?
Maybe because you're playing filthy stretch res.
Bust? Like it's boomer bust. There
All
we go.
or nothing,
like
baby. I buy the sword.
Like either it's working or not. Like you were right there. I will say, like, I mean, it was a pretty rough whiff. He was right there in front of you. But at the same point in time, look, you won the map anyway, so it doesn't really matter. It's water under the bridge. You go to the second map in the series, and you go insane. You finish 29-17. You ace at the end of regulation. I gotta ask, because you're playing Raze there, and you obviously feel very comfortable. We've even seen you play Raze with previous rosters as well. Is there a world where maybe we see you slot Raze in a little bit more frequently instead of Jet, just because of the way you just played in that second map?
Honestly, it's kind of map dependent, and also how we're wanting to make our game plan. Personally, I love Raze. Like, I'll actually play Raze everywhere. I just think, like, I feel like a Raze one trick, but I mean, I do like Jet a lot personally.
Jet, I need
it's
somebody
nice,
who.
right? Like, I can't just play Raze on Ascent.
Of course,
it's kind of nice having the Jet to like just take space and break chokes. So.
Like, we'll be right back. Actually,
I
I
need
go
to
do
more
some
maps where you can bring the Raze in, because honestly,
I've had something
actually
that's on my
looked pretty
mind.
good. And
yeah, honestly, I like Raze.
I like Raze.
I was watching you guys on Ascent, and I actually said in the green room, I was like, I kind of, with their comp, I feel like a Raze wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to add into this composition. I get it. Jet's good on the map. That's not the point. It's more just like, I feel like it could potentially work. It would be a little bit different than what we typically see, though.
It just gets hard, though, because when you're playing Raze on Ascent, you can't really take mid that well, especially because the Boomba got nerfed, too. Makes it even harder.
Right.
So, I mean, it's like, you gotta have to have some strong other stuff, like taking catwalk, taking main controls. You need a specific game plan for it. It's pretty difficult, but it can work.
Sure.
It's possible.
This last question comes to us from the fan zone. If you guys are watching at home, you can join the fan zone yourselves at pks.gg/fanzone. This one comes from Abby, and I guess that's Zobby. Does sleep position affect performance? What is your sleeping position, and how do you think that position gave you an edge in the game?
Honestly, it's so funny that this is a question, because last night I slept terribly. I literally woke up and my neck hurts so bad, I'm not even gonna lie. I woke up, I barely turned my head to the left. So I guess technically it does not matter at all, because I had some of the worst sleep of my life last night.
All right, well, you mentioned it, the caffeine, the energy drinks, potentially just pure coffee ground injected straight into your veins is what it takes to get over that hurdle. It's not so much about sleep, it's how you undo the damage that not sleeping would do.
Yeah, true.
All right, well, I'll go ahead and let you celebrate with your team. Congratulations again on the win.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks for having me. And thank you for, the good questions.
Oh, you got it. Anytime. We do have another match in our day, and it's coming up in just a bit. This one is going to be another group stage rematch. This time it's going way back to the start of the group stages. It's going to be FaZe versus G2. It's a week 1 rematch. We'll be back in just a bit.
Yo, check it out. Want to know if the price of those Wave Runners is too good to be true? Or if I Wear My Kicks 49 is truly selling dead stocks? Or if that Jordan 1 Royal Box is original? eBay checks. See that little blue check mark? Behind it is a team of independent authenticators who check. And we mean everything. Every tongue, check. Every toe box, check. Every corner of every box, check, 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 check. Every logo, every label, every lace loop. Yeah, it's checked. The luster of the leather, the topography on the tags, to the straightness of the stitching on the sole. Everything you can see, and even some things you can't.
Really?
Then they tag them, log them in the system, box them up, and ship them out, with no cost for the buyer or seller. eBay checks, so the moment you open that box is as real gets.
All right. My bad. Has this updated yet? So if I can go to split 1. So can I go to... Let's see, all matches. So let's go to FaZe versus the Guard. So this is the last time they faced off. The Faze, oh, not Faze in the guard. Faze in G2. Oh, because these are most recent. I'm an idiot. So Fracture went very heavily in Faze's favor, but then they looked pretty rough on Icebox and Haven. It'd actually be kind of nice to be able to see some Icebox tonight, because we haven't seen Icebox, honestly, really much at all lately. A lot of teams are getting it banned out. Not exactly sure why, to be honest. I don't know. G2 is like one of these interesting teams that, like, I feel like sometimes they end up. Well, I shouldn't say sometimes. The only team they've lost to, I guess, is Oxygen. So maybe Oxygen just really just has their number. But like otherwise, they've looked pretty good against everybody else. It's been a long fucking day, chat. They didn't do map picks yet, right? They just simply got us ready for this. I mean, I guess they didn't even really talk about matchup coming up. They just did the post-map interview with Corey. Bang, bang, bang. Huh. Huh. Is there anything else going on esports wise tonight? Doesn't look like it. I don't have any idea about League of Legends. I'm too much of an idiot. I do enjoy me some CSGO though, I ain't gonna lie. I think what I would like to see, can I do pick'ems for what games are left? Or probably not, right? No. Wait, hold on. No. Yep. Because so TSM 1, they'll be playing Oxygen Esports tomorrow. That's going to be our second game. I think FaZe Clan loses to G2 Esports, and it's G2 versus Moist Esports here in this bracket tomorrow. We'll start off tomorrow with M80 versus the Guard. We'll kind of do like we did today, though. Actually, do we know what the later game is as far as EMEA tomorrow? Because honestly, I think I might rather watch the Guard versus M80. Let's see here. Because tomorrow we have Navi versus the Giants at noon, and honestly, that might even be a blowout for real, for real. Karmine Corp for first BBL, though. That might be a good game. We'll kind of see how the matches are going. We kind of might like flip back and forth between the two for real. Because it'll be like today where we missed most of the TSM game because EMEA was still going on. Although I do expect tomorrow the Navi Giants game to be pretty quick. But yeah, as far as these two, I think M80 beats the Guard. I know that they didn't look that good against the Guard when they played each other. I think, what was it, 4th week? 5th week, last week of the season. But I got faith in the Guard. I got faith in M80 over the Guard. And maybe it's a bad faith because the Guard did sweep M80. But like M80 looked good in their games. It was 13-8, 13-9. Is 100 Thieves in Challengers? No, 100 Thieves is in America's VCT, which kicks off Friday night? Friday night or Saturday night. Let me double check that. America's does start this weekend. I know that for sure. Yeah, the 1st. So games for NAVCT start at 3 on Saturday. And actually, 100 Thieves is the first game of challenges. They're going to be 100 Thieves versus Sentinels. Ooh. Sunday's games are going to be banging. Loud versus MIBR and Evil Geniuses versus Cloud9. That'll be fun. Oh yeah. But yeah, of these, I think M80 wins. Oh, I'm picking M80 over the Guard. I know the Guard beat them, but F it, man. I think TSM beats Oxygen. I think Moist beats G2. Which means it's Moist versus TSM in a run back match of their first round match down here in the lower bracket. What, that'd be lower bracket semifinal? I think TSM wins that. TSM beats the Guard. TSM beats M80 in a crazy like run to end the midseason invitational. And yes, I'm still saying TSM wins to everything because I want my pick to be right. Not gonna lie. Yeah. All right, let's switch back over. They have kind of had a longer break, haven't they? I wonder if they're having a technical issue, and instead of like coming in having them burn time, they're just chilling. Yeah. Yeah. Bring us back. Or is this one of those things where, like, since I'm thinking about it, time standing still? Has to be that, right? I wonder if... is Pacific Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or is it Sunday, Monday, or for Saturday? Is Pacific Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or is it We're gonna run that back one more time, chat. While I'm still trying to find it, if Pacific is Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Because this weekend, because Friday is going to be kind of nutty, chat. I'm going to have to figure out where I'm going to probably try and squeeze in a nap.
Welcome back to the Night 3 of Valorant Challengers North America mid-season face-off. We talked about it for the break. Unfortunately, Disguised has been eliminated from the MSF, but TSM who's moving on, and we've still got one more series on the day. And this one, too, is an elimination match. It's going to be Faze versus G2. And we talked about it right before the break. This is a repeat of what we saw in the group stages, but it was very long ago by group stage standards. You probably
it was long ago,
what, like a year,
and it was far away.
It wasn't that long ago, but long enough ago that the map pool was different. We saw teams playing different agent compositions. A lot has changed just since that first week, and Dryad.
I think FaZe keeps it closer, but I still think G2
wins. First game, we didn't even know what the roster was going to be until that day because they announced literally that day.
I remember that. It was an hour before, and just then we found out what the roster was going to look like. And it was a map. It went all the way to map 3. The first one was won by FaZe. It was a Fracture.
I thought my Steam was
But the
offline.
Fracture one was super interesting because we got to see Bebe on the Neon. And what catches my attention is that when we actually got to see the victory from V2 and we got to listen to the interview, one of the things that we're saying is we only really lost because we were caught by surprise. We were doing a lot of different things that we're not used to. We didn't practice against. We were not expecting. But now we've seen every single map, both in the split and also in the mid-season from FaZe. So now everything that they're gonna do is completely expected. Even the changes in composition that they made last week, everything is gonna be something that G2 is gonna be looking out for.
We'll see what we end up getting to for our map pool, because we even saw Icebox in that series and we haven't really even seen a lot of that map, but this is FaZe versus the Guard. And you can see, I mean, this is actually a pretty impressive performance. I know people are going to look at this and be like, what do you mean, Bach? FaZe lost 2-0. Yeah, but they lost to Guard, who's been playing really good.
Yeah,
and it was close. When you look at that first map, there was a very serious scenario where FaZe turns 1 or 2 rounds the other direction,
but
and
like
that's a win for them. They go to that third map, Fracture. And again, that Fracture map is a map that FaZe has definitely been leaning towards pretty aggressively in this first split. One of the few teams that really likes to target
The one thing that's weird about FaZe is I feel like they very much play to their
the Guard, while they have historically
opponents
been a team that's been good on Fracture.
level.
I think of that classic clip of Trent getting the 180 kill. It's something we haven't seen a whole lot from them. So again, this was something that we can look at as a positive for FaZe. Even though, it doesn't look like that, this was a difficult opponent, and they played well.
Yeah, everybody knows that the Guard is one of the teams that have the most experience playing together for the longest amount of time. So FaZe definitely gave the Guard their money's worth in this matchup. Although they did lose 0-2, very close game like you said, and it was a fair game because both teams went back-to-back on pistols, so it's not necessarily like one team had more of a starting advantage over the other. I just feel like these games were just close in general.
Now, looking at their opponents, G2 has had a up and down split. You look how things started out, and we were like, okay, this G2 team looks rock solid. And then they'd follow it up with a kind of interesting game, and then they'd follow it up with a strong game. It does largely feel like G2 Riot plays kind of in an... I'm trying to think of a word of how to describe it. It's almost like when they're playing against a team that on paper they should beat easily, they struggle. But when they play against a team who is actually as strong as they are, they dominate.
Yeah, and that's why I always place them kind of in the mid-table with all the teams that you can think of in North America.
I guess that is something you can say about both of them
really
when you
good
think about it.
performances. We talk about often the IGLing and kind of how the rounds work round by round and how good they look. But also they have some weak moments like they did last week against Oxygen. And you can see the frustration. This is one of the things that we talked about very early on, is the frustration that they had, and this kind of the decision of making a change for this one, knowing that is the lower bracket, knowing that this is not where G2 is supposed to be.
Yeah, and looking at this tweet that we see from Dapper, he says it's embarrassing gameplay from us. 1-2 versus Oxygen. Got lot 5 days to get better. Thanks for the support, and we'll come back stronger. I think one thing that teams underestimate, though, Oxygen Esports is a really good team. So yeah.
Oxygen's pretty solid.
They're just super
Oxygen's also like a Jekyll and Hyde team, though. But when they're on, they're on.
Came to play that day, but again, here we are for this rematch of these two teams of FaZe versus G2 as well.
And the last point that I want to make here is we got to see how close the two maps were between the Guard and FaZe, and how frustrated G2 is. So, you know, there's that saying of kick them when they're weak, something like that. So that's what I'm thinking of. It has to be for FaZe that win condition, of taking advantage of maybe a weaker time for G2 to get that victory, to get that rematch go their way.
Important note, too. One of the things we saw in that series against Oxygen was something that I don't think a lot of us expected to see, which was role swaps coming in on the third map. But we were not anticipating Shazam playing into a controller, which actually worked. Like, I liked it. I liked Shazam as a controller.
I wonder why sometimes it feels like... Oh, it's because it was the first game and it got done
G2 was going to play a much more vanilla style.
That's why.
And Shazam's numbers took a huge uptick, Dryad, because that third game, he ended up popping off. He goes 21-15, and even though they lose, he was the top performer for his team. So there was definitely pieces to that role swap that worked out, and I like that it gives them flexibility. That's been the word of the day for these teams who are trying out these new compositions. It gives them flexibility.
Yeah, and we've talked about the strengths and the weaknesses for both of the teams and how much is going to matter today, but I feel like it's going to come down to these two IGLs, Poise and Shazam, both the ones that people are always talking about. Are they going to not only IGL to the best of their ability, but also frag out? Because when they're on fire, they look unstoppable. We saw with Shazam in a couple maps last week. We saw that throughout the first split, but Poise was also able to do the same. The impact that this guy has when he's alive is just something that nobody else is able to match up in scenarios that have to be replicated today for this side of FaZe.
Well, you heard the disappointment in just the tweet from Dapper, but let's hear what the players themselves had to say as we sat down to talk with them about the upcoming match. Let's take a look.
Honestly, yeah, the Guard match was a very close series, right? After our two losses against Moist and Oxygen, you know, we came into practice, you know, just adapting a whole new system, because obviously what we were doing before wasn't working. And, you know, with the series being that close against Guard, you know, it gave us some...
Do they have the...
We're just gonna, you know, keep our heads down, keep working. And
why do they have the gameplay music, like, sound up?
Match against G2, you know,
with music.
You know, I think the biggest thing that we learned from that match was that
you know, just like getting some confidence back, because yeah, I mean, we lost a lot of confidence losing those 2 games that we did to Moist Mobiles and Oxygen. So I think we built a little bit of confidence back in the team, and that's a really good start.
Yeah, so the Oxygen match was a rematch of like us playing them earlier in the season, and I think they better prepared. I don't think that match shows like what we have ready for the mid-season face-off. So thankfully there's a lower bracket.
I mean, G2 is a very solid team. You know, Shazam and Dapper are former champions.
G2
right?
and
so, they obviously know what they're doing.
TSM are both, I think, surprised as being down here, right? Would you agree, Moon?
Face-off, and even in group stage, right?
So if we're not choosing the obvious choice of Oxy to be the X factor of G2, I would have to give it to either like Dapper and then also Shazam. You know, just like kind of just seems like he's the backbone of this team. You know, that last match that they played, I think he was playing Omen on Lotus and he was looking crispy on it. You know, he was not looking uncomfortable at all. So, you know, I think one of those two you could argue, if not Oxy, who, you know, is, you know, putting up some crazy numbers in a lot of these matches with the way that they're setting him up.
It's for sure Baby Bay. He's like a fun player to watch too. But I'd say the other person is Poise, their IGL. He a pretty unique way of calling it. Really, like, he plays initiator and like he'll send his util one place, whether he's alone or the whole team's behind it, and it seems to be like built around that. So that's like the other X factor in my opinion.
You know, it's good luck to them. Hopefully this time it'll go our way.
Yeah, hopefully we show more of like what we've been showing in practices. Me and Mike, we're no strangers to lower bracket runs, so expect us to
oh, you've been grumpy.
I mean, I've always had a big, you know, rivalry with the G2 boys of Dapper and Shazam, and you know,
bro, the 2K League stage looks kind of lit though.
You know, I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh, they're my friends and I don't want to beat them. Nah, we gonna beat you. So good luck out there.
I love the attitude they're coming in from Baby Bay. What he's talking about, for people who don't remember, obviously, is the older roster of that Sentinels roster, and at times we saw some pretty impressive, basically like clashes, as we saw the style of play that comes in typically from the Smeek style that FaZe used to bring to the table, and then obviously the dominant play we saw from Sentinels at times in the past. And a lot of times we ended up on Haven as we look to our maps. Curious if we're going to end up on that map today, because that was one that felt like all those early matchups went to, and we will go to Haven. It's really not entirely surprising. It's one of the more popular maps for G2. Looking at,
I think I called a fracture ban, right?
They have the greatest win rate, but they have played it a lot. They played it in week 1, week 2.
G2
week
picked
3,
it and then banned it the next time we played.
And their quarterfinal match.
That's
so
funny.
Clearly, it's comfortable territory for G2, even if it doesn't always produce success. And then on the flip side, I'm looking at, you know, the map pool. We also have Ascent coming in for FaZe. Not entirely surprising there either.
Yeah, these are all maps that we've seen both of these teams play multiple times. And from listening to how FaZe was talking, it seems like they lost a bit of confidence from the last 2 games that they had. They're actually on a 3-match losing streak. So they mentioned themselves that when they played against the Gar, they gained confidence. So I think they're going to have a different style for Haven, because that's their only choice. I mean, we've seen, like I said, these maps played from both teams many times, so everybody knows what everybody's going to be doing, right?
This is also a rematch map. They're looking at map 2. Haven was played in their initial series, and it went pretty healthy in favor of G2 Dryad. It was a 13-6 victory there. And both teams played Lotus, in their last matches, with both teams falling. FaZe having maybe a little bit better performance, as we mentioned at the top of this show, with the Guard beating them only 13-11, whereas G2 struggled in a 13-8 defeat to Oxygen. But I do feel like the first 2 maps, I feel like we're going map 3, Dryad.
It looks like a map 3.
It does feel like it. And even speaking about that map number 1.
But if G2 can come out here and take that momentum from FaZe, I feel like they're a big momentum team this year.
It's not new territory for them on that first split or even the mid-season, but still,
at least in their bigger games, like their games against
I'm wondering if we're going to see a change in competition.
G2.
We've seen a little bit of changes here and there from teams in the past week or 2, and it feels like because we haven't seen it since that week number 2 for G2, it was the perfect time for them to plan something new and bring it, and that's why FaZe wanted to take that opportunity to bring it to them for this one.
I remember interviewing Shazam last year when he was playing with that old Sentinels roster, and he said personally he just doesn't really like Ascent. He said something about the map just doesn't click with him. So that's why I do look at this and I go, okay, slight edge potentially to FaZe, even though that's outdated.
I wonder, so is it
sure. We haven't
for
really seen
Ascent,
G2
though,
play
that
the map
click
that much. It's not one they typically want to go to. They did play it once. It was not exactly the worst performance, but it also wasn't the best either. So I am kind of curious to see.
I feel like whenever we see Ascent,
that first map and kind of fix maybe
it's
some
never
of the
really like
in
a
their strategy
team,
as they
like
are
one
facing
team or
off
the other
against
has
Team M, who really likes to play Ascent.
massive control. It definitely
Yeah,
feels
they
like it's
were
one of the maps we've
highlighting
seen the
both of
most
in-game
close
leaders
games on,
for
doesn't
these
it?
Teams, right? And I think they both have very different calling styles. They both have different paces. G2 is a team that's typically a little bit more slower paced in comparison to FaZe, who I feel like is more straight to the point. They love doing 4-1s. They'll send Baby Bay in to do Baby Bay things.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think that the clash of the two different play styles and calming styles is going to clash today in these games.
Yeah, I'm definitely curious to see how G2 tries to adapt to the speed that we're going to see from FaZe. and further, whether we're going to see that speed at all. Because, there's been times when we're like, oh, they're going to play like head down, full W.
I mean, I
classic
think
style.
that's probably
And
what
FaZe
FaZe
comes in with
needs
maybe a
to
little bit
do
more, we'll say restrained.
best with.
Not really restrained when you compare it to other teams.
Like
but
go
restrained
against
compared to what we're
G2.
used
I
to
feel
seeing
like
from
their
them.
problem
They try to
is
slow things down and play to the meta
when they
a little
try
bit
and
more
slow
than maybe
things
we would
down,
anticipate. So there's
they're
a
not
world potentially where even FaZe comes in and shifts things around and kind of catches G2 off guard because they.
And I don't think you play into G2's game. I think you try and make G2
And
uncomfortable by playing.
It is one of those scenarios where when we see FaZe and the first times that we see a couple of those maps from FaZe, they love to play that aggressive style that we know them for. But I remember Roy when he was on the analyst desk last week, he was saying FaZe, yeah, they're very aggressive, but they also know when they have to slow things down. And that's something that people don't give them enough credit for, because FaZe, when they need to play the slow rounds, when they need to play maybe a little bit more, just waiting for Baby Bay to get that one shot, one kill, they're gonna do it and they feel comfortable with it. So it is. Are they gonna be able to play that game? Are we gonna see maybe that flexibility more from FaZe, or is it gonna be G2 taking control the same way that they did for that first week?
Well, we do have our casters standing by. It's time to jump into our first match. We're going to be kicking things off on Ascent. We've got Shift and Dust standing by. Take it away.
Hit the toe this back, but both of us are sitting. So we're not quite standing by, but we are ready to cast. And I think the important thing from that whole spiel at the very beginning were the words G2 struggled. Yeah, in their mass match. That's something that we have not said often outside of their sole loss to Turtle Troop in the middle of their group stage.
Yeah, G2's kind of interesting because I feel like at the end of the split, they had that big hiccup with Turtle Troop, then they bounced back with a massive win over Shopify Rebellion, wound up going 4-1 on their group, and they're ranked 3rd in Challengers. So certainly a team that has been capable of popping off. You know, Oxy has been a superstar player, you know, ranked in the top 3 in almost every category you can think of.
I almost wonder if the Turtle Troop loss for them was
but Oxy was also awfully quiet against
another
Oxygen.
one of those, like
Whenever
they
he was going up
overlooked them
against
getting
Pony,
ready
he was
for the
kinda
next
getting
one
jet
up. You know what I
dipped
mean?
in a lot of those situations, to be honest. And I think the thing that makes this even more interesting is the map that we're playing first, Ascent, because G2's only played this thing once. Right, and that was way back in week 2 of the split when they had a win over what is now Moist Moguls. Back then, they were still called Breakthrough. For FaZe, they picked this map, but they've lost their last 3 out of 4 games on it. And this year, they played it 3 times and they've lost their last 2. So, in one regard, I respect the confidence to stick with it despite the results not going your way recently. But at the same time, I kind of wonder, you know, what adjustments had they made to try to rectify it.
Yeah, in the curiosity point, and kind of to give you maybe a slight answer to your rhetoric right there, is the fact that from their loss in week 3 to when they played the guard last week, they did make this same change, taking out the Fade, putting in the KO, also moving the Astra into now the Omen. So this would have to assume that for FaZe to select this map after their recent losses, that now they get a chance to play this composition again, and they must have felt really strongly about how they played it versus the guard last week. That's the only thing I can really think of as far as going to this map, say like over a map, you know, that they've maybe had more success with throughout the entirety of the split. So it's an interesting call, but I think that has to be one of the reasons why they decided to go to this for map 1.
Yeah, and this is the exact same.
No. I just
comp
wanted
we
to
saw
make
them
sure that I was
play.
remembering
G2
that
that
right.
is against Breakthrough.
Because
Now,
I was looking for something on the
so
7th,
they
and I
feel
was like,
confident in this
I
composition
already
as
down
well.
there
And
that
again,
night.
it's
I just
kind of
wanted
that
to
map
make
that I
sure
feel
was
like every
right
team
on
kind of
that.
knows.
That's true.
It's definitely a foundational map for the game as Faze starts on the attack here, looking to try to get a little bit of pressure up middle as well as into a lobby. But they are going to run into a pretty sticky situation. I mean, there's a pretty good defensive setup here.
Yeah, it looks really solid, especially with all of the Killjoy utility going to be the alarm system for that startup pop, and the nanostorms could also be a part of this. Aldrone is on the way in. Cloudburst will allow BabyBay in, but there's the split up. BabyBay actually takes a lot of chewing damage as well. Paranoia not really going to be able to land, and Dicey actually just kept walking through the nanostorm. I thought for sure he was going to stay out of it, but not the case at all. So now all of a sudden the defense really starts to wreak havoc, although Poise does bounce back just a touch, getting us to a 1v1 with
Shazam sitting up top
After
in
all
heaven.
the trades at Heaven do eventually come through, Spike will be collected. As Shazam continues to play over towards the left side at Tree, he will be suppressed, but Poise may not know that this is a flank. He may think he's in front of him.
He's not going to look behind him.
And that seems to be the case. There's the cross on the corner. Shazam finds the free kill, and G2 take the pistol.
Yeah, that's a tough knife because not only it's detecting Heaven, it's also detecting tree position. So like you said, he didn't really know whether it was coming from in front or behind, and Shazam able to pick the right position and able to get the clutch. That was a very rapid kill feed that was pinstripe the entire time. So a very chaotic first round with FaZe just going for the A burst. Again, we know that they're known for their very explosive play style. We're going to see a lot of those fast-paced attacks all series, I would imagine.
Yeah.
But G2 able to hold on just well enough. One player ahead to get that one across the finish line. As for G2, I'm definitely keeping my eyes on Oxy because he's been such a star throughout the split, but really struggled in their last match in the mid-season face-off.
I feel like both of these
for
the maps, I think
feel like
both
he's
of
had a
them
bit
have
of
done pretty well.
on this team,
So I don't know if I'd really give
split,
a favor to either one, even though it might be what their pick is.
Those are good players to point to, as G2's defense will trust an alarm bot, plus also Oxy at mid. And he will take down the second contestant. Dapper deals with the first, and FaZe will once again be kind of pushed away from this initial attempt. Dapper on the corner, just looking for a little bit of spam, possibly. Shazam who collects the kills. Dapper's Nanostorm will get his second elimination on the day today, as G2 will get themselves a shoots flawless, and they take the anti-eco without any stress.
Yeah, and just to kind of add to that when we're talking about G2, I mean, Dapper has looked so good this year now that he's back at home playing more traditional Sentinel roles. It's kind of played back into his comfort zone that he was oh so well known for back in the early Sentinel days when they were on top of NA. And Whippy has been a fine controller for this team. Definitely got to shout him out. He's definitely been a good, foundation for this team as well. On the other side, for me, it's dicey on Sentinels. It's been a struggle all split long. And that's something else that we have to kind of keep eye on. It's like him versus Penny, like who can actually adjust better to their roles, I think is going to be a big talking point throughout this series.
Well, Bach at one point had insinuated that FaZe very well may not play as fast as you would normally come to expect based on years previous. And after the first two rounds, you may have thought that that was not going to be true, but here in the full buy, definitely taking their time with a lot of focus once again towards mid. It's really just, again, defensively just been the alarm bot that's still here to kind of contest it.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, while they're not necessarily attacking a site very quickly, they didn't waste any time getting mid control. So they're still moving at a pretty up-tempo pace. It's just not that final explosion onto a site. They're kind of waiting more to the mid to late round for that point of it. And I think what it is that FaZe still has the same strength as far as their weapon of choice, which is the assertive playstyle. It's just been sharpened over time by Poise's in-game leadership and coaching. Wow. But Oxy playing a forward angle, able to catch Dicey there, shuts down half of this attack.
Yeah, and then Dapper is, oh goodness, just staying concealed in the corner for what felt like way too long. Nearly got 2 eliminations from that position. Oxy dashes away and finds himself now stuck at back archway, or is this one of those situations that he's not stuck with you, you're stuck with him? Pistol now out as he gets a second kill. The flash.
Shut up. Oh my goodness.
Oh my God, Oxy, what have you just done?
Oh boy! So remember how we were talking earlier? Like, hey man, what Oxy shows up today? The one that we've seen all split long, or the one that we saw struggle against Oxygen last week? Well, I think we got a little bit of our answer.
Yeah,
there.
this
Oxy,
is
again #1 this year.
If this is the G2 that's playing tonight, it's not even
going
to be close. I don't think, chat. It just might be.
And he has shown you what he is capable of, full-fledged here. He is that one of those amongst that next generation of duelists in the Americas, next to Pony and Sim, who have been so dominant in challengers. And that was a big-time round.
That's unbelievable. Individual skill, not a question, not at all. Quick action over towards A long, though, in the round, as FaZe will go back to what is essentially a null purchase. A couple of sheriffs and a stinger. Knives now earned for BabyBay will be pulled out immediately upon earning them. And Oxy getting blocked off through mid will also back off just a touch. So Shazam will very likely relieve him of this position.
Yeah, looking like it's setting up for the A split, but still trying to keep some presence over at B with the utility of Dicey. Very quickly, they've gotten into wine. They're now scoping out middle with the owl drone, so getting some information there. They put a deep smoke there.
Sometimes I wonder the worth of one
Their
stinger.
own owl drone to make sure that mid's not being taken.
Especially since it costs a little bit more now.
All the while, Faze are lining up at tree and looking to start splitting this A site.
Just imagine if that would have hit.
Through the smoke, not going to connect. That will be tree earned. They trying to work their way in. Nobody checks the corners, and oh my goodness. Oh, okay. So this is the G2 that decided they wanted to show up here. And oh man, now Dicey's left by himself. 1v3. He's just going to do a little bit of orb collecting here.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the stone left unturned, isn't it? And again, we know that Penny's got the aim. He's got the mechanics. It's just been that his role's been very weird on this team throughout the split. I mean, this guy used to be a primary duelist player. He kind of,
that's weird. Why didn't I like get a
notification? He sometimes plays the role of a double duelist, but we've seen him play Sage, KO. He tried Sky on Lotus last week. He's tried Breach on Haven in the past.
That's so weird.
It just seems like he is been trying to find a place where he fits in on this team, where you can still also have.
All right, so Faze is going to want to make sure that they don't fudge this up.
Version 1 days. But that's just a small glimpse of what Penny is.
Baby Baze, the only one slaying right now.
It's just about
someone needs to help a brother out, man.
Because if he can figure it out, this team's so deadly. Because of Oxy and how strong he is, because of how strong Whippy has been as a controller, because of, you know, Dapper being able to get back to form and kind of having a resurgence, you know, with the traditional Sentinel role coming back into the meta. That's when G2 gets scary with how skilled they can be from top to bottom. And that was just, I mean, some flair right there from Penny, dude. Let's be honest.
Yeah, I'll say.
Especially that fourth kill, that last flick at the generator player. Ooh.
It just never stopped, did it? Every kill felt like a special one and just kept getting better and better the longer the play went on. Okay, so now early considerations need to come through here for Faze, as you can already feel this thing's starting to get maybe a little bit out of hand just from the mental side of things. Blades ready for Oxy with the operator, everyone else on rifles. A couple also ults are ready or near for players like Penny and Dapper. On the other side, Dicey and Rossi poised, all pretty close as well.
A recon dart shut down immediately. Oxy gets to maintain the aggressive stance, but the smoke will now
Oxy doesn't even want to take his risk, poking his head out there with the smoke, knowing everyone gonna be spraying through there.
You could say, though they haven't really threatened market or tree position just yet, but certainly that is coming next. Meanwhile, G2 being proactive on A lobby.
Yeah. That little flash check will see nobody home. That may lead to G2 trying to stack their defense in other areas. And this defensive owl drone, if it can catch intel, boy, it could be valuable, but no, not to happen. Phases, at this point, G2's kept saying, where the heck are they? Because we haven't seen anyone in the last 45 seconds.
At the very least, they know that they didn't take mid off the back of their own owl drone, that they still haven't quite hit that yet, and the alarm bot's still there for detection, so that gives them a little bit of leeway. They still have the Killjoy utility set up at B. They're playing together at tree position defensively, so they can play retake if they need to. As now that mid pressure comes in, that market door gets broken, and
they got all that util over there on B.
Flashing and dashing in, as they're also well known for.
Dude, these nanos.
Yep.
More chip damage onto Supa and Baby Bay this time.
They didn't get much, but it got a little bit.
Not necessarily the health pool. And then the fragment on top of it. That's the spike down. Knives are now out as Shazam is dealing with pressure towards the backside, but it is Supa who's able to tally up too.
Nice swing by Supa.
At this point, you stay away from Oxy at all costs, says he just dives in. Eludes Rossi, gets a kill now. It's just down to Rossi, and the right click will deal with him. Goodness, how elusive is Oxy.
Oh boy. And they're able to get the res onto Penny to keep that economy flowing as well, so they survive with 3 members when it's all said and done. They're up 5-0 right now. Shift, they are not messing around. We have a total of 9 kills for Faze through 5 rounds played. Oxy has that covered by himself. Yeah. Everything else is just icing on the cake for G2, having such a dominant start. They read that oh so well. They backed off on the site. They played the Killjoy utility and just brought Faze to a screeching halt. And now Faze on a low buy, looking to try to knock on the door of B very early, it seems.
And at a certain point, you have to start thinking that frustration very well may set in early here. A little bit of spam coming out. Shazam transfers over, takes down Baby Bay off the dash. Even Dicey, while Dapper was completely flashed, can't find too much.
Oh.
And yeah, it feels like G2 have shrugged off whatever happened last week as they again stomp through another round.
I'm telling you, man, these teams are going to the lower bracket. They got point to prove, just like TSM did earlier.
Ever in danger of losing a round. I mean, they've survived with 3 or more members pretty much every single time. I mean, obviously this is a bit of an eco round for FaZe in a way, so they weren't coming at it full strength, but still they just aren't showing those scary signs that they can normally do with their aggressive play style. They have been, again, just halted on all fronts, poised, not having the type of game that he's used to. Neither is Baby Bay, known for his first kills per round. They're just not finding any openings.
I mean, I feel like Baby Bay is at least getting some, man.
To that next level.
He just tagged him through the wall.
Down to 54 HP.
Through the wall.
G2 continue just to not miss at all. But FaZe's establishment of pressure through mid will force a bit of a rotation here on Oxy. He's actually going to hard commit to moving in towards A, maybe just to try to respond to this Aldrin that's on the way in. Won't actually clear anything inside the site, though, so really G2's defense is not threatened yet.
This is a really cool Killjoy setup. It has it split between the 2 sites where it can have early impact with the alarm bot and turret initially at A, but when he rotates, he can still pop those nanos to slow down a B attack. So this is actually pretty interesting stuff that G2 has set up to have this rotating Killjoy. Meantime, we do have FaZe, you know, once again, a little bit of mid control being established as we see Poise step forward just a touch towards market. Looks like they're still holding an angle on Catwalk, but Oxy's waiting with open arms and an operator saying, come on by. I got your welcome wagon for you.
Yeah, Dicey in this position very well may lead to this commitment. Oh, the smoke comes down at perfect time, though, so now Oxy's in a little bit of trouble trying to back away, but he's been revealed, and the Hunter's Fury will assist Baby Bay in finding the kill. The defensive lockdown, though, rather, from the Killjoy will actually force FaZe back a step further. And now with 18 seconds on the clock, FaZe have to break through flawlessly, and it may have to be an offensive lockdown just to give him a chance. From the shadows being popped, that will get him in towards the site. 10 seconds on the clock, and with the kills, there will be a chance.
There we go. Spikes down.
Indeed, they will. Hunter's Fury, though, going to come through, gets the tag on the planter, and finds the frag. But they are still a man behind. So it's still going to be a tough retake.
Bro, this is going to be such a heartbreaker if they win this round.
Shock darts out. Penny in towards mid. Huge contact here. And yeah, Poise just
beautiful by Poise.
Touch with the headshot. Shazam now left in the 1v3. Plenty of economy, so no reason not to go for it. Gets information onto 1. I think he thinks hell is open because of that last Hunter's Fury charge that actually missed Dicey. So kind of catches him a bit unawares, and FaZe Clan get on the board. And not bad considering they had to survive through a lockdown and a lot of defense there today.
Yeah, really good just take on Tree, honestly. They just shut down Oxy, didn't allow him to have anything, ran him down with the Hunter's Fury. Finally, Baby Bay getting those first kills that he's so well known for as that just super aggressive duelist. And they hold off any hopes of a retake, as now we have both sides with an operator in their hands. Now FaZe to see if they can use that to string some together, because they're still well behind. A little bit of aggressive Asher set up here at A lobby defensively to try to slow this down.
Yeah. All it is a show of force at the moment. They're still looking for anyone aggressively over peeking towards B main, of which there shouldn't be any contact because Dapper has a safety blanket of all of the utility in the world.
Indeed he does. Indeed he does. They also have this Astra Star ready to make a play as soon as someone tries to touch the orb. And they're going to be able to play like maybe a little bait and switch setup with Whippy here playing in back wine corner. I mean, right now, FaZe are just playing super back. Maybe they're just watching for aggression with an operator at B. Shazam now will use his Aldrone. He spots nothing at middle. So FaZe are doing a pretty good job of hiding their intentions right now. But again, this setup that G2 has at
I wonder if they're dropping their team during the break. There's no way, right?
Nebula pops. That's just to pull back the star. The knife will not catch Whippy by the look of it. Attacking lockdowns now in play as the fragment will be just a touch early for this. So G2 will have to peel off the site, but Whippy, timing-wise, oh my goodness, nearly caught too as Rossi was stuck in his Aldrone for a little bit longer than anticipated, but Oxy's actually allowed to still stay on top towards heaven. This is the first shot. Penny in the opposite corner does get isolated, so FaZe with the numbers and now a chance to plant.
Yeah, lockdown does wonders for them.
He's sitting under the Odin, bro.
Trying to be sneaky behind the double stack up top. So now they have the 5-on-3 post plan here. They have good positioning all around. Yes, Rossi and Dicey are a little bit low on health, but outside of that, G2 are going to have to brute force their way through this.
Yeah. First shot good for Oxy, but the double stack of Faze post plant defenders is formidable. And yeah, it's just too much to clear all at once. The Odin spam, as typical as the damage was, doesn't actually lead to any eliminations, and FaZe Clan now go back to backgrounds and a little bit of conviction in their own right all of a sudden.
Indeed, I do have to say, though, the defense of G2 looked a little bit disjointed there. I mean, when you're trying to play that bait and switch at Y, and once Whippy's left alone, it's kind of just a guessing game if he can get a timing or not. Unfortunately, he guesses wrong, and then once you have a situation where Oxy just has to back off of heaven, you leave Penny just kind of stranded at double stack. So it just seemed like they had some little plays set up, but once they started to fall apart, they didn't really have a way to fall back out of it. And so it just kind of lets FaZe steamroll their way through on their attack. So now they've put a couple together in a row, but still G2 with full economy.
And Bebe hasn't really had a chance to do much with the operator yet. And a lot of respect given. He's not really taken those face-up opportunities for 1v1s with Oxy, at least not as of yet. So definitely a bit reserved in certain natures, as there's a bit of information. Yep, okay, we know where Oxy is. Maybe that will persuade FaZe to do one thing or another, just trying to stay away from it.
Yeah, they decided to smoke that off just to make sure that Oxy is not going to have an angle at the operators. They try to cross their way over to Catwalk and potentially set up for some type of A-split, but not all their eggs are in this one basket. They still have presence over towards B lobby. They still could go through middle. Alarm bot would detect it, though. There's a
So now they're playing a little bit more slow and deliberate.
As we see them poking and prodding at that tree position. Rossi about to set up a
See if they
recon ball
get
for them to start attacking
uncomfortable
into tree
doing
more
this.
directly. Paranoia also helping them come through. When he drops a bit of utility, comes a little early.
Same response, and once more FaZe head back towards mid. A little overkill for the alarm bot, but you got to do what you got to do. Now here come FaZe's onslaught. Oh, and Supa just tries to shadow step in towards stairs, but it's red completely. So now the spike has to be collected once again. Dapper from inside the site actually did not actually see the player crossing Rossi, so that leads to FaZe picking up a couple eliminations. Poise is still locking things down, delayed at mid. And G2 don't really have a ton of tools here to break this wide open. They just need to find the kills, and Poise is the first obstacle. It's becoming a hard-pressed option to really get rid of. One more flash still available. He's looking to kind of softball toss that, and the timing is near perfect. Oxy now the last one left, looking for a weapon and just doing a little bit of shopping. He's going to try to give this one a good old go. One close, one far on the box and in archway each. And it's the one up close that finds the final kill. Rossi collects.
All right,
and
so now you got
three rounds in a row.
Yeah, just a really good feint over at tree position. G2 really had to respect
Maybe
it
they're a little bit better off
usually
playing
how
that
quickly
slower
FaZe will
pace,
commit
chat.
to an attack once they get that initial poke. So you kind of feel like that's where the attack's going to come from. They were really reliant on their killjoy setup to kind of defend the B side if indeed FaZe decided to call an audible and swap back to the other side. But FaZe still find a way to break through once the nanos come to a calm, and even though Supa went down, the rest of their attacking force cleared out the B side pretty quickly and able to hold that retake no problem. So FaZe, like you said, 3 in a row, starting to find their footing here. Meanwhile, economy gone for G2. As we are going to have a timeout actually coming in for G2 from what I'm being told.
Not a bad idea for G2 to pump the brakes a little bit.
Good time for
Honestly, it wouldn't have been a bad idea for
momentum has now been
them to
completely
do it
squandered. All
after
of
the
the
first
counts
round.
have been largely depleted. So this would be a big round, I think, just to try to reassert what you had already established early. Otherwise, we start to look towards FaZe Clan and say, okay, well formed off of your early timeout.
Yeah, so G2 actually able to get the full buy here. Oxy will still have the operator. It's just Dapper has to go for Spectre is really the only, I guess, handicap to this purchase. FaZe looking like they want to gather up and at least fight for some A lobby control early for Orb at the very least. Maybe more.
A little poke over the top, not going to lead to too much. G2 do not have the numbers to really contest with the amount of force that FaZe are putting here at A long, but they do have the ability
to
get
serious?
Oxy in spawn with an operator.
Bro.
I mean, dude.
Name another time in your entire life that you've seen an op push that fast through B and kill a man in attacking spawn.
Can't
I
name it.
challenge you to find the VOD. I want to see it. Because that is absolutely bonkers. I just don't even understand how that's possible. And now think about how much time FaZe has to waste just finding a way anywhere near back towards B main. And the utility that will need to be spent as well.
Oh, boy. We've seen some outrageous things in VCL North America, but that one may take the cake.
That was just so ridiculous. I'm telling you, you won't find that anywhere else. A man just running through B like that. It's just a gut check read, realizing how many resources FaZe were committing to that A lobby exchange for the orb.
30 seconds left.
Baby gonna re-lurk back through mid. Time becoming an issue here for FaZe Clan, as they really haven't cleared any instance of A yet. Penny feeling a little bit
They're
of
gonna
pressure.
try and move this thing quick, bro. They got 15 seconds, dog.
Almost caught here. And
Close the door, close the door.
Just with his utility.
Why would you close the door?
Now called upon, and he's already down to low HP. Baby on the long flank is good. Can he get the plant off in time? Sure. So now Oxy on the way in. He's swapped weapons with Dapper, but boy, this is falling apart real fast considering that FaZe had no intel of what was on this site.
Wow.
And Dapper's the last one left.
Why wouldn't you close the door, though?
Good prediction on where Baby is.
When he's pushing on the door, if he closes the door, it takes them longer to push the door. They don't get that plant there.
No,
right? The FaZe Clan for making it work.
Yeah, that is wild. I mean, obviously a fantastic attack from FaZe. They've now won 4 rounds in a row. But again, it just feels like something was a little bit disjointed in that defense on A. And it's happened a couple of times now where it just seems like their timing's a little bit off when they deploy their utility. They're not really bouncing off of each other very well. Like, it just seems like there's maybe a breakdown in communication on the A site in some of these moments for G2 that they need to tidy up. Meanwhile, FaZe are starting to pick up steam. Baby now up to 10 frags. Remember, there was one point where Oxy had the entirety of FaZe covered by himself. FaZe had like 9 total kills through the first 6 rounds. Now, all of a sudden, everyone from FaZe are starting to flourish. And now you do have that save from G2.
Oh, boy. How quickly things turn.
True.
So FaZe Clan running with a full head of steam at the moment. And they are taking their time, just trying to see if G2 is going to try to get away with something again with these early aggressive plays. But there is no stack, no push through, at least anywhere with super amounts of focus. You do have Dapper up close.
I mean, they got lucky on their last push, so they could pull off something similar here, right, chat?
Exit if needed. But FaZe, once again, are more focused on mid-map as they have been for all 11 rounds so far.
Again, it's just a great launching pad to grab. You know, it allows you to set up so many different side splits if you're able to threaten the middle like this, but looks like it is going to be B lobby. Interesting situation here for Dapper. If he goes down, all of his utility is small.
Oh, and just tries to catch the timing and not going to work out. Just a little bit of chip damage. Knives now out.
Where was it?
Boy's going to earn the null command with this orb.
Not there.
But it's the spike actually going over towards A, and that shock dart hits a lot of Poised remaining health pool. So now it's just down to the execute at A, which should be pretty even and open, considering there's nobody home. And the spike will be planted.
Now it's going to be up to the retake. There is the Blade Storm available. A couple of Sheriffs, so there is some hope for G2, but they definitely are on the back foot here, as well as a man down.
G2 stacking for something up top. Poised is not here yet to get this null command in play. Knives out. Oxy around the back. Flash is so well done, and the smoke behind him. But Baby actually gets 2 before the smoke completely embellished the entirety of the front line. Oxy has to go to the pistol just to try to get rid of the sentry turret. He's just going to stick this through the nebula.
Why though?
Baby pushes through.
Why though?
The final knife in the coffin here in round 11, 6-5.
Yeah, that was a bold full stick there from Oxy, but
the stick started too late. He needed to jump on it before he shot the turret, but he couldn't have done that because he needed to shoot the turret.
But not going to occur. It's FaZe now 5 in a row. What a response! What a resurgence after such a cold start.
That's
Baby
unfortunate,
Bay has
man.
been on point, and the others have folded in as they've needed to. Now we're at our final round of the half before it comes to a close. Can FaZe tie things up, or can G2 find that slight edge before we switch sides?
Once again, focus through mid for FaZe. Null command is out. Alarm bot dealt with very rapidly. This is just to get Baby Bay forward. Everyone else is focused over towards A, so now Baby Bay is going to be the
And look how fast they're moving again this time around. They're switching the pace back up, even though the slower pace is working for them.
Not winning a single gunfight. Good help from G2. Lockdown now in play. And Faze are stuck trying to have to break through this. Not going to find much of an entrance.
Sorry, though. 7-5's manageable.
There, and
right? 7-5
G2 will end the half.
The worst it could be.
At 7-5 the tally.
Yeah, good little comeback there from FaZe considering how cold of a start they had. And the pistol round victory could really close the gap up all the way, but certainly a hot start from G2, and certainly a lot of it was led from this man here, Oxy. Again, we called him out, having a tough week last week against Oxygen where Pony seemed to get the better of him, but he's been able to shake that off and have a big half to open up this series. Again, though, FaZe must be said, came clawing back. BBL having a big half and was all said and done in his own right. And so here we stand, 7-5. We switch sides. Again, not much info for G2 on this map. They just had that one game against Moist Moguls where they also got 7 rounds defensively there.
See if any of that can come true here. As, how about G2? Looking to kind of assume some positions here at mid. BBL's watching it. Good crossfire is in play here. Dashing right back over. G2 trying to stick to this play, though. Lots of damage has been dealt. BBL off the reload. Poised here for assistance. And Dapper still takes down 2. Getting us to a 3v3. But Dapper is a bit stuck. And the spike is also down. Kind of compounding the problem. But as the spike is collected at the same breath, Dapper also gets across. And now a chance for G2 to own the B site.
Yeah, it's just kind of one of those situations where both teams elected for the battle early at middle, and G2 comes out on top in the exchange as far as coming out even, getting a spike down. So an extra ally on the board of this chess now being played.
Paranoia is still ready with a flash here for FaZe on the retake. There's the first. Flash is next, but Dicey gets the opener. Dapper's trying to push through, just does not quite guess correctly. Can applaud the effort, but FaZe, great utility usage, great timing on the retake. Works out flawlessly for them to take the second half pistol.
Yeah, like you said, good use of Paranoia to kind of pave the way for
it. All right, and just like that, FaZe ties things up because they're going to have the advantage here on rifles.
Try to sneak through. In the meantime, his teammates fall on the site, and that's pretty much a done deal. So FaZe likely to tie us up at 7 apiece now, considering their firepower advantage coming into this round. Oxy will pick up a Sheriff. So will Dapper, but outside of that, slim pickings.
Man, this has been a game of swings so far. I'll tell you that much.
No charges
Shock dart at the entrance towards A long. FaZe looking to assume some forward hulls control, which they will be able to get, even though the knife does kind of reveal some of this. And how about BBL? Good timing. Marshall will
with
connect.
The Marshall.
Swap, that's enough information. BBL! Oh my goodness! What in the heck is that?
No way, dude.
Oh, mercy.
You can slow that clip down as much as you want.
Oh my goodness!
I mean, I get it. It could be perfect accuracy when you're standing still, but unbelievable. The ace for BBL in unfathomable fashion.
What I was about to say before he continued was that you could slow that clip down as much as you want and you still won't understand how ridiculous those shots were. I mean, holy moly. I get it was G2 save, but what? That shot is so stupid.
That's such a, he said it's so stupid.
The thing is, if he snaps and gets that no-scope onto the Sova as well, I mean, that would have been arguably one of the greatest aces in Valorant history.
True, though.
That is arguably one of the best Marshall clips you're going to see.
Oh, for sure. Now, knives are out early. And it's Dicey who collects on first blood as this hit towards A has been completely stifled from the get-go, and G2 will have to reconsider the round.
Indeed, they will. Dicey dodges that shock dart completely. Another one's going to come sent that direction. Dicey takes a little bit of chip damage that time around, but nothing too serious as G2 look to still attack A, but try to open up an additional route by gathering some forces back up towards Tree. There is an alarm bot here, though, that will detect this. Dapper, of course, has sniffed it out, so now they're just having to play the timing. As they made it a point on the desk that G2 is a more slower paced team. That is true on average, but I feel like they're at their best when they just gather and trade.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like because their aim is better than the average teams, like person to person, so they're gonna win most team fights. You know what I mean? So if they group up and
that you were just labeling out. Spike down for G2. FaZe are gonna go quickly though on this retake. Already clear out the sentry turret. Dapper trying to shrug off a flash, and oh boy, does he ever. 2 for Dapper. Boys eventually securing the trade, but he is stuck with a Spectre in a lot of long-range fights, and Whippy would have been around the back to secure the possible trade if needed, but Penny finishes the job and G2 retake the lead.
Yeah, indeed they do. On the first buy against the FaZe bonus, they do convert, but now FaZe are onto the full buy of their own, and this is where things get spicy. As yeah, G2 definitely a team that likes to play the default and kind of just methodically take map control and kind of go from there. It seems like Shazam likes to try to lead that more balanced play style, but he can definitely throw in those tempo changes. And again, when G2, I feel like, are at their best is when they're playing rounds like the one you just saw. They just kind of gather up, throw a set piece, and they just use their talent to swing and trade a site.
Yeah.
Obviously, you can't do that all the time because then become kind of telegraphed, but that is, I think, a big strength of theirs, actually, despite their slower play style.
We'll see if that strength
Lockdown comes in.
Here. Lockdown in for G2.
I feel like an early lockdown.
Orb also being collected behind this.
Let me set fans right up and
really the only contestant here is he's revealed by the Aldrin. He doesn't have a lot of
Heaven.
space to work with here,
they
so yeah, he gets detained. Nanoswarm was out, kind of keeping him from being able to stay inside of that top Heaven position, so the site is gained. Penny gonna go for the plant. FaZe still here with numbers though. May look to try to go quickly once again.
You gonna turn the corner?
Side door broken by tree. G2 still with a lot of utility that can be spent here, including Shazam's almost full kit to save just the Aldrone. As Dapper gets tagged, Recon bolt out. That keeps the play towards Heaven safe, and Baby actually gets wallbanged through this. So now it's just down to can Superman actually use his Paranoia to break through. It's a double folded post plant setup though, and yeah, G2 reaping a lot of the kills, leaving Poise now by himself. 1v2 situation, trying to jump in. He does nicely. Takes care of Oxy quickly and should have an idea that Shazam's playing towards
that
this
gave
left
him
side
away.
of the arch. The shock dart comes over the top. Shoulders being
that arc
thrown.
actually got part of him
Tag
though.
onto Shazam,
Oh,
but
dude.
no time for Poise to hold.
That was a really good dart.
Yeah, he just ate too much damage there. One bullet would have finished him off.
Yep.
Pretty much any location it hit. As again, G2 just showing you that they can bring those fast-paced plays right at you just like FaZe can. I like what they tried to do with the Baby Bay there. Did you see that Gravwell Nano Swarm? They tried to trap him because they knew he was holding the angle with the op. They were trying to force him into the Nano. He just barely got away. But what it did do is guarantee there was going to be no Heaven swing, and G2 would be able to get the site a lot easier. And now FaZe are back onto, you know, just to save just the one Phantom that Poise carries over. That's it. As well as a few shares sprinkled in. So G2 have a chance to still have a hot start to the half despite the FaZe comeback in the previous.
Who knows? We'll just get a tale of quarters here. G2 will do better in the first 6, FaZe in the back 6.
Oh my god.
Poise nearly caught timing on the Dapper there, just didn't quite land the shot. Now the Nanostorm is out. That will force Baby Bay into a little bit of a sticky situation. No, it's not quite on the corner. You're right. I thought for sure that was going to be placed to try to deny it, but Baby Bay was just trying to push into it. Finally, the utility starts to connect, but Dicey mid-map has kind of split this G2 offense a touch. Lots of damage confirmed. Supa not in an impossible
Yeah, but now they can
1v2,
rotate all the
but
way
he's
over
only
to B.
got 7 health, and he still is holding on to his Sheriff. Doesn't look good.
Nah, 7 health and a Sheriff, you don't like your odds. Especially with these two teammates eventually going to be able to form up together. With that door going down, it forces Supa to have to play back halls, which means Whippy's going to have time to kind of gather with his teammate here on the side itself. Though, Supa trying to play a bit of a long con here through B main. Does pick up a weapon. Still going to be tough to pull it off, and in fact, he's just going to pull the plug and just save the rifle.
Good idea.
Understands his odds are not in his favor.
Got to start playing smart. You've only got a couple of rounds to play with here now at this point. You might
So G2 are going to get
push that
10.
if it's
I
first
mean,
half, maybe.
FaZe has to do
Probably
essentially
not
what
still,
they just
but
did on the offense, VAF, where they've got to put together a great fourth quarter here. In the style of which we've seen these first 6 rounds of this half go, where in your mind does FaZe need to retrain their focus?
That's a tough one. I mean, FaZe are usually pretty good whenever they're able to kind of poke on the periphery of the map and just kind of establish a little bit of intel or maybe even an opening pick. You know, that's kind of their bread and butter, particularly with BabyBay being kind of tip of the spear in those situations, whether that be set up a one-way smoke on A lobby and fight for it, whether that be, you know, try to get BabyBay on a forward angle on B main to free up your rotation.
Someone put a list of the different...
I think those are some things they can look
good time
at
out
because
here.
I feel like that's things I've seen them be successful in the past.
Platforms that have been like,
you know, for
competing
example,
against
a lobby and you get split cat, at least you have an anchor point at A main itself to retake from. So there's
that
a
have
lot
been like
of advantages
competing
to just
with
getting
Twitch,
something going on the edges of the map.
and they really put Facebook
But
as like the
obviously
most
there's also
recent
just
one.
a chance that you give
other
BabyBay
than
an
kick.
op and let him get aggressive at middle
It's
with
kinda
it.
weird.
There's a couple of different set plays they like to do where they'll actually push BabyBay forward on middle to the stairwell to peek B link. With
Like, I feel
supporting
like
utility
Facebook
kind of
tried
behind
to
them
make
in
itself
middle.
evident
So
after
I think it's
the
just disrupt G2, make
mixer
them feel
closing, and
uncomfortable
YouTube
early round
definitely
is
been
probably
competing
your
more
best
with it
bet
recently.
to kind of just break this up. I mean, that's just my best guess.
And I think that I was curious, and why I threw out the open-ended question to you is because for a team that loves to play proactive like FaZe does, whether that's aggressive or proactive, you know, they're the difference between the two words, whatever you decide to choose to do with it definitionally. But I think the thing is, FaZe has not been looking particularly great in the retakes as of yet, and there has not been a lot of substantial pressure on contesting these plans. So I think that there's something to be learned in those last 3 rounds with 2 post-plant fails, so to speak, that maybe there is something that has to change, and I guess doing it proactively is where you're looking at. Okay.
Well, looks like G2 is going to waste no time. They have the B set piece in mind right now, just immediately spilling their utility through the windows and through the halls.
Forces the lockdown.
Yep. They probably knew it was coming too, and that's why they wanted to force it out as quickly as they could. Look at how much round is still available after burning that lockdown. Big feint.
The big problem here is that G2 will have no information on aggressive defenders through A. So that becomes kind of a null option. It has to be catwalk and tree or mid, probably at best at this point.
Oh, BabyBay's gonna get the up trap to avoid the shock dart damage and gets away to market. So really well done by BabyBay there. He was certainly trapped in the corner. He was spotted out. Also FaZe again here. That's what I'm talking about. They get proactive at A lobby. They get this control now. So now their options are so open to them. They have G2 boxed in basically at B.
I think in a way G2 kind of
should already be expecting
this
that,
to
right?
be a possibility though.
Yeah,
sure. How much they were stacked here right at the get-go. So it's going to have to be a B execute, you think?
Oh yeah, for sure.
You see the knife's already out because you know that they're going to be covered out of this quarter.
Any intel, especially with this low on the clock.
Oh, and if boys,
and now they're going to have to start moving here shortly.
Catches all 5, which it does. Oh boy. Now it's just down to can FaZe actually receive this and just openly trade.
Oh, he's really just hoping for a highlight play.
One. How about Dicey? He sneaks through the smoke and finds 2 of his own. Penny, the only one to secure a trade. Trying to follow up with a plant, but no one clears backside archway. And oh goodness, do FaZe ever respond exactly how they needed to?
That's the risk.
That's
you
the
take
round
if
they
you're
needed.
G2 and you load up the box at B and you have no presence elsewhere on the map. You don't have a way to fall back. You have to just force it. And FaZe already had the flank being built up from the A push. Poise got to just sit at the back of the site undetected because his teammates were doing all the work. He kind of got to be the insurance policy that never got found out. And so FaZe able to finally punch back after a 3-round spree from G2. G2 now on the back foot economically. They do have the Blade Storm and a couple of ults that they could put into play if they see an opportunity.
Hero rifle from Dapper, Sheriffs, Shorties, Frenzies, the rest of the kit. Shazam's Owl drone will not fully see the corner, I don't believe, and they're all just pushing into BabyBay anyways. Oh, he dodges through the smoke and nearly fully gets away
alive,
from Oxy,
bro.
but the knives do reset. Oxy in trouble though, as the knife suppresses the ability for him to keep him out. And it's just down now to Penny. G2, boy, they've made this punishing, but FaZe are still putting together responses when things get weird. Oh, hold on a second. A little spray out of the frenzy will work out. Knife now in, and Penny, he wants this weapon on the corner so badly. Frenzy reloads, connects on a headshot, but Rossi still has 80 HP. I mean, you may as well be throwing rocks at this point. Rossi down to 61, and finally he takes away the angle to secure the kill.
Bro, I think what happened there is I think Penny caught a crazy timing where Dicey wasn't quite in range of his alarm bot or something like that at B, and so he was able to walk by it and get into a position to watch through market.
They said before this before this second half of this second half, the fourth quarter started.
Just walk by having no
idea. Kind of quarter phase needed. One round away from tying things up.
Where he got by the alarm bot. Almost sets him up for a 1v1 victory, but in the end, FaZe do just hold on.
Oh, man.
Back and forth we go.
What a map this has been. All right, full purchase here for G2. Op still in hand for Baby Bay. And FaZe feeling frisky here at A, but will give up any antics towards pushing in through the archway.
Yeah, it's kind of playing that one-way smoke for a little bit. Forces the Owl Drone out from G2 to have to kind of clear a little bit of a way forward. They do get Wine cleared, and that's it. They also pick up the Orb as well. So now they have Hunter's Fury and Cosmic Divide at their disposal. No attacking operator this time, just full rifles. Looks like they want to set up for an A set piece. Perhaps they want to poke at B and middle a little bit just to try to keep the defense interested, but... I mean, there's such an aggressive angle being held by Baby Bay at middle that they're able to kind of still freely keep this three-man A defense in place.
Utility breakdown here as offense will try to get forward. Oh, and then the kills through mid-map, allowing G2 to more comfortably sweep on in towards A. Rossi, the only one to confirm a kill.
When you have like two different angles shut down like that too, like you had both kills in mid and then also on the entry, bro, that's so heartbreaking. There's just no recovery.
No, not at all. Big on Dapper to catch that rotation at middle. And again, just breaking up that A defense, even though it's pretty well lodged in there. I mean, it was good utility to spare, but they just, again, had their own set utility. They're spaced themselves well. They swung out, gained ground, and just traded out, man. Again, G2 are very capable of playing that oppressive playstyle as much as any other team. Especially when they got Oxy just cracked out right now.
Yeah, that little follow-up view right there of that secondary flash to come in was so key to trying to help break down that FaZe post plant.
Also got to tip my hat to Penny. We talked about this. There's a couple of struggling players, and both those struggling players we talked about, Dicey and Penny, are also performing pretty well this game. So
good point, yeah.
That's been nice to see for both sides. As FaZe trying to set up forward in B lobby. A little bait and switch here between the Omen and Rossi.
Well, Knife will reveal this, and those shots that came out will also give G2 a bit of a nod saying, all right, FaZe have taken over some of B main. That's enough with Stingers out to say, we're not interested. Let's head back over through mid, see if we can either catch someone on rotation or possibly move this defense around a little bit, get them out of B main.
They put that deeper smoke and a shock dart to kind of threaten any utility that would be at middle and threaten the chance that they could be going for market control. It's going to kind of force the hand of Poise to be a little bit more proactive at middle. Meanwhile, Tree still being held at a forward angle by Baby Bay with the Vandal. Killjoy utility kind of watching the main position. It looks like G2 are starting to swing over towards main to set up an A split, but the rotation's already here from Poise.
Yeah. And there's the ability for them to kill off more clock.
Exactly. So, I mean, FaZe have set themselves up the best they can considering the weaponry that they have.
Now they have to make a push.
is going to give away Tree here. Rossi trying to respond to the lock down across the map. I don't think we quite touched it really at all. But oh, Baby Bay with that Hero Vandal catches Oxy before he can Cloudburst and dash into it, but still detained. The Cosmic Divide actually going to assist on getting him out. Fragment will chip a little bit of damage, but he just
enough to stay alive.
Most of it. So the spike is planted, but numbers are held by FaZe, flashing through. Shazam trying to capitalize on locking down Heaven,
you probably
but
shouldn't
Super's gotten the trade.
That, honestly.
That's another rifle that can be collected. So FaZe now with superior numbers and nearly equal firepower. Just have to get through the rest. Remaining G2 members are on site. Penny, Dapper, trying to hold. Whippy trusted to clutch from deep. Aldrone gets essentially flashed out. Teleport across the site, and
he really turned on him.
To caught them together, and they're holding solid. Just down to Supa for the 1v2. Time becoming a problem, has to clear, and he will not be able to.
Penny really turned on that one turn coming around the corner at Tree. That's insane.
Really scary when Baby Bay gets that first kill, and Shazam goes for the swing through the Cosmic Divide and falls at Heaven. You're starting to wonder if FaZe.
And then we're about to be looking to go to Haven, which was
across the finish line
G2's map.
Firepower.
Put them up one.
And it starts with this frag here onto Oxy. And just puts the rest of G2 into a tight spot, but Whippy, Penny, and Dapper come together and get the job done. Put themselves at map point here on Ascent. And again, Faze still not with the best buy. BBL relying on Bladestorm and Spectre as a combo here. A couple of them are on half armor as well.
Scanning ahead.
Man. The dire straits
Oh,
here
really?
for Faze,
What? Oh, really?
But it does
Fool?
not feel like they are at any stretch out of this.
No.
Especially with BBL on knives too. So plenty of kill potential here. Just comes down to can they actually respond to G2. Who are looking to stack over towards A long. Aldrone will see nothing over towards mid. Faze are going to use that to step further in towards mid map. Oh, they've got a great idea as far as where this offense is coming from. It's either through B main or A main, and you can see the setup from Dicey is a solid one.
Indeed, it is going to be A again, the target here for G2. Null command comes out. A smoke gets deployed, though, and Superman's going to try to play inside of it and slow this attack down on the side of Boys with the rotation at Heaven. Rossi in the corner as well, chips in.
Oh, and Super then follows up, shutting down the null command from Penny. Nanostorm pushes Poise a bit off, isolating Super on the site. Or again, is he actually isolated? Not
Sheesh.
so much. And yeah, Faze get a solid read on the execute.
All right.
And just flat out overwhelmed G2, who never got comfortable on site.
Yeah, and it just goes back to that whole timeout that we were talking about earlier. It's about Faze now being a little bit more proactive and taking some map control defensively. You know, that mid push sets them up to be ready for that A attack. Rossi in the corner, Super on site. They got a Heaven rotator there with Poised. They're able just to kind of bounce off of each other and just kind of keep G2 guessing.
G2 timeout.
And eventually able to shut things down. Now we only have 2 rounds left of regulation. Still very much a chance Faze pushes.
Look at how like these teams like frags are more like spread out than the game, the two teams that we saw earlier.
And I think, you know, again, like you go back to what we kind of started with the desk
and the
talking
TSM
about
disguise
this map not being
matchup.
really
There's
the
like
wheelhouse for
2
either
people on
team
each
largely
team that
throughout
were
this split. We had questions about both squads, kind of from a consistency
significantly up there
standpoint.
compared to the
Obviously, G2 came into the playoffs in this face-off series really favored, but
like not
their
even
opening
talking about
loss
like
kind of
what
shocked the bracket, so to
Baby Bay
speak,
is
and
from
then
the rest
FaZe
of
Clan,
FaZe
who
right
put
now.
up a really good fight versus a tough guard squad. You thought the potential for them to make a lower bracket run was,
or that was like the
higher
lower
than
of
maybe
the
when
two.
they first
You know what I
came
mean?
into the bracket. So both teams very evenly matched.
True. So I'm curious what G2's looking to do here. They're doing a calculated half buy here, knowing they can still full buy next. But what I'd like to see them do is threaten mid control a little bit more. I like them to take it a little bit deeper. Like, I like how they feint it with the owl drone and with the deep smoke, but I like them to just fight it out a little bit.
Yeah. Oh, and how about this? Maybe just going to dash right on in. The follow-up flashes are decent, but oh my goodness, the trades are very rapid and okay.
Oh,
That's how
over.
that round ends.
What the fuck just happened?
Wow.
Yeah. Again, that's just one of those set aggressive pieces FaZe can do defensively that you've always got to kind of have in the back of your mind that's it's possible to come. And here it is. Superman boosting up on top with the Shrouded Step was just icing on the cake after you see BBL take the initial fight. And so now it's last round regulation.
All right, what do we think, chat? Are we getting overtime or no?
Either really hit it fast before the rotation can happen, or maybe gets a little bit more aggressive mid control. One or the other.
Well, Baby is just going to run right over towards Wine with an operator. Again, just keeping things different. Stuns, flashes. Baby will get out of there, not liking to look after being suppressed in the corner. So he will have to reposition late, and G2 have technically won A main with that. Whether they know it or not is a different story, though.
Aljunk gets shut down pretty quickly. Cat doesn't get to read a whole hell of a lot. Defensive Aljunk just kind of ensures they haven't pressed middle yet, and they still have the alarm bot set up there as well. In the meantime, Dapper holds some control of B main. G2, again, trying to establish a little mid control. They got worried about BBL though here, holding the pretty forward angle on Cat.
Nope.
If they blind peek him, they could be in some trouble, but they kind of walk underneath him, actually. This is going to be very interesting, this interaction here.
Does Oxy turn?
If it ever
Yep,
happens.
and peaks.
I mean, it seems like Oxy's aware of the possibility. He's kind of keeping tabs on it.
Just comes
He's
down to
playing
you
like
actually
so
check
smooth
this
out
or
of
not.
that
And if he does
LOS,
back up
man.
towards mid double doors.
Like knows
oh,
exactly
Baby
where his
just
head's
gave
up.
up the angle at the wrong time. Oh, it's a catastrophe. So much crucial information just missed right there. Nanostorms are out. Defensive lockdowns in. There's not a lot of time here. honestly speaking, G2 are going to probably try to commit through this, and yeah, they sure will. Lots of damage.
Yeah, push
from
up into the
Nano.
corner though.
Poise is going to be the one to try to respond to this defense when he sees that there is a threat right in front of his face.
Yeah.
And it's a shorty that gets the job done. As
Not
G2
really that
with the
great of a
first
lockdown,
elimination.
really.
Spike being planted. Penny will be able to get this
Seems
off.
to be able to push right up into it.
FaZe are a little late on this rotation with still Whippy to clear at B main. You've got one player lurking around the back end, Rossi, that may have to make contact here. As
Did they
FaZe are
think that
focused on trying to
lockdown
make
was
sure
farther up,
this
like
position is
towards
safe.
the back of
Delayed
sight?
gunfight. Recon bolt out, but no, Whippy still wins the shots. So now it's down to how do you clear this position out. Super gets one cleanly onto Dapper. Baby finishes off Whippy. Now there's 2v2. Oxy stepping forward. He gets denied. Just down to Penny for the 1v2. Is it going to be a map 1 win or overtime? Time becoming a problem, and Baby Bay jump scares them with the shorty. Time will be enough for the defuse, and we're going extra innings.
Oh,
let's go,
tough,
man.
So tough if you're a G2 fan because they had such a clean take.
Switching sides.
Rolling past the lockdown, getting the entry in the back of the site thanks to Oxy Shorty, gets the spike down. Seems like they have some advantages to close out in the post plant. I mean, heck, Whippy wins a very scary 1v1 inside B main against Rossi. And so you're feeling like things are still leaning in G2's favor, but eventually Whippy gets cleared out and everything else crumbles. G2's kind of little bonds that they had between their teammates to trade off each other kind of broke down, and FaZe roll into an OT. Oxy decides to go for the operator purchase, which means no armor in overtime with the 5,000 credits. What does he want to do with it?
The old-fashioned glass cannon build, which has now been read by a sentry turret.
Yep.
And how much does that change FaZe's mentality around what they want to do in the face of that operator? You do have Rossi.
Well, they
as
got
around you. That does go to the expensive Odin purchase.
They got the
as well,
Odin.
so his mobility will be a little bit restricted by that as well.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking to press Oxy as much as they can. And Oxy's immediately going to get the heck out of there. Though he actually decides to hold this corner.
What? Baby Bay just appears out of thin air and nearly takes down Oxy, but it's his teammate who saves a life, giving Oxy a chance. But it's an even exchange. 3v3 we go. 50 seconds on the clock. And G2 will give a little bit of space and vacancy, allowing FaZe to plant.
That was so wild what just took place in main. But now it's a 3v3, as you said. FaZe holding it on
turn the
side.
corner into
G2
his
starting to
Odin.
get into switch position. Fragment comes through to clear the right-hand corner. Doesn't flush anyone out into open space just yet, though.
Yeah, sentry turret down just to make sure no one's playing in 3B main, but FaZe is fully stacked in around the site. Rossi gets the Odin to sing a bit of a song here. Also, spam damage onto Whippy. Poise finishes him off. Just down to Dapper for the 1v3. Not going to be able to get through the dark
GG's,
cover.
good round.
FaZe clan take the edge in our first set of overtime, up 13-12.
All right.
Switching sides.
Man, oh man. You're liking G2's chances there when Shazam shuts down Baby Bay. I mean, that was a wild moment when you're looking at it from Oxy's perspective. Look, he was about to be dead to rights, but the Guardian Angel, Shazam shines through. But then from that point forward, FaZe control the round. Get a post plant 3-on-3, and that retake never really had legs to it. Not shut down immediately. And so now it's map point for FaZe. This time everyone just rifling our Odin. No ops in play this time.
Look at FaZe. Triple stacked in towards mid. G2, once again, though, largely going to give up this potential play. Whippy is going to be watching for a long pressure, but ultimately speaking, FaZe hold an edge here at mid, and, well, they don't see anything with the Owl drone. Shazam will also be empty from any intel, but if FaZe decide to swing and peek at this, or if they just wait for players to cross, this high-low stack could very well keep G2 completely
FaZe, huh?
bewildered, and it may be a game-winning play.
You got the script?
Yeah, looks like G2
what
are
you're telling
wanting to
me?
go middle right now, but like you said, they haven't smoked off catwalks. That
You
threat
got
of
the
peak
script?
is always
Is that what you're
going to
telling
be
me?
there, but the timing is impeccable. G2 do seem just to slip right by. They go through the smoke. They have a deep smoke of their own to allow them to get access to market. And here comes that beast with the defense now has to scurry onto the back of the site and wait for the rotation.
Oh, and Dapper's watching for the flank. He's going to give one for free. Supa's going to be held back from this. Now it isolates the defenders on towards site with no chance of any help at all. And another moment where FaZe look like they have a really good response or maybe just a proactive read on everything, but they get caught away from line of sight. And that is what
one more round.
G2 the round to send us to a second set of overtime.
All right, so Tim's telling us he's that Faze scores win these next 2 rounds, chat.
Regulation. They were always just kind of playing these site set pieces. They weren't ever really making mid much of a priority other than maybe some initial pokes to get some intel or deny some and check the close corners. They never really made it a big route to a site split, but that time they did. And they caught such a brilliant timing off the aggressive cat setup, which they couldn't have known about. And it all works out. And now Oxy again goes for the glass cannon here on the defensive round.
Yeah.
And it once again go forward at B main with it. Once again, it's been found out. Yep. I mean, deja vu, huh?
Yeah. This is the exact same defensive setup as well as far as utility is concerned too, mind you. Only thing different is that Oxy is not going to hold that B. He's going to instead take the full wrap over to A and guess to see if he can predict this one correctly.
Oh, look at this Killjoy setup, though.
Yeah.
If they decide to just burst market go B, they're in for some trouble.
Yep.
All right, Shazam.
Especially with Shazam also assisting to try to block off this side staircase. Aldron's now out, and Faze are committed in. Tag comes through into Baby Bay. Superman still walking in. The first nano.
Doing a great job blocking off that corner coming from CT.
Here comes the onslaught. Shock dart right into Dapper's face. Baby Bay goes high, and Dapper, if you could just find one, that would be incredible considering the amount of Faze that are in his face. And as he gets taken down, Faze will go for the plant. And now you're left with Oxy on an operator. How do you get back in with that? On top of that, Poise is still playing through B main.
5 rifles still sitting
waiting
on site.
The stack, waiting for this dark cover to expire. Placing utility of their own. They block out Poised for now. Oxy hoping for an angle. G2 still searching for anyone they can possibly find in and around the site. But now as they take their attention forward, has anyone been
still
able
behind
to
him,
get
right?
a read that Poise is still playing in this corner? They're still waiting to see, and yeah, they do finally get the kill with the fragment, but Oxy just misses his dash.
Oh, brother, the dash hurt.
1v2, the transfer
all right.
almost there, but no, a bit wide.
Faze scores on offense again.
The ace as Faze once again take the edge.
Indeed, they do, and it's just through sheer brute force. I mean, G2 had the read. They felt the market press. They had the Killjoy utility ready to go. The problem is eventually Dapper kind of gets stranded at the back of the B site and gets overwhelmed by numbers. He didn't really get any support from back hall. It got smoked off. No one was really able to press through the stairs and kind of be a part of the defense. And so once he's on an island, FaZe were able to get a pretty quick man advantage out of it. And eventually, despite kind of the tight race after that, FaZe do wind up on top. And here's that big push by Baby Bay I was telling you about earlier that they like to do sometimes.
This is different because it's with the operator for the first time. He's got such an advanced.
Oh, and they will now know right about him.
Baby Bay has the dash charge, tries to get away, but no, still revealed by the dart.
Really well done to be able to take advantage of the fact that he had his location.
First blood.
Yeah, really keen spidey senses to deploy that owl drone and detect Baby Bay out in middle.
Now you just got to be able to see if you can continue to hold down on defense here.
A man down here. G2 looking to.
Defense has won all the overtime rounds so far, right, chat?
This man tries to deter with the smoke. They just kind of flash and dash right through it.
Paranoia well timed keeps Oxy a bit at range, but Penny still takes first blood. No one clears out the corner. Supa, oh, heroics from him as he slips down in towards bricks. And the offense is stuck. They've got a forward position out of Dapper
on the drop?
Moment, and that may be enough for the spike to try to rotate back through, but as Shazam gets the kill over towards A, Poise may very well isolate all these kills.
And now they don't know what the heck's going on. FaZe, that is. I mean, Poise is like, excuse me? There's just pressure everywhere. Finally, he's going to make the right read to go back towards A, but now he's all alone. Has to break the door.
Are the colors wrong on the map?
Exactly where he is. Dapper's going to be able to come all the way back.
The colors are wrong on the map. Okay.
The insurance policy, and this should be done and dusted.
Yeah, but that or it's going to be an absolute clinic of how to play.
I was
AO,
so confused for a second.
Is left for Poised. Not a lot of information. It's 2 members on this post plant playing in towards A main. The last of Whippy playing just over in front towards Hell, and he will be the one to collect the kill. We go again.
Indeed, run it back. You know the deal. Got to win 2 in a row or it keeps on going. And, well, in theory, this game could last forever.
Every time.
I just have to point it out after the first couple. Like, there is a parallel universe somewhere where this game is still going for like a year and a half. And that's
how often you bring this up, I feel like you're like there's like a little tiny part of you that's like rooting for it. Like
yeah, I kind of want to see like how can we push the limits of overtime? Like
now,
can we
do
get a
people
game where
get
it's like 3,024 to 3,000?
Do people get more overtimes once?
We'd have like milestones for like, all right, he's reached
more
his
timeouts once overtime starts. Does anybody know? I actually don't know that.
Yeah. Just saying. There's a reality out there.
Yep.
Is it this one? We'll find out.
After this timeout.
Yep. Brought to you by G2.
Not actually sponsored. They're this one that's called it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's on the screen.
Okay, so now you have to kind of wonder here with G2 not finding any, neither team finding any defensive success. Does G2 abandon this hero operator for Oxy and try something new this time? That would be the immediate question, and there's our answer. Okay, throw that conversation point out the window.
You do know?
Could try something different with it, though.
Oh? Maybe?
Yeah. He's thinking about maybe going for a little...
I would imagine you get one overtime or one timeout once overtime starts. It doesn't matter how many rounds, right?
Early knife, early star place for G2 to control A main. And yeah, this will be just a double stack at tree. Same defensive utility, largely speaking, for G2 over towards the B site. Nanostorms are more...
As in, like, you only have one overtime going, or one timeout going into overtimes?
And in the timing here, he avoids the paranoia, but still cannot make good on it. Faze will move their way in towards tree. Double cloud burst is in. Faze will allow Baby in. Owl Drone to support him in this, but Whippy holds strong, at least takes down one as the spike makes its way on.
I like that patience from him to at least get the one. He knew that he was in a lot of trouble, but he is able to at least get his team into a 4-on-4 here. As Faze is trying their damnedest to slow down the heaven portion of this retake.
Right, but if you you only go into overtime with one, right? So if you had one left, it's not like you have multiple timeouts in overtime.
Dapper trying to change things up. Maybe they can play. Flash in. Oxy gets the first cleanly, but Supa still alive. Bottom side hell. Finds the trade.
Like if I didn't call timeouts.
Penny secures the kill, and then Boys is denied from AR trade, leaving Dicey by himself, and it's G2 who break the all-offensive mold and get to the advantage for the first time, winning their defense here in overtime.
Man, it's just
like if I didn't call any timeouts during regulation, do I now have 3 timeouts in overtime, or do I only have the one timeout that's allowed during overtime?
Call to sell the operator back and go rifle. And that winds up paying dividends there on that retake through heaven. And so now G2 on the attack, looking to try to put the final touches on this, dot the I's and cross the T's and take a map. But Faze defensively still has a chance to push this to another overtime. Again, defense was kind of the struggle for both these teams, though. And so you kind of wonder if that's the edge that G2 finally needed to put this one away.
Or will there be a trend separation here in round 30? He's going to have Baby Bay very far forward here in mid, just on the other side of the archways. First time he's made a play quite like this. Recon bolt out. Shazam. Oh, how about this? Baby Bay dashes forward, taking over B main almost completely here with a little bit of assistance from Supa. G2 now on their high horse, running right into the teeth of a new defensive setup. Dicey has not been set up in this position before, and Rossi's here with the Odin, just trying to spam something through the smoke. Dicey gets the first, and then more.
Dicey got 2.
And then Rossi gets activated and finds a double of his own. Oh, the timing and duality between that play of the Sova and the Killjoy now leaves Dapper by himself in a 1v3.
He's being flanked. That will get detected by the alarm bots. He's still got some time, but
these crosses are so tough.
On the side, he's never really going to be able to get what he wants. Oh, actually, one gets one.
Turn around, turn around, turn around, turn around.
He won against that Ross, and he knows that there's a potential for a flank, but he knows that this Omen could have easily gone somewhere else in the meantime, and now he hears the bullets.
Oh, I thought he was on the flank. I'm an idiot.
Nanostorm just trying to block it off. Still holding the corner. Subi's getting tagged by this, but Dapper is able to collect, and he's going to go Odin, trying to spam this one down. Oh, it's a bold call. Now back over to the Vandal. Oh, just too much juggling, and Super will punish him. And on we go.
Oh, brother.
Oh, my goodness. You thought that round was over, and we were headed to this overtime sooner, but then all of a sudden, Dapper gives you a real scare. Makes you think that maybe it's indeed done. He finds a way to single out Baby Bay on the 1v1, takes Rossi down, gets the intel on the Supa, but unable to get that final frag. And so onwards we go, as you said. Oxy again purchases the operator. This time we'll see if he'll stick with it. Last time he sold it back and wound up going rifle.
And I think the one thing that we could really paint up about that difference is how instrumental was Oxy on the retake, because he had a Vandal in his hands. Faze, who continue to look to go very strong and very quick over towards A. I'll drone in. And Oxy's not in a position to snipe this out. Lots of smoke and nano sword coverage, or pardon me, it's fragment coverage in the front, and Whippy's actually going to take
Nah, they push that corner as soon as you plant, but that's why you back down.
Really starts to lock things in, but Faze battle back. 2v2 situation. With the site now gained, Rossi will go for the plant.
IMO.
And it's on to just Dapper and Shazam. Shock Dart's not quite in time to deal any damage whatsoever, but the Recon Bolt does at least reveal one. Does Dapper expect that this is a double stack, though? Backs away just a touch. Here's the swing. Faze get the kill, no problem. Just down to Shazam for the 1v2. Rossi's also earned a Hunter's Fury in this mayhem of a round 31. He just also gets revealed after the last ping, so this would have to be an unbelievable display. Not going to come through, though, as Faze will take the edge again. Now, all of a sudden, 16-15.
Yeah, it's just like the overtime is here. All bets are off. The gloves are off, and it's getting scrappy, bro. It's just high-octane Valorant at this point. The playbook has been read through a couple of different times. People are trying new things. Just the finest details become huge X factors in situations like this. Who has the composure, who has the mental fortitude to keep pressing on, becomes more of a marathon now than anything else. The Faze do have advantage here. Baby Bay looking to get aggressive here defensively. Dapper catches it though.
Wait a second, Dapper. Rossi's spray was all over the place, and somehow G2 has turned Faze's aggression immediately into their face. You kind of saw the spray from Rossi. It just could not get low enough, and somehow, some way, Dapper, who I think initially would have been happy with a 1-for-1, takes down 2 and stays alive. 2v5 now all of a sudden for Faze.
I mean, this is like your dream scenario. If you're G2, you haven't had to do anything. Just Faze is giving it to you all. You've just been able to play back, play passive, anticipate and absorb the aggression, and just frag out. And now the world's your oyster. You can do whatever the heck you want.
Lockdown just furthering the advantages that G2 have in the round. Spike will be planted, no worries. And
yeah, but he probably doesn't get that
go for
down,
the 1v5.
right?
And well, he's gonna get blindsided a touch here. Whippy will find the kill, no worries. And on to the mid-30s we go.
Kind of similar to last
a little bit of everything in this overtime.
yesterday, I should say. That one game on Lotus was really fun.
Time, no operator in play. G2 kind of got gifted that attacking round by Faze aggression backfiring. This time around, we'll see if Faze make the adjustment and play a little bit more passive. Does seem like they're kind of set up that way. Maybe they get a little bit aggressive on catwalk, but they don't seem crazy committed to a mid push.
Early tags will be largely felt by Faze on the offense here. Baby Bay down to half HP. Poise also loses a bit of armor and health pool with that. So G2 defensively in a pretty solid spot. And they really haven't done much different. This is, again, a very similar setup than what they had the defense. They actually cracked the code earlier. First point of contact. Whippy pushed back. Doesn't really get a lot of damage either. And here come Faze on the stack. Paranoia through. Doesn't really connect on anybody, though. Plus the fragment will help separate. Whippy's able to hit the first one, no worries. Gravity will also in place. How about this from Whippy? Doesn't quite get the third, though. And so with that Faze, enter on. We have a 3v3. One flash remains for Penny. The long play from Dicey is trying to get underway. Or pardon me, that's from Dapper as G2 try to get information. They will not quite get a tag. Oh, they actually do get the tag on the Superman. But can't do too much with it. Now Dapper on the flank. 1v1 with Dicey. How big could this possibly be? And Dapper's patience pays off. Down to Supa and Poised for Faze. Both of them on site. Both of them at low HP. Poised in the corner. Gets one. Immediately traded out in G2. Survive with 2 members and once more turn the trends around as they take the defense to get to 17.
So now advantage G2. Really solid hold and retake there on the A side. Setting a step ahead pretty much all the way through. But now they'll switch over to the attacking side here. Faze will call their timeout. know how critical this is going to be. Last time, defensively, they tried to get mega aggressive, and G2 was able just to kind of sit back, absorb it, and win the round. And now you kind of wonder what's their call then in this situation.
Yeah, for real.
You know, do they want to play a more passive setup? And
Moon, who are you taking
G2
in this?
to kind of
not just this map, but between
play out
G2
the
and
attacking
Faze.
half at their pace? I mean, we noticed that G2, they haven't really used mid quite a lot. They've been more prone to just kind of gather up at a lobby and attack pretty early. Maybe they'll like feint at first. They still give up a lot of map control on whatever side they're not focusing on. And at times, Faze use it to their advantage and grab that space and set up flanks and such. So if you're Faze, you kind of have to think to yourself, you know, is G2 going to allow us that? Or we need to be a little bit more proactive? And as far as G2 on the attacking side, I mean, how do you close this thing? I think that mid-control threat early round was really good for them in an earlier OT half that we saw.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'd like to see that again, honestly. I know the HUD's a little bit messed up here, but we do know that it is now G2 on the attack.
Yep.
All right. See if we have more overtime or if we end up going to Haven.
It's one of those things at a certain point. I mean, what breaks first? Is it trying to do something a little bit too cheeky, or is it that your playbook just kind of runs a little bit too thin?
Take flight.
At this point, you have to think you've thrown just about everything at one another. Paranoia comes out.
Yeah.
No tag onto Supa this time, so he will get a little bit of control here at A, but counter utility will still allow G2 to try to threaten, and now they're actually pushed forward in towards Tree itself. BBL takes down one, but he's kind of the only defender here at the moment. Working back for position is poised, but that was a bit ill-advised, I'd say. Walks right into a couple of the G2 members, and now numbers for G2 in the 4v3. BBL still up top. Gravity will lock him in place, touch longer as the spike gets planted.
Yeah, man down is
3-4
G2
on the retake.
Or Faze in this retake, excuse me. G2 have great post-plant positions as well, all across the site as well as at main. It's going to be a tough egg to crack.
This double stack down low has to be broken up, though. How do you do that with an operator? And an Odin, for that matter. BBL gives it a try. Not going to find much. It's just now down to Rossi.
There it
Can
is.
only do so much as he drops in with the Odin. G2 finally take us through the extent of overtime, and I mean the extent of overtime, to finish off map number 1.
Man, I mean, it's kind of tough. I feel like we said it all. I feel like we've had plenty of opportunity with that many extra rounds to basically attack every angle of that matchup. But man, oh man, you know, it was one of those games where it looked like G2 were just going to run away with it at the start. I mean, they had such a quick beginning.
So, I mean, I think Faze showed some nice fight for moving into
G2's game, but then Faze fought back, had their own
Haven, right?
In the first half to reel it in close.
But
second half's very scrappy. We begin to OT.
I also can't help but wonder if those overtime games where it's that many rounds is more deflating than sometimes people don't take into account.
You know, push the limits defensively with attacking the
I think for the first thought is like, oh man, like we were close, but I think the other thought is like, damn, we were like that close too. You know?
It was just chaotic, but you know, finally, you know, G2 found a way to close it.
Explosions all over the place here in just map number 1. If that's any indication of how this series can go, get yourself buckled up, because we'll be in for a good one. Maybe an instant classic here. An elimination, lower round 1 match. G2 take the edge. We send things to break for the Destin to break everything down before we jump into map number 2. We'll be right back.
Enemy kill. One enemy remaining. Spike down A. One enemy remaining. My double dead. Night night.
With eBay Refurbished, you have a choice of refurbished qualities to best fit your budget. Certified refurbished items are restored by the manufacturer to like new for up to 50% off. This drill was barely out of the box. Soon it will be back to working like new. Here's how it works. Every item is carefully inspected. Any imperfections are fixed by the manufacturer or manufacturer-approved vendor. Then it's tested to make sure it's working perfectly. Once it passes inspection, it's given the verified stamp of approval. Then repackaged with new accessories and shipped to its ultimate destination. With Certified Refurbished, you can shop with confidence because all our manufacturers go through a rigorous vetting process. And every purchase comes with an award-winning 2-year warranty, a money-back guarantee, and hassle-free returns. That's what makes it the smarter way to shop for premium brands. eBay Refurbished. Like new products, better than new prices.
I definitely thought that game was over long before we ever got to overtime. We saw that early start from G2 and we're like, okay, man, this is the G2 we've been waiting to see. They're going to come out here and absolutely pummel FaZe. And then for whatever reason, FaZe flips a switch and the whole game turns around. We end up going into multiple overtimes before we see a conclusion come through there. But goodness, Dryad, that was a marathon from both teams.
Yeah, so many things happened. And like you said, it's starting 6-0 for G2. It seemed like it was going to be over so quick. And then it is a good answer from FaZe. I think overall from FaZe, yes, they don't win it. I'm happy to see them performing a little bit better on the defense, but it was brutal. So back and forth. We saw Baby ace, and then just the overtime after overtime after overtime until finally G2 could take the upper hand. But that was just insanity from beginning to end.
Look at the timeline. The icons are so small. There's so many rounds. 34 rounds of play. That definitely was a war of attrition between these two teams. It was who's going to break first. And multiple times we're like, okay, well, they win X round, whether it's the defensive or the attacking side. The first round, we're like, that's it. They've got it. Nope, sure enough, not going to be the case. It ends up coming down to a pretty strong take on the A side, which we saw a lot of in overtime. This time it was just unfortunate that FaZe was not able to retake. So it will be G2 who walk away with the victory 18-16. A lot of players in high numbers of kills. You've got Dapper sitting at the top of the charts. He's 32-26, 32-20 for Penny. The first bloods, though, being the most interesting thing there for Dapper, given that Dapper is playing as the Killjoy, almost matching the output in first bloods with Baby Bay.
Yeah, it seemed like whatever site Dapper was at, whenever FaZe was hitting it, Dapper just did such a good job on locking down the site. He almost always got away with 2K and getting close to 3 and staying alive. And staying alive is super important, especially for a Sentinel when the team's hitting your site, because then you give a chance and an opportunity for your team to rotate back over and help you. So Dapper was definitely one of the ones that I think shined for me during this game. But also I want to talk about Oxy, because Oxy was everywhere in the beginning and doing such a good job on the op. He was picking, pushing, just being a menace with the op. One round in particular, we actually saw that it was like 10-20 seconds and Oxy pushed B main and was in the attacker spawn. That was a crazy round to see, and just being a menace all over the place. So that was super important for G2 here.
And there were a bunch of pieces as well that had to work together for G2 to close it out. One was Dapper, and I've said it multiple times, he's one of my favorite Sentinels to watch, just because out of nowhere, he'll be doing exactly what you guys said, right? Getting 2 kills, 3 kills. He had an opportunity for a 1v3 to close it out. It doesn't work, it doesn't matter. Next round, he's getting 3 kills, 2 kills, all the time like that. And another key piece that I think it was crucial for G2 to close it out was Whippy. He was having a rough game at the beginning. He was 2-8. And after that, he was able to end up with 20 kills and just help out a little bit more what the team needed him to be.
Yeah, there was a few players who definitely didn't necessarily step up in the early game, but turned things around as the game progressed. Oxy was interesting because Oxy early on, I think Dust had pointed it out. I think it was like round 5, Oxy was 9-1. That is all of FaZe's kills combined at that point. Well, Oxy ends up finishing 23-26. So You know, what is that, 14 and 22 from that point on, or 14 and 24, excuse me, for 25. So not exactly a great finish, a strong start. It did really look like G2 was going to blow FaZe out of the water. But I don't know what happened. FaZe just sort of found their speed and managed to get their way back into the game. So now as we look at our next map in the series, I am interested to see how these teams take this, ultimately either forgetting it ever happened or trying to adapt off of this into the next map, because it is Haven and that is G2's pick, Em.
Yeah, and we're going to be hopping into Haven right after a lot of OTs on Ascent. So we have to think of, you know, I'm a player and I know what that's going to be doing on them mentally. They have to be exhausted, right? They gave out their entire strat book. They put out their hearts trying to win that map and close it out. And at one point, it's just like, all right, what do you do to close it out? So to be a little bit mentally exhausted after a long game on Ascent is
definitely understandable.
Going into Haven to see if they have the resources and abilities to just mentally reset for this game, because now FaZe did pick Ascent and they lost it, and now we're going on to G2's map pick of Haven.
Yeah, this does not bode well for FaZe. It is a map that G2 likes to play, but it is important to note that just because G2 likes to play it does not mean that it has been their best map. I think coming into today, their win-loss was 2 and 3. They played it a lot. They pretty much played it every week except the last week of groups, and they played it in their opening match. They do love playing Haven, and we'll see if they can bring it here in map 2 and try and close things out, maybe in a bit tidier fashion. If G2 can come in Dryad and play the way they did starting out Ascent, there's a chance that G2 just steamrolls. But if FaZe can keep the heat that they built in the middle of that first half into this second map, I think a third map is inevitable.
And also remembering that G2 recently changed their composition. They've been going back and forth. And I also remember Roy on the analyst desk saying maybe that shows a little bit more of them not really finding what works best. And yeah, they've gotten some good results, but they've also gotten some negative results here. So
I wonder why.
Are they going to keep the same composition that we saw last week? And are they feeling better to just keep this composition going and to be able to close it out against FaZe?
Yeah, and one thing I was noticing when watching Ascent, FaZe was doing what we all had predicted of just hitting straight to the point, doing all of their setups. It wasn't until they started to slow down a little bit, wait for the Oxy push, that's when they started to win the rounds and gain the momentum. So they have to be cautious of that going into Haven.
Well, I hope our casters warmed up their voices before today, as it was a
all right. Hopefully, we have another nice banger of a matchup here, man. That first match was good.
In the same fashion, we've got Dust and Shift standing by. Take it away.
Yeah, the interesting thing I think about not just this map and the history that both these two teams have had results-wise, but compositionally as we get ready for agent select, there isn't anything consistent or identifying in the history of any of these two teams. Both teams have tried Neon. That didn't really work. You know, maybe they're swapping back in for Jet. It's been a little all over the place, Dust, so it's going to be kind of a coin flip to see what we actually get here for the agent composition for both teams.
All right, let's see.
Yeah, G2 are basically always playing double duelists up until they played against Oxygen earlier in this midseason face-off. They've also tried double controller at one time with the Viper and the Astra, and so yeah, I'd be curious to see what they decide to roll with. FaZe, on the other hand, have kind of pivoted a couple of times between Jet and Neon as their main duelists. They've also shifted from the Killjoy to the Cypher as their Sentinel on this map. And this time Dicey goes back to Killjoy, and it is going to be Baby Bay back to Jet instead of Neon. Other than that, things kind of flesh out the way you'd expect. This is the similar composition to what G2 tried last time with the Breach. This time they aren't going to pair it up with Sky, though. They paired it up with Sova. So that is the tweak that they have made this time. And the Des was right as far as, you know, G2 has played Haven a lot.
We're on last map Ascent, right?
Again, 2 and 3 record. So their losses have been kind of huge, honestly, and against teams that you wouldn't think they'd lose to, like Turtle Troop, for example. But FaZe has also lost their last 3 games in a row on this map, and all of them were very one-sided.
So a lot of things, again, would be starting to be questioned here.
Yeah, if I had to guess,
and interestingly enough, this
G2 picked this map more based off of
one kind of
how bad
out here from the
FaZe has been on this map versus how comfortable or how good they've been on this map.
The same comp that FaZe ran against G2, so interesting to see that kind of come through as Dapper is quickly pushed out of Garage. FaZe very rapidly take some good control through mid, but G2 are looking for aggression in other parts of the map. It's a 4-man stack here towards A long, and they're not going to push super far forward. They're just going to take this ground and see if they can bait FaZe into the trap.
And remember, last series these two teams played, it was one-sided maps every single map for a 3-map series, but this was the map that G2 dominated FaZe on to close out that series. So
sponsored by Sheets would be pretty dope.
His Poise didn't really gain a whole heck of a lot out of that. No, he knows that they're playing forward.
But yeah, it's the Knights. Knights got a relationship with the Sheets. With the Sheets.
They're back off and start heading towards Seaside, where this turret will eventually spot them. And then we can start seeing that press from G2 to rotate and flank.
Ooh, Dapper actually steps in towards sight. Oh my, that is a huge headshot into Baby Bay. Takes down one, which this was going to be always a retake situation for G2, moving very quickly over towards the direction of Poise, who also falls a touch short. Lots of damage confirmed, but no kills. And now all of a sudden, FaZe are only left to try to play towards the defensive side of the map, and they can't find a single kill anywhere. Finally, Dicey provides, but he's been tagged beyond recognition, where Whippy will finish him off as G2 take the pistol.
Dude, that was just mind-blowing from G2. I mean, Oxy literally just holds W full steam through A to long C and just one-taps the mess out of the guy in the corner. And then Dapper just had some sick reads inside garage. Like, he kind of felt the pressure with the fault line to the garage hallway, but then just kind of immediately picks up the rotation through window you see there on the
I know we said it earlier in chat, but something about the Sheriff one taps and the Guardian one taps. They just
the distance and
look
give
and feel so
very good push there from G2.
Ooh, interesting. FaZe are actually going to go into a little bit of a force here with force.
Indeed, they are.
Bulldog.
Oh,
and some heavy armor behind this. This is formidable to say the least. FaZe trying to throw an early curveball here, Dust.
This is a very high risk, high reward player right now. If this doesn't pan out, their economy is going to be in tatters, and G2 can get that hot start like they had on Ascent. But if they can make it happen, they can bust open the pattern, and
you can understand why they had pushed him to B though with his buy
rather than ending that way like the last map did.
Yeah, Dapper's going to get the information. It takes a lot of life off of him, but he also sent
this is actually a good push for FaZe with the all stinger buy.
Aldro and fault line combination. Baby Bay just trying to deny the angle, and he's going to have a little bit of help here. He's got Rossi with him, and he's going to have to spend utility just to clear out this A link side of the map, which is where G2 are largely trying to hit this retake from. Paranoia across the site. G2 looking to go quickly, but again,
not like
this post plant is
it's going to be like a massacre.
Oh
no!
Getting the opener, and then a little bit of
brother
needed to finish off Dapper. G2 having a real tough time breaking through, but Oxy tries to provide at least some sort of entry. Ultimately, though, the stinger play works out, and as you mentioned, the pattern has been flipped as FaZe take the second round.
And that is essentially the best way you can play an attacking round on this map with that type of buy.
You knew that was going to be trouble as soon as he's like lined up around the corner
and battle one
with
of
the stinger, and they have the other angle set up too. You know what I mean?
And you're forced to play post plant from mid, you're done for. You just don't have the range. So FaZe being proactive, pushing the A link, and playing those close corners, that was beautiful. They definitely had that plan from the get-go.
Well, it's a bold call, but it works out nicely. And if you were to look in the history throughout this entire split, FaZe Clan are 50% win rate in even eco rounds that look like that. So it's literally a coin flip at worst for him, and it works out this time. So now back to mostly classics. 2 Sheriffs, though, in play for G2, and against what is now mostly rifle upgrades. FaZe are not playing around with eco. They're saying, let's just make sure we've got comfortability across the board.
Yeah, Oxy tries to get a little bit aggressive there at garage. I mean, you might as well roll the dice with a round like this when you're just on pistols, but he's been stamped out right away. As FaZe look to gather their forces over on the A side of the map. You have Shazam playing the sewers corner here, and he's getting a rotation. So he's going to get some assistance from Penny and Whippy. So maybe a bit of a crossfire here could kind of battle this sewers push and make things interesting.
Are they going to clear? They're not going to clear the backside?
Corner though, that's the thing. Shazam! Oh my goodness! No one even bothered checking, and Shazam absolutely makes them punished for it. Dapper gets another, leaving Dicey by himself. Rifles are now collected, and Whippy will finish it off, securing the Thrifty. The eBay Thrifty at that, and all of a sudden the pattern turns back around again.
Bruh, we ended Scrappy, and we're starting Scrappy here on this second map. And I mean, yeah, it's just the snake in the grass, bro. The stone left unturned. Shazam in the corner with the trigger discipline.
That's crazy, bro.
His teammate inside the site. That rotation he got from Penny meant everything. Allowed him to stay lodged in and wait for the right moment to strike, and boy, did he. 3 huge kills with the Sheriff, turns the tides. And now G2 up 2-1, and now they have economic advantage. Faze, though, still able to put together a pretty good buy. Just the one stinger unpoised. Op out from Oxy early, looking to get aggressive here at A.
You don't know what? You don't like the new UI? I love the new UI.
Bruh. That's what happens when you have 2 teams who are willing to play like
I think it looks really sharp.
Style. Like, you're going to have those clashes. I mean, obviously, FaZe have been well known for the fast-paced play style for a long time, but G2 are very capable of flipping that switch in their own right.
Loxy has the operator out. Trailblazer will get some information on this. Hunter's Fury in response here. Shazam looking for tags. He gets Baby Bay for the first, tries to predict the updraft, but doesn't follow up with the second shot. So Baby Bay will stay alive and actually do a little bit of clearance here at Sewer, while the rest of FaZe Clan are more focused on trying to hit through C long.
Yeah, he's trying to kind of keep their attention. As you said, there is a big pivot towards C right now. Then there is still some Killjoy utility here, and Whippy is jump spotting it. And now he'll spot everything, drops a smoke to try to give himself a little bit of reinforcement to still hold that platform. Like you said, a good paranoia slows down the attack. Now Baby Bay pokes at A, disturbing the rotation defensively. And actually now the attack will pull all the way back to the A side of the map. But Oxy's still holding it.
Oh, he sees the foot, bro.
He sees the foot. A little 2-step from Baby Bay, gets shut down by Oxy, and the fault line across connects onto everything. Aftershock is also there. Oxy nearly good for everything, but the play is still alive. Rossi's going to get the clearance to plant. Superman watching over the top of him, so the spike gets planted. We go 2v2. Dapper and Whippy on the retake. Both playing just outside of Lincoln. Now they're both going to play up to heaven. As Rossi and Supa on the other side are on the double box and just below at Hell. Here's the
brother.
It's going to be Supa who just shuts it all down from the low ground as FaZe still sneak away the round, considering the prime shots from Oxy.
Yeah, you can't really... I mean, G2 just crumbled there, man. That should have been theirs all day. I mean, considering they shut down the C attack, considering Oxy gets this frag, considering the fault line and Aftershock onto Sewers, the angles that they had, they just let Dicey slip between the cracks with that B press into A link. And then all of a sudden they find themselves behind. Again, a little sloppy there from G2, but also credit to FaZe being crafty in a tricky round where they were, you know, kind of in a mixed buy. G2, meanwhile, having to save this round. FaZe looking to take A strong early.
These knives are very, very intimidating, I'd say, as Oxy just gets aggressive on this angle. Oh, Baby's not interested at all.
All right, well, Baby Bay seems to really be...
tries to cross.
I mean, Granny had a pretty good first game, too. It really wasn't him that caused them to go down. Or to lose, I should say.
Get some good information. Dapper's still for one. The trade is there, and as Poise collects the spike, it will be planted.
That is actually crazy. Dapper got one. He was getting pushed hard. He got stunned by the Trailblazer. Still pops off one frag here, but gonna be tough for G2 to find much more room. But they catch Baby Bay up top. They get it into a 3 versus 3. They have a Stinger and a Sheriff.
And there's a lot of utility here. Seekers are out. Poise looking to regain some ground. Fault line will push him right back, and the concussion is good. G2 have a lot to do at range here is the biggest problem. Soup is also on the close flank. And there it is. Shazam tried to step in, tried to cause a problem for the defenders of this post plant at the window, but doesn't quite get away with
this
too
round,
much.
though.
So
FaZe G2 will have rifles, though.
So through 5, 3-2 up.
Bro, what is this half already? Finally, we have a couple of rounds in a row going the way of FaZe, largely due to G2's economy finally crumbling, but it has been such a back and forth affair already. Just Baby Bay, clean one tap there onto the knives of Oxy. Good little B take there. Superman, a great insurance policy from Garage, kind of making sure they'd always win that round. We have Penny opping on the breach.
Yeah.
Interesting call here.
FaZe has got the ult advantage there. 3 of them things. I can imagine Dapper's probably going to try and commit.
On version 1 as a jet operator in his own right.
There is a lot of near kills that just came through over at A lobby. But FaZe's focus is actually here at C. It's really just Dapper's utility in the way, and Super actually just takes a hefty chunk of damage, and Dapper now tries to recontest takes down Baby Base. So
Lockdown, right?
numbers
Yep.
all of a sudden turn to G2. Lockdown's going to be in play, and Shazam even connects with a shock dart. Rossi, feeling the pressure, already calls out the Rolling Thunder, as we have a little bit of a Venn diagram of lockdowns at the moment, just on top of the C site. But G2's going to get a lot of clearance. They use this to get back in. It's just FaZe playing a post point at range, and Oxy can try to contest this with the operator. Takes down the first. FaZe need to try to step into this. Rossi has to step forward, but as he does, he's taken down, and G2's retake is flawless.
Really well done there. You have to give a ton of credit to Dapper, just getting that first
I
kill
like
on
this.
Baby
I
Base,
like this,
slowing
though.
down
We're
the
seeing,
attack, putting the lockdown
as far as
into
early
play.
on, it's going to be back and
Of course, it
forth.
gets canceled out by
I like the back and
attacking
forth
lockdowns,
versus
so
like
everyone
one
has to
team
just
getting
kinda sit
like
back
5
at that
points and
point
one team getting
wait
5
out
rounds. You know what I mean?
The ults. But once they faded away, Oxy comes up huge with the operator on top of the C boxes, shutting down FaZe's post plant hold from long, and tying the game right back up at 3 apiece. And no one has gotten more than 2 rounds in a row yet this game. It has been a seesaw battle on Haven. Again, a map that both teams have played quite a lot, but have not had the best records.
Right.
Granted,
I still
FaZe
think
only
this
played it
was
twice this year.
picked more,
One of which was
as,
a loss to G2 in a one-sided fashion, the other against Oxygen, also in
I
a
was gonna say,
one-sided
because
fashion.
G2
G2 in the
looked so good on
meantime
them against Faceoff.
traded games with Oxygen between the split and this mid-season face-off, and had a lost Turtle Troop, but did
Oxygen just seems to have G2's number, and I don't know what that means. Because Oxygen doesn't look that great otherwise.
Ascent, I feel like Haven's
Like,
one
they
of those
look
maps that's just
decent.
been a staple, right? It's been
Sure.
here from the get-go. I mean, there's been some different metas that have rolled through this map over time, sure.
And a ton of different ideas to change those metas, too.
Yeah. I think the advent of Breach coming into the fold was like the big one at the end of last year that really kind of took over on this map. The double initiator in general, I think, has been very big here. And now we're back to traditional Sentinels being a factor instead of Chamber.
Oxy aggressive with the operator, Baby Bay with the knives out. Oh, so much revealed off that recon bolt, but Oxy does not get a look at any of it. So he will have to kind of forfeit the angle. G2 going to reposition just a touch with that information, especially with a couple of key tags, mostly onto Baby Bay, who you have to figure is always going to be the tip of the spear in this team.
Yeah, I mean, FaZe are keeping their forces loaded up at A. They still have presence with this turret at middle, thanks to Dicey's position. He's also watching for a C push. So it's not as if FaZe don't have ideas on what's going on elsewhere on the map. They're not being completely contained in that regard. Meanwhile, the read is still here from G2. That FaZe is still lingering around the A side, and they're keeping
I don't know why this guy looking back there like tracking the dart made me laugh, but it did.
Kind of curious if Dicey could make a play. That's the big thing. Like the position that he's starting to get could be worrisome.
Yeah, but the center turret that's there,
Like the homie behind him didn't call out. He
There's
just
so
fucking
much
got
trust from
darted.
G2
You know what I
based
mean?
on the resources that are stacked at B and mostly on the choke
I don't-
point that
I don't
C
know
sites.
why.
Now 30 seconds left, and FaZe are going to have to make a
30
gut
seconds
check
left.
reaction call. They may not even know that the sentry turret is even here at the moment, let alone that you've got Whippy who could just get away with a defense here by throwing a paranoia if he wants to. Trailblazer is out. Duck Carver will be spent just to make sure that there's a denial of space. And yeah, okay, with the sentry turret also being deleted, G2 will have to forfeit the site in order to play retake.
10 seconds left.
Well, this was the plan all along. That's why they kept that A defense in place for so long. So they must have some idea on how they want to play this retake. They try to flash their way into Garage. Baby comes aggressive though with the knives, and he and Dicey combo for the double kill.
Give Dicey another. Baby Bay looking to possibly get aggressive here as he found a weapon to collect. Knives still the main focus, but Shazam denies
Overheating a
very
little bit?
quickly. But the problem here is that Oxy has an operator, and the chance for them to try to break through 2v5 is null. And so with that, FaZe will once again go back out on top as we have another really mixy back and forth affair here this time on Haven.
Yeah, I mean, G2 were just so confident holding that 3-man A setup, even without any real information. They weren't spotting a sewers cross with Oxy's angle. They didn't have any intel at long A, and they were just kind of hoping that they could play a retake C if they had to. And unfortunately for them, that's exactly what they were called on to do, and they could not make it happen. FaZe play aggressive inside Garage and shut down the retake before it can even really get started. I mean, that combo of Dicey and Baby Bay on the window of Garage, those first 2 kills, that meant everything. And G2 has a lot to think about here. They've only won 3 rounds defensively, and they've all been spread out. And they've had struggles on defense in the past, man. I'll tell you that. Yeah. Like when they played against Turtle Troop, they only got 4 defensive rounds, and then when they played Oxygen in the split, they also only had 4 defensive rounds. They had to have a really big attacking side to make the comeback there. Meanwhile, when they beat FaZe in the first week of the split, they had 9 defensive rounds in the first half of that game.
Yeah.
There's no chance of that now.
And think about how 2 of these 3 rounds for G2 have come. One off the pistol and one off
I
the
would say
retail
arguably though,
situation.
FaZe has gotten exponentially better to compare to G2. So it doesn't really surprise me that this game's closer in that sense.
Interesting scenes. And again, we talked about the long history.
Like I said earlier, with
how the meta has certainly been more
G2
asserted on
seems
like
they
you
sometimes
look to use in the
play
form
to
of
their
things like a breach and then a
competitions
dedicated
level,
sentinel,
which
whether
gets
it
them
be
in
Killjoy or
trouble.
Cypher, your choice, right? But these are 2
know what I
teams
mean?
that it took them a while to figure out what they even wanted to play on this map after the mixed results. So a little bit of comfort needing to be established on both sides, but like you mentioned, definitely more pressure towards G2, who have had a real tough time here in the last 4 rounds.
Now they're once again setting up for some A aggression here. They have the fault line charge from Penny, and they have Oxy looking to play with Shazam through long A early here. Smoke is going to come up to kind of deny the intel whether they made a sewers cross or not. Meanwhile, FaZe this time are much more rapid on gathering up at long C for an attack. And they are not wasting any time.
No. Oh, and Whippy just gets absolutely destroyed before he could do anything to deter this push. And Dapper's on site still. He's getting a little bit of splash support as he nearly takes away an entire side of the site by himself. But spike will be collected. Rossi going for the plant, and G2. Oh, they're going to get a kill off the shock dart from Shazam just before the spike gets planted. And now with follow-up support from Shazam with the Hunter's Fury,
they're going to be able to
this
drop
could
another.
actually be a hold for G2 all of a sudden.
Oh my.
They got the targeting there. Hunter's Fury comes through, kind of goes wide though. Maybe they get afraid to get the main advantage back for FaZe and hold the phone, because all that work that Shazam had done has now been kind of eradicated.
Man, the reveal, the fault line, all of it hits, but the Hunter's Fury comes
Bro,
up
look at them like
empty.
dancing around the...
You have to know that Shazam was absolutely frothing for a moment at the mouth. Doxy now by himself. Shorty gets the kill. He actually exchanged it now for a Phantom. Still doable. Toggles for the defuse. He's gonna have to force a contest, but it just comes down to where it comes from. The first one's good. Dashes forward. Oh boy! Poison, a lot of trouble. The flash throw tilts the fight to his advantage, and that's enough for FaZe to grow a cushion of 2 rounds.
And it just seems like there's a struggle for G2 defending the C site or retaking it.
Oh, dude.
And you remember in the past, the key to their defense was Dapper as the Cypher anchor on the C site, and how much value he was able to have in that role, slowing things down, the double cage setup with the trap wires and the cams, and just kind of being able to anchor that so comfortably. They've now pivoted him to a Killjoy, and he's kind of being more of like the Garage B rotator role, and they're trusting Whippy to be an anchor as an Omen. And it just hasn't really quite panned out. Now, often he's been able to get away and they play retake, but again, those retakes have rarely worked, and that time he got caught
Look how
outright.
quick they're moving again, man.
And now it's coming again.
Yep, it's coming very quickly without much of a transfer response. Paranoia is desperately thrown. And Whippy actually teleports into the aftershock that would have killed them.
See, when they're in like control, when they push fast, they can make G2 very, very uncomfortable.
Turn the pattern.
They just
towards their
sometimes have
favor.
the bad habit of like
Play around
over
with
pushing.
where they want to put the spike exactly. It's also going to allow Dicey a chance to get his orb for a lockdown just in case it's needed. But against Sheriffs and a Marshall, I think you feel pretty comfortable at the moment if you're FaZe Clan. Oxy on the long side of C, hoping for some contact here, but Dicey takes care of him. Supa makes safe the defense that's coming through the defensive spawn, and that will be round number 6. Shazam tallies another kill by way of shock dart, but it's a mere consolation prize as FaZe Clan continue to just reap here on the offense.
Yeah, it started out as a back and forth affair, has become FaZe on top. They've won 5 of the last 6. They've been dominating on these C presses. The retakes have not been there for G2. The hold has not been there when they've tried to play the on-site. FaZe just really getting on a roll here, but now Oxy's back onto an operator. Again, they're going for this aggressive A setup early, and again, so are FaZe. So we're going to see, well, never mind. FaZe pull back on it. At the very end here, they decide to gather up at C again, but this time, it's the Killjoy anchoring.
So does the difference in defender build any more favor for G2 here, who are already not seeing much utility being thrown over towards A, and they're hard predicting it's going to be a long C hit, but FaZe have bit their tongue this time and are just kind of waiting and patiently drawing G2 into an uncomfortable position.
I mean, don't get me wrong, Dapper's probably more used to playing the anchor role. I mean, again, that was what he used to always do as Cypher, though. That's the big difference. Now he's having to do it as Killjoy, a little bit different utility set to try to anchor with. As the pressure is being felt that Oxy will back off. Still has 2 defenders on site as reinforcements. He's trying to just jiggle sewers. See if he can catch something here.
Fault line doesn't quite connect. Penny waiting for the call. Has the Rolling Thunder, but the lockdown will dissuade him from...
They can stick it up in
so
heaven
again,
from up
G2
there, right?
Be stressed. Try to make
Yeah,
a
you can
retake
close to the
happen.
left.
Unless Shazam can find some sort of an opening from topside heaven, but no, not going to have a chance to. Faze very patient. Now get the chance to set up their post point. It all comes down to how much value can you get out of this Rolling
Nice,
Thunder.
way get out of there.
He goes right to Superman's direction. He takes a little bit of damage on this. It's Rossi who sends out the ultimate first, and now Penny responds. Hit behind this. Aftershock,
Nice double by Oxy. It's a good push. Nice triple.
How about a third? Oxy may have just saved G2's chance on this retake. Dicey in the corner, still something to say about it, but it can only do so much. And G2 get to 4.
That's always the tough thing when you're playing that many players on site post plant against a Rolling Thunder. It makes things so much more tough on the players outside the range to try to keep you safe, keep you lodged on the site. Playing deeper in sewers and deeper in long A, but they were unable to do so. Oxy just dashes in, catches both stun players underneath heaven. Helps find a third pretty quickly after that, and then the rest of G2 coming to the fold. So finally a big response out of G2 to keep this half close with 2 rounds left to play. Oxy still has the operator, and he's changing it up this time. He's playing on top of B.
Yeah.
And
all right, I need to stand up
catch
again.
Faze off guard, because they have not really seen this op anywhere else but at A.
Yeah. Whole
what the
pre-fire
hell?
spam to mid. No way.
That's so dirty.
Yeah, now Oxy up top takes down a second, though Supa does get the trade on the op. Dapper in a little bit of pressure here. Lots of flashes coming through. Penny trying to respond with flashes of his own, and they connect beautifully.
Down B.
Oh boy.
What a combo.
I'll
Just
say.
an instant wall spam at middle. You know, if you're Dapper, you're feeling so good about
So,
it. You got
what do we
that
think?
big
6-6
wide
back at
smile
half,
on your
probably?
face when you pull that one off. And then Oxy gets one as well with the operator. So G2 gets such an early advantage on that round by just changing up the defense just a touch. Obviously, the spam kill off the rip is a little bit luck involved, but at the same time, it's just kind of understanding where you can pre-fire and have an opportunity.
Absolutely.
Enemy remaining.
And how funny this map of Valorant's been.
Chat, every time I see
What do you mean?
We start
someone
we
or
start
see more
talking
of these
Faze
ESCA
and how
posts,
favorite they look. 5 out of 6 in a row.
I kind of get more excited
And
for
then a convincing retake and a quick round from G2 immediately turn us into a possibility of a 6-6 half.
I get excited for this upcoming
I mean,
season.
Come on.
That's a wild one for sure. Final round here. Once again, G2 looking to get assertive at A. Oxy getting aggressive with the op in Sewer's position. Baby Base already made his way towards long through the way of lobby.
Hey, yo.
Oxy not overstaying his welcome. Gets a more passive angle.
Oh, just as Rossi was looking to cross. The orb collected at C long. The focus seems to be over towards A, but Rossi's a key loss here for FaZe. Seekers are out. You still got Baby Bay forward here. From the shadows going to be queued into the A site. And it's stuck. Shazam, any more magic out of these shock darts? The first one hits a huge chunk of Supa. Follow-up, not so much, and FaZe will still plant. Dicey lurking. He's actually going to maybe threaten the lockdown here. Oxy shuts down the potential threat, and now it's down to Knives. Defense looking to go quickly. Post plant for FaZe. Largely going to be on the deep side of this. Aftershock is very well placed. Oxy a little sloppy on the shots, but doesn't make much of a difference. The utility was well placed, and now you've got a detained
Not like
Supa
this. It's just
trying to come
Supa.
back through sewer. Has to go quickly. Double shell on the way for G2. Hold on a second, but no. Penny will eventually get out of the cloud burst, find the kill, and take the round to tie us at 6 somehow does.
Yeah, G2 a good recovery here at the end of the first half to draw.
Wait,
it
so
back within
hold
a
on.
tie. I mean, again,
You
FaZe
like
had a
this
run
right
there,
here, right,
winning
Moon?
5 of 6 rounds in the middle of the half, but G2 take the last
When
3
it
in a
pops
row.
back up, the
Some
whole
of that was due to
display at the
some
bottom,
crazy
because I think the
antics
display at the
from
bottom
Oxy.
was clean
Dapper
as
had that
fuck.
crazy wall spam kill at middle at the very beginning of the round. And then that final round was just, again, a great opening pick from Oxy, a great lockdown. They picked up on Dicey's flank pretty early, so it didn't have too much impact, and kind of just came together and got the job done to tie us up at 6 apiece.
Man.
It's all like down here before. That circle is atrocious. Chat, we're gonna ignore that.
What a series.
Like before, it kind of was like up in the middle.
Definitely
like
much different than last time.
This part was like up here.
But they were all land
Yeah, this right here. I really
this
like
time
this.
has been just back and forth as much as you can possibly get.
Well, it's Faze opening with some breach utility over towards A lobby, but not a lot of contest towards sewer or long. It's actually going to be a 3-man hit towards mid, and there's an alarm bot here. So if Faze popped the window, would they ever expect that? And yeah, I think now all of a sudden the alarm bells will ring. Dapper will turn to try to face any potential threat, with the sentry turret being the first point of contact, the noble sacrifice, if you will. Shazam's actually going to step even a little bit into this play. So the impetus of G2 trying to make safe the flank has kind of kept their defense around the spike a bit limited. And Faze is starting to get a bit of a read on this. Just comes down to, can they actually capitalize and find the kills, because G2 are in some tricky spots. Another paranoia play with Oxy. Works out nicely.
There we go.
Dicey
G2 winning the
top, gets
pistol.
one, but nothing more. Leaving Rossi on 7 HP in a dream. And G2 will take the second half pistol.
I have to say, I was a bit scared for G2 there for a moment in that post plant, because it seemed like Shazam might get stuck in no man's land, pressing up close on that corner, but Dapper had his back from sewers the entire time. And when that fault line came through, when they're going to try to swing Shazam, Dapper kind of saves the day, and Oxy cuts off the rotation from the low side. Obviously, as you noted, a great paranoia from Whippy helped as well, kind of disrupt that part of the rotation. And now we see G2 buy up big, bro. 4
I wonder if
rifles.
they're
Ain't no bonus coming round 3 for G2.
wondering if
bro.
Faze is going to try and play aggressive
I
again.
dare you to bring stingers to
Let's go.
Because Faze surprised him with that in the first half.
I know,
remember?
from the defensive side, not often you see a buy like that.
No. This is the full save from Faze.
Yes, sir.
Not even a Marshall or a Sheriff, just full classics.
See what they have to offer here. A lot of threat from G2 in both instances at A. Similar setup as far as Dapper watching the flank, just exchanging where the sentry turret is for where the alarm bot was last round, and G2 will try to rotate back.
Indeed they will. Looking to go over towards C-side now with the spike. Now there are 3 defenders in the area.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I guess Faze are as well positioned as you could be, but again, it is just classics at the end of the day. And now
I don't think I've seen. I forgot about that little dart there. I always forget how
They don't actually clear
freaking
out the
cheeky
corner.
that
What is
is.
it? Maybe they're still alive back here. He dashes away to safety, finally tracked down and dealt with, but G2 is not cleanly getting into sight. In fact, they still have a couple of Faze members to deal with, but that final flash
All right, they got it.
puts both out of commission. The easy follow-up is there, and G2, they're pressed, they're stressed, but they come away with the win.
And they do retain 3 of the rifles, so at least it's not a situation where they're having to rebuy a ton of the heavy investments. Oxy able to get the Phantom, no problem. Same with Whippy. So it's, you know, kind of no harm, no foul on that. Though that was maybe a little bit scarier than they wanted it to be. Faze on the full buy, though. Vantil's aplenty. No ults in play for some time for either team. Early gathered from G2 here at C-Long.
Blinded.
Flash in, smokes to cover. Poise once again hit by that same fault line, but the spam doesn't actually quite land. Now the counter flash is in, but Oxy still comes away with one.
But they're all
Poise
coming in through this
trouble,
front
gets
side.
spammed
Yeah.
through the boxes. Rossi also committed into the site,
Rossi?
trying to keep some sort of defense alive here at C. But ultimately, it's G2 who sort of win this site out. I say that with some hesitancy because there's a little bit of finesse play going on here, and G2 don't actually get the spike on site at any point, which leads to Faze putting together the response kills, and now Whippy all of a sudden with the spike is in a 1v2.
Oh, they already went through B. I thought they were in garage.
He's got spike. He's got a lot of time. He puts the smoke down. He goes for the plant, but the 2 Faze members are playing together through back halls, and he's going to be still exposed to it.
Oh.
Down to the wire on that one, man. You thought maybe for a moment Whippy might just pull it off.
The spike is defused.
Again, it just seemed like G2 got a little lost in the sauce there once they got on site. Again, they're good when they go for the fast-paced plays, but they just kind of weren't as efficient as they needed to be on the site.
Yeah. Well, the thing about it wasn't I was about ready to call it, like, and G2 win the site, but there was that lingering play through Garage. The spike was still at C long.
Yep. They were just a little bit too split up on that.
I agree,
Baby Vay's basically getting 1v1s on that back hall rotation, and there's just no one there for G2 to trade. And normally, they're spaced out pretty well for that, but that round they were not. And Faze really exposed it.
Revealing area.
Well, puts us into a bit of a scatter buy on both sides. Dapper with a Sheriff, the rest of the team on some sort of automatic weaponry. Penny's got the Spectre still out. We're on the other side. We've got 2 Bulldogs, pardon me, 3 Bulldogs and 2 Vandals for Faze. And with the knives earned, Oxy will give Dapper a rifle and trust the Bladestorm to get the work done for him.
Bro, someone said
yeah, they're pressuring Garage a little bit here. Meanwhile, Shazam gonna get pressured by this Trailblazer. It spots 2 players just kind of watching and spawn. Shazam now pulls out the Owl drone to clear those close corners at long. Does not spot Baby Bay though, still holding the sewers angle. But I'm sure they're aware it's possible.
Good flash. Boys was lurking a bit too far forward. That now forces FaZe to move their defense around, and actually they're allowed to do this. Superman's gotten some good C-long presence.
So Moon, you're saying you don't like
the
UI on the sides in rounds?
Back into
like the ones
safety.
right underneath my corner?
To follow
or right
up,
underneath
and now
the
all of a
little,
sudden the defense
right underneath my camera?
completely split 2-2 on either side. And the paranoia in allows Oxy to move in towards the site and beyond that. So Spike planted, FaZe looking to regroup and try to hit this for a retake. They've got a flash, an aftershock, and a lot of Baby Bay utility to try to make things work. But it's into the knives of Oxy and the rest of G2, who are largely still playing on site. Smoke expires, and Dicey actually gets the first really cleanly, but Oxy just jumping over the boxes. He's got 3, 4, and the full ace. Unbelievable from Oxy.
Oh my goodness, dude. Oxy just being an absolute maniac that round. Things got a little bit squirmy there from him. Like, the initial take was really good. Obviously, that initial frag was really good. But once we see FaZe start closing distance, Oxy just has to go to town with the Bladestorm. And boy, does he. A brilliant ace puts him up to 22 frags. Again, we talked about how much of a superstar Oxy has been. He has been leading in so many categories in this first split. Had a bit of an off game against Oxygen in the upper bracket, but he has been back in full force against FaZe today.
Oh, now Baby Bay, his turn with the knives. Flashes, smokes, fault lines, trying to get Baby Bay a kill in towards mid. But G2 not get caught, and now they're looking to do the exact opposite.
You feel like you're watching it in low res?
Stretched here defensively as Oxy just sprayed plant. Oh, but over the top, Baby Bay takes care of a low HP.
I didn't realize
Oxy.
I was on 720. I'm kind of mad about that. Appreciate you.
And Rossi gets an unbelievable elimination from the front, but the Rolling Thunder catches just about the entirety of FaZe, allowing Penny to follow up off of his own utility. So it's Baby Bay for a 1v3. Knives off the reset, guesses left, but Shazam was right. And that'll put G2 to 10.
Man, you have to give a bunch of credit to Penny there. He kind of saves the day with that Rolling Thunder because FaZe were starting to really create a disturbance there on the site. I mean, brilliant opening frag from Oxy, but the follow-up from FaZe was so good after the fact. And then that Rolling Thunder just allows G2 to get back into firm positions to get the spike down and ultimately get the dub. As outside of Oxy being
but like if mine was lower, then it would be
tight frag distribution
different,
for both
you know what
squads. I mean, it is very neck and neck, and obviously the scoreboard shows that way too. 10-7.
You know the funny thing about that?
Go ahead.
Outside of Oxy's individually takeover moments and all the,
I mean, it's not the cleanest on my side. I will say that.
Top of NAVCL. Both of these two teams, even though they share very different results in the win-loss column, have almost exactly the same statistics percentage-wise across all of their forms of eco. Total rounds won versus lost, light buy, half buy, full buy. They're all within like 4 or 5% of one another. Like, these two teams on paper outside of Oxy are tremendously close.
Yeah, it's very true. I mean, Oxy comes into this number 1 in ADR, number 2 in ACS, number 2 in kills per round. It's also top 5 in first kills per round. And then you look at FaZe, and Poise is kind of right behind them in a lot of those categories other than the first kills. Baby Bay, though, is just behind Oxy in first kills per round.
Yeah.
So it is very much a tight spread when it comes to individual firepower. But now we're starting to see G2 kind of stabilize on this second half. They've won 4 of the 5 rounds played so far.
Hold on. Is there a guarantee? Is there like official singularity moves?
Faze throw out this opening defensive fault line and don't really do a lot of follow-up off of it. Not that G2 were really threatening much with that smoke coverage being in play, but G2 are usually pretty quick to re-clear this position. And on top of that, now there's a little bit of a threat starting to be established over towards Garage as the alarm bot is deleted. And the Aldrin, yeah, will just essentially say, nope, nobody's here.
Yeah, really good feint there from G2, putting so much pressure on Garage. It really forces FaZe to kind of gather up defensively on C and press for information now, which means that the rotation's going to be a lot longer to get over towards the A side of the map, and it may force FaZe to play more of a retake A setup. Meanwhile, G2 are looking to throw a huge fake here. They're putting a lot of numbers at long A, but that spike is going towards C the entire time. Whippy has his ult to get over there and reinforce the C attack, as Oxy is just kind of sit in as a trebuchet to kind of just wreak havoc on the site by himself.
Yeah.
This is so beautiful.
Shazam gonna re-wrap back out towards Sewer. Interesting here. They're gonna grab the spike and they're actually gonna commit to this. The thing about it is, FaZe are here for this. Plus, they have the Rolling Thunder to contest, which is exactly what they do. Baby, the first one in, he takes care of the spike carrier. No plant behind that. Oxy now has to collect the spike and plant and deal with FaZe on the site, and he may just do all of it comfortably. Are you kidding me? This guy is unreal. Dicey now for a 1v3.
I kind of want to mess with people online.
G2, for one reason or another.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna wait for this round.
Now Dicey has to work through a bunch of Killjoy utility, deal with multiple G2 members that are all stacked for crossfire positions to his left, and G2 nearly don't even get to 11 as Dicey takes 2 of the 3 out.
So,
bro, you know
there's been some posts on
glass,
Twitter today,
like
chat.
A fire extinguisher or an axe or something like that. You know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about, right?
Of course I do.
It's like G2 have a "if we're getting screwed, break Oxy out" button, and the man just delivers individual play after individual play to save the day time and time again. It's unreal. Because that was going south real fast for G2.
I don't...
Like, they were trying to get
because
really
I think
fancy.
I know
Like, they were kind of faking A and then
about some roster moves going on, but there's nothing official.
The ult to kind of reinforce it, but then they decided to just ult and grab the spike back and go A, and then it kind of fell apart to the Rolling Thunder, but then Oxy just does Oxy things, bro. And now FaZe are in a precarious position because they buy what they can here, but it's 3 Bulldogs. If they lose this, they are in trouble. And Eddie with the double up gets it main advantage for G2 and the site.
And that's enough to open the floodgates, run on in, get the quick plant. You've got post-plant support in Garage at the moment. You've even got Whippy deep in towards the double stack box in the top left corner of the map. And FaZe are down bad.
They might have to save these weapons, bro, if they can't find something quick.
It has to be fringent upon getting a kill on site, right? Because this post plant is so dynamic. Here comes the play. Flashing on in. Oh, and Whippy tries to slip into Cloudburst. Not going to work out. Penny provides the trade. But FaZe are fighting on in. Dapper now the 1v2. Both players inside the dark cover. Dapper to catch timing here. Gets the first, but Rossi hops off just as he gets to halfway.
Just imagine, though, if he didn't get off,
their
though.
Hopes alive here in map 2.
How does this keep happening? It's so wild. And I kind of was curious about it because G2 seemed awfully reliant on heroics from Oxy to close some of these rounds because of how easily FaZe has been able to cause disturbances in post-plant situations for G2. And that time around, he wasn't the hero, and G2 kind of crumbled because of it. And now Oxy does have Blade Storm, so they're still basically full bot here. They have Rolling Thunder and Hunter's Fury, 2 huge tools to pave the way onto site and a way to cancel out the lockdown of Dicey.
Oh, man. Oxy with knives and a shorty. But look at the FaZe stack. Doubled in towards Sewer. Baby Bay first contact. Aldrone needs to be dealt with, though. Rolling Thunder comes out. Baby Bay is pushed off, but Supa does at least get 1 kill. Maybe providing a little bit of space, but no. Not going to happen. Seekers only a mere distraction as the hit is underway. Boy, still actually able to fight one back, but that was a troubling second. And now as Penny gets the spike planted, it's down to Dicey's again. Oh, those knives just giving him literally a haircut. You've got Shazam deep in towards the cubby at A long. Icy trying to get towards the boxes. Gets forward. Cloud bursts down in front of him. And Oxy is so slippery from this POV, man. Are you kidding me? Dashes Cloud burst and it's a Phantom one tap to finish it off. That's got to be so frustrating to play against.
Bruh. Like I said, in case of emergency, we got Oxy. And now it's map and series point for G2 and FaZe facing elimination.
All right, chat. So
Placing swarm grenade.
hold on, let's let this fit round chat, and then we'll pull up some things on screen.
Right down to the site here as G2 really just kind of cruise in towards C. The defensive lockdown trying to start a potential retake. Hunter's Fury's also out for Shazam as he will delete the defending lockdown, giving a pretty steep advantage here towards the post plan for G2, which is heavy stacked that long. And I think they were realizing, wait a second, we may have too many members back here. So let's let Oxy go forward. We'll keep Whippy close by at Cubby.
And they got to make something
Here comes
miraculous
the FaZe
happen.
retake. Trailblazer through Garage. Oxy just trying to hope he finds a piece of timing. Flash comes through, catches one freely, backs up in towards the safety of cover and the rest of his team, but the paranoia is now in. Reveal behind this. FaZe still not able to get on to even try for a defuse, and now it's just a shooting gallery. Oh, and so much reveal off of Shazam's utility. That will be what seals it.
Golly.
G2
Jesus.
wins 13-8 in map 2 and 2-0 the series.
All right, chat.
FaZe clan.
Dude.
That's over. Let's start up some music. We gotta have a chat. Chat. All right. Because I've been tagged in this post here about some massive roster moves going down between top teams and SA. So shall we talk about it? Because I actually don't know anything, but I do have some speculation. First reason I have speculation is this. So, leads me to believe something's going on with Singularity, obviously, right? But it's not just this. Bro, Needless had something that said tomorrow, I swear. Hold on. Or was it one of the other Godfire former Godfire players? Hold on. Oh, it was the coach for Godfire, for previously known Godfire. And I don't know why they would only would they like mix the rosters or just simply pick up one roster and drop another roster? I saw that someone asked something about Elysium. But he didn't post anything today, I don't think, did he? Yeah, he hasn't posted anything yet. Oh, we can't be listening to this as much as I would love to. That's why you book. Listen. I like when I saw it, I wasn't worried about like getting back to it. But you think they would drop last splits champion in this splits second place team right now and swap it for someone else? No. Because it's not like they just have like a coach opening, right? Because Singularity does have a coach. It's not like when, like, say, PvP left Cloud9 and then... I mean, that's the thing, though. I feel like as far as on Singularity, all of them pretty well perform. I mean, second place ain't first, and as fair as that is, but the speculations is that the team that it would be taking their place isn't the first place team in the split. Because the first place team in the split right now is ATH. But Godfire has only finished top 3s. Singularity also kind of had a struggle day, so I'm wondering if maybe they had a blow up. I hope not. But I mean, bro, like the stars do kind of align, man. Because this is from a scrim today, right? I can't remember what this said. What does this say? Wait. Wait. Hold on. Hold on, I'm looking. Oh. So Ben from Godfire is now going to be going to... hold on. So Ben from Godfire is going to Singularity. Where's Elysium? No, but for real, where's Elysium? Because King, what roster was King's on? I remember the name, but I don't remember what roster he was on. ATH. Okay, hold on. I need to write this. I need to open a WordPad. Flashbang, sorry. All right. Pen and paper? No, I know. All right, so Ben is going from former Godfire to Singularity. Kings. Well, I just like the fact that I see on YouTube that I'm getting tagged, or not YouTube. I got tagged on Twitter about the region. It's kind of cool. Yeah, so Ben is going to be on Singularity from Godfire. Kings is from Fellas? Flashbang warning, chat, okay? I warned you. Can I attach this? I can't attach this. I hate it here. So Kings from Fellas. Holy fuck, guys. Is it every team change one player in the top of South America? So Kings went from Fellas to Godfire. Ben from Godfire to Singularity. Sleep from ATH to Fellas. Who else does that leave that we don't know of? Who ATH picked up? Or where Elysium went? Because Fellas, the other two are still together. Free agents, formerly known as Godfire. Their other two are still there. Where did Trinity come from on ATH? How does this... Bro. I'm gonna move this down to there. So Ben from Godfire now to Singularity. Kings from Fella to Godfire. So Godfire's filled, Singularity's filled. ATH to Fellas for Sleep, which means ATH would have an opening, and we don't know where Elysium is. I don't see Elysium on this list. Do you guys? Is Elysium also retiring? Let me click on Trinity's roster on Wikipedia and see if they had like a sub already lined up. Or wait, is Us Sleep different than Sleep? Hold on. Hold on. I don't know who Sleep is. And that means Elysium's just gone? Dude, Elysium was like the best fragger in the region last split. He just like up and quit? Like Elysium had what, one bad day and calls it quits or what? That can't be it. Wow. So it is confirmed. All right, chat. Well, I'm going to jump up on out of here. It looks like there's some digging I need to do. I'm going to get out of the lights. I appreciate y'all coming through and hanging out for the watch parties today, man. It was a lot of fun. I know things kind of got hectic here at the end while I've been looking into some stuff going on in the region. Remember, best place to hang out outside of the stream. You don't want to catch your boy, hang out in the Discord. Discord's also the best place to keep up as far as where I'm shoutcasting at, when we're shoutcasting, when we're live over here with Steph. All right. Confirmed Elysium's gone. Yeah, it's this tweet. Didn't understand right because I don't speak English, but are you talking? Oh, no. What worries me is whether Elysium will leave Apex, ... He is one of the best players in the world. It'll be a huge loss if he leaves Apex. And do you know why he would leave? Because Apex here in South America is not worth it. We don't want have support from orgs and visibility. This is very sad. Interesting. That's crazy, man. All right, yep. I'm gonna get up on out of here, man. I've been up. I've been live for 9 hours. I gotta get out of here. Apparently, I probably gotta do a video. I think, but that means I'm gonna at least have to shut off the lights for a little bit, or maybe I'm just gonna do the video in the morning. I'm not 100% sure. Probably gonna do the video in the morning. Honestly, the more I talk about it. But yeah, hang out in the Discord. Come in, kick it. Tomorrow's schedule probably going to be similar. I don't know. TBD. Let me see. Maybe I start a little bit late. I'm not 100% sure yet. So best place to keep an eye out is in the Discord. Again, I really appreciate you guys kind of hanging out, being nerds with me, watching some esports. And so we catch y'all over here for the next one, man. Don't forget, with everything crazy going on in the world today, true, be you, be sincere, game hard and love hard. All right, y'all. It's your boy Q, signing out.